Good Friday morning, everybody. John and Lance along with Dell for the next 3 hours here. And I just got one thing to say to you, Lance. Keelan Rutledge, Big Red. What do you think? What did you think when they did it?
A little surprised they traded up for him. A little surprised it was a trade up. I think he would have probably been there at 28. I thought there was an outside shot that he could sneak into the first round. But let me tell you, I'm happy with this pick. I'm not going to get caught up in, well, where did you think he was going to go and this and that. What this is a continuation of what Nick has been doing in the offseason. There was a clear strategy and a plan to prioritize becoming ass kickers. And it started with the addition of Braden Smith, who is a run-blocking tackle. It then extended to adding Wyatt Teller. They re-signed their best run-blocking guard, Ed Ingram. They added David Montgomery.
Evan Brown.
Trade. Evan Brown, who I think he's going to be more depth, but we'll see. And now they get the nastiest offensive lineman, not just guard, the nastiest offensive lineman in the entire draft, Keelan Rutledge. Now, just because you're nasty and tough and mean, it doesn't mean you're always going to get guys blocked. But what's happened is the Texans we've gone from saying they have no identity on the offensive side of the ball, which has been an issue for them, frankly. They have had no real identity. The swarm thing on defense, we know all about that. That's clearly, we know exactly what that means. And it manifests itself on every single snap defensively, flying around and hitting anything that moves. Offensively now, they have an identity. They have added bullies and run blockers on the offensive line. They have added a physical running back, and they now said, we are a running team now. We are going to run the ball. CJ, we're going to make your life easier. We're not going to ask you to have to carry the team. We're going to beat people up on the ground. And Keelan Rutledge is he is the personification of what DeMeco Ryans wants out of his offensive line and what he wants out of his running game. And that's all you need to know. And when you hear Nick Cacerio talk about him today, when you hear the video, when you hear the press conference, what he had to say about him, you're going to understand exactly what we're talking about, because this is not just me talking. It's when I turn the tape on him and I'm like, oh man, this guy gets after it. I mean, he gets after it on every time he's got you down. He is going to try to finish you and embarrass you on tape. So look, guys like that, there's going to be some misses. He's going to be too aggressive. He's going to get beat because of technique from time to time, because he's just trying to bury you all the time. I think pass pro needs to get a little bit better. He's not a perfect prospect. There are people, talking about my grade on him as a 6.29, which is average starter. It's borderline average to above average starter. Really, I probably should have had him in a 6.3 because I didn't change his grade during the process, and frankly, I changed his round projection. I probably should have changed his grade a little bit. My draft profile says exactly what I think of him, and once offensive line coaches started getting involved in the draft process, which comes along later, they don't really get very involved until sometime in March, because that's just not the time frame. Once they got involved, this is when this guy's draft prospects went from late second, early third, where evaluators might put him, and offensive line coaches are like, no, this is the kind of guy we need. And he was a guy that I think on one of my mocks I may have put him in the late first round. So this is not a total surprise he was drafted first round. I was a little surprised the Texans did it. I thought they would be targeting someone else, not an interior guard in terms of a trade-up. But I don't hate it, because from a mentality, finally, John, there is an identity with the Houston Texans, and that identity is we're going to bleep you up. That's what their identity is.
Yep. He
finally
on the phone call to DeMeco. DeMeco said, "Hey man, can't wait to get you." He said, "Can't wait. We're going to put some guys in the dirt. We're going to put some guys in the dirt." And DeMeco, of course, loved that. He's he's that kind of guy. Cacerio talked about it. He's the swarm mentality. He almost lost his foot in a car accident in 2023. They almost had to amputate it. And he got through that. There's video of him playing where he's just all bloody. He's got this cotton up his nose. He's got a tissue up his nose, and he's like, "F that! I'm going back on the field." And it looks like they got themselves a guy. That's the kind of guy that they want in the locker room, not Mekhi Lemon, who is really a weird dude. And did you see? Yeah, apparently the Steelers were on the phone with Mekhi Lemon. Boy, did they make a big deal out of the Pittsburgh draft pick. It was crazy, all the stuff that they did for that pick. Well, it wasn't going to be Max Hennecore. It was going to be Mekhi Lemon, but Philadelphia moved up right in front of him and grabbed Mekhi Lemon while I guess the Steelers were on the phone with Lemon at the time. And Philadelphia jumped up, took the Cowboys pick, and picked Mekhi Lemon. But his interview after was I don't know if I've ever seen anything like it. We'll play it a little bit later. So Keelan was a bit of a surprise. Yeah, they gave up all kinds of. I was like, you gave up 69, but they did get 91 back. And then they gave up another pick later in the draft. But any other surprise? Well, the Rams were a surprise, huh?
Oh, huge surprise. I mean, yeah, there were surprises. The two biggest surprises for me were the Rams picking Ty Simpson at 13. Oh, Rams fans here are sad. Mm-hmm. They are, they're looking at this as, hey, we were this close to getting to a Super Bowl and probably winning a Super Bowl, let's be honest. And what are you going to do to fortify? In the entire mock draft process, we've all been putting wide receivers there, and their thought is, okay, we're going to get some more firepower is what we're going to do. Maybe it'll be Kenyon Sadiq. Maybe it'll be Mekhi Lemon. Maybe if Jordan Tyson falls, it will be him. Maybe we trade back and we add, maybe even we draft a tackle and we replace Rob Havenstein with the rookie tackle. Instead, they get a quarterback who's going to have to sit for probably 2 years, which will mean he will have sat 5 of the last 6 years without playing football. Think about that. 3 at Alabama and 2 at the Rams. This is going to be one of the it's going to be challenging. I get why the Rams did it, because it's rare that you get a chance, if you grade a quarterback high, that you get a succession plan in place where you're not reaching for it and you're not, you could say they're reaching for it, but this is a guy that they have graded there. They didn't have to trade a bunch of picks, to get up inside the top 3 or the top 4. Sean McVay thinks he can make it work, and Sean, has a pretty good reputation with quarterbacks.
Have you ever seen
Sean
McVay?
Shocking.
Sean McVay thinks that? I've never seen anybody more pissed off at a press conference than Sean McVay last night.
Oh, really?
Oh, my God. Wait. I'll send it. Oh, my God.
I've got to – well, let's play it, because if you see me on video right now, maybe you can hear it in my voice, they put me back on second and third round mock. Last year they took it off. So I got done. I'm Pacific time, but still, I'll just speak in Central time. The draft, I started my mock draft at 8:15. No, I'm sorry. That's 8:15 my time. 10:15 your time.
Yeah.
So I started my mock draft at 10:15, and I got done in record time, which put me in bed at 2:20 a.m. That's how long it takes to do a second and third round mock. And then I couldn't go to sleep because I was just kind of hyped, and I just read some of Nick's comments because I didn't have time during the show and after the show to see or read any of this stuff. So I didn't end up getting to sleep until probably 3 o'clock. So I'm a little tired, but I'll wake up. I got my coffee. It's fine. I'm hyped about what we did. But Sean McVay, I mean, this was his choice. He may have that look, and he's probably pissy because he saw some of the comments or heard some of the comments that evaluate or announcers made, or maybe he heard some of the fans, because this was his pick. What's he mad about? This is his pick. He's the one who made this pick.
Are you sure about that? How do you know that?
Well, Jordan Rodriguez, who follows the team, said the first round picks are usually Sean McVay's. He's the one who has the biggest input on the first round pick.
Where do you see the video?
Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know.
I'm going to send it to you, But
let's play it. Give
well,
it to Dell. I want to hear it.
Okay, it's you got to tell. You ready?
I guess I need to see it too.
Well, you'd have to see it because all it is the GM Les Snead talking, and it's just Sean McVay sitting there, and I'm telling you, he's breathing so heavy and looking so pissed off that it really is. Now, he did a presser and answered some questions later, but one of the first things he brought up was Stetson Bennett and Jimmy Garoppolo, and he was like, "Yeah, we got those guys, and we'll see where he fits in, but just make sure everybody knows this is Matthew Stafford's team. This is not, and blah 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 blah." They could have gotten him later. They could have moved back. They could have done a lot of things. That was weird. That was kind of like Atlanta's pick last year, a little bit like that. In that you're like, a quarterback right here doesn't really make a lot of sense, and especially after they just picked up Kirk Cousins to be drafting the way that they did last year.
Right.
But this one, I'm telling you, wait till you see the video. McVay looks like there's steam coming out of his ears. Well, we'll find. I guess we'll find out whether or not he made the pick or whether or not he likes it. But the Texans did well. Who else did you think did well last night?
I think I thought the Jets did a pretty good job of letting the draft come to them. To be honest with you, they didn't. I thought there was a chance that they could end up trading up to get someone because they do have extra draft capital. Instead, they waited, and then they took, instead of going with Mekhi Lemon, who, they need a wide receiver, what they did instead was they said, no, we're good. We're going to take the tight end who is clearly number one and a pass catcher as well in Kenyon Sadiq. And then we're going to wait until the very end of the draft, and we're going to trade back up from 33 to 30 and take we'll get our wide receiver there in Omar Cooper Jr. from Indiana. So I thought they did a good job of letting the draft come to them. I was really shocked. Minnesota feels like they reached again. This team, between Minnesota and Atlanta, they have just been really reaching in their draft picks here recently. And Minnesota did it again. They have a need at defensive tackle. What did they do? See, this feels like you don't have any idea what the rest of the league is doing. This is why sometimes I offer to help some teams, some people I know on teams, like, hey, if you ever need to reach out and have an idea about where guys could get slotted or drafted, and I have people I didn't have as many people take me up on it this year as I usually do, but because I do a lot of work on getting ready for that, where guys are going to go, and I'm pretty good at it. You can see my round projections at NFL.com on all the players, and Caleb Banks was not going to go in the first round. He's the defensive tackle out of Florida. He's got a broken foot right now. He broke it at the combine, or they discovered it at the combine. I think he re-broke it at the combine. He's had multiple foot issues. He's been hurt. He flashes but is not consistent. Durability and being on the field has been one of his issues. And yet that was a need for him to say, okay, well, let's just draft a need. Well, what are you doing? I mean, clearly some teams are willing to trade. Clearly some teams have been willing to trade. Maybe they couldn't find any trade partners, but we saw so many trades, in the second half of the draft that I've got to believe somebody would have moved up a couple of spots. I just would not have taken a defensive tackle in that spot. They must not have had any trade offers for a guy who, frankly, was not going to go in the first at all, and that's what they did. So that was shocking. That was really shocking to me. And I was a little surprised Miami didn't, and we'll ask Dell on this, but I was surprised a little bit that Miami didn't take Ruben Bain. I finished second nationally. I got to see how many by 1 point in this mock draft contest on the Huddle Report. So I hit a lot of them on this one, and one of them that I didn't hit was Ruben Bain 11 to Miami.
Dumbasses.
I had it right.
Dumbasses.
Dummies. They were there. He was there.
Big dummies.
But this is a great example, and he lasted till 15. I know everyone likes to act like arm length doesn't matter. This is where the disconnect, and we'll redo this again next year. Arm length doesn't matter. Look at his knee. Look at his bend. Look at his shin angles. This is where you get people talking about shin angles and stuff like this on bag drills instead of knowing that NFL teams will tell you we don't like guys where there's no history for guys having this body type with this short of arms. They have never been successful as top 10 picks. Never in NFL history. They've got a whole database. They collect all the data, and they trust that data. That data freaks them out. The thing about him being in a wreck where someone was killed, that's not what hurt. He was always going to be lower than the general public thought. I just thought, okay, 11, Miami makes a lot of sense because they need him. He's hometown. It creates and generates some excitement. Instead, Miami, what did they do? They dealt back and they got Proctor, Caden Proctor, who I did not see Caden Proctor coming. Yeah. That was Miami shocked me a little bit on that one.
Yeah, because they're big dummies. That's why.
Dell, that had to have pissed you off a little bit there.
It didn't piss me off because it's the draft. How do I know who's right and who's wrong? But yeah, for the Miami show, like a couple shows are doing the live stream, and they're upset because they thought, hey, everything's falling in place. You trade away. You trade down one spot, you get 2 fifth-rounders from the Cowboys, and they take Caleb down. So you go, okay, Ruben Bain's there for you. But we talked about it, and I said, what is this regime's thoughts? And if they decided, hey, we can weigh taking the player that people would love us to get, or we're not taking exceptions. Our first thing is, hey, our first big move outside of Malik Willis is we are not a franchise that will make exceptions. Like, if we have a standard, we're going to take a guy who fits it, and Ruben Bain would be a giant exception to the rule as far as pass rushers and the arm length. So I think they made a statement that, hey, like Chris Greer made exceptions all the time for injuries, for guys who are small. They want to be big, strong, and Caden Proctor, when he's in shape, fits that mold.
All right, let's break. We got so much to do. Let's hear from Nick Cacerio on the other side about what he thinks of Keelan Rutledge and why he moved up. We'll do that and a lot more. If you guys want to get in, you're more than welcome. 713-780-3776. We got some good sound from the Rockets as well. Some guys firing back. Well, one guy firing back. Low-key firing back a little bit. We'll get to that on a little bit later in the show. But right now, we got the Insperity Invitational presented by United Healthcare. All right, it's coming up May 4th through the 10th. That'll be not next week, but the week after. So if you're looking for a great way to see, these are the guys that you recognize, right? You got Bernard Longer, VJ Singh, Colin Montgomery, Ernie Els, Retief Goosen, Padraig Harrington, Stuart Sink is the defending champ, John Daly, Zach Johnson, Angel Cabrera, David Duvall, Justin Leonard, all kinds of guys that you just know. These are the guys that you grew up watching, and they're going to be back here. Go to InspirityInvitational.com to pick up your tickets. Then you got the Folds of Honor Greats on that Saturday, the 9th, with Jack Nicklaus, Gary Player, Lee Trevino, Annika Sorenstam, Nancy Lopez, Hale Irwin, Laura Davies, Sir Nick Faldo, all of them coming out for an exhibition. It's just great. But if you're looking for, these are names that you know, that you love, that you grew up with. You can go watch them. They are at the tournament course in the Woodlands. Let's go. InspirityInvitational.com, InspirityInvitational.com.
John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5. Nick Cacerio and D'Amico look like they got their guy. Keelan Rutledge, they moved up 2 spots. Maybe they didn't have to, but they did it anyway. And Nick Cacerio was very effusive in his praise of, he loves the makeup. He loves the makeup of Keelan Rutledge. And we talked a little bit about it. A guy who almost lost his foot, amputated in a car accident, made his way back, and just loves football. Here is Nick Cacerio talking about Keelan Rutledge.
Everybody that watched him, I mean, your notes basically say physical, tough, strong, good round blocker, good at the point of attack. He's probably more athletic than maybe people think he is. He's got some technique things that he can certainly clean up, which I think one of the things with the workout, sometimes you're trying to, how do they apply the coaching? I mean, it wasn't a player, like the makeup on this guy is like elite. Like a couple of the metrics that we have when we grade players, I mean, in like 4 or 5 categories, like there's one player in a draft that our scouts graded the way that they did, and it was him. So like that was like, okay, we didn't talk to him at the combine because we didn't need to, like, and we might not even interviewed him at the Senior Bowl because we didn't need to. So I mean, there was a couple touch points here and there we felt like, but just put the tape on, watch the guy play. And I'd say like the program that Coach Key runs down there at Georgia Tech, we got a lot of respect for their program. I mean, Coach Key's a former offensive lineman. And again, I think like Big Red, like who he is emblematic in like what you saw tonight. I mean, the basic guy was an Airbnb with him and his wife, and that was pretty much it. You know, you see some of these other draft parties, it looked like a circus. I mean, this guy's all ball. Like, he's all football, doesn't really care about anything else, wants to punch people in the mouth. Yep, that works here. So, I mean, that's what you see on tape, which is, I'd say, part of the intrigue with the player.
Very effusive, neat. They got the guy that they wanted, the kind of guy that they wanted in that locker room as well. Kind of a big deal. So, so that's when they traded up. I was like, oh my goodness. And it had to be a little bit of a. What did you think they were going to do when they moved when they immediately moved up?
Yeah, I thought there was a chance they'd go with Keldrick Falk, because he fits D'Amico body type wise. Historically, he fits as a rotational defensive end who can rush from the interior. But Logan Hall is going to do that in the short term. He has great football character, great work ethic. He fits kind of what they like to do defensively. So I thought it might be Keldrick Falk, but it was tough to tell because, I think I believe there was still an offensive lineman on the board. I can't remember if there was, but it was kind of tough to tell with Nick Cacerio. I wasn't really sure. I thought maybe Keldrick Falk, but I really didn't have a really good feel. Blake Miller, we talked about him because he was a tackle. Yesterday I brought Blake Miller up. I didn't bring up a guard as a target, but I brought up a mentality, right? Blake Miller has the mentality from Clemson. That D'Amico, I'm always looking for the mentality because it's clear they draft certain mentalities. And so Keelan Rutledge was a little bit of a surprise. I know some people, so I wrote Keelan Rutledge in probably early December. And then I updated his grade as the process went along. As I find out more about him, I watch him at the Senior Bowl. But what I probably should have done, just so you know, is I probably should have updated my quote-unquote bottom line on his scouting report, because this happens, I finish watching tape, I put something down on a guy. I put his, all my scouting notes and my scouting profile together. And a lot of times I'll go back and change, as I see the Senior Bowl, as I see Combine, as I talk to teams, I'll change. I'll certainly change grades and round projections. I like to try to change when I can, when the wording needs it. I will change my scouting profile. And as I read it right now, I probably should have gone and changed my scouting profile, because everything I say is exactly what I mean. But my bottom line, I say Rutledge has the toughness to earn a role as a good backup with starting potential. And I thought he would be an eventual starter when I watched him initially on tape. As the process went on, if I had realized that was the last sentence, I can just tell you from December to now in late April, it should say fast rising. What I should have said was, or what I would have said if I had realized that was the last sentence was, fast rising guard who offensive line coaches are pushing up the draft, has physicality and toughness that makes him a favorite of line coaches, and will be an early day 2 pick who might sneak into late round 1 and will become a quick starter. That's what I should have said. I should have gone and changed that. I just didn't. Everything else I said is Rutledge is a burly, experienced right guard with excellent contact pop and rugged field demeanor that will appeal to offensive line coaches. He excels as a drive combo blocker where he displaces defenders, but he has the athleticism to operate in all run blocking concepts. He understands technique but suffers from occasional rough patches due to inconsistent balance and body control. I think it just gets so fired up that he just doesn't stay within himself. That's being able to just control his excitement and energy and rage is probably part of it. But I said he understands technique but suffers from occasional rough patches. His pass protection range is average, and edge leakage could be a concern against NFL athletes who rush inside. Rutledge has toughness to earn a role as a good backup with starting potential. But I'm just telling you, that last sentence, that was in December, early December when I wrote it, mid-December. Really, by the draft process, if I had known that was the bottom line on him, because I changed a lot of my profiles, that really should say something about is a fast-rising prospect who offensive line coaches, I would have said something about that. And I would have said should become an early starter and could be – I thought he could be – I told people I thought he could be the second guard off the board. I've been telling teams that who ask it. I said – there have been teams asking about it. I said, look, I think he's the second guard off the board ahead of Basantis and ahead of Pregnon. I think he goes early second. No later than – he was not going any later than the Raiders.
Okay, any chance any of these guys can play center?
Well, so yeah, I guess I got to look at his starts, but I guess I know our lads has him penciled in as a center. So Evan Brown plays center, but I think Rutledge – I got to go back and look, but I think Rutledge has some snaps at center or has been taking snaps and reps at center. May have done it.
That's a big-ass center now.
Well, he's 315, 316. I mean,
tall. Yeah.
Yeah, he's not quite 6'4", but he's close. He's got over 33-inch arms, which is really good guard length for it's a really good length for guards. Like he's got longer arms than Manoa, the Francis Manoa, who was the first offensive lineman taken, who's a right tackle, who they're going to move down to guard, which I think he's got a chance to be a Pro Bowl guard.
What number Hawaiian was he taken? Because
Polynesian, John.
Okay, whatevs.
Polynesian.
I mean, every offense. We got the only one that looks like he's from, deep South Alabama. We got the only one. Okay.
Oh, there was no doubt Keelan is a big red. But let's be honest. Are you finally happy that Prada bags are not the most important thing for the offensive lineman in a room?
Yes.
Like forever it's been about photo shoots and Prada bags and having your photographer capture your fit on the way into the locker room on game day for our offensive line. That's receiver business.
Mm-hmm.
That's receiver stuff. We've got offensive linemen now that are like,
they're eating Whataburger on the toilet again.
Yeah.
That's what we like. Let's get Travis in here in a hurry because we said if you call, you're going to get in. Travis wants to talk about the Texans draft. Hey, Travis.
Good morning, gentlemen. Lance, I love all your stuff you do on the draft, man. Thanks, I never saw Rutledge on the first round mock draft, so I was really surprised when they moved up. I don't know why they didn't take a Jets offer if they called them. Could have got the second pick in the second round. But
first pick.
Anyway, with that being said, you're the GM for the Texans. Who are you going to pick with our next pick?
Oh, that's easy. I've already stayed up all night long doing a second, third. I'll tell you who the Texans are picking today. All right? I've already done this. So with the first pick, this might make some people a little bit hot, but with the first pick of the second round that they have, pick number 38. I passed on Caden McDonald and gave him Kristen Miller, another defensive tackle out of Georgia. I think Kamari Lassiter is going to be hyped up on Kristen Miller if he's available. He is a defensive tackle who's also physical. I think Caden, he's got a little bit better body type. A lot of times the Texans kind of shy away from sloppy defenders. That was a San Francisco 49er thing also, and I think D'Amico is doing that here. They don't have real sloppy, real fat guys. Caden's got a little extra weight on him. He's kind of a young, energetic player, but Kristen Miller, to me, is maybe the more mature of the players, and he's a very physical, rotational defensive tackle. So I've got McDonald ahead of him, but I could 100% see Kristen Miller being the pick as a defensive tackle from Georgia. The next pick that the Texans have in the second round, I struggled with it a little bit because I was really going over all their needs in the board, and I finally settled in on Kyle Lewis, the linebacker from Pitt. Kyle Lewis runs a 4.5 340, so he's fast. He's the most athletic linebacker in this draft. He's kind of a hybrid. He's a hybrid like box safety and linebacker. He's not real big. He's in the 220s, but he has amazing cover talent, like phenomenal cover talent. He can take the ball away. He's got the ability to range and run around the field. He's great in coverage. He's very good at blitzing and getting into the gaps and playing downhill, being disruptive. Now, if you run at him, you can knock him around a little bit. He's not always going to hold up at the point of attack when he's taking on blocks. That's not his game. His game is to run, chase, and disrupt and cover on third downs. And so what he would do is come in as a sub-package defender early on for the Texans. And I think eventually he'd be the starter ahead of, when To'o potentially leaves next year. If he does, we'll see because his contract's up. Kyle Lewis actually makes a lot of sense because he's a very versatile cover man, and that's something that they have not had. So I gave them Kyle Lewis, the corner, or rather the linebacker out of Pitt, and then in the third round I gave the Houston Texans. Well, I'd heard that they're drafting Jake Slaughter, the center out of Florida. I'm not sure that's the case now, so I'm actually in the process of changing it right now. And so you'll find out exactly who I give them at pick number 91 here in a second.
All right.
I'm going to make a change, but I'm going to draft. I think I'm going to draft a cornerback for him. I'm going to see who's.
Yes. The answer is yes. Mm-hmm. All right, we got a break. 713-780-3776. Vincent, you'll be first up. Anybody else wants in? You got any draft questions? You're more than welcome. We got Rockets basketball to talk tonight as well. Don't you go anywhere. You're listening to ESPN 97.5.
You're listening to John and Lance.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
Frozen.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5. 737-803-3776 is the number. I got a question for you after last night's draft that we will get to on the other as soon as we get Vincent in here. Let's get Vincent in here first. Hey, Vincent, how are you?
Hello?
Yeah, how you doing, Vincent?
Hey, guys. Hey, two quick questions real quick. Lance, what do you think of the Cowboys' 2 picks? They obviously needed a lot of help on defense after last season. So I'm curious what you think of those guys. And how does the Bills keep screwing up the draft? If they just stay in place, they get their wide receiver. They're idiots.
Who, the Bills, you said? The Bills needed some draft picks. They wanted to pick up some more draft capital. That was kind of a known thing around the league. So they actually traded 3 times in the first round. They traded back, and then traded out of the first round. They've got other things that they plan on addressing. So I had them having a pretty decent second round. Dallas Cowboys, I like the Cowboys draft. So I need to tell you guys this, and you're lucky I'm self-deprecating. We had so you can watch me on the draft. If you go to Amazon, it's actually available on Amazon. You have to look for the NFL channel. So you can go to like NFL.com or Google NFL channel on, NFL.com. It's not NFL channel is not the NFL network. But on Amazon and YouTube, if you search for the NFL channel, you'll be able to watch me and Bucky Brooks and Mike Yam and all of our picks. And I think we have I think we have a pretty good broadcast, just no joke. Our producers are good. We have good content. Bucky and I have really good chemistry along with Mike Yam. So yesterday, Dustin pulls out, one of our listeners, Cowboy fan, he busts out that stupid Dallas Cowboy hat because I was saying that I like the Caleb Downs pick, who the Cowboys traded up one spot to get Caleb Downs, a safety out of Ohio State. And I sent it to the producer because I am self-deprecating. I said, and Bucky's like, oh, my God, not that time when you had to wear that tiny cowboy hat that was fitted that didn't fit you. And I'm like, yep, they screen grabbed it. He goes, the internet's forever. Mike Yam kept saying, we've learned over the last several days that the internet is forever, which is clearly a Diana Rossini shot. So I sent it to my producer, Drew, and he featured that picture and Dustin, and they credited Dustin on the graphic. They took that picture and featured it twice. They showed me in that dumb cowboy hat on our broadcast 2 different times. And I tried to get him to show. Dream Shake had Mike Yam saying shame. They put him in. He had, this is Mike Yam when the Rams took Ty Simpson because Mike Yam just thought it was not a great pick. As nicely as he can say it, he's pretty nice. So just so you know, some of your stuff may end up on the broadcast. Malachi Lawrence liked that a lot. He was another fast riser along with Keelan Rutledge, the pass rusher out of Central Florida. Really, some of the best pass rush tape I saw this year. He is really talented once he gets to the top of the rush, has a ton of different ways to beat offensive linemen, has clearly worked on his pass rush because I just kept charting how many different ways he got to the quarterback. And at one point, in one game, I had 6 different methods that he used in moves. That's just rare for offensive linemen. So I get why they made that pick. I didn't dislike it at all. He was a fast riser. Other teams were hoping he would slip to them in the first round. So I think the Cowboys did a pretty good job. I'm not putting on that dumb hat to say Cowboys did a good job, but I don't have to because that picture lives forever, so it's still around.
I've got a philosophical question for you. Maybe we'll do it on the other side so that we catch up on breaks. Thanks for calling in, guys. Anybody else has a question for Lance, you're more than welcome. It doesn't have to be about the Texans. Can be about any team. whatever your favorite team is, or your favorite college player that was drafted or not drafted, whatever the case may be. You got the preeminent draft expert right here with us on ESPN 97.5. So let's do that. Take a quick break here. Not a long one, so don't you go anywhere. And I've got a philosophical draft question for you on the other side. Don't go anywhere.
You're listening to John and Lance.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5. All right, so Francisco Mendoza's taking number 1 overall. He's going to make $57 million over the 4 years of the contract. He'll get the 5th-year option, maybe.
A lot of Legos. That's a lot of Legos you can buy.
Well, right. But maybe he'll get, there are some quarterbacks that don't get that 5th-year option, so we'll see. But the 4 years, he's going to make $57 million. You know where that slots in the NFL as far as quarterbacks go?
Where?
An average of 14.2 per year slots in 21st in the league.
Yeah.
That's about where a rookie maybe should,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
So okay, Arizona, they take Jeremiah Love, 3rd. He's going to make $13 a year. You know where that slots in the NFL for running backs?
Where?
7th. Now, had you taken
Wow.
Now get this
Wow.
though. If you got an offensive lineman say they took Mauanoa or Fano or whatever, whoever, at the third pick. He would slot in 50th if he was the third overall pick. 50th in the league for offensive linemen.
Okay.
So, but team building, as far as team building goes, it's not smart to take a position player that's not, especially a running back, at the third, a top 5 pick, because you are immediately slotting a salary that is commensurate with the best in the league.
How good is he, though?
Well,
you can tell me about salary, but if this dude is good, you got him for a minimum of 6 years and possibly 7 years if you franchise him twice. Let's look at it that way. If you franchise now, this is assuming that he didn't get pissed off and sit out or whatever. But in theory, you got 5-year option on a running back, a 6th year for sure for that first franchise. You could conceivably go a second franchise. So what you're doing now is potentially avoiding a second contract, which is where the big money comes. I think it can make great financial sense.
I think it
and
makes great financial
really
sense
right.
in the back half of, like, Jadarian Price might be the best pick in this because you got him last, and you get him for 5-6 years at an unbelievably great price. If he's good, it is a great bargain there. But at third overall, he's got to perform.
Yeah, he does. But I mean, that's every pick, though. That's every pick in the top, 5. They got to perform. Those are expensive picks. But more importantly, that's high draft capital. Like, those are high impact players if you get drafted in the top 5. I look at it a little different. I just think, look at all the guys who've been drafted early. Now we'll see what happens with Genty now that he's, they're trying to make. We'll see if they make offensive line the priority. But I look at, how did Saquon do? Has Bijan done? Guys who have been drafted there have been really good, and I look at it as I just want a good running back. I just want a good player, and this year, kind of the running back stuff went out the door because it's not a very good draft at the top, not like with all-pro players. So Arizona basically said, we're just going to take the best player on our board. We're not messing with it. They probably had Jeremiah Love as the number 1 player on their board, more than likely.
Yeah.
So they probably just said, we're taking best player available. What are we doing? We're not. I do think they tried to trade out, but no one was biting for Arvell Reese at 3. That was good discipline. There was good discipline for the Giants. And frankly, I thought, if you wanted him, a lot of people had projected either the Chiefs move up for him or the Saints move up for him. But I had him falling to pick number 6. I thought he was going to fall. If Love went to 3, I thought Arvell's going to fall potentially to 5, where I didn't think they would take Arvell Reese, the Giants. But the Giants basically said, best player available. We're not messing with it. This guy's high on our board. We'll figure him out at linebacker, or we'll figure him out at pass rusher. But maybe he's not a perfect fit in a 4-3. We don't. Well, actually, they may be transitioning to a 3-4. But basically, the Giants said, we don't care if we got players at those positions. We're taking best player. We do not care. We want a good football player. And he's going to be better than Kayvon Thibodeau anyway. Thibodeau's going to be gone. I don't even think he gets another contract. So, sometimes you just take the best guy you can find, because if you pass on good football players for a quote-unquote need, I do understand the idea of trading back sometimes, John, and I thought the Giants might be smart to trade back because there's so many good players on the board. But they said, we got this guy high. We're not fooling with it. Let's go.
It's not great for the Giants when Malik Neighbors can live react to their draft picks. He was like, excuse me, don't we have Thibodeau? Don't we have Abdul Carter?
Wow.
Why are we taking another edge when Caleb Downs is available?
Yeah.
And he didn't do it like on Instagram. He did it on a show. So it was actual show.
Who did that, Malik?
It had production. They had him on, and he was like, where's he going to play? I know he wants to rush the passer, but he was
still available with their next pick.
And they took Maui Noah. But he was like, I know Caleb Downs. This guy is good. Arvo Reese probably going to be a good player, but we have edge rushers. What are we doing?
I don't know. I saw some stuff about Caleb Downs. It was like, that's just a terrible, terrible pick.
Well, I've saw
what do you mean?
Yeah, I don't know. Because I've seen put on a gold jacket, already get him fitted. I've seen that too.
Now the Caleb Downs hype to me has been a little out of control. I think he's a good player. I think he's Jalen Petrie. And I like Jalen Petrie a lot. That's a compliment to Jalen Petrie. That's what I think he is. I think he's a good nickel, down by the box player. I don't think he has the same impact that like a Kyle Hamilton, these high impact safeties. I don't think he has the same. But he's also like he's a really good culture type player. And I think that's one of the things the Giants looked at is, man, we need to get a culture guy. They're going to get rid of Thibodeau. Thibodeau will have one more year. So this is where Malik Neighbors isn't really – you know who Kayvon Thibodeau is. He hasn't produced at a level that, you can't possibly draft at his position.
Wasn't it Malik that said, now I got to face that guy twice a year?
Yeah, he didn't like that
He
either.
didn't like that at all.
No.
He didn't like that at all.
Hey, down. Yeah.
All right.
Well, he ain't covering you outside. Don't worry about it.
Let's get LSU Brian in here. What do you say, LSU Brian?
What's up, guys? All right. Just a couple questions, Lance. Do you think the Chiefs reached in to try to come up and get Mansour? And I don't know much about the receiver that New Orleans drafted, so can you kind of fill me in on them? I appreciate it.
Yeah, I like both picks for both guys, and I hit them both in the mock. Only I had Delane going number 9 to the Chiefs. I didn't think it was a reach at all. Mansour Delane is the third best player in the draft in my estimation. I thought his tape was fantastic. The Chiefs lost both of their cornerbacks this year. They lost 2 cornerbacks in the offseason. I thought Delane was a great pickup for them. And when they moved up early because Arvell Reese was still on the board at 5 and Delane was available. So moving up early, Brett Veach just said, let's do the deal right now with Cleveland. I knew Cleveland was trying to get out of there. He basically said, let's trade up now because whoever falls to us, if Reese falls, they probably would have took Reese because they needed edge also. And if Delane falls, we're taking Delane because the Saints could have taken him at 8 and Washington could have taken Delane at 7. Both teams have corner needs. And not to mention, another team could have traded up. So, including the Dallas Cowboys, who ended up trading up 1 spot. So, smart move by Brett Veach. He got the best cornerback in the draft by far, in my opinion. I thought it was a good pick. And then Jordan Tyson was a fast riser. There was thoughts that he might be the first wide receiver drafted. Coached by Hines Ward at Arizona State over the last 2 years. Dynamic winner of the ball up in the air. Great route runner. Has really improved. Is willing to get after it as a blocker. He showed that in 2024. Not as much in 2025. I think he's kind of protecting himself a little bit. But good draft for the Saints. I think I had him there at 8 in my final mock because, or at least in one of them, I had to do 2. Because they have a wide receiver need, and he was number 2 on the board, so they went with their second best wide receiver choice. And from being a Saints fan, you got Chris Olave and nothing, and you got a young quarterback that Saints fans are kind of hyped up. Man, give him another wide receiver because your wide receiver room is not good.
Yeah.
So I like both picks.
All right, Andy's next. Andy, 713-780-3776. What do you want to talk about, Andy?
What the hell did the Rams do getting Simpson? Does that make any damn sense?
Yeah, I'll tell you why it makes sense. It makes sense because how often did it make sense when Brett Favre was there and they drafted Green Bay Packers drafted Aaron Rodgers? Did that make sense? Not to a lot of Packer fans at the time. They're like, Brett Favre is still playing. What are we doing, even though Favre was older? And Green Bay looked at it as, we've got a chance at pick number 20, whatever it was, to get our successor for Brett. It may not be right now, but how often do you get a chance to draft a guy that we have a high grade on that can take over? We'll do it now and let him sit. It's the same concept. They have a good grade on Ty Simpson, and so they said, how often are we going to get this chance to find our quarterback of the future? Understand that he may not play for a year or even 2 years, but we got a chance to do it without having to trade a bunch of picks to get into the top 5. The Rams aren't going to be picking that high any other time. 13 is as high as they're going to. They're not drafting 13 next year. They're going to draft a lot higher. Their pick is 29, and they traded it for Trent McDuffie to the Kansas City Chiefs. Their pick is 29. They're not going to get to 13. It's not going to happen again, not for a while. So they said, this is our shot. Let's take it. And I don't begrudge them for it. I get why Rams fans are pissed, but this is a rare opportunity. If you have a grade on a player that's high enough, to get a quarterback in waiting without all the fuss. That
if it works out, listen to this.
If it works out, sure.
Here's what Albert Breer tweeted. Rams GM Les Snead and UT Martin coach Jason Simpson have a very strong relationship to the point where Snead helped advise the family when Jason's son Ty was making a decision on whether or not to declare for the draft. And Ty Simpson admitted, he said, no, I've never talked to Sean McVay. Never have. And he made the pick because he's buddies with his dad.
Well, I think they made the pick because they like him.
Yeah.
Well, let's see what – I'm interested – I need to see what the video looks like, but I'm interested to see
there's some body language doctors or analysts who would say Sean McVay not thrilled.
Sean McVay
hands
not
in
happy.
the pocket.
No.
Yeah, not a lot.
No. Steaming. He looked like he was steaming.
Yeah, but
man.
he's sitting there talking, and he doesn't take his hands out of his pocket talking. It all suggests. You say it's their pick. It all suggests it's Les Snead's pick.
It's Les Snead's pick, and here and the thought was, Lance, going into all of this was they need one more weapon for Matthew Stafford, and they think they're right. They were right there. They almost beat Seattle. They could have beat Seattle. If they get one more weapon, they can win another Super Bowl.
So
let's take a quarterback.
Can I remind you that they took Cooper Kupp in the 5th and Puka Nacua in either the 5th or 6th?
Yeah.
Like, Les Snead's pretty good at finding weapons. He's the same guy who found Kobe Bryant in the later rounds. He found who's that defensive tackle, the 3 technique inside Kobe, the other one that they have. I'll think of it in a second. I mean, way outplayed his draft. Like, this is what Les Snead does. He doesn't. I gave them a tackle in the first round because somebody at NFL Network convinced me. He said, Lance, Les Snead, does he ever take wide receivers in the first? And I'm thinking about you're right. Yeah. He's just, some teams fundamentally don't believe in it, and he's damn good at finding wide receivers.
He's pretty good.
I gave them. Look, I gave the Rams a wide receiver in the. I gave him Jeremy Bernard from Alabama in the second round at 61. That's not bad.
No, I love Jeremy. Jeremy had a great year.
Yeah, I gave him 61, Jeremy Bernard. And if it's not him, it could end up being Ted Hurst from Georgia State, or you have to game this out sometimes because all of the players are not in the first round. And they maybe didn't like Mekhi Lemon anyway. Who knows? But I definitely think it's more about and we've heard talk about how much longer is Sean McVay going to coach, right? There's been talk about maybe he could be an early retirement guy. If that's the case, man, Les Snead's got to do what's best for the Rams.
Yeah. Yep. But Sean McVay, you could tell, I want to win now.
Well, that's
and
interesting.
You're taking and you're doing this.
You're probably right. There probably is some. There maybe was a scrap in the background, and that shows you who's got control of the 53. It's Les Snead. I've always thought it was probably McVay.
Yeah. Well, he's got control of the draft anyway. We'll see. We'll see.
Well, yeah, the draft.
Let's take a quick one here. Mekhi Lemon, weirdest interview, maybe only eclipsed by Keldrick Falk. I mean, Laura Rutledge had the hardest job in the world yesterday.
Did she? I didn't get to see any of this stuff.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, we're talking about every pick, so I didn't get to see.
It was brutal.
Now, we do have – Del, can you play – I sent it to you. Do you have – I want to play this when we come back. Arvell Reese was asked about his new team, the Giants.
Yeah.
We might want to play that. I'm not sure he's watched a lot of Giant football.
And we can play Malik Neighbors on what he said about Arvell Reese as well. But first, let's talk a little Champion Energy. I'm back in Houston, and I'm being air-conditioned by Champion Energy right now because we use Champion Energy here at the station, and I used it at my house for 18, whatever it was, 19, 20 years, however long we had a house here. And it's just awesome. It's the only way to go as far as I'm concerned if you're looking for the best way to get that electricity to your house at a great price with great, great, great service. The only time I ever talked to him was when I was moving and I had to change. That's it. I mean, the service was excellent, everything about it. So I don't know where you're at with your electricity bill, what it was like last summer, but it'll be better this summer if only you go to champion.energy/1560, champion.energy/1560. All right, welcome back here. ESPN 97.5, 713-780-3776 is the number to get in with us here. You're more than welcome to do that. Whatever question did you have for Lance? Or want to talk Rockets, you can do that as well. Let's get Pena in here, and I want to do some Rockets stuff. We got Malik Neighbors. We got Arvell Reese. We got a lot of stuff to do. Pena, what's up?
Hey, good morning, guys. I want to talk about the NFL draft. Round 2, Lance, is there any chance what do the Texans have to do to land Anthony Hill Jr., I'm sorry. I've been talking about him for the past few weeks now. He's a dog. I really want him to be a Texan. What can happen for him to fall there? Thank you. Have a great day.
They're not taking him. I don't think they like him, so I wouldn't get too excited about him. I'll talk about him in general. I think Anthony Hill, I'm a little higher on him, I think, than my league sources. I think he goes later in the second and maybe even the third. So, you know what teams really didn't like is – this is going to sound weird to you guys maybe, but when he took his shirt off at the Combine, they don't like the way he's built. They don't feel like he's – they don't think he has a good body type. And I had a team question how hard he was working – how hard he was working out. And there was actually other people who mentioned this at his pro day. You could kind of tell he was kind of just not a ripped linebacker body like you're typically used to. I heard some of the same stuff about C.J. Allen when he was at his pro day, but there's some teams that just really question how hard he was working because his body type looked a little bit soft. For me, I love him on tape, man. I got a first-round grade on him. But that's my grade. The league, I don't think, agrees with me. So my guess is he goes later in the second, a chance of sliding into a third, which is where I put him in my mock, just because there's only a certain amount of teams who need linebacker. I think Jacob Rodriguez goes ahead of him. I had the Texans passing on him and going with Kyle Lewis because I don't think I'm just not sure the Texans love him like I do. So, I don't think he'll be a Texan, but I do think he could go in the second. I think he's really impactful. He can rush. He runs a 4.51 40, so he can run sideline to sideline. He's a very good tackler. He just doesn't miss a lot of tackles. I'm not sure what the league doesn't like about him as much as I do. Well, I know they don't think he's very instinctive is another issue, but I don't know. I'm interested to see where he goes. I feel like I'm right on him, but a lot of times when I'm higher on a guy than the rest of the league, I don't beat the league on those a lot of times, so we'll see what happens.
All right. So we talked about it before the break, Arvell Reese. And for those of you who don't know, Malik Neighbors is the wide receiver for the Giants. Got hurt last year, but he is the wide receiver for the Giants. He's on a podcast watching the NFL draft. The Giants did not select Arvell, or they did.
They did not select Caleb Downs.
They did not select Caleb Downs. They selected Arvell Reese, and they selected Bawanoa, the offensive lineman as well. They didn't take Caleb Downs, which here is Malik Neighbors talking about not taking Caleb Downs.
Player, don't get me wrong, I love the player, but just like he said, like where do you play? Like you wanna be on the outside and rush, but we just drafted somebody last year to do that same position.
2022 with the 5th pick, Kayvon Thibodeau, and then last year with the 3rd pick, Abdul Carter. So it's 3 times in the top 5 in the last 4 years they've gone edge.
The reason why I said Caleb Downs, and I know it's going to be...
There's still a chance they can get him at 10.
And it's still, but I'm saying, though, like, you have to get them when they're available. It's not saying that he's going to be that 10. And because we just traded Dex,
right?
You need interior D-line. I understand getting outside backer, he wants to rush, okay, cool. But I'm saying, though, when you eliminate something from there, you have to put something in the back end.
See, I don't know if he also knows that he's a linebacker, too. Like, they could be playing him at linebacker this year next to Tremaine Edmonds. So, this is an example of I understand wanting Caleb Downs. He doesn't really know a lot about Arvell Reese. I don't think he realizes that the Giants aren't going to give a 5th-year option, I don't think, on Kayvon Thibodeau anyway. I don't think they've offered him no 5th-year option. That means this year's his last year.
Who are their pass rushers? Carter and Brian Burns?
Abdul Carter, Brian Burns. Wait, do they have Brian Burns too, right? So if they do, what they're going to do is play him at linebacker and then have a NASCAR package when it's time to rush, where he will get a rush from wherever. Like I don't know that. I know that I wrote him up as a linebacker originally, so I don't know that a lot of people are looking at this like he could end up playing linebacker for them as well, who has a chance to rush on on third downs, which now you've got 3 really fast, speedy, like you've got hell on wheels over there from a rush standpoint. So I wouldn't he keeps calling him an edge player, an outside linebacker. Yeah, some teams look at him that way, but the Giants may be looking at him as a linebacker.
Well, it's always good to have players commenting on their new players coming in. That's just negatively.
Yeah, I like that. I think that's good.
Well, here is Arvel Reese, though, when asked, okay, so you're going to the Giants. What do you know about the Giants?
Who are you looking forward to meeting the most in the Giants?
Who I'm looking forward to meeting? Jackson Dart, QB.
Malik Neighbors is right about him. Malik Neighbors. I didn't know what side I fell on, but after this, you know what? You got a point.
Why? Just because he doesn't know the team?
Yeah. He doesn't know anybody but him.
He finally came up with Jackson Dart. He was searching for any Giant he could think of. Giants. Who's that white boy that does all that stuff? Oh, Cam Scatterboo? Yeah.
Fun, yeah.
Yeah, I like that white dude with the swag. Which one? Which white dude with the swag there? They got 2.
If he's a real one, he would have said Patrick Ricard.
I didn't even know Patrick Ricard was over
He's
there
a new
now.
Giant.
I didn't even know
Him
Ricard
over.
was over there. Yeah.
Well, if Harbaugh's there, Ricard's going to be there.
Yeah, he should. Well, you know what, Malik? I kind of side with you. When your new guy,
you're on Team Malik.
When your new guy can't name a player except for the quarterback, you know what? He couldn't have named another defender. Abdul Carter, Javon Holland, one of the guys you're going to play with.
Do you have Mekhi Lemon ready?
Yeah.
I mean, Lance, do you remember Mekhi Lemon from the combine?
The zesty thing?
He couldn't have been weirder, right?
Yeah, it was. I know what you're talking about. It was where he stares at everybody with his eyes kind of down and is doing his head side to side.
Yeah. Well,
it's
he was doing that
different.
again last night. Only he had shades on.
That's his move.
He had sunglasses on, and he was doing that again. Well, he's got the weird eyes. The weird eyes at the combine was, and it's like, what? This dude is strange. Okay, I just voted him most likely to be Antonio Brown. Okay.
Oh boy.
Mekhi Lemon. Here he is with Laura Rutledge last night.
From the first time you ever put on pads and a helmet to this moment right here, being a first-round pick in the NFL draft, what has defined your journey?
Man, I ain't gonna lie, I'm just so blessed right now. I just praise the Lord for every moment, really. It's a dream come true. I can't even believe this right now.
When you look out at those Philly fans and you think about the fan base that's about to embrace you with open arms, what will they love most about you?
They getting the door. This ready to work, for real. I ain't doing no plan.
Thank you, Mekhi.
He's going back and forth with his head like Stevie Wonder.
No plan.
He was Stevie Wonder.
Uh-huh.
I mean,
dude, he is a dog.
We were just me and JT were watching. We were just like,
does he get open?
Yeah, he's a good route runner, and he's not fast, but he catches everything. He is a contested catch.
And he can elude guys too. He's a good player. There's no question, but he is a weird dude now. He's taking some hits to the head. I know he is.
Hey.
No, he's going back and forth. I swear, I thought
he's wired way.
He was doing a Stevie Wonder. That's a
cobra. He's doing that cobra move where he's trying to. He's hypnotizing you with his eyes.
He is being a cobra.
Well, he had sunglasses on, so he wasn't hypnotizing.
But he's just letting you know I'm ready to strike at any point.
Okay,
that's what it is.
He's ready to strike.
I've been seeing cobras get their ass kicked.
I can't wait. I'm getting ready. You get ready to get a dog.
They getting a dog.
You getting a dog? What you getting?
I've been seeing cobras online get their ass kicked lately by birds and yeah.
Well, don't worry. It's not lately. It's just your algorithm's just firing you a bunch of videos now.
But man, oh man.
I know.
Cobras are having a rough
lose
time
often.
Time
you know what? I don't think they ever show cobra victories. I'm going to be honest with you.
They don't?
It's like they're only Yeah, it's like a propaganda from the Big Mongoose.
You think
from Big Mongoose and Big Bird?
Honey badger.
Like, honey
Yeah.
badgers always beating them. Like, you never see cobras with a victory. They lose to Indian children. They lose to children in Mumbai.
Isn't one of your
in the street? They
one of your
snatch 'em up.
children nicknamed Cobra?
Yeah.
No, he tried to self-name him.
Yeah, he did.
Let it,
No,
I
he
let it
is.
stick.
Which kid is nicknamed Cobra?
That was
Snacks
Sebastian.
tried to give himself Cobra. He was writing it on his school papers. I said, "This isn't your. It's Snacks. You're not getting out of it. You're not beating the Chargers."
I understand
You're
trying
not
to get the Cobra.
Yeah. Now that he's in jiu-jitsu,
He can be.
I've got to admit, he maybe
He
should
can
be
be
Cobra now.
Sebastian Cobra Zerline.
Yeah.
Put it on the shorts, Cobra.
Well, now he's super serious. So if I said Cobra, he'd like, "Shut up, Dad."
Now that's perfect. Now
I saw.
Yeah, now you're in jiu-jitsu.
I saw a great leopard.
Or the python.
I saw a great leopard warthog fight the other day.
Who won?
The leopard,
Oh.
but barely.
Wait.
Warthog
No.
is a badass.
Wait. Is this the one where the leopard's trying to get the baby out of the?
He already got the baby. The warthog
he
got the
won?
baby, and then the mom came.
Yeah, but then other warthogs came too.
No. This one was just. There was one-on-one.
You didn't watch it long enough. You just quit it like you do streaming shows.
No.
Leopard won.
I
If you
watched the
would've
whole
stuck
thing till the
with it-
warthog was dead.
Wait, it killed the warthog?
Well, killed the
big
warthog.
warthog or the
Yeah.
baby warthog?
No, it was a big-ass warthog.
Wow, I need to go back and watch it.
yeah.
And I thought it was multiple
Pumbaa.
warthogs beat the. Wow, I
Yep.
know the video you're talking about too.
All right, time to talk about East River 9. Now, let's talk some golf here. We just talked about the Insperity a little bit. It's perfect golf weather right now. I don't know what you're doing, but if you're not out golfing, I don't understand you. Well, I have to work, John, for a living. I'm not like you. Well, guess what? Yeah, you can play East River 9 because it's open at night. Well, I work nights, John. Well, it's open during the day. It's open. So you can go and have a big time. You can have a great time playing, and it's not all day. Let's say your wife is pregnant or she likes you at home or something. Okay, a 5-hour golf round, I can see where that might be a problem. Okay, not an hour and a half. You're done in an hour and a half. Then you got the bar right there. You got the bar restaurant right there. It makes it hard. You got driving range right there. You got pickleball courts right there. Beautiful pro shop. Everything that you want right there at East River 9. But you can take clients there. You can take friends there. You guys can meet there at night. You can have a little competition. Let's say, you love to play golf with your friends, but you can't because you got to work during the day. You can go to East River 9 at night. EastRiver9.com. Make your tee time and get on out there and enjoy beautiful sights there. The best view of downtown we have. EastRiver9.com.
You're listening to John and Lance.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right, welcome back. Rockets tonight, 7 o'clock. Kevin Durant now has an ankle on top of the knee. He's questionable. And apparently now Austin Reeves is questionable for the game too. So both those guys questionable. But the big story has been finding out. Ime's got to find an answer for the double teams on Kevin Durant. But Jabari Smith's already found it out. Jabari Smith says, and this feels a little bit like, oh, yeah, that low-key comment you made about me? Allegedly, that low-key comment you made about me? Well, how about this, KD? You know what? Get over your little double teams, Bia.
I don't think that's
what he's saying.
The tone.
I think that's his tone.
Okay, let's hear it.
Let's hear
Jabari
it.
Smith after practice. John trying to start stuff.
They're trying to stop him, and the other guys got to be aggressive. We got to be aggressive out of it. We got to make the right reads out of it, make the right decisions, and it's on him to find ways to get himself involved and get to his spots without the excluding double team. Just because he's getting double team, we still need him to be KD. So there's still ways around it, and we got some fixes to it, and we're gonna be better next 2 games.
I saw some people get upset and fussy. Well, mostly it's just KD stands. But so they don't count. They're not us. They just follow KD around like the LeBroners follow him. But what did he say? Like
he said
the truth.
He said, "Shut your bitch ass up." That's what he said. What you're complaining about the double teams?
Wow.
Yeah, that's what he said.
Lexi, cut that. No, don't cut
nope,
that.
Don't
we
cut
don't
that.
need that heat on this show. Don't cut that, Lexi.
That's what he said. You want me to translate it?
Say it with
you
your
just
chest.
Did. Okay.
Say it with your chest.
I got your low key right here. That's what I got.
Shut your bitch ass up. That's what you translated?
I was waiting for him to say shut yo like that.
He said shut your bitch ass up.
He
didn't put the extra juice I may be putting on it, but he said it.
That's what he said. That's what I heard.
That's what John is saying Jabari
That's what
said.
I heard Jabari saying.
I just said, hey, you're the superstar. We still need you to be
Figure it out. Figure it out. And I got your low key hanging right here.
Now, John's trying to start an issue with a team with their backs against the wall. You're trying to break them apart.
I want to come out with a little intensity.
I don't know that that's the case.
To rally the troops.
When he keeps referencing a moment that allegedly KD said Jabari Smith. No, I don't think he's trying to bring them together.
I don't know.
Usually, yeah.
No, I need some. Did you hear when asked about the chemistry, Alpy was like, we talk during timeouts and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, everybody does.
Yeah, we talk.
We go back and forth.
Yeah, we go. Yeah. Ime's catching it, though. I want to tell you. Was Zach Lowe really?
Yeah, I need to go grab that. That's 2 minutes of an evisceration.
Holy crap. It is like Zach Lowe sounds like Diana Rossini's husband here.
What?
He's all pissed off.
I don't know. I don't know.
Ime Vrabel.
What? Oh, well, okay. Now that's a thing. I don't know that we haven't heard from Rossini's husband. In fact, we haven't heard from either of the two other people involved in this nonsense.
But I never heard. Zach Lowe is really unloading on Ime. Ime needs to find. Ime's getting out coached. There's no question. He's getting out coached. And here's Ime talking about finding a way to get and this is honestly, this is like the 3rd straight game that they've been doing this, and Ime's just figuring out. We just got to find an answer for the 2 games that they played in the regular season here. You know what they did? They double teamed KD and kept the ball out of his hands, and then in game 2 when KD played, they double teamed him and kept the ball out of his hands.
Said we've got some fixes. You heard what Jabari said. We got some fixes. What he said was, we got something for the bitch
that's what
ass.
John ignored. He was trying to start a fight between the two.
No.
But at the very end,
stop complaining.
Jabari
he said, we got something for that bitch ass is what he said.
Okay, we're using that word a lot. What he said was we got some fixes. That's what John ignored. He didn't want to see the positivity.
Well,
I want to say we got some fixins.
Oh, is that what he said? Because all I heard Ime saying was, "Well, we got to figure it out."
You think he talked about basketball and then he went to fixins like mac and cheese and yams? What do you mean fixins?
Yeah,
that's what he
That's
didn't say.
fixins.
He didn't say fixins.
There's some fixins going on.
Why would he mention fixins?
We got some fixins at the potato bar.
We got some fixes. Here's here's Ime being asked a question and his response to the big one. How do you stop the Lakers from torturing KD?
For how you like having Kevin Durant as initiator because he can force those double teams and you have that 4-3 advantage on the back end. But he was fourth in shots last game. If the teams continue to kind of struggle shooting, would you like to see him more in the mid-range and not necessarily as the initiator, so he can get those easier shots?
Yeah, I think it's a balance for sure. The main thing is the turnovers and us, not being aggressive out of it or converting out of it. We've done decent at times this year, and at times we struggled. But the balance there is, yes, not just having him handle every time, where he can hit and take it out of his hands. But they're doubling a lot of his actions. It's not just when he's as a handler. It's off ball, switching and then doubling. So the team wants to go after you and try to double you. They can do that regardless, and you have to be better behind it.
I think I want the guy who was asking the question to coach the team. Hey, do you know what? Maybe you can get him instead of him bringing the ball up and they're double teaming him at half court. Maybe he can get the ball in the offense already when somewhere around the free throw line instead. Yeah, I think I want that guy coaching because Ime's still trying to figure it out.
Yeah, but then we would miss
3
out.
times they've been doing this to KD.
Yeah.
Only 3 full games.
But how would we deal with missing out on Ime getting to call coaches and players bitches and p words? I mean, is that guy gonna do that?
No, I don't know if he's gonna.
So
do
maybe
that.
you gotta think about these things before you want to make drastic changes.
Yeah, boy, he called. He don't care. He called LeBron a bitch.
And LeBron was like, hey.
He called the referee the P word the other day.
Yes. He don't care.
He talks all kinds of ways.
No, he does. But then, how about talking to your players and, I don't know, coming up with some kind of solution? That'd be great.
I'm afraid he's going to call Kevin Durant the P word.
Oh, wow.
If he stands out 27 feet from the basket.
I don't think he'll ever.
Go get open, P word.
It'll never be audible, but I believe everybody on that roster has caught that in his head at some point.
Oh, yeah.
Probably.
This soft ass.
Probably. Zach Lowe is firing out here. Here is Zach Lowe on Ime in this series.
I thought Ime Udoka's coaching performance in Game 2 was borderline insane. I just did not understand anything the Rockets were doing on offense. Reed Shepherd, Kevin Durant, and Alperen Şengün played 4 minutes together the entire game. That threesome is your only roadmap to functional NBA offense against a team who is missing its 2 best players, which should be shouted from the rooftops all the time. The Rockets are struggling against a team missing its 2 best players, against a team that has had to have Luke Kennard score like 30 points a game to win these games. Those 3 guys playing 4 minutes together, Reed Shepherd coming off the bench and playing 11 minutes, and he didn't play well. He didn't make shots. He was a little frazzled himself. I just thought was like a coaching self-sabotage of the level that I have not seen in a long time. Their offense is so bad that there are so many possessions where like nothing happens until there's 14 on the shot clock. And then one thing happens. It doesn't do anything. Like, it doesn't switch the matchup in any favorable way for the Rockets. And then they act like 14 on the shot clock means we're done. Like, we just can't do anything else. And Alperen Şengün or Amen Thompson is like, all right, I guess I'm just going to dribble from 20 feet out and pray that something happens. And they miss shots or Marcus Smart strips them. I just can't believe the lack of functionality in their offense.
There's like a minute and a half more.
I can believe it.
Yeah. Well, he believes that Ime should be fired. He thinks Ime should be fired. That, I mean.
Yeah, he's been on this for a little bit, though.
Yeah.
He's been on this. And you know what? This is a good point. I was when I saw that yesterday, I was factoring this in. Look, I believe Reed Shepherd, we kind of overdo it with Reed Shepherd talk just because we're trying to find something. And this series is not going to be won or lost because of Reed Shepherd. It's going to be Alperen Şengün more than likely. But But this is a pretty good point. Reed hurts you because his defense isn't good, and we know that. Reed and Alpe on the court together, bad defense. But when you think about needing a functional offense, you know, and Ime's not wired for this, and I tried to be objective about this. Is there a time you think, you know what, yeah, we're not as good defensively, but we've got to be better offensively in this series because the Lakers have their 2 best scorers out, and it's not like they're piling up points on you. They get off to good starts or they have explosions here and there. But maybe you look at this and just say, why don't we just put our best offensive lineup in, try to play as well as we can defensively, and just try to outscore the Lakers? Just say, look, man, you don't have Luka, you don't have Austin Reeves. Maybe we can just 118 to 10, to 114 you. Maybe that is the way to go, is just lean into the offense and maybe get away from – it sounds counterintuitive, but against the Lakers, maybe the better move is going heavier offense and maybe a worse defensive lineup.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, well, we did a good job. We only gave up 101. Yeah, but you only scored 94. What the F? I mean, that's that. Oh, well, we did our job defensively. Yeah, you did, but you can't score. You can't score. You're stuck offensively.
Can't score if you don't shoot. That was said.
Well, no, and Alpe just missing every layup is just ridiculous.
Well, that doesn't help.
Holy crap, was he out? He was awful in those 2 games. He'll be better tonight. Rockets will win tonight. Rockets take care of this series is going back there. Boy, frickin' Minnesota looks pretty good, boys.
Is KD going to play tonight?
KD, it doesn't matter if KD's playing or not. Jabari said it. I mean, if you don't shut your BS up.
Jabari didn't say that.
Yeah, it's kind of what he said.
That's not what he said.
That's not what he said. So KD is
questionable. Do you
questionable.
want a burner account on you? Or actually, KD's roasting people directly from his account these days.
Yeah, are you sure you want that smoke?
I don't care about that
smoke. And so KD is questionable with the ankle and the knee, and Austin Reeves has been upgraded to questionable. So we may say, maybe not tonight, but maybe on Sunday. Maybe Austin Reeves is back playing for – so they might get one of their guys back before they even go back to L.A., which is great. It's just awesome.
Awesome.
That he comes back. Like, that's about 3 weeks after he got hurt, which wasn't the projection 4 to 6 for both of those guys? And Austin Reeves is going to be back in 3 weeks?
Yep.
Cool. It's good stuff.
Yep.
Neat stuff.
Neat stuff. All right. 713-780-3776. We get back to the draft or whatever you guys want to talk about.
Oh, my God.
We got a break.
I'm just seeing the AI that they have with Rossini and
do the Maury Povich thing.
Maury Povich, yeah.
Oh, my God.
That's so
AI is going to end us.
Yes.
We will not survive AI.
The Maury Povich, you're the dad, Mike. Oh, my God.
Somebody with nuclear capabilities is going to see an AI video and just fire all their nukes.
But Grok went back and picked the exact date that Michael, her oldest son, was born.
Oh, I don't even want to hear
and
this
the
one.
inception was whatever 288 days. The conception was 288 days, and you know where she was 288 days before that?
Y'all gotta stop.
Before the
y'all
birth?
gotta stop. Y'all are
Well, don't
too
say
far into
y'all.
this
I'm not
business.
saying a word.
Now she did she did have a tweet that people picked up.
Yes.
Like
something about not walking correctly.
No.
Oh, you didn't see that one?
This must be a different one.
Yes, it is.
Where she said, I look at my son who's 4 days
and
old.
the Michaels.
And his name is Michael. And I think to myself, who are the best Michaels who ever played and coached in the NFL?
Oh, my God.
Yeah, that's actually out. Like, how she hasn't deleted her account is
she did.
insane to me.
She has deactivated her Twitter account.
Yeah. Okay.
Was this after everyone has gone through
Well,
every
yeah,
tweet?
but it happened yesterday.
Okay.
You know what's happened for 50 years here? Brinkman Quality Roofing. Brinkman is awesome. If you're looking for, I'm telling you, it's really ridiculous if you let somebody who just knocks on your door to come up and get up on your roof. I mean, it's just ridiculous. Don't do it. So shingle roofs, tile roofs, metal roofs, commercial roof repairs, roof maintenance, roof replacements, homes and businesses. Brinkman Quality, locally family-owned and operated in the Houston area for over 50 years. When you are in the market for a roof replacement, perfect time to consider these shingles. These solar shingles are unbelievable, okay? and the roof will pay for itself with the savings that you'll make. And they look great. It's not like solar paneling. It's shingles. So it is really, really cool. But it pays for itself. Think about that. Think about it. Jason said, I don't know why everybody doesn't do it. It's just ridiculous not to because of how much money you're going to save. Your biggest cost electricity-wise is your air conditioning, and how much are you going to save with these shingles? You're looking for the best way to get a roof. I mean, how about a company that's been around for 50 years and been doing it and has seen everything and knows everything about the roofing business? 100% financing available, free no obligation estimates, 281-480-7663, 281-480-ROOF, or Brinkman Quality, BRINKMANN, 2 N's at the end, brinkmanquality.com.
It's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right, welcome back. 713-780-3776. You got some draft questions? If you haven't heard, the Texans they traded up and got Keelan Rutledge, the big guard, and he is somebody who is apparently he has the makeup. He has the makeup that the Texans love. But Cacerio, now he did talk about the makeup, about the guy. He loves football. He was at an Airbnb, just he and his wife, and that he's just all about ball. Loves that. But now you got, okay, Lance, solve this problem. Okay? He's not there? He's not there. Well, let's solve this problem then. Got Ed Ingram, Wyatt Teller. You've got Evan Brown, and now Keelan Rutledge. I guess you know what? Offensive line can have some rotation to it too.
They generally don't like that, but you have depth that you did not have.
Yes.
Like, you hope now that you have players that if an injury happens, you're not panicked and going, oh, no, what the hell are we going to do? They had to switch a lot of guys around to make it work last year when people got hurt. At least on the interior, well, you have your versatility in Braden Smith, tackle or guard. Interior.
Yeah, but now you got so many guards, there's no question he's a tackle.
Yeah, I would say so.
Yeah. I mean, look at all the guys inside you got now.
Yeah, it's the same. So he has the ability to move inside if someone gets banged up, but Ed Ingram and Wyatt Teller are your guards. Does the first rounder who did some Senior Bowl stuff as a center become an option there over Jake Andrews? If you're trying to get all these guys you've either given money to or drafted on the field in the last year, that would be the one spot where you think if he can be a center early, then it solves some of your issues with glut.
So ESPN's depth chart has put Keelan Rutledge in as the starter at left guard, Wyatt Teller at right guard.
Where's Ed Ingram playing?
Ed Ingram is a backup.
They don't know that Ed Ingram got a big deal
He
this
got
offseason?
a big deal.
Yeah, Ed Ingram's not a backup.
He is not a backup. And he played well last year.
Yeah, so I don't know that they're up to date on all of the moves the Texans made.
Nope. I like the offensive line. Now, if anybody can move over and play some center and replace Jake Andrews, now we got something going.
This is what I'm saying. That's you. Where does it shake out? If Rutledge is a guy who can move the center, you solved the problem about where we're playing our guys. Are we going to sit a first-round pick? Are we in a position to have our first-round pick not start for us this year? If he can play center, then that would be great. I don't know that he feels like. I think he was asked about it. He said he's capable. How do the Texans feel about that? And if they feel great about it, then you're set.
Yeah. And Johnny Harris, I think, has said he's got the center ability. So if Johnny Harris said it, then I believe it.
Yeah, I think Johnny, there's video from their broadcasts out. I think he was pretty happy about the move. And we talked about it, Lance talked about it. If it's what they've decided they want to be, either through being forced to because of what they've seen from their quarterback, or just, hey, this is the direction they want to go no matter what. We're going to be aggressive, hard-nosed. We're going to run the football, and we're going to play to our defense.
Who immediately do you pinpoint? What position do you pinpoint now? I would say defensive tackle, huh?
Well, he's back, so Lance can tell us.
Defensive
my
tackle.
card wouldn't work. I couldn't even get up the freaking elevator because my stupid card wasn't working.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, defensive tackle.
Defensive tackle.
To
And then
me, it's
linebacker?
defense tackle, linebacker, and then corner and tight end. I think they draft tight end in the third. Will Kazmarek, Ohio State. He's kind of a swarmy guy. I think
Another one from Ohio State?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, we got.
He's a blocking tight end.
I mean, we
He's a
just
Y.
picked up the blocking tight end, though, in Moreau. We got Dalton Schultz, Cade Stover. I mean, I think they're going to. I really think they need depth at corner. Although you're right, you got Jalen Smith coming back, or coming in for the first time now. That will help, but you still need more depth there. You were thin last year. Yeah. And as soon as Lassiter went down in that Chargers game, it was awful.
You're thin at linebacker too, though. To me, I'm making that a priority at some point personally, but I'm not. We'll see when they do it. I think you need defensive tackle. I think you need linebacker. I think you need a blocking tight end, and you for sure need cornerback depth. You for sure need it.
Jake Hansen, Jake Hummel, Jamal Hill.
Too many Jakes.
Marte Mapu. That's your depth.
And he's more of a team guy.
Has anyone signed beyond this year?
Any of those guys? What did EJ? Did EJ just take a?
Well, the two starters are not. They've only got one. Although my guess is Aziz will get a contract extension. He's pretty loyal. I could see Toto get one also, to be honest with you.
Yeah. Let's get Jacob in here. He wants to talk about the draft. What do you say, Jacob?
To answer your question, EJ Speed signed for this year and 26 and 27. Here's Jacob.
Jacob, what's up?
Hey, I just wanted to call in real quick. I'm about an hour behind listening to the show because I'm on the West Coast and I just woke up for work. But I am just wanted to give Lance some props. Y'all do have a great show, man. You, Bucky, and Mike. I did find it on Amazon because I was trying to watch a little bit of the basketball games. And I don't know if y'all remember, but I moved, and so my only two friends up here, they don't really watch football. So I was watching it with my roommate. I got to explain to her who you were and that I listened to you on the radio every day. And y'all just had a great broadcast, man. Once I actually found y'all, I kept it on y'all show for the rest of the night. I think I found y'all at pick like 18 or something like that.
Yeah.
So really, really good job. Just wanted to say good job, and thank you for everything you do, not just for my Houston Sports Radio Day, but also my NFL Network and draft analyst. So appreciate it.
Thank you so much. It was very nice of you. And what he's saying is thank you for my service. He was thanking me for my service.
Well,
okay.
Yeah,
I mean, I wish you two would every once in a while say thank you for your service.
Dude,
wait a minute.
How about this?
Why don't you thank me for my service when you text me randomly about what you think the Dolphins are going to do?
How
Thank
about this?
me
You
for that.
typically don't text back on time.
In time? What's the time frame?
Well,
what do you need?
tweeted
now, when I text it, I need an answer right then on a mock draft.
Sorry, I don't work for you.
I mean, I
In that
texted
regard.
last night. I didn't get a response about
what?
About all these first rounders that the Hurricanes had and why they still suck.
Because your joke was dumb.
Text.
That's why. It was a dumb joke when they were in the national title game. That's why you didn't get a response.
Did they win it? Did they win the national title?
Does that mean you suck if you don't win the national
Boom,
title?
winner.
So you didn't get, John, it was a clunker. That's why no one responded.
Yeah. Boom.
Everyone's like, wait a minute. Weren't they in a title game? What's John talking about?
Did they win it? No. No natties. 0.
Well, they've got 5.
Okay, not this year. They don't have any.
You're right. Yeah, only one team can win. You're right.
That's all.
So everyone else sucks.
Indiana.
Besides Indiana.
It's not basketball. 713-780-377. Are we
No, we're not.
We're behind?
We're way behind.
Way behind as usual. All right.
Question are you asking?
Let's try to catch up with a little break here. Don't go anywhere. It's a quickie. Don't you go anywhere. ESPN 97.5.
It's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right, welcome back. 713-780-3776. It doesn't matter what team it is. You got a question about it, Lance is here for you. 713-780-3776. Sleep deprivated, all in on second, day 2. Oh, I watched Bill Burr did a stand-up about guys who sit and watch the draft.
Bill Burr?
Bill Burr.
I haven't seen that.
He was like,
I don't think I have.
What idiot? Oh, hey, you're watching about a guy you have no idea about. Oh, what do the Jets need in the 4th round? Just read the paper tomorrow.
Well, no, you can watch. You can watch, guys.
Oh, no, you can watch it.
Some of you comment without really knowing these guys at all and will argue with me after I've spent hours watching tape, working on this, figuring out
and they don't even
value and all that, and they have literally seen a video on Instagram, and they will argue with me to the end of time and put clown emojis on me.
Why don't you just say,
get
shut your BS up?
I just get so, like, everyone tells me, oh, just ignore those guys. It's just hard for me to ignore scrubs who aren't even putting any time in, who just come after me like, dude, I know you haven't put any time into watching this guy at all. Why are you arguing with me? Because you saw a video online on an Instagram, quick cut Instagram of a kid who's, 18 years old telling you that some guy sucks, so I'm a clown now? God, it pisses me off.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it is what it is. It is what it is. Keith is here. What up, Keith?
Hey, guys, love the show. Want to talk about the NBA last night. Mikal Bridges is getting an insane amount of heat online last night for his dud. But I want to focus my anger on the Denver Nuggets. They won the title 2 years ago. They've got a generational player in Jokic. They trade away a guy who they won a title with, Michael Porter Jr., 25 a night, for Cam Johnson, who threw up maybe 6 points last night. They are not giving any help to Jokic. Their bench is atrocious. I know Aaron Gordon didn't play last night. They fired Mike Malone, which makes no sense. They have Christian Braun, who scored 2 points last night, getting no heat online. 5 years, $125 million. The Nuggets have no bench whatsoever. None. Their bench is so atrocious. Bruce Brown is not a point guard. I know he went to Miami and Dell likes him and they won a title with him. He's not a point guard. Julian Straw there, I know their benches, they have so many guys that can't play. They've got Adelman as the son, as the coach, and he's had no coaching experience prior. Jokic is a generational player. They won a title 3 years ago. And Michael Porter Jr. is 25 a night in Brooklyn. Christian Braun, 2 points last night, getting no heat. 5 years, $125 million. Wow. It's absolutely crazy how they don't get any help for the Nuggets. Jokic needs help.
Well, they're in the conference finals last year. But besides that, I don't know why Michael Porter Jr. is his thing. Michael Porter Jr., the key thing you're saying in Brooklyn, where someone has to score points for that team. He was on the team last year. He's always hurt. That's why they made the move. And Cam Johnson costs less. And
How much did he overreact with Michael Malone too?
I mean, that is something you could take into account. But if he lost the players, maybe you say, hey, suck it up. Michael Malone's a championship coach. But also, Aaron Gordon didn't play. And we know what that team is like when he's on the floor with them and when he's not. So that news broke later than you'd like. They were expecting him to play, or at least he had a chance. I think he got on the court for warm-ups to see if he could go, and then he was ruled out. So it's a series. Yeah, they got their ass kicked, but this Denver-Minnesota thing is a back and forth. It swings. These series swing back and forth. Would I be surprised they come out in Game 4 and beat the Wolves? No.
Yeah, but way more Christian Braun talk than I thought we were going to get.
Yeah, he's getting paid a lot of money. He's not been very good, but I'm not sure why. Do we want to get after the Denver Nuggets general manager and take him to task for giving Christian Braun that money?
Well, and it's Christian Brown.
It's Brown, yes.
It's Brown, not Braun. But even though it's spelled Braun, it's Brown. And what does Brown do for you? Not enough. Apparently, not enough for Keith.
Keith is furious.
Keith just thinks that $125 million could have been spent so
Guys,
much better on
Mike-
Dorian
I want to talk
Finney-Smith.
about
Michael
I want to talk
Porter
about
Jr.
Denver's. I want to talk about Denver's bench for a second.
Well, let me give you something that he called into my show about that's more in line with us. He thinks the Astros should sign Taijuan Walker, the pitcher the Phillies let go because he's terrible.
He's only had a 9.13.
But he's done it before.
Okay.
That's what I heard yesterday.
Okay.
Hey, he's done it before. He's pitched on the major league level before.
Mm-hmm.
The Astros need help. Get Taijuan Walker.
Did you guys see, though, that apparently the word is now that Dorian Finney-Smith is healthy enough to play tonight?
Yeah, I saw that he's now healthy enough to play.
Wait. Oh,
Yeah.
this has been a health thing?
Apparently.
Recently.
Not a suck thing.
He had been banged up recently, and now he's healthy enough to get on the court and play.
That's what the word was yesterday. So you will see him tonight. Thank God.
What? Is that guaranteed?
No, but I'm hoping.
Maybe we get a DNP. CD.
What? Yeah.
He's healthy enough to DNP?
DNP CD. Maybe
DNP coach's decision?
Yeah, maybe we get that instead of
that's the
DNP
hope.
left foot contusion. Maybe
That's
it's
the hope.
DNP coach's decision.
Huh.
We don't have to play him just because he's healthy enough to play.
Huh.
I mean,
Wow.
what we did hear yesterday that Reed will get more minutes.
Oh, wow. Thank you.
He was asked
12,
about the 11
13?
minutes. Well, I just heard more. I don't know how many more minutes, but he'll get more.
Wow. That is awesome. Maybe we'll score more than 94.
Yeah, the problems for the Rockets are being exacerbated because they can't beat this bad, or not bad Laker team, but this hampered Laker team. But people are pointing out that Reed Shepherd and Alperen Sengun and Kevin Durant need to be on the floor at the same time because they're the only ones that anyone on the Lakers respects offensively. The Lakers, when only two of them are on the floor, can do a great job of limiting them and not having to worry about.
Well,
anyone
Sengun
else.
is another. I love where the offense starts. Half court with Sengun and KD.
Well,
that's where the offense starts. And they get doubled out there. And Sengun then starts dribbling it about up head high.
Yeah, it's not great.
Yeah, that's awesome.
He is taking so many bullets in this. Did you see the video where, and it's AI, where it's a Rockets team playing and they show a player and it's from behind a chain link, and you've got a phone video, and somebody is thrown literally down the steps. He just falls down from the steps of the jet, and it's teammates throwing Alpie off the plane. God almighty. AI has made this so easy for
oh my
people
God.
to get
Well, did you
cracked on.
see the cartoon of Alpie, the fat Alpie?
No.
You haven't seen
Fat
that?
Alpie? No.
Fat Alpie, yeah. No, it's not Fat Albert. It's Fat Alpie, and he's playing, and he's just really. He looks like. I don't know, one of those cartoons.
He is taking Turkey, the country of Turkey, or Turkey.
Oh no,
they're not going to like this. They're going to be so mad. They're going to go on a tweeting spree
hunger
about
strike.
some of these. They're going to go on the tweeting spree about some of these things that have been put out there.
All right. Well, let's break and catch up. 713-780-3776. You've got 1 hour left in this week.
Let's get to Keelan Rutledge a little bit again, the first pick, and I'll give when we come back. You know what? I'll unleash my all the picks. I'll give you. I've done it before, but I'll do it again. I'll tell you all 3 picks I've got for the Texans today, coming up today, and we'll also hear what Nick Cacerio had to say about Keelan Rutledge because, and I'll give you my thoughts again because this guy is a dirt dog.
Mm-hmm. All right, we'll do that after this. All right. What a great deal. Casey Concepcion meeting the media. He's got a stuttering problem his whole life. And for him to be out there, and he'll be a face for stuttering, and just great to see him. Having the confidence to go out there and still do it, despite the impediment. That's awesome. That is awesome. And maybe I don't know. I don't know. Is there any? I've never heard of. Is there? Because I know George Springer used to do stuff, right?
Yeah. His stutter is like almost gone.
Yeah, it is. But KC has got it, and for I don't know what you can do. I don't know. Is there any? I guess you could go and see a speech therapist, right? Yeah. So maybe that's in the offing for him to dedicate himself to that and helping people with stuttering issues. That's great though. I want to go through. We got time to get to the Texans. Okay. Second pick. Did you like Bailey over Reese?
Yep.
You did.
Reese has the higher upside. I got a higher grade on him, but Bailey's a really talented rusher. I got him as a number 2 player in the draft, and he can get to the quarterback. Reese is still trying to learn how to rush. Reese has all this upside, but Bailey's like kind of ready to do it now.
All right, let's go through quickly. Yep. Jeremiah Love, did you like that?
Liked it. Fine. I was okay with it. Yeah.
Tarnell Tate, did you have him your first wide receiver?
I had him as my first wide receiver. I considered him for the Titans in my first mock. I did give him to the Giants one time. I was surprised. That one surprised me. I thought it was going to be Sonny Styles.
You did.
Uh-huh.
Mansour Delane, you thought, but listen, it was a need. He's the best player.
No, I love Delane there. I thought it was a great pick.
You had him at 9,
Delane
but he went
is
6, right?
Yeah, I had him at 9, but I have him as the third best player on the board in this draft.
Then Sonny Styles falls all the way to Washington. That was a nice pick.
Good.
Jordan
pick.
Tyson, they need the Saints need a wide receiver.
Uh-huh.
That room's not great. Then we go with a couple of offensive tackles. Did you see that?
Yeah, Manoa just kind of best available. I had that in my mock draft too, just because it just made sense because he's going to play guard. I think he'll play right guard, and that's where he has his best chance to be that's his best shot to be like a Pro Bowl type player is at guard. So he'll be right guard for the Giants. I was surprised that Caden Proctor was the pick for. Dallas moved up. Who did Dallas get?
Dallas got Caleb Downs.
Yeah, they got Caleb Downs, but I was surprised Miami. A little surprised they passed on Bain. Now they have so many issues, as Dell can tell you, but I was a little surprised they went Caden Proctor. That's a risky call. Now I think he's got a chance to be a really good guard, but his weight can get out of control on him. He played last year. I heard he played in the 370s last year. He's got his weight down in the 350s now. But what's he going to do when he has more time on his hands, more money, more access? Is he going to be able to keep – this has been an issue for him, getting too heavy. So if they try to play him a tackle, I worry for him because I think he'll get beat by NFL rushers too regularly. If you put him at guard, I think he'll mash, and I think he's going to be just fine. Miami, as Dell can tell you, has Patrick Paul on the left side. They have Austin Jackson on the right side. I don't know that Paul's locked in. You know better than I do, Dell. It seems like a natural fit that he would compete for a spot at left guard or right guard, Caden Proctor. But if they want to play him at tackle, I don't think I would move either of those other tackles down to guard personally.
No, Patrick Paul cemented at the Houston kid at left tackle. And Austin Jackson has a year left. I wouldn't be surprised if it's something like the Laramie Tunsil thing. Not as talented, not projected to be a left tackle, but Laramie Tunsil started his Dolphin career at guard because they were set there with some older players, Juwan James being among them at tackle. So I could see where they get him into their program. He may start at one of the guard spots because it's Jonas Santaveas, who wasn't great last year, and then Jamari Sawyer they signed, who's been a Charger for
1 year,
for a bit. Yeah, so
he's not locked in.
Yeah, so you play him at guard. Hopefully he can win one of those spots. So you just don't have to give it to him. He takes it, and then maybe tackles in his future next year.
All right. Ty Simpson, the first big surprise of the draft. We talked about that. Ioane, the first true guard taken by the Ravens. Ruben Bain, who you thought was going to go to Miami, ended up in Tampa.
Good Todd Bowles pick.
Kenyon Sadiq the Jets, not bad. David Bailey and Kenyon Sadiq.
Yeah, and then they came back up and got Omar
Cooper. Yeah.
I think they had a good draft. I like the idea of drafting. So what would you rather do? Draft Mekhi Lemon, who's the third rated wide receiver, or where you have other wide receivers in this draft, or draft a tight end who has rare athletic capabilities, has the chance to be a high volume catch guy, can mismatch defenses, and is clearly the top tight end at the in this draft. I mean, I like that idea more. It's kind of like in fantasy football where you think about, let's go get a really good tight end earlier because we can find wide receivers. It's the same thing in the draft.
Yeah.
I mean, in this year's draft.
Right. Blake Miller. We had Blake Miller, then Caleb Banks going to the Vikings, which you didn't love. Monroe Freeling. We had a lot of offensive tackles, man. We got Max Hennecore. We had Mekhi Lemon. The Eagles stepping up and moving in front of the Steelers to get
A.J. Brown is done. He's going to New
Mekhi
England,
Lemon.
and that's that. Yeah, New England. They'll announce that trade officially. I don't know how they're going to do it. They'll probably make a trade maybe today. Maybe they trade a draft pick today to Philadelphia. The problem is they may have to trade a pick. They'll probably have to trade a pick next year because they have to do this after June so that the cap – it's a cap hit issue. So Philadelphia will trade A.J. Brown to New England, but they have to do it after June 1st.
Yeah.
So that they can avoid a big salary cap hit.
Right. What did you think about the two edge guys, Messidor and Lawrence?
Messidor, big fan of that. I know he's 25 years old. You get to learn behind Khalil Mack this year. They're going to be able to play him this year as well. Messidor's going to play. I think Messidor's a good rusher. I don't get caught up in the age because, if you're a GM, you're just worried about how they're going to do on their first contract. That's really all you have to worry about for now. If it doesn't work out, you get away from it. If it does work out, you can always franchise. You can figure out a second contract later. But they're just trying to find pass rush. They needed another rusher. He was the best on the board. I like it. Mekhi Lawrence is somebody who I really like. And I think Mekhi Lawrence is a player who has the ability to become a good starter in the NFL. He's a talented rusher. I like Mekhi Lawrence.
KC Concepcion goes to the Browns. That's a nice pick. Dylan Thieneman goes to the Bears, the safety from Oregon, who wears sunglasses at night. And then Kalen Rutledge went to the Texans. We've got Kalen Rutledge. We got you said you wanted to hear. Okay, so Nick was asked. Right. Now, he asked about Rutledge and everything. He loves him. He loves his work ethic. He loves football. The first thing he said to D'Amico was we're going to knock guys in the dirt. But where does he play? Where does he play? Dell and I were talking about that before you got here. You of course you got Jake Andrews. If he can play center, now you got Wyatt Teller and Ed Ingram. If not, then you got a guy who's a first-round pick that's going to be sitting there.
Evan Brown also.
Evan Brown is also a guy who can play.
Do you have Nick's sound? Because I know his answer.
Here is Nick.
Okay.
On where Keelan Rutledge plays.
I mean, the things that stand out about him, toughness, violence, physicality, his playing style, his intelligence. Basically, the guy wants to step on your throat in every play, which I would say sort of embodies what our football team is about, the way we play. Intense, violent, physical. Like, we're going to run the football this year. It was an area that we felt like we wanted to and needed to improve here in the offseason. Hopefully we've done that. And I would say Big Red is hopefully, a part of that. Like, where's he going to play? Like, who the hell knows? We'll figure out, who the best five guys are and, put the group out there that we think is going to help us the most.
Who the hell knows? If he's not worried about it, I don't know why you are. Okay. He's not worried about it.
Mm-hmm. He's not worried about it.
And Dell's over there going, oh, what a stupid pick.
Dell's not worried about it.
I've heard him say
I didn't say that.
I felt like you did.
You felt like it, but first you said I said it. Now you're saying you felt like I said it.
I felt like that's what you were thinking about.
I said nothing of the kind. I'm glad that Nick made the pick and is confident and he fits what they want to be. They want to run the hell out of the football, but who the hell knows where he plays? Yeah, I know I drafted him. And I know my voice certainly means a whole hell of a lot in terms of what we think.
Nick was wondering what you were thinking about it.
Yeah, but who the hell knows everybody? Not my voice. I'm speaking in terms of Nick Cacerio.
Right.
He's the most important voice here, and you would think he would have a good idea considering he built the roster.
You would think he'd have some kind of an idea where he's going to play, but he said, who the hell knows?
You do, Nick. Stop playing in my face. How about that?
Yep.
You know. Stop playing like you don't.
Did you guys draft Chris Johnson, right?
Yes. No, they drafted him, yeah.
Yeah, so that was my – wow, so I got 11 mock draft picks right.
Does it count if they had – do you do it by not only team but slot? Because they did trade up to make the pick. Does it affect your win?
No, so the Huddle Report is the one that does this nationally. They track it nationally. And they give you points if you get the slot right. You get a point for a player. You get a point for slot. You get a point for team. So they have different. So it's 1 point for player in round 1 and 2 points for player team match. And so I finished second out of 175 mocks. I finished second, and I had on this one that I did. I had 9 matches. I made some slight changes on the last mock draft that I had for. The last mock draft that I did for NFL.com, I would have won the.
So if the Texans would have stayed at 28 and taken Keelan Rutledge, you would have got credit for that, but not at the spotty pit.
I didn't have him going to the Texans.
No, I know, but if you had.
Yeah, like.
But they didn't take him at 28. They took him at 26.
I have the Dolphins. Yeah, but I have. No, you got to match the player. It doesn't matter if you match the team. Well, yeah, if it's the team match. Or I think it has to be just team match. So yeah, I either got 10 or 11 on the mock draft 4.0. But yeah, in this contest I lost a guy from Fantasy Points. And who did I beat? Let's see, Daniel Jeremiah. You may have heard of him.
No,
have you ever heard of
I don't know
Todd
these
McShay?
No one knows who
Todd
these.
McShay?
Michael Shea from
Todd
Saturday
McShay,
night.
Not Michael Shea. I didn't beat Michael Shea.
Oh.
Okay. Todd McShay. Have you ever heard of Peter Schrager, the insider,
no.
quote unquote? Have you heard of him?
Never heard of him.
No, I had to mute.
No one's heard of these people.
I heard of him.
He thinks it's like this is like a
They're
role
not Hollywood
Robert
actors.
De Niro, Joe Pesci.
Yeah, you just mentioning random dudes that
heard
only
of
we
these
know.
Guys,
no,
stop.
we have
no one
because
knows
we
who
do
those guys
this.
are.
Everyone knows who
but
they
the
are.
regular folk that you're actually
Everyone
speaking
knows.
to don't
regular
know.
People, they all know it.
Yeah. I muted
everyone
Peter
knows
Schrager.
Who all these guys are.
No, they
Why
don't know.
Why did you mute Peter Schrager?
The algorithm showed me a video of him patting himself in the back, and I wasn't here for it, so I muted him.
You get muted that easily by you?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't block him. I didn't want to hear him congratulate himself on something. I was like, I'm out. I would mute you considering what you're doing now, but I can't.
Mel Kiper finished 102nd.
Okay.
You ever heard of Mel Kiper?
People have heard of him, but your Peter Schrager's, the Daniel Jeremiah's, that ain't clicking with people.
Yes, it is.
No one knows.
No one knows.
Who these
Like
guys.
if Daniel Jeremiah was on a Portland
Farmer?
radio show.
You've never heard of Sam Farmer?
I have because we do this, but other people haven't.
Yeah, John, you're being a POS.
Never heard of any of these guys.
John, you're being a POS.
No, never heard of any.
I haven't
of these
heard
guys.
of Matt Batanti, but
yeah,
some of
you're
these
just
guys
listing guys.
Yeah.
It's a bunch of white guys you're
never heard
listing.
of Roy Countryman from Big Country Scouting?
No, actually, I've never heard of Countryman. Is it spelled K-U-N-T?
Haven't heard of him.
Have you ever heard of Sam Teets?
No.
Okay. Well, then you need to get up on your draft game.
He's talking like
this is why you're taking
right.
Caden Proctor.
When we come back,
I didn't draft him.
Lance will tell you who he thinks the Texans will take.
Oh no, they're taking these guys. I will tell you exactly who they're taking.
And if you're wrong,
if I'm wrong, then I won't come on the show.
Then the
tomorrow.
Texans are stupid.
Well, no one's on the show tomorrow. That's not really a thing.
Too bad. So
That's
sad.
all. All right, we'll do that on the other side. But right now, a little Zadok Jewelers.
Zadok Jewelers gets you where you need to go, and where you need to go is having a great gift for any occasion, birthday, anniversary. Could have a 10-year anniversary coming up. What's a 10-year anniversary gift? I don't know. I don't know how that stuff works. I know that you just go to Zadok. I go to Zadok at 1801 Post Oak Boulevard and say, hey, what's a 10-year anniversary gift look like? And they're going to have an idea for you exactly what it's going to look like. And look, they work with your budget. That's not a problem at all. But there's different things that you may, give for a 10-year anniversary versus a 20, a 25-year, a 5-year, a 1-year. Push gifts for when she has a baby. You want to say thank you for everything that she went through and will probably continue to go through, in a lot of cases. And, of course, Mother's Day. Get something that's not just from you. You know how it is, man. Get something that's from you and the kids. You and the kids. And you can get something really great. Tennis bracelets, rings, necklaces. You've got diamond pendants, earrings from the very best designers or their own designers in-house. You're going to find something that's great. They will do all the heavy lifting and find something she's going to love. They're at 1801 Post Oak Boulevard for 5 decades, making magic and making memories. Zadig Jewelers.
It's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right, welcome back. ESPN 97.5, 737-80-3776. You want to get in quickly? I don't think we got time. We're going to have time for what did you learn this week, right, on the show? If you've learned something on the show this week, you can call in. 713-780-3776. We're so informative that, I mean, you could take almost everything we say and make that what you learned this week on the show.
Well, you could put it that way, or you could say we're so reckless that we may present it as informing you, but we just said something that's not true, and you can take that for what you will.
Well, I learned that Jabari just...
No, this is what I'm talking about.
KD
You heard the
needs to shut
words,
his
and you've changed that into something that's unlikely to be the case.
That's what I learned. Jabari said, shut Joe. That's what he said.
We've played the sound. That's not what he said.
Okay, so the Texans, I want their 3 picks today, Lance, and get every one of them right.
Get every one of them right. I'm going to start off with pick number 38. And I'm giving them one of the guys who's on a 30-visit, defensive tackle, Kristen Miller.
Christian Miller?
I have them passing on Caden McDonald. And from Ohio State, I just think Kristen Miller is probably a better scheme fit, better body type fit, better personality fit. So Kristen Miller, one of those dogs from Georgia, I'm sure.
So a Danielle and a Kristen on the line.
Yeah, I mean, you want to call them. Yeah,
Danielle and Kristen.
Keep playing them soft like that and watch what happens. See if your skull gets cracked.
What? I don't play off the line.
Keep playing them soft like that, Del. That you got a Kristen and it's a Danielle. It's not a Danielle.
I mean, I know
it's spelled Danielle.
I know it's a Danielle, but for anyone who doesn't know and they see it on a piece of paper, what are they going to say?
Yeah, I mean, there's going to be jokes, and then it's going to get real. It's not going to be very funny. In a very short order, it's not going to be funny. Because you know who will – because you know what?
Is there a page?
Stand up for themselves, but Azeez Al-Shaair comes in forearm. He comes in forearm first.
Is there a linebacker named Page they can draft?
They're not drafting anyone named Page.
And is there a Marie?
Candace?
Yeah, or something more androgynous like Peyton. Is there a Peyton they can draft that linebacker?
Yeah, but that's a guy's name too.
That's what I said, androgynous. It could be either one.
Yeah.
I want a Marie.
You want a Marie at linebacker?
No. Yeah, because it's not Kristen. You don't usually see that for.
Well,
I don't even know who he's named after, but I'm going with Kristen Miller because I think he's got some swarm in him. So I think that's a D'Amico pick at 38 if they're going to go defensive tackle. I wouldn't hate it if they drafted Jacob Rodriguez, but I think he'd have to sit on the bench because Toa is just – they're just not getting rid of him this year. So I think they go D-tackle there. The next pick in the second round, pick number 59, they need linebacker 2. I gave them – now they could go in a few different directions here. They could go offensive line, but it's not – if you're looking for a tackle, Caleb Tiernan maybe from Northwestern would be there. But I don't think this is where you draft tackle in the second round at all. So my guess would be linebacker, and I thought Kyle Lewis made a lot of sense. He is he's undersized, but he is sideline to sideline, extremely fast. He is by far the best cover linebacker in this draft, has great ball skills, gets a ton of interceptions and pass breakups, can cover – I've seen him cover wide receivers out of the slot. Like he's that talented. He can cover running backs out of the backfield. He can cover F tight ends, the pass-catching tight ends. Oh, yeah. Now, he's a little undersized, so if you run it
Don't we already have that? Jamal Hill, a little undersized.
Well, he doesn't play.
Yeah, I know.
He's a special teams
That's a problem.
Guy. This guy is a second-round player. Well, I mean, Hill was what, late rounder, 6th or 7th? This is a player. This is a guy who can get in on third downs.
Okay.
You know, you want to keep watching those two guys try to cover forever on third downs? I don't.
Mm-hmm.
Kyle Lewis comes in and immediately – you know, this is why the Texans can do something like this because they don't really have a lot of holes. They can go get specialists at this point. And Kyle Lewis is a specialist who can shoot gaps and get downhill as a run blitzer. And then, you know, secondly, he's a really good cover guy. And that's, you know, with teams trying to mismatch you with the Kenyon Sadiqs of the world or Jeremiah Love coming out of the backfield or Bijan Robinson catching the football, you got a guy now that can match up with those kind of guys, and Kyle Lewis, in my opinion. So we'll see if he makes it to 59. But that's about where he's supposed to go. And then the last pick for the Texans, I've got I changed it. I had heard Jake Slaughter would be a potential pick there for them, but I don't think they draft center. I mean, I'm
James
hoping they
Slaughter.
don't. No.
Slater. That's right.
James Slaughter.
Oh.
Or Jake Slaughter from Florida. But I've got them passing on him now and going with Will Kaczmarek, tight end from Ohio State. He's a big run-blocking tight end with a little bit of athleticism. Better blocker than Cade Stover. Stover's been hurt so much. I think they go back to the Ohio State well and go at the tight end. I think they had him come in for a 30 visit as well. And they do draft some guys they have him for 30 visits. But Kaczmarek is a third, fourth type tight end. When I say third, fourth, like third round, fourth round. This actually makes a lot of sense for them. I think Kaczmarek could definitely be in play for them if he's available at 91. I definitely think that's one that could be a pick.
Mm-hmm.
So I actually like my picks for the Texans. I think they fit with what the Texans typically look for. Now I've got Dell getting Sam Roush. Roush is my favorite guy. I wouldn't, and the Texans looked at him too. I would be extremely happy if the Texans drafted Sam Roush, as I have a much higher grade on him than Kaczmarek. But I just think the Texans will go Kaczmarek.
I'm looking at Sam Roush. Those glasses he wears in his photos, not for me.
Oh, that's just a gimmick.
I don't want gimmicks from my football players.
No, dude, wait until you see him. This guy is put together.
I'm looking
he is
for
a good blocker.
What's that?
You thought Julian Campbell was good? This guy
Julian Hill.
Whatever. Oh yeah, he's from Campbell University.
Yeah,
That's
I'm
right.
looking for. Give me a Denzel Boston, or what's the receiver from Georgia State? What's his name
At
again?
pick number
Denzel
94?
Boston's going
second
first
round
today.
Pick number
second
94?
round.
Oh,
He's
he's
going
gone.
We're
first.
talking the second round.
I've got Denzel Boston
He's already
the first
gone.
off the board.
Two.
It looks like San Francisco's going to take him.
Maybe.
With the 33rd pick.
I don't know that.
I've got him going 33rd pick to San Francisco.
That's
where America's got him going.
Or Hurst, the Georgia State receiver. Is that his name?
I mean, you can draft him too early at 43 if you're looking to do that.
Yeah.
You only have one pick in the first round, don't you?
No. Well, one, and we got three.
Second round.
And we got three in the second. So if they want to make a move,
No,
they
wait,
can make
you
a
got-
move. Or three in the
you
third.
got-
Three in the
Yeah,
third.
you got three in the third. So I've got you taking Cassius Howell, pass rusher at 43.
That
It's not a great. So the
Don't they
wide
already have
receivers.
Don't they have?
Yeah,
Isn't he
yes,
already
this
a
is
guy?
Chop,
No,
this
I'm
is
saying
Chop 2.0.
No, I don't want Chop 2.0. I don't
We're
want
giving you another. We're going to book in Chops.
I don't want another only pass rush defensive end.
Well,
They're
that's
looking
what
to
he
add
is.
Cassius. I know. That's why
Trust
I don't
me,
want him.
when this mock gets drafted, when this mock gets put out there, Dolphins fans are going to be pissed for that very reason. Because here's what I say. Howell's a speedy edge bender, but needs to improve his run defense before he's a viable three-down player. They're not going to be
I don't think
We've
that-
already got Chop Robinson, dumbass
I don't-
clown.
I'm not going to call
That's what
you
they're gonna
that.
tell me.
I call you that for other reasons, but
You
not
say
for this.
trash-ass Lance.
Yeah, like I said, I call you
trash-ass Lance,
for other
yeah.
reasons. But this is a organization who's, I think, tired of being soft and light in the pants.
Well, then you got draft capital. Move up.
It doesn't have to be for Cassius Howell there, though.
No. I'm saying. But if you don't get Denzel Boston, then Dejon Stribling from Ole Miss, maybe. Like, it's not a good. So it goes. I'm just gonna say it. You can do what you want with it, John. But this draft goes in spurts. You're going to have offensive tackles are off the board. In the second round, it's a disaster for offensive tackles. Right now, wide receivers are off the board. Once it gets past Denzel Boston, there's a smattering. Like, you've got Zachariah Branch from Georgia. You've got Dejon Stribling from Ole Miss. You got Ted Hurst from Georgia State.
Germany.
But they're going to be spread. Who else?
Germany.
Oh, yeah, Jeremy Bernard from Alabama. Those five with Denzel Boston will probably go in the second. But they're going to be scattered throughout the second. Like, I don't think there's going to be a run on them. And none of those guys other than Boston feels like a, first 10 or 12 wide receivers, players off the board. Boston does, but after that it's going to turn into, defensive ends. It's going to turn into Avion Terrell, cornerback, C.J. Allen. You're going to see linebackers come off. Maybe Jermod McCoy and Colton Hood should come off pretty quickly.
What do you think of Sam Heck, the center?
Love Sam Heck. Love him. He's my favorite center in the draft.
What about the Texans taking him at 59?
Too early. I'd take him in the third round. I just don't think they're going to take him. Although I think he came in for a visit too. I've heard Nick likes Jake Slaughter. I'm just telling you now, that's not my favorite center at all. I got like a fifth on him.
On Slaughter?
Yeah, but everyone else has them higher. I don't see what they see. I don't see Slaughter. To me, he'd be like, you remember Nick Martin?
Yeah.
Like that.
Like that.
Remember Jarrett Patterson?
I remember that, yeah.
Same.
That's comforting.
Wow.
Well, I mean, I think he's the same type of center. Me personally, that's how I evaluate him.
Wow. Okay.
And my son, when he went to work for the Pittsburgh Steelers, or interned for them during the summer, he spent 8 days there at their scouting department, and he had to read his scouting reports for Sonny Styles, who he gave a first-round grade on, so shout out to Alec for calling that. And then he gave Jake Slaughter a 5th, which I see him the same way. Now, that was before he played this year, but I didn't see anything different. Now, he's an all-SEC player, so he's got some hype, but we'll see. We'll see. I just heard Nick likes him. They don't have you said the 59th pick, that's the second pick, of the second round. No, that's too early for me. I don't think any of the centers should go until the third round. Connor Liu, Sam Hecht, Trey Zune from A&M, Logan Jones from Iowa. Now, I ended up pushing some of those guys out of the third round into the fourth round, and I'm not sure I felt good about that. But I just needed to get my mock draft done. So,
all right.
Oh well.
We got Elliot on, who's got a what did you learn this week? We got a break, I know, Dell. But we also
Whatever, Dell.
What did you learn
I
this
didn't
week,
say a
Elliot, on the
word.
show? Elliot, you there?
Hey, good morning, guys.
Yeah.
Yes, sir, I'm here. Hey, good morning, guys. What I learned this week on the show is when Lance eats and talks into the mic, that's my cue to switch stations for a minute.
It's too bad. No one cares, Elliot. I'm
mean,
starving. I didn't get dinner last night.
I mean,
and I'm here because I'm heroic. I wake up early.
That is.
You know
he
what
is
I
kind of
do?
heroic.
You know what I do? I fight through it. I don't just say,
Yeah.
I'm going to eat, but I'm going to keep talking
Right.
so
That's all.
so I can answer the questions.
See, I mean,
That's
I don't
called
like
professional. In a way, that's professionalism.
I don't like I don't think that's what it's called.
In a way, being able to work through all conditions.
So here's the
adversity.
thing. Here's the thing. There are times where you're not required to speak because we're in the middle of a break.
Yeah, but I don't have like a cough button.
You don't think? No, I said in a break.
I can't turn my mic off.
I said in a break.
I don't want to wait that long, Dell.
You can't plan it to get the food and then maybe wait through one segment, then eat then?
Yeah.
That's not something you're capable of?
That's not really. If the food is sitting there.
He's got an impulse control problem.
No, he really
Yeah,
does.
no, that's
No, he does.
I actually do. Stephanie Stradley, why did you show this mock draft PFF? Caden Proctor, 28th pick, 38th pick. Dixon Myers from
Is that yours?
LSU. Remember Dixon Myers?
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Eli Stowers, Don Warren.
Oh, yeah.
There's a PFF mock simulator that has
What is she doing?
Dixon in there. Yeah, she said that the talk of the Texans draft season, LSU tackle legend still hasn't been grabbed.
Well, he's still on the board.
Aaron Wilson got tricked in
I
a live
remember.
stream into saying that. I'm just telling the listeners.
All right.
And I felt bad for Aaron. On that one.
Yep. We got a break. We got to talk about the Golden Nugget. We got to talk about where you can get your bet on after all of these. Now, you're going to have props for, after the draft, you're going to have props for how many wins for each team next year. Guess what? All right. The Texans pick maybe the greatest pick in the draft. Go up, go over when you get to the DraftKings Sportsbook. I don't care how many wins they're going to go over on wins. Listen, anything that you want to bet at the DraftKings Sportsbook, it's awesome. It is I think it's just the best place to get your gamble on and watch your games. It is literally sensory. It's so much going on. It's overload. With your sensory overload in that DraftKings Sportsbook, but it's awesome. You're looking for the best way to get your concerts on, your golf on, your pool, your restaurants, your casino, your sports betting, everything. It's just 2 hours and 15 minutes down the road. I'm a big fan. I love me some Golden Nugget Lake Charles. It's so easy to get to. So it's a Las Vegas casino, and it's just 2 hours down the road. It's a tank of gas, not flying all the way to Vegas. Love it. You will love it too. GoldenNuggetLC.com. Make your reservations. Get on over their beautiful hotel as well. GoldenNuggetLC.com.
It's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right. Well, yeah, I guess this isn't rocket science. The Rockets have taken 44 more shots than the Lakers, and the Lakers have 2 more field goals. Just shoot better. How about that?
That's the answer, right?
Stop shooting like idiots.
So people are picking apart everything, and I watched someone lay out why Alperen Sengun is shooting poorly from 3 again, and they're blaming Ime for, remember the Warrior game where Alpi came back from the back, and I guess up until Ime yelled at him for taking a bad 3, he had been like 10 out of 20 from 3. Albie takes that bad 3, and Ime's like, sit your ass down, get over. He hasn't made a 3 since. So these are things.
Why is he even taking a 3? I mean, at the beginning of the season, I know he was working on it in Turkey a lot.
In the world, whatever
whatever
that tournament was called.
I saw him just shooting 3s, and awesome. And then he and Amen both. Amen said, oh, no, yeah, I've been taking a lot. Yeah, great.
Everyone's got a plan in the offseason about what they're going to do to add to their game.
Yeah. Hey, did you guys hear this? According to Jordan Schultz, who's Jordan Schultz, Lance?
It's a Philadelphia guy.
Okay.
New York, or maybe a New Jersey guy, but he's kind of an insider.
He's the son of a very rich person, right?
Oh, is he?
And that's how he got in the game. I think his father may have helped fund his I don't know even what you call it, but he wasn't like an insider, and then he popped up, and I think part of it is he's been funded by his rich dad.
Here's what he said. Sources. Teams have called the Texans to check on 2-time Pro Bowl wide receiver Nico Collins with an understanding in the league that he needs a contract adjustment.
No, I already told y'all. I know a team that called, and literally it was not a GM to GM. It was a under GM to an under GM, and the Texans like, we're not even talking to you guys. The Texans literally wouldn't even have the further discussion. This team told me that. They're like, we tried to see if Nico might be available, and they like shut us down before we could even say anything.
Yeah, you told us that.
There's nothing there. Yeah, I've told you.
Well, and anybody, like we said before, anybody can call anybody about anything.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean it's something.
Right, exactly.
Right.
Yeah, Jordan Schultz's dad is Howard Schultz. He is the guy behind. He was the CEO and chairman of Starbucks.
Oh.
So as I said, rich man.
Oh, see, white privilege.
I didn't say anything about white privilege. That's
he
rich.
White?
That's yes.
No one knows.
You met any? I mean, I've met a Howard Isley, but have you? Or not met him, but I know of a Howard Isley. Howard Schultz sounds like a white person's name.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah.
Could be.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sounds
I don't know why. Black man can't have Howard Schultz as a name?
Have you met a black man named Howard Schultz?
No.
Have you seen a black man? Have you seen?
That doesn't mean they haven't existed.
You know what? While you do this segment, I'm gonna type in Howard Schultz images and see how many black men come up.
Okay.
Okay, and we'll see if I can find one for you.
Find one.
Since you are skeptical.
I am. I'm not sure what Jordan. And then Jordan's
definitely white.
No. Jordan?
Schultz?
Jordan Poole?
I said Schultz. The combo. I didn't say Howard. I said Howard Isley. There have been black people. Howard Bryant. There are black men named Howard.
Oh, yeah.
But Howard Schultz?
Jawan Howard.
That's different. That's a last name.
Doesn't matter.
Josh Howard. Yes. Howard is not the issue. The combo of Howard and Schultz. Or Jordan and Schultz.
That's it. Let's get Brian in here. What'd you learn this weekend, Brian?
So I learned that Danny's trying to buy every gun in Canada while the other player is looking to buy some silver from the Power of Fear.
What?
It's our
I missed that.
Firearms commercial. That's what he learned from.
How did you miss that, John?
I missed all of that. Yeah. Yep. 713-780-377. You better get it in a hurry because
you should. If you can provide what that guy just provided, call in.
We don't need that.
For sure.
No, please.
We really don't need that. We really don't need
collectors firearms.
Yeah, I like the. Are you kidding?
You do. When that second half of the commercial comes on, he does move a little bit to the music.
No, you got well. Yeah. I don't know the words to it, but yeah.
Just remember collectors firearms.
Yep. Oh yeah, that's a banger. There's no question.
I've typed in Jordan Schultz.
There's a black
well,
guy.
No, kind of medium. I know what you're saying.
No, I know
Bill.
No, it's not that. He's tan.
What?
That's not the question.
You just think he's tan? Okay.
Yeah. I didn't know. Yes, I think he's tan. But I typed in Jordan Schultz and I go, because it's not just white men, it's white women.
Oh wow. Does he look like Mike Vrabel?
What? No, not particularly. Why?
I'm just wondering.
Why? Why are you wondering?
Hold on, man. Let me get off the show.
Why are you wondering? He doesn't look well, in a certain light.
You think?
Depending on the angle, maybe he could get confused. Like if you were at a Tulsa area casino or wherever they were in that one picture, and you were far away at the blackjack table, and they're at the roulette table, you snap the photo, you can see from the back, maybe that's Mike Vrabel, but it's not. It's Jordan Schultz.
Oh, okay. Well, I just wonder if he looked like Vrabel. That's all.
Not so much.
I'm just saying. It seems like he's getting accused of a lot of stuff.
Well, Mike Vrabel is.
Yeah.
Not so much Jordan Schultz. You think one of the accusations is he looks like Howard Schultz's son?
Yeah. Well, that's one of the accusations.
No. Well, that story's not going away anytime soon.
No, that story ain't going away. Because there's more pictures that keep on.
They thought they were going to tamp down on it by telling the world that everyone's out of their minds. Look, didn't want to make any assumptions, but when I saw interlocking fingers, I was like, all right, guys, who are you lying to?
I never saw that, but you could.
You can't explain away interlocking fingers.
You can't explain that away.
No, it's got to be something better than, hey, this is a trip with a friend's trip. You just don't see the friends. Then why are you two interlocked like that? And then everything else. Like people probably save pics in their phone or like, hey, that's Mike Vrabel. It's someone I don't know. And then the memories start to flood and they go, oh yeah, I remember that's the same woman, and that's why we're getting all these photos. They're going 6 years back, right before the pandemic. That photo popped up from the Post. That's crazy for someone to still have that photo. And we're like, you know what? Hey, New York Post, how much? How much are you willing to give me for this? And New York Post is like, let's have a conversation.
All right, we're going to break. We got a News of the Weird coming your way next right here on ESPN 97.5. Don't you go anywhere. But first, I got to tell you about selling your car. If you're looking for the best place to get that job done, there's only one place, and it's givemethevin.com. Givemethevin.com. John Clay Wolf is the best in the business. He's the best in the country, maybe the best in the world, because he has – I told you what the game plan was. There was one game plan, and the game plan was give people more for their vehicles so that I'm going to do volume, and then I'll make less on each one of the sales, and that's okay. But but I'll still make a bunch because I'm doing volume. I'm doing more than everybody else, and that's what he does. You're looking for the best way to sell that car? You've got to find out what John Clay Wolf will pay you for it. John Clay Wolf will give you more for that vehicle, and he does it. He does it time and time and time again. And there's a reason that he is the biggest and the best. It's because he will pay you more. So find out. Find out. You got to go armed. There's one place that I'd say that you have to go when you're selling your car. You have to see what John Clay Wolf feels like it's worth. And then if somebody offers you more than John Clay Wolf did, guess what? Go back to John Clay Wolf and say, hey, I got this offer. And he'll either beat it or he'll say, go take that because you ain't getting that anywhere else. That's all at givemethevin.com. One place you have to go, givemethevin.com. A former New York druggie is suing Amazon over the brain cells he lost doing whippets sold by Amazon. He says, I never used to be this spacey. And it's their fault. I want them to be held accountable.
Did they force him to buy the whippets?
No, but apparently he says they knew. They knew what they were being used for.
And he doesn't hold any personal responsibility for that.
Do you feel like Amazon should be responsible for how spacey this guy is?
So can we just blame any company for something that we go into knowing it's going to be a problem for us if we do it anyway?
Well, who's the first one that's arrested if you get a DUI and hurt somebody? The bar.
The bartender?
Bartender. He should
Maybe
have known.
not the first. Maybe the second one arrested.
Yeah, I think you're arrested
He
first.
should have known. Yeah. That's so funny, though. How many judges let murderers out and they go on and kill people? But if you're – and they go to how many years of law school and they look at the case. Oh, if you serve a guy 2 drinks, you could go to jail.
Hey, man, I'm just trying to make my way through school.
That's
I'm
all.
just trying to pay
That's
my way
all.
through school, and now I got to be –
And I'm going to prison?
I got to be responsible for this guy?
Eat today?
I didn't know. I didn't know he had 30 before he got here.
Not everyone acts a fool at the bar.
No.
Like sometime it would be. Now you're not getting sued if it's .11. It's the .20. It's the .20s and the .22s. That's like somebody should have known on that one.
Yep. Apparently, a Florida woman. Oh my God, there was a
Florida woman. There we go.
Well, she's got one of those pickup trucks that's souped up and high. There's a video of her driving right on top of a Lamborghini, and she said, "I didn't even see it." Should Lamborghinis be? Should they be
on
no longer in
jacked up?
existence because you can't see them in our pickup trucks?
You got to put big ass tires on them and jack them up too.
You got to jack them up.
Yeah.
Del, do we know? I don't know what a freak nasty foam party is.
Yes.
I don't know. Do you?
No.
Yes.
What is
I don't
it,
know.
Lance?
Someone on Reddit
freak-offs.
said, I saw this sign in the parking lot. And I felt like, I don't know.
A freak nasty foam party?
Freak nasty foam party.
How do you get an invite?
Can you look that up?
Do you just go to one, or can you get it? Do you need to be invited?
I think there was a sign in a yard.
They had one. It's all one word. At least freak nasty foam is all one word. Freak nasty foam party. It was Saturday, March 7th, here in Houston.
It was?
Yes.
And we missed it?
We missed it.
Damn it.
We weren't invited, I
don't
guess.
know what that means.
You said Saturday?
It was Saturday, March 7th. It's been some time ago.
I was at that one.
Oh, you were?
I wasn't at the April one.
It was you were there with the sub-headline Big Black Brunch?
Big Black Brunch, yeah.
You were there for that?
That was the one, yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Interesting.
That was the one.
You didn't invite anyone else? You went by yourself?
They had some delicious egg bites.
I bet they did.
Yeah. It's delightful.
We're done. Hope you had a great weekend. Lance is going to be dead on with all of his Texans picks.
He better be. We're holding to a
Watch me. Amazon Prime. Amazon Prime. You may see some stuff that comes up on our show. May make it just
Will an
like
ad
yesterday
for Whippets come up while you're doing the show?
Amazon Prime.
Will an ad for the Whippets John was talking about come up on your show?
Yeah. That won't come up, but I may eat live on the air.
Oh, my God.
They don't get on you for that?
They don't?
I don't eat on TV, but
of course
I need
you
to
don't,
just
because you
well,
actually care about that job.
Yeah, that
just
job.
To be
Not this one, you don't
consistent. Well,
care.
they can't see me. You
No,
can't
but
see me.
We can hear you.
Del, even
But
when
I
he
trick
cared,
you
he
can't
ate
tell
on
I'm
the show.
eating.
Okay, that's just part of his
that's
deal.
true.
But they can hear you.
Sometimes I've had plates clanking around sometimes.
Oh,
Yes.
it's as bad as when your mic clanks around.
We
We know.
when we eat True Lux, when Mike Armstrong
ding,
would bring
ding.
it. Oh, my God.
Oh, my God.
The silverware.
Yes.
Oh, crab claw crackers.
Yes. We break
Unbelievable.
them.
Unbelievable.
Yeah. All right, we're done.
Hall of Famers.
Mopey and Mapes next right here on ESPN 97.5. Hope you enjoyed the week. We'll talk to you again on Monday, everybody.
Welcome into the show. We were speculating on what we would get in regards to the Texans' plan of attack. Would Nick Cacerio add a little spice to the draft for us in regards to, will the Texans draft a player that will go score touchdowns, a guy at a premium position? What will he do? Will the pick get people excited? If you love a nickname like Big Red, or you like the thought of an interior lineman who wants to put people in the dirt, then the pick was for you. Kalen Rutledge is a Texan. They trade up, and you think, what's this for? The Texans made a trade up, and there was speculation that they would do that because we heard from Tom Pelissero and our own preeminent draft expert, Lance Zierlein, that the Texans in the weeks leading up to the draft were looking to trade down. But it had changed recently, and they were attempting to move up. And they did. But for an interior offensive lineman who we're not actually sure, if you go by Nick Caserio's comments after the pick, where he's going to play. Rutledge did do some center work at the Senior Bowl, but known to be a guard. The Texans have heavily invested in that spot. It's almost like what you would see on the college football level when you have a bad room and then you just hit the transfer portal and you just overload the room of guys and you let it all shake out. And the Texans did that with the offensive line. They brought back one of their own in Ed Ingram to a nice deal for Ed Ingram. They have given money to Wyatt Teller, outside free agent. Braden Smith, another outside free agent. He does have some guard tackle versatility. And, of course, they did make the draft pick of Veron Terrestre last year. And then they throw in Evan Brown, who they signed, who could be a swing interior player. And now they make this pick, a guy who fits that mold as well, except it's a first-round pick. Where is he going to play? That's the question for me, because if it's not center, is Rutledge a guy who will be set up to fight for a spot? But what's the realistic chances of him beating out some combo of Ingram, Smith, and Teller for one of those spots if he's not going to play center? It looks like his path to play early is center, where Jake Andrews resides, and he feels like up until last night, possibly the one spot where they hadn't addressed it with a real outside free agent, unless you believe Evan Brown can go win that spot. So that's the pick. They have told us through their actions and their words that offensive line was the target on how they thought they could improve this football team best. They made the trade for David Montgomery. They've added all those linemen that I mentioned. They want to be a team who runs the football. And every team wants to be a team who runs the football. No team goes into it, at least in the NFL, goes into a season going, you know what? We want to pass the ball 50 times a game. It's not a viable way to go win big games. So they set out to do it, and at least their actions suggest that they certainly have followed through with that plan. Now, do they get it right? That'll be for the upcoming months, and then we'll see it in the season. So one of the, as it's been put, one of the nastiest offensive linemen, if not the nastiest offensive lineman in the draft, is a Houston Texan. I've seen some people rejoice because it is a far cry from what the Texans' offensive line was perceived to be in years prior. The Laramie Tunsil, Shaq Mason, Titus Howard offensive line, which was more, at least some people's eyes, flash than substance. We know the jokes about the Prada bags and the designer clothes that they would show up to on game day, the photos they would take on Instagram. It struck people in the wrong way, because a lot of people grew up with corn-fed, all we do is care about ball type of ideals about the offensive line. And the thought, there's a noise there that you're picking up what I'm putting down.
Maybe a Big Red type.
I did see, do I want to address this on the show? Yeah, why not? I've seen a lot of, every time the Texans have signed an offensive lineman of a certain complexion this offseason, I have seen people go, yes, because their ideal offensive lineman is a guy who doesn't care about anything but like fishing, hunting, and playing football. Even if I don't know what Wyatt Taylor's interests are, I think he might fit into that category. I don't know anything about him really. Braden Smith, all the guys, every time I see there's a certain segment of the Texans fan base who goes, this is what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
If I want a good offensive line, My ideal offensive lineman is a guy who hunts and fishes and balls.
And it's not always the segment of Texans fans you would expect to want those guys. Those guys want them too.
Yeah.
But there is there is a thing of no, we want those type of guys.
Yeah. I would chalk it up to you apparently had the other types of guys in your offensive line stunk.
Opposite of your ex.
Yeah, much like when you make a hire or fire in sports, you go get the opposite of what you had. And I think through not the Texans are seeing it this way as far as some of the outside stuff being put on these guys, but they have decided that what they had before was in direct conflict from what they want to be. Laremy Tunsil was one of the first moves made to correct it, and they're continuing that trend. And they want to be whatever version of swarm you can be on offense, particularly the offensive line. That's what they want to be, and Rutledge fits the profile. Let's hear from Nick Cacerio here. He was asked about several things, and he was very complimentary of their new lineman out of Georgia Tech. Then failed to mention that he played for Georgia Tech. Where's he going to play? Nick Cacerio, well, evasive as always on that. Here's Nick Cacerio on Rutledge and a possible position.
I mean, the things that stand out about him, toughness, violence, physicality, his playing style, his intelligence. Basically, the guy wants to step on your throat in every play. So, which I would say sort of embodies what our football team is about, the way we play. Intense, violent, physical. We're going to run the football this year. It was an area that we felt like we wanted to and needed to improve here in the offseason. Hopefully we've done that. And I'd say Big Red is hopefully, a part of that. Where's he going to play? Who the hell knows? We'll figure out, who the best 5 guys are and, put the group out there that we think is going to help us the most, understanding that we'll probably need 8 to 10 guys on the offensive line here at some point. So, he's a player that, again, a good example, transfer up. So started at obviously a lower level, then transferred over to Georgia Tech, and had a good career there. Was at the Senior Bowl. We spent a little bit of time with him here in the spring. Cole went down there and worked him out. He's a player I think the whole building collectively felt strongly about. So, it sort of worked out the way that we had hoped it would. So, excited to get him here. And
another version of, or a longer version of saying they got their guy. They got the guy who fits what they want to be. And we'll see how it goes the rest of the draft. Will they add a tight end? Lance Zierlein certainly thinks they will. He thinks it'll be another blocking tight end, which is what we believe they have in Cade Stover. Cade Stover has had some issues staying healthy, so and Brevin Jordan's another guy who can't stay healthy. So there's room for another tight end. Dalton Schultz maybe at the end of his Texans tenure after this year. So it wouldn't be that exciting to add a blocking tight end to the mix on day 2, but it would be in line with who they say they want to be. Run the ball, be nasty, and allow your quarterback to have an easier path to being successful as they try to build a complete football team. So there it is. We'll hear from Kalen Rutledge. He was interviewed by, I think it might have been just an open Zoom call for the media. So they asked him several questions. We'll hear from him when we come back on who he is and what he expects to be as a Texan. That's your pick, the interior offensive lineman. I say that because there is a possibility that he plays center as well, and that'll shake out over the next several months. I would hope if you're going to draft him that he gets to play early, and I only see the path for that to happen at center, where Jake Andrews seems like the final guy to kind of turn into a depth piece as opposed to a starter if we're going to ascend to what I would imagine they believe can be a good offensive line. We were hoping for league average, but with all the moves they're making, I think the plan is to be better than that. The question is, if all the guys you've acquired through free agency and now the draft, have you signed someone who is a top 10 player at their position?
I won't give Rutledge that because we don't know. But is there a player on that line who's a top 10 player at their spot? I don't think so. So it'll have to be about the whole. And Popovich, you heard him mention Cole, Nick Cacerio, the offensive line coach, building a cohesive unit that reaches that level. Because as it stands now, you got some guys who are okay and better than okay. And Ed Ingram played better than the perception of him going into last year. But is he a top 10 guard? Maybe.
Yeah,
if you go off of last year.
If you delineate it to like right guard and left guard.
If you want a top 10 at his specific position.
Yeah, he probably gets there.
Okay.
But
he's the one guy.
Yeah, but he's also like 9. You know,
yeah, he's not top 5.
Yeah. And it's like, no. Could like maybe Ursery, like you squint and Ursery get there? Probably not.
Not, I wouldn't say next year, this upcoming season. So that's the thing. They have certainly.
Well, it's also all the guys they have are like, I have Keelan Rutledge's draft Lance draft right up on it. It's all like big, short, burly, strong, sustains blocks for as long as possible, gets his lick in at the end of the rep. Like it's all these type of guys. It's all like
this
like
is who
mover, burly,
this is who
like
they want to be.
Yeah, so it's like if they're just leaning into like an identity for it, but it's interesting that like all the like weaknesses of these guys, all the kind of like cons is like, pass pro is a little sketch, and so it feels like their line got better to run the football.
Yes.
I don't know if they improved like pass protection very much,
and they may have decided they're going down one lane, and it'll be less about emphasizing the quarterback and more about making sure you can run the football and be a tough team that even when your quarterback is having a tough time, you can churn out yards and be productive because you have an offensive line who can just bully people, stuff like that. Yeah, so they have said it. Their plan of attack is proving their words to be true.
Yeah,
they're gonna run the football. At least that they'll attempt to run the football. We'll see if they're any good at it with all the acquisitions. Pena, you want to change the topic and talk Rockets? We can do that. We'll hear from Rutledge when we come back, and then we can certainly talk to Pena as well. Rockets, Lakers tonight. The news is, at least from yesterday, Austin Reeves now upgraded to questionable. KD, questionable with an ankle and the knee. Okay, I mean, I would imagine he plays. It would be a real thing for everyone involved if he can't go tonight. You might as well. You know what? I said it yesterday that I wouldn't be overreactionary. If he doesn't play in Game 3, rip up the blueprint. Just go.
Season's over.
Season's over. Season's over, and maybe the whole thing is over. If he plays 1 out of 3 playoff games to start, and you're down 3-0,
Rebuild.
yeah,
Rebuild time.
Time to flush it and start anew. We'll get to Pena and anyone else at 713-780-3776. That's the number to get in with us. Talk Rockets, talk draft. We'll get to other things beyond the Texans, certainly, but it'll be Texans-centric as far as the draft sound. And also, Michael Carroll joins us at 11:30. He has seen Michael, the Michael Jackson biopic. He has some thoughts. It seems like they're in line with most people who saw it, so we'll get to that right around 11:30. That's an hour or two. We will be back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleya Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleya.
So Big Sarge and DJ Bieneme were on this station from 12 to 3 out at Nick's place. Big Sarge, who is covering all the teams in this city, got a chance to get a question in to Keelan Rutledge after the Texans made the pick. And one of the questions that Nick Cacerio didn't address, really, was where's he going to play? And that question was posed to Rutledge, and here is his response about his versatility.
Yes, sir. I'm comfortable at all three, honestly. Obviously, you're most comfortable at right guard because that's what I've played. Kind of as a freshman, started there and just stuck there through all the years. But right side to left side, obviously, it's adjustment when you do that, but it's just reps. And then center, man, I'm so comfortable with it because Coach Key always told me, like, hey, you're going to have to play all three at the next level. You never know where they're going to put you at. So I was kind of the emergency guy senior year, and then obviously going to Senior Bowl, taking snaps there, taking reps there, 100% confident that I can do that, point the mic, have everybody on the same page. It's just reps. It's just reps. The more you put into it, the more you're going to get out of it. So that's all I'm trying to do. I can play all three.
And after
there it is. He's very confident. You could hear that he's capable, but he did tell you he was a guard at Georgia Tech. He got tried out at center at the Senior Bowl because people wanted to see it. 6'4", 330. That's a big center.
Wow.
Yeah, he's a big man, and if he's at center, that's I would imagine an outlier for that spot to be that big to play center. Usually not how that goes, but cool. If they have a giant center along with Ingram and Teller and Smith at right tackle, Nursery at left tackle, then you like it. You like it. Now we just got to see how effective they are. So they have picks today. I believe 3, 1 in the second round, 2 in the third, or is it 2 in the second round? I have to look it up because they did make a couple trades.
Yeah,
they made a trade yesterday.
They traded, I think they traded a third to move up, right?
But they got stuff back.
Yeah, but they got it was like a late round pick swap.
Yeah,
but it was basically a first and a third too.
So as it stands now, if you look at the Texans, just to make sure, Pena, we're going to get to you here. They have, after the Rutledge pick, they have 2 seconds and a third. So their first second's the sixth pick in the second round. So early in tonight's draft. So they'll get a couple of picks in today, and then I'll have 3 more on Sunday. So Texans have a shot. And the question, as I was going to say, a shot to add to their roster as far as players who can contribute this upcoming season, but I wonder if they will have drafted a starter in the first 4 picks of their draft. Rutledge has a chance. It seems like best at center if he can do that. If they draft a third corner, that's a guy that at that point would be depth to your top 2. Maybe you say the third guy in a through wide receiver set, but Jalen Petrie is staying on the field. I'm trying to, maybe a defensive tackle would be a spot if they make a pick there where they could find a starter.
I'll be honest, I thought when they traded up, I was thinking it was for McDonald, the Ohio State D tackle, because I don't know, kind of thought he would already be gone by the 20s, and I thought that's what they were, hitting the gas to make sure that he doesn't get sniped before him. But they end up going with Rutledge, I think, to jump ahead of the Niners. That's at least what they the thought was, because the Niners then traded out. But yeah, that I think D tackle is probably the only guy. And is he a starter versus situational guy? But how many snaps is he playing in in relation to the starter? It's he probably will play about the same amount if it is some big investment at 38 into a defensive tackle, but I really don't know if they would draft a starter. I don't know where
maybe
who would it be
if
what
Jacob
position would it
Rodriguez
be?
is still available. If Jacob Rodriguez is still available by the time they pick, if they were to make that selection, that could be a starter. Taking To'oTo'o's job. Certainly a plan for 2027 as well, with all those linebackers being free agents, except for EJ Speed. EJ Speed has a 2-year deal.
And Rutledge also, to me, seems seems like a 2027 pick as well. Like more of a 27 pick than a 26 pick.
Wow, we as a team who believes they can win a Super Bowl, and certainly a fan base who thinks they can.
Yeah.
There's some. I mean, it's not Ty Simpson levels of
say,
deferring to
the only one.
deferring to next season as for your first round pick. It was interesting to draft a guy who may not have a spot in year one.
Yeah.
When you feel like this team can go win a Super Bowl, they just need a couple more things.
It's not like Wyatt Teller's like so good that it's inconceivable that he could,
But you would think because of the money and the experience.
Oh, the plan is that he's
yeah. There is an advantage there. It would have to be very, very clear.
Yeah, it'd be Ursery bidding out Cam Robinson.
Yeah, and I don't know that Wyatt Teller is of the Cam Robinsons.
Yeah.
God, this guy ain't great. And Cam Robinson got hurt. Woof, yeah. And Cam Robinson got hurt too. That didn't help either.
Yeah.
Let's get to Pena. He wants to talk some Rockets. And after we hear from Pena, we'll hear from Zach Lowe because not very complimentary of the Rockets head coach. What's up, Pena?
Hey, I'm pretty good. I'm pretty much going to be the same as Zach Lowe. So word on these streets is that Ime Udoka didn't come to Houston to win. He came for the Hooas. Thank you. Have a great
That
weekend.
is not the word on the street. As soon as I heard word on the street, I knew it wasn't going to be great.
Yeah.
I did not know he would invoke Goodfellas with Hooas, but I knew it wasn't going to be good because Pena called it not to this show, but he said that the Cowboys would draft these nuts with their pick. So he has been on this tip for a bit this week, and this is just the cherry on top, if you want to call it that.
Did Lance, like other media members, maybe just go, yeah, that'd be a great pick? It
wasn't Aaron Wilson levels of Dixon, and it wasn't that. We caught it. We knew what he was up to, and he didn't fool us.
Like, I didn't write up these numbers.
Yes. Hey. What's that? What is did that guy play it at the D2 level?
Yeah,
Who's he?
yeah.
Who's he?
Yeah, you went to Merrimack, right?
Yeah. John Carroll. Then he would be a Texans pick.
Yeah.
All right, let's hear, while that was not a constructive call, let's hear from an actual professional on Ime Udoka. Here's Zach Lowe on why Ime must play Reed Shepherd.
A lot of it just comes down to if Reed Shepherd's going to play 11 minutes, they don't have any guards who can run a functional pick and roll. They don't have anybody but Durant to do it. And he had 9 turnovers. He's 37 years old or whatever he is. They don't have enough. They play a bunch of lineups with 2, even 3 guys who are complete zeros from 3-point range, including Şengün, who has forgotten how to shoot threes. And so there's just like, even if the Lakers have to send help somewhere and they're junking up the series with switching and doubling Durant every time, they don't care because they can double Durant. Behind him are Clint Capella, Josh Okogie, and Amen Thompson in a traffic jam that the Lakers can navigate. I just think I don't understand why is Reed Shepherd on the team? Why did they draft him? Their only path to offense is that triangle of players, and to play it 4 minutes in a game that you didn't necessarily have to win, but no one wants to be down 2-0. It's kind of a crisis, and you couldn't score at all, and you had no offense other than, okay, we'll do one thing, and then someone dribble 50 times and get to the rim. I just thought it was like unconscionably bad.
So that's Zach Lowe. If it sounds sped up, I imagine it might be. I grabbed it from Steven Adams stats, so he might have sped it up a little bit. But either way, that's Zach Lowe on his podcast talking about Ime Udoka's failures, the Zach Lowe Show, and that has been a topic of conversation mostly for people who don't cover the team locally. We have seen others may not be as aggressive in their criticism. I know Ryan Hollins, who we played sound from earlier, it was on that same podcast where he said you couldn't evaluate Ime Udoka fairly because of the absences of Fred VanVleet and Steven Adams. And then that goes into roster construction and why Rafael Stone would have his coach so shorthanded, particularly in the backcourt. And I didn't get to all this now, and I edited it a little bit as far as Zach Lowe's comments, but he also talked about how there just isn't anything else out there as far as that backcourt. So what are you going to do if you're not playing Reed Shepherd? That has been a question and will continue to be a question if they struggle scoring the basketball. We did get confirmation yesterday from Ime that Reed will play more than he played against the Lakers in Game 2. So at least more than 11 minutes, he'll see the floor. Is it 13?
I was gonna say,
I don't know.
What would you set the over?
I don't know. Well,
14.5.
It depends on how many shots he makes early. That's how.
Yeah.
That'll determine it.
And-
So it's a live line. If Reed makes his first couple, then you're probably in for 20 to 25 minutes. If he misses, you're probably in for 12 because he ain't a liar. He'll make sure he gets his 12 to 13. Hey, I told you. You can't say I'm a liar.
Got me. It got you this.
Yeah, you can't got me. Get me on that. So that is the question. Beyond the fact that how healthy is, I asked it, and I think it became part of our social video. How healthy is Kevin Durant? Well, he's on the injury report for being questionable, knee and ankle. He'll have to give it a go. I can't see a way how he can unless he just absolutely can't move. But that is now baked into this expectation that the Rockets win Game 3 from some, particularly from the morning show. They both believe they're going to win. Okay, what if Austin Reeves plays and Kevin Durant is as hampered as he might be because of the lower leg injuries? I don't foresee them being down 3-0, but I didn't foresee them being down 0-2.
Yeah.
Who's this series at this point? Maybe we should stop thinking about conventional wisdom in regards to this series right now.
Yeah, where, even in the like Game 1 configuration of these rosters, you're still like, well, the Rockets should win this. They definitely should be down at least
16 in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, or both games they're down 15 at some point.
Yeah,
like that you just can't be doing that. Like that level of getting outplayed is like honestly insane. If it was like down 0-2, but they're two like close games where the Rockets were leading the entire time and then trick off a lead, it's like okay, whatever. That's kind of in their bag.
You're blowing games. That's what we're used to, but. They had
get outplayed.
Yeah, and have to mount comebacks to get it back into games in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, that's where it's just like unconscionably bad, I believe is the
I believe
phrase.
that's what he said, yes.
Yeah, that's where it's like I also think they win tonight just because like that's what you do if you're like a somewhat serious outfit.
Yeah, if you're not
you win this game.
If you're not completely broken by the first two games,
like,
you win Game 3 at home.
Just win this one. But also, I don't know if they're a serious outfit. They know like
they're being talked about like they're an unserious outfit.
It's been surprising to me how unserious they've been.
Despite the mentality that was at least the mentality that at least people thought of that the Rockets held, that they play hard, they're defensively orientated, they don't back down. No matter what's going on, they're going to bring a level of aggression that's going to keep them in games. That level of aggression, where you think it's absent or not, has not bullied the Lakers in any way. The Lakers are offensively limited and kind of still get what they want. As long as Marcus Smart's not turning the ball over and turning possessions for the Lakers into live ball turnovers and run-outs by the Rockets, they've handled the Rockets in a way that is surprising to everyone.
Yeah.
Unless you have always been this down on Ime Udoka. Which
I think even if you're down on Ime Udoka, you weren't this down on Ime
I don't know
Udoka.
how you could have been when they win 50-plus games 2 seasons in a row.
Terrible coach. If you expected this.
If you expected a complete beat down technically and on the court, then you must have thought he was absolutely terrible. I don't know that anyone did think that.
Yeah.
But this Lakers series currently is exposing him as someone that may not be up to the challenge. And that's tough when the expectations for a roster is one to compete for at least a conference finals. However the path is, and if you're facing the Thunder or the Spurs in the second round, okay, you're not expected to win that series, but
to compete with those,
but at least compete to maybe pull an upset was kind of the floor when you saw the Lakers were your first round matchup. Instead, you got a real shot to allow Rui Hachimura and Marcus Smart and Luke Kennard to drill you and send you out of playoffs. That's a tough thing to go through and then have to go into the offseason questioning your entire build. That's why Game 3 is very, very important tonight.
Yeah, because like in a different scenario, the Jalen Williams injury on OKC you would want the Rockets to be good enough to where that Jalen Williams injury seems meaningful to the Rockets potentially winning the
if you missed it, Jalen Williams is week to week.
Yes, winning in the second round where it's like, all right, like, okay, so
Things are
some
playing
pins
out.
are lined up for you.
Yeah,
and it's like it does not matter in the slightest right
How
now.
now, if they flip it and go and wind up winning this 4-2 in about a week, could we be having a different conversation? I still think
I'm not.
Maybe not.
There's been some erosion of trust.
It would depend on how the 4-2 went. If they just blew the Lakers out by 20 the next 4 games, then maybe the trust that Sean is talking about eroding comes back, and you think, wow, without Jalen Williams, what can this Rocket team possibly do? If there's some change of philosophy that sets them on a path to being a real challenge. But at this point, the Jalen Williams injury is like the Lakers like, we get Luka back in 2 weeks.
Yeah.
We got a real shot.
Yeah. The Lakers are the ones that are like, eyeball emojing that. For the Rockets, it's like, you might as well tell me that, like, I don't know, that Cade Cunningham got hurt. Where it's like, that does not matter.
It does not matter.
That's
We're
so
never
far away.
we're never going to have the opportunity to take advantage of the way we're playing right now.
Whatever.
All right. We had a caller who wanted to talk draft. We're going to get to you after a break. So if you want to call back in, we will certainly do that as the draft certainly will take precedent if you decide to want to talk about it. We'll be joined by Michael Carroll at 11:30. We'll get into some more NBA because beyond the Rockets, we did have playoff games last night. And while I said C.J. McCollum shouldn't rise to the level of villain for the Knicks, well, when you're down 2-1 and he hits the game winner, maybe his status as being a villain should be certified. We'll get to what happened last night in the playoffs. We'll talk more Texans in the draft when we get back.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, it's the Del Olalea Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
So, Rockets, Lakers tonight. We will see if Kevin Durant and Austin Reeves play. I would think Austin Reeves will sit this game and then play game 4. But you never know. Maybe we hear he's ready to go, and that's just awesome. That'd be just great.
What a spot we find ourselves in, where the Lakers can be like, arrogant. Don't have to really rush their guys back now. It's like, we can just get them an extra 2 days if we don't play them. Like that's where we are with the Lakers. Is that they can just be like,
they're the
basically
ones.
what the Rockets did in game 1.
We thought the Rockets were arrogant enough, and we don't know, but we thought, hey, KD's a little banged up. We'll sit him because look who's on the other side. And then they got a smooth ass whooping in game 1 and decided they got to play him. It didn't matter too much. They lost again. So now the Lakers, who apparently Austin Reeves is whatever he did to get healthy, he's at least a week ahead of schedule. So because he was injured April 2nd, the projection with the oblique was maybe 4 to 6 weeks. It's April 24th. If he plays tonight, we're talking 3 weeks. So cool, great. He's Wolverine. That's awesome if he comes back and plays. But what else happened in the NBA last night? You had the Hawks with the big lead. They blew it. They're down by 3, and C.J. McCollum makes a couple big plays, and Jonathan Kuminga, of all people, makes a big defensive play, and they take out the Knicks. The Knicks have come back from large deficits quite a bit over the last 2 postseasons. The Boston games, particularly the first 2, the ones that stick out. So they are used to being down, and they were in a position to win again after being down. Jalen Brunson was big late to give them that lead, but he had a shot to win it. He couldn't get off a shot, then threw the ball away. So the Hawks, with Soulja Boy in attendance and performing, as you might imagine, he did crank that.
Yeah, I mean, there's no way you can lose with Soulja Boy in the house.
I don't know that that's the case, but it does help that the Knicks, who traded 5 first-round picks for a guy, got 0 points from him. The Mikal Bridges thing, that's tough. Like, you've got Mikal Bridges, OG Anunoby, and you allow Miles McBride to guard C.J. McCollum on the last couple possessions. What are those wings for if not to shut down the guy who's cooking on the other team? Miles McBride is taking them on?
Yeah.
I get it. You're substituting Jalen Brunson because, understandably, you don't want him on C.J. McCollum.
Yeah.
But then you just throw the wings, the guys you paid and traded capital for. I know you're saving them for the Celtics. I know the thought is Bridges and Anunoby, Jaylen Brown, Jason Tatum. You can use them against C.J. McCollum too. And they did at points in the game, but when it mattered most, it's like, hey, Miles, check him. And Miles couldn't hold him. And C.J. McCollum even did the too small thing to Miles McBride. It's tough.
Yeah, like Mikal Bridges is,
if you're not going to score,
the ideal. Yeah, especially if you're not going to score, it's like the ideal build of like, hey, maybe not as quick, but he has, I don't know, like an 8-inch wingspan advantage on CJ McCollum, where it's like, yeah, he just should be. It's like how Kevin Durant can still be effective on defense, where it's just like, well, he's just so lanky that he doesn't have to be as quick as the guy. He can just close the space and make it more difficult than Miles McBride can. You would like him to be playable.
Yeah, Mikal Bridges 6'6", CJ McCollum listed at 6'3".
Yeah, and I'm sure like the 6'6", also the wingspan is 7 foot.
Yeah, what are we doing?
Like, what is this?
Tom Thibodeau would never.
No,
he never would have allowed that to happen.
Ime Udoka would. Oh, he might.
Well, Miles McBride has more defensive chops, I guess, than Reed.
Yeah.
So
he's more their.
He's more their point of attack. Yeah, he's the replacement for Jalen Brunson and his offense defense. Sure.
If I had to run it through the translator, and the Ime Udoka translate, that's a Kogi.
It was brought up on the podcast. I've talked a lot about Ayo Dosunmu as a guy that was available. CJ McCollum was waiting for anyone to trade for him. Wouldn't he be nice here?
Yeah.
Now, he doesn't help you on the defensive end too much, but he would help you with your inability to get anything from your backcourt if Reed's not making shots early. I don't believe that Ime benches C.J. McCollum if he misses his first 3 shots. I don't
No.
think that happens. I think he
gets more than
he
11
gets extended time if he's not starting.
Yeah.
He probably would be starting anyway. So, and that's not an Ime Udoka problem that the Rockets weren't more aggressive. But McCollum was languishing on the Wizards. They didn't want to play him. They didn't want anyone who was capable of winning any basketball games. And yet, nothing. Now, certainly some of this is hindsight, except for the fact that we knew Fred wasn't going to be available all year long. And so the focus is on the All-Star break because that's the deadline. But you could have seen the first 35 games or so and like, you know what? Maybe you want to add here because we can't depend on Aaron Holiday from game to game because he's not a guy cemented in the rotation where Ime is going to play him. C.J. McCollum would have had a spot in this rotation from the jump, and he could have been someone you're running offense through to take some of the pressure off of Kevin Durant. But that's not something they chose to attack, and this is where we are.
It felt like Stone purposefully was like, dude, play Reed Shepard. Play
It might have been if we
overall.
go by how he sounded when he joined us in studio.
Yeah.
The thought was, and he said it, Reed is important. We need him to play, and maybe this is not giving one of your coaches a toy.
Yeah.
Or in this case, a veteran. So he has to play the guy.
Mhm.
And he may have said, I don't know if you've met me before,
Yeah.
but you can't force me to do in this wild, reckless speculation we're doing. You can't force me to play him if I don't want to.
Yeah. Rafael Stone's like, damn, should have traded Aaron Holiday too.
Have no ball handlers.
Yeah. No. Do it. Play him.
I would have look. No matter how that
Again, that if
in this,
and I think it's reasonable to think Rafael Stone thinks Reed Shepard's
it's his guy. He drafted him.
a good player, and I also don't think it's a leap to think that Rafael Stone has a higher opinion of Reed Shepard than Ime Udoka does. That also doesn't feel like a leap. So it doesn't feel like too reckless a speculation to be like, well, Rafael Stone probably looked at the team and said, no, you have your 6-man scorer type right there.
Well, you have to know who your not only your personnel are, but who your coaches are.
Yeah.
You know this guy isn't at this point is steadfast in making Reed prove that he can be someone he can count on defensively in order for him to be able to play on the offense. And look, we've addressed it that Reed Shepard played plenty of minutes throughout the year, but there are times when Ime Udoka will go away from him, and there's in some cases a lack of belief in Reed's ability to be a two-way player. So when those moments happen, the default is you come sit by me. If you know that's part of the DNA of your coach, perhaps you give him an option that he's more willing to play because he believes in the 34-year-old veteran who has had moments in playoff battles as opposed to the 20-something who is still trying to find his way. But those conversations have been had. We are where we are, and now he's getting asked questions about, hey, you going to play more than 11 minutes? And he's like, yeah, don't worry about it. He'll definitely play more.
There's not many ways that it's less.
Yeah, yes.
There's 11 ways that it's less. That's it.
Feels unlikely that he won't break the 11-minute barrier tonight. So that game's tonight, but we also had another Western Conference series go down, and it was the Nuggets without Aaron Gordon getting absolutely blasted by the Wolves in a series where Anthony Edwards isn't healthy, but Jaden McDaniels said what he said, and he wasn't afraid. He mentioned he and Chris Finch had a conversation, or maybe it was Chris Finch who said it. Yeah, we talked about it. He knows what he has to go out and do, and he did it. So he falls in line with, I say what I want, and then I back it up. That was a lot of the conversation on the Prime broadcast. I think it was Dwayne Wade and Candace Parker, and I forgot who the play-by-play man was. Was it Kevin Harlan? I think it was.
Yeah.
They loved it that a guy talked the talk and then went out there and performed, and he helped the Wolves along with Rudy Gobert's defense on Jokic. Jokic has not handled Rudy Gobert well this series, which is
Rudy Gobert revival,
which is a
was
surprise
not on my
for
bingo card.
which is a surprise for many that Rudy Gobert is handling Jokic the way he is, and the Wolves at their best can do this. The problem for them is they are so. What's a non-insulting way to say this? They're mercurial. The Wolves are mercurial.
They don't do this for very long.
No. In fact, even in the game, there were moments where, hey, guys, could just, you know how one of your best players said we need to attack these guys that can't play any defense? Stop settling for jumpers.
Yeah, can you do that?
Can you keep doing that, and then they'll get back to it for a spurt, and then the lead will balloon back over 20, and then they'll forget about it, and then they'll drop to 15. That was kind of the feel in the game last night, but they were never in any real danger. And Anthony Edwards had some foul trouble, and he also has the bulky leg, so that's really something to look to.
Yeah, only 24 minutes.
How long can he hold up? And they certainly didn't need much from him last night with the way McDaniels played. And also, they got some shooting from DiVincenzo. And it was an all-around great effort. Nayo Dosunmu, another, as I mentioned, a guy the Rockets
Dosunmu's the one that's
could have had, goes for 25 and 9 last night in a bench role, playing 32 minutes. These are the missed opportunities.
To me, more than McCollum, because McCollum is a little bit more like hindsighty, and he got traded.
Yeah. Hawks fans weren't thrilled when he initially got there. Things have flipped for them,
Yeah, the Dosunmu, and with the defense stuff, you're like, well, if Ime's really about it, he doesn't play. if he really cares about defense that much, doesn't play.
Yeah, Dosunmu falls in line with
this is a guy that
the Castle stuff we talked about. It
where
feels like exactly the type of guy you'd want.
And he can do it. He can shoot threes.
And he shot the ball well from 3 in the regular season. Not so much the first 3 games, but he's found a way to contribute in this postseason.
Even Bones Highland. That's when I turned off the game. Bones Highland made like a 30-foot 3, and I was like, all right, cool. Like this thing's over.
Having his moment against one of his former teams. So
one of his many.
I don't think he's done with former teams, honestly. Despite
maybe
he's
been in the league for 4 years or whatever.
He's Clippers, Nuggets, Wolves. Has he been with anyone else?
What?
It's Clippers, Nuggets, Wolves. Has he been with anyone else?
That might be the list, but again.
Well, yeah, he's never spent
25 years old.
Yeah, he's never spent more than 2 full seasons with any team in his first several years in the league. He's on his first full season with the Wolves.
The Wolves traded for Dosunmu because they're like, we can't keep playing this guy.
They learned their lesson.
Dillingham's not going to work out.
They got rid of Dillingham. I think he was their second pick of that first round that year.
Yeah.
He didn't work out. They went with Bones Highland, and then they go, hold on.
We can upgrade.
We got to do something else, and they have so far. So those were the playoffs last night. Hawks win. Wolves win running away.
Yeah.
And
Raptors.
The Raptors got their win against Cleveland.
That's the type of thing that the
Rockets need to do.
Yeah, because Raptors got outclassed. Like there's or not outclassed. They didn't get smoked, but it was like just uninspiring first 2 games for Toronto, and then you come back home. It's like, oh yeah, a guy wearing number 77 is gonna make some threes, and you're gonna win by 20. Yeah, and I really don't feel that much different about this series. It's just kind of like, yeah, this is just, again, if you're a somewhat serious outfit, you come out and you win the game 3 at home when you're down 2-0. And a lot of times you do it where it's not coming down to the last 5 minutes.
Toronto got out to a lead. Cleveland fought back in that third quarter to make it a game. But at the end of the day, they had, shout out to the Toronto Raptors. Not something we have seen a lot from the Rockets. They had a 20-point advantage in the fourth quarter. That was a close game. They only won by 22. They're only up by 2 going to the fourth quarter after having a lead throughout. But Cleveland stayed in it, and then they exploded 43-point fourth quarter to win it going away. So I would like
Battle made 4 threes.
Yeah, I would like less of a game going through the first 3 quarters, but if it winds up where the Rockets just say enough is enough and they take apart the Lakers in the fourth quarter, cool. That'd be great too.
Toronto shot 57% from the field, 61 from 3.
Feels like an unlikely thing for the Rockets to do
that's
tonight. But that's what you do. In game 3, everything's on the line. You're not going we're not going out like this. We need the Rockets to have one of those games.
Yeah.
The question is, are they capable of it? Speaking of being capable, this show, because it was a moment in time, has mentioned the Blair Henley outing quite a bit. Well, I would advise in the future for local broadcasts to stop hosting or at least featuring the parents. Don't interview them. Don't put a mic in front of their face until there's proof that a good outing is in store for the pitcher. You want to do it with the batter, that's fine. But the pitcher is isolated, and if he does poorly, it can go real bad real quick. We're going to play some sound when we come back. I'll throw it on there, Sean, of a Major League debut and the parents are being mentioned. They've got cameras on them, and then something less than ideal happens immediately afterwards. We'll do that when we come back. Michael Carroll joins us at 11:30, so you can call in for that right around there. 713-780-3776 is the number. Of course, you can get in before that. We'll get back to the Texans. We'll play more sound from Nick Cacerio on what you're getting from their first-round pick out of Georgia Tech. We'll get to that and more when we come back. Hour 2 begins. Well, I said we play something, and we'll do that here before. In fact, I'll allow the person who asked if he could derail the show to comment. So let's play this audio. The Astros have had a lot of guys play for the team this year who we'd never heard of. Just been the case because of injuries. Well, the player in question here is a Brave, and he is a far more acclaim because of his status as a prospect. He was making his Major League debut. And I mentioned Blair Henley for this reason. If we go back to a couple years ago where Blair Henley made his debut for the Astros, and he was a local product as far as the Arlington area. So his family went to the game. They were happy to see him. Space City Home Network featured them, and he got his doors blown off. Didn't get out of the first inning. I think he only got one out in midst of giving up, 9 runs or something?
Something like that.
So they didn't have much opportunity to go back to the family, at least audio-wise. They may have flashed them on camera when he got that one out, but there wasn't much, hey, Julia, you want to talk to Blair Henley's parents again? It wasn't that. We had a situation brewing yesterday in that regard. So the Braves were playing the Nationals, and J.R. Ritchie was making his Major League debut, and this occurred.
Victoria have made the trek from Washington. Dad wearing his son's Bainbridge Spartans high school uniform in support of J.R. Ritchie today. And his first big league pitch is hammered deep to right. And it is gone. James Wood greets him rudely and makes it 1-0 Nationals.
Now, shout out to J.R. Ritchie. He did respond with 7 strong and only gave up 2 earned runs and got the win. So it did not deter him. And all in all, mom and dad had a good night. But this show thinks you wait until the pitcher making his debut gets to the first inning. Let him get through the first inning. And if things are still cool, then you start talking to the family. In fact, you talk to them when it's less stress. You talk to them in the half inning when he's not pitching. Because if you do it, first you may get a Blair Henley, or you might get this, hey, mom and dad, it's great to be here. Great to have you here talking about your kid, JR.
Smack.
Bang. Home run. And dad is already nervous as hell. If you don't see the video, he's already moving in the seat because, of course, he's excited. His son is out there making his debut. And the one national who could do damage did. And it went fine after that. But let's hold off on featuring the parents until the kid gets settled in. But he did. Credit to him for bouncing back.
On the line, we have a parent and someone who's worked in broadcast fights.
Yeah, Raheel Ramzanali
He can
joins
weigh
us.
in. An expert.
He has a daughter who plays sports, and at some point, maybe she's playing in the professional volleyball league, and if she makes her major league debut, I don't know what the equivalent is. If a spike hits her in the head, I don't know what the equivalent is of giving up a home run.
It's that feeling as I'm listening to that audio, there's 2 things come to mind, and you both y'all laid it out. As a parent, this happens all the time. Obviously, my daughter, she's 11. She's playing in club tournaments. They're not your MLB debut, but luckily she's worked her tail off, okay? And she's one of the better players, so they depend on her to really get a rally going when they have the ball, right? So when she's serving, and I'm like, all right, time to show out. And then first serve right into the net. You're like, dude,
okay, that's
no.
a comp for us.
It's a comp. You're just like, no. Your team is depending on you to get at least 6 to 8 points at this level, right? And when that would happen, I'm just like, you're not mad at your daughter. You're just upset that man, I know you put in the work. I know this is your moment, and you let yourself down. Not me. I don't care. You're going to have opportunities, but I feel that. And then, of course, throughout the game, they get better, and they settle in, and nerves are calmed down a little bit. So I just felt that immediately. And then, secondly, as a broadcaster, that buildup, this has happened to me before. When we had a heavyweight, and the UFC had eyes on him, hey, really pump up this guy. And this dude got knocked out in 10 seconds. And when you build it up, you're like, the build up, and then how do you have the letdown? So I could hear it in the play-by-play's voice. I'm like, oh, that sucks. That's awkward. I've been there.
So, yeah, you felt it on two levels. But as we said, Richie responded, so maybe that speaks to how he was raised, that he didn't allow it to affect him. But, yeah, Rahil Ramzanali joins us. Rahil, as I said, prefaced his call to Sean about, hey, can I derail what's going on here? And as Sean and I mentioned during the break, it's Friday. We talk Rockets. We
It's
talk
Friday.
draft.
The whole show's derailed.
We're just trying to get to Michael Carroll so I can get out of here, honestly.
Same here.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to get to Michael Carroll as well so I can have him ruin all the shows I want to watch. So he can just spoil the end of Invincible, spoil Daredevil for me. Yeah, I'm excited for that.
If you had eyes on the new Michael biopic, you're not Michael Carroll's biopic, the Michael Jackson biopic. If there was a Michael Carroll biopic, I'd be seated immediately. First showing. But the Michael Jackson biopic, if you had any interest in that, maybe Michael's going to say some things you're not going to like. But beyond
True
that,
story.
Go ahead.
True story. When Michael Jackson died, Allison Footer got mad at me.
What did you say?
So she was. So we were in the press box covering the Astros. I forgot the date he died, but this was the early days of Twitter. So you would see every tweet that somebody put out, and I think I tweeted something along the lines of, "Oh wow, Michael Jackson died. Shouldn't go to Chuck E. Cheese tonight to celebrate," or something like that.
It's a very 2009 joke.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a very 2009 joke. You know, you can make them. And she immediately turned to me and was upset, like verbally upset. I was like, "Oh, this is awkward," but I don't care.
Oh, you were Brandon Todman before Todman.
Yeah. Okay, 3 things for y'all, real quick. Okay,
he just zoomed by
to
that.
really get this going.
That's good.
Okay.
Sean liked it.
Texans 3rd round. What do you think about them taking Oliver LaCrue, the safety from Delaware State?
I don't believe that person's real. Oliver.
I worked really hard on that name.
Yeah,
Oliver
LaCrue. What prospect to name Oliver at safety? Cut it out. You can't.
Okay.
Dylan got drafted in the first round.
But Dylan, that's a name I would think of.
Okay.
But Oliver LaCrue.
You think Dylan LaCrue would have worked better?
No, LaCrue is a dead giveaway. LaCrue.
I should have said LaCroix.
Well, this isn't the
Luz are also
Luz not great. Isn't that giant Florida? Well, I think he's in the portal now. What was his name? The 7'9" Florida center. Wasn't he a
Ryu or something.
Ryu, like LaRue or something like that.
LaRue, yeah.
I know LaRue are playing football.
Because it's a Louisiana name. I thought it was going to work.
Nope.
Second thing, with the recent revelations.
It's Ryu. It's real. Or R-I, however you say that. That was who it was. But still,
again.
It's R-I-O-U-X. I don't know how you pronounce that. Olivier Rue or something like that. Either way, in the portal.
Okay.
We'll see where he lands.
Second thing, with the recent revelations about Alperen Şengün and his body,
what revelations?
Oh, that the way he runs.
If you haven't, okay, this is either you're very online or you're in our group chat, because there is a tweet that is in the Glory Boys group chat that says Alperen Şengün runs like he has breast. It's the less funny way of saying it because I can't say what the actual word is, but yeah, that's out there. So that's a revelation.
Okay. That's a revelation that it's online, so it's a fact.
Sure.
So do you think the Rockets training staff has to go to the Comets training staff to help him find the right?
No.
The right. What's the word? Uniform help.
Undergarment? What are you looking for?
Undergarment?
No.
Yeah.
No.
Tactical apparel?
Well, aren't those what are they called? Like that measure
catapults.
Catapults? You can put a catapult on.
Yeah, the soccer players.
Yeah, soccer players wear those that people think
are
bras.
There's much support on those though.
I don't think he is wearing anything of the sort.
He can hit up Lululemon maybe.
Yeah. Maybe. Great support.
A skim.
How is there
didn't we have a
picture?
couple years ago in the playoffs? Skims was promoting a couple athletes like Shea and Donovan Mitchell.
Jalen Brunson was not Jalen Brunson. Jalen Brown, I believe, was the Skims ambassador.
I think Donovan Mitchell might have been a guy, but the thing was, it was about their lower body. It wasn't. No one was wearing a top, so that would be something different.
Okay, so now we need somebody to do a Photoshop of Alperen Şengün with the Skims most branding on there.
See.
But
Hashtag
how is there
Skims
not
partner.
a picture of him wearing a catapult for this week? That would have been fantastic because there's a ton of pictures of athletes in catapult.
The problem is, this is what happens when you play the Lakers and you don't play well. All of this stuff, it becomes a thing because all the eyes are on you, and now you are just you, so that's why you're doing it. But the only reason that tweet is out there that he looks like he runs with some is because people are paying attention to the series in a way they wouldn't if they were playing like the Wolves or something.
It's like, man, everyone is so like the Rockets were just basically such an afterthought that no one has seen Şengün run, and the overweight tortoise jokes, the awkward playing style. Like this is new to them, and that's frustrating. Like, hey, we've been making fun of this for the last year almost.
Well, some of us have. I haven't really got into, hey, he doesn't look right up top. That's not really been a thing I've done, but maybe you and your personal group chat, the Şengün hating group chat, you might have made mention of it. I hadn't taken look. He is not the epitome of NBA body types. We know it's part of his charm at one point. Look at him. He's out there.
Yeah, it's kind of cool when it works.
Yeah, but now when Jackson Hayes and DeAndre Ayton are botting him in the paint and keeping him from getting to the rim, it's not fun anymore. It's not fun.
It's not. And then the whole if there was a way to delete stuff from the zeitgeist almost, we have to go back in time and delete the baby Jokic
Talk to Lance
stuff.
about that.
Yeah, like that's comparing NBA YoungBoy as baby Tupac. What are we doing? No. Just stop this. We cannot make this comparison. He is not baby Jokic. None of that. He's just an overweight tortoise who should have been traded for Giannis, frankly.
Well,
I said it, Turkey. I said it. I don't care.
Yeah. Find his at.
Yeah.
If you want to take
at
issue.
Me, Delvey 2.
Nope.
At Delvey 2.
I've already dealt with that, so they know it's not me.
Okay, third thing, because I know you guys are over.
We don't care about that.
The break.
But to mention what you said about he should have been traded for Giannis. Well, Will Guillory of The Athletic is saying that Alperen Şengün could possibly be a center of a superstar trade, like maybe Donovan Mitchell if it doesn't go well in Cleveland. Of course, Giannis as well. So whether the Rockets are in on that or not, that's one thing. But it's being reported that don't rule something like that out. If
Could look to move.
Yeah, if things keep going the way they're going, I guess would be the case. Who would
trade for him though? Why would you want Şengün?
Has he done so much damage to his reputation that we've talked about it? You could position him as a centerpiece of a trade only because he's got a salary that would help facilitate, but there would be much more that the Rockets at this point would have to give up. And we thought at one point he could be the centerpiece and you're throwing in a couple ancillary guys to make the money work. Now he is one of the guys who makes the money work and you're throwing in other things to get a deal done.
He needs a Jalen Green game 2. That's what he needs.
Yeah.
He really needs
that's what he needs.
Yeah.
Okay, last thing. Did somebody at the station snitch on me and get my video removed last week when Chrissy Friord, how do you say her last name?
I don't know.
The disgruntled USA Today writer made claims against Diana Rossini that she has been there's been sexual relationships for 10 years. So I clipped that video from Jeremy and Joe's show because I wanted the views.
Sure.
And I didn't wait for the station. Well, somebody reported it, I guess, and that video is now deleted. The tweet is up, but the video has been deleted. So who snitched at the station to get my stuff removed? I even cleared it with Joe. I was like, hey, I'm going to tweet this out. I'm giving you a little heads up here. But somebody removed it, Del.
I don't know that because beyond 10 to 12, I would say 10 to 12, but I do have to take into account 7 to 12. I don't care what happens here. So I can't speak in a way that I need to really ask questions about stuff. Like if something pops up of interest, I may go, hey, what's that about? But other than that, I'm not going to do much. I don't know. How would I know? Do you think it's a station? Could it have been someone associated with, could it be the Rossini faction that doesn't want more of it out? I don't know who asked for that to be deleted.
She's not clicked up right now, right? Her contract is expiring, so
she's
why
got
would
lawyers.
Yeah.
It may not be about. It may not be about who she works for, but maybe that clip got out there. She goes, I don't want that out there. Get that taken down. I don't know. You would have to ask more important people than me if someone at the station said, hey, let's not
I
push that.
backtrack. You're right. Because whoever she's clicked up with right now, they did the whole accident thing, as you mentioned in our group chat. Like, whoa, they are trying to get positive PR, and here she is, right place, right time, helping somebody in an accident in a flipped car and coming in and saving their lives. And even that couldn't deter the snowball that is Vrabel Rossini pictures.
There's very possible that people don't know what you're referring to. Yeah, I put it in the group chat, but like a week ago or so, maybe a little bit more than that, there was a report of Diana Rossini helping people in an overturned vehicle. Like there was an accident, the car was overturned, and she like climbed up on top of the car to get to the doors and help people out.
And no video, by the way, 2026, no video of this.
And you suggested Illuminati type stuff, where this was all a setup to get some good PR. Unfortunately for her and others involved, you can't fight something where people can document it from like 6 years ago at a minimum.
Yeah. Ironically enough, the person that she saved, that was the person who had the pictures from 6 years ago. She's like, wait, I recognize you. You just, I remember you.
It all comes together, doesn't it?
It's the PI that's been tailing her for years.
It just so happens.
Yeah.
Like who's the creator of This Is Us and now Paradise? That guy where everything ties together, you just don't know. Like is it Fogelman or something? Whatever his name is. It's like it just so happens that the person she dug out of that car now was on his way to the New York Post.
Yeah,
and now can still do that.
The Vrabel Diana Rossini pictures at the bar, honestly, they just look like somebody who took some pictures. They're like, oh, it's a good night out, like just hanging out here at the Wild Saloon or whatever the hell it was called. And then Diana stepping in and saving this person. Like, wait, you look so familiar. How do I know you? Oh, yeah. I saw it. You were in my pictures from 6 years ago.
So the question would be, in this situation, were you taking just photos of the bar and those two happened to be in it?
Or Mike Vrabel.
Or it's Mike Vrabel. I don't know what to do with this, but I noticed Mike Vrabel.
That must be his wife.
Yeah, because I don't know anything about him other than he's a football coach.
But where was the bar?
It was in New York City, I believe.
Sorry, say it again. You broke up.
It was in New York City.
Okay, in New York City, I don't think Mike Vrabel's that big of a name where you're like, oh, that's Mike Vrabel.
So what are they taking pictures of then if they don't know it's Mike Vrabel?
It could be just a funny picture like, dude, look at these two with the PDA. Or it could be just like, hey, man, good night out. I'm at the bar.
Is that what we do? We see random people together?
I do that.
You take pictures of people displaying PDA?
And send it to, I'll be like, dude, this is so uncomfortable. Look at these people. And I'll take a little sneaky pic.
This was more than one. It took several. It's like a whole collage.
That's true.
So who does this?
I mean, it might be the same private investigator that was in Sedona, Arizona.
And just waited?
Yeah.
As they were building a case?
Yeah, building a case. Had to make it airtight.
What are they? What are they? The FBI? CIA?
What is this, a RICO charge?
Yeah, well, how long do you have to take? How much information do you have to gather before you turn it in? This has been a long-standing investigation.
What is this? Bringing down some
some crime lord.
We got to bring down, what was the crime organization in Dark Knight? They had to file the RICO charges, but everything had to be airtight. Yeah,
the Maroney or whatever it was.
Yeah.
Like Vrabel, look, Vrabel's been getting by for years. We got to make this airtight. Is that how they approached it?
Harvey Dent is building the case. Yeah.
He's so slippery. Every time we think we got him, he keeps getting out of it. This time, no mistakes.
He keeps denying. And also, how uncomfortable was the conversation when the first batch of pictures leaked between Diana and Mike, where they're like, oh, damn, okay, we can just deny. We can just say this is platonic. But they talked about like, oh, crap, like we have to stop. This is, okay, there's stuff out there now. I think we're going to get away with this. We're good. Let's just deny. And they think they're clear. And then 2 weeks later, somebody drops this on them. That is uncomfortable, to say the least.
And then the
And I'm like, not even talking about the spousal conversation that comes with it, where you're just like, no, babe, hun, this is all it's out of context. This is so unfair. and then 2 weeks later you come back to them like, okay, I have to miss day 3 of the draft to go to counseling with you now? Man, that's great. And how about he values his relationship so much, he's like, I can't miss day 2, but day 3, I'm all yours, honey. I'm all yours.
Maybe they're only open on Saturdays, Raheel. You don't know.
Yeah, Saturday counseling.
Saturdays and Sundays. It's the only time. It's the only time they're open. There's also the possibility that if this draft goes poorly, he can just point to Elliott Wolf and go, "See, I was busy."
Gosh, what a mess.
Yeah.
I love it. I love sports. There's always something good. All right, guys. Thank you for letting me derail your show.
Sure. Raheel just had time on his hands, and he joins us.
Yeah. I was just driving, honestly. Hey, you guys have anything for me I can help with?
No, we're good. I mean, Michael's here, so he'll take us home.
Okay. Hey, you got it from here, Michael.
Thank you. An hour. I got a full hour of not doing much. That's how I love it on a Friday. Thank you to Raheel Ramzanali. Appreciate you joining us. Michael Carroll up next. Eric Urardian wanting to talk to him. Anyone else want to join us to talk to Michael Carroll? He is the host of ComicCast. That podcast in its radio form can be heard right here on ESPN 97.5 on Wednesdays for the most part, but also in podcast form wherever you listen to podcasts. You can find ComicCast, where they talk the latest in pop culture, maybe call it nerd culture. Michael Carroll and John Lee handle that. We'll be joined by Michael when we come back. But before we do any of that, I want to talk about Monument Chevrolet. You should go to the website right now, which is monumentchevrolet.com. If you're looking for a Chevy, that's the place for you. I focused quite a bit on Truck Month because it was extended into April. Take advantage of all the deals around the trucks they have to offer. But if you're looking for something a little different, maybe you're looking for a pre-owned car, they have a wide inventory of vehicles there too. That's why I say go to the website. Find the vehicle that you want at the price you want, and then head on out there. They are in Pasadena. They're off of Beltway 8 and 225. Once you step on that lot, you become a member of the Monument Chevrolet family. That's how they've been in business for so long. They treat not only the employees, but the customers like a family. You go there with a vehicle in mind, and they'll make sure you get into that vehicle at a price that you're going to love. So from Jeff, who is their general manager and can be your point person, to the salespeople there, they all work together to make the car buying experience for you an enjoyable one, and they're not pushy. They go at your own pace to make sure you're as comfortable as possible when you're getting your new vehicle. That's the Monument Chevrolet way. So one more time, website is monumentchevrolet.com. You can head on out there in Pasadena, off of Beltway 8 and 225, and get yourself a great vehicle from Monument Chevrolet. Chevrolet, together let's drive. Michael Carroll's here. Welcome to the show, Michael.
Thank you for having me.
He is the host of ComicCast. He does that with John Lee, as I told you. As I told people before we went to break, you can find that wherever you listen to podcasts. What's the latest issue of ComicCast about?
It's all about let me back up. We actually did 2 issues this week. So the latest issue, which came out yesterday, is all about Daredevil Born Again, the latest episode that premiered earlier this week, diving into full spoilers for that. And then at the beginning of the week, on Tuesday, we released a special, what we call one-shot, where we had Vanessa Shark of Big Gold Belt Media. She was out at CinemaCon. She was at all the presentations. So she talked about what she saw, some of the highlights. And, of course, we talked about the Avengers Doomsday footage, as well as some other footage shown for different films, including Supergirl, Clayface, Spider-Man, Whalefall, Hope. There's a wide-ranging set of movies she got to see at that event.
So if you missed it, there are 2 editions or issues of ComicCast out. He mentioned the one-shot and then issue 643, which is all about Daredevil Born Again, episode 6 of season 2. So you can find that on ComicCast right now. So Eric is on hold. He's been on hold for a little bit. You mentioned Clayface. I would imagine he will have a mention of Clayface because that trailer is out. It was about a minute, a teaser, and you just see some of the see how they're going to make this actor look like Clayface and make it look good as they're doing it, because there's going to be a lot of certainly some CGI, some practical makeup to make
body
this,
horror.
Yeah, body horror in store if you want to watch Clayface. And from the minute of the trailer teaser that I saw, I'm interested. So don't know much about the story as far as what will be in the movie, but the trailer itself at least piqued my interest a little bit. So that's out there. I don't know that we've ever really mentioned the vampire Lestat on this show before. It's from the Anne Rice series, of course. Interview with the Vampire was the movie with Tom Cruise and Brad Pitt. They have made a series on that. What's his name? Grey Worm from Game of Thrones.
Yeah, he's
is in it.
Yeah.
He plays Louis, which was the role that Brad Pitt had in the movie. So they had the first 2 seasons. It was called Interview with the Vampire. Vampire Lestat is the 3rd season, and if you don't know the stories, he becomes a rock star and a vampire, and it goes on and on. The Anne Rice books have a big universe. So that trailer came out, but Clayface is the one I certainly took note of. So I'm interested in that. Let's get to Eric here before we get to maybe some of Michael's picks. Maybe he's got a thought on Clayface. What's up, Eric?
Hey guys, I just saw the Clayface trailer. It looks pretty good for a horror film. It looks like it's going to be a great horror film from the trailer. Hopefully it doesn't disappoint. Also, I heard Austin Butler and Michael B. Jordan, they're going to be in the new Miami Vice 85 movie. So that looks pretty good as well. And also, one more thing, Lanterns, it's been getting a lot of positive buzz. I know that premieres on HBO in August. Have you heard anything about that? And I'll hang up and listen. Thank you.
So, yes, Austin Butler, Michael B. Jordan, they will be in Miami Vice 85. So we've had the series from the 80s. You had the Michael Mann movie with Colin Farrell and
Jamie
Foxx.
Yeah.
Now you've got Elvis and Creed as the new
You put it like that.
Crockett and Tubbs. Yeah, just saying.
Lock Sean in right
yeah.
there.
Oh, what'd you say?
I mean, I was already like, it piqued my interest, but when you put it like, oh my God, yeah. Smoke and Stack and the guy from Dune 2.
That too.
If
the Harkonnen.
Frey Rotha
Was he a Harkonnen
or whatever?
Yeah, he was that, not a Harkonnen.
If people were watching YouTube to see the light bulb go boom, oh,
hold on,
wait a minute.
Sometimes you got to know how to sell a movie to someone.
Just became real.
Yeah,
that's true.
Yeah,
that's true.
You got to know how to sell a movie, and that's how you get Sean locked in if he wasn't already. So
that's
yeah.
true.
So
Also, I started thinking about the Colin Farrell movie. I'm like, yeah, I like
All
that
right,
one
now
too.
see, we've gone too far with the light bulb. Now it's gone to that movie.
I like that.
Okay, but yes,
you
Eric,
and Bill Simmons.
Yeah, there you go. But yes, Eric is right. Yeah, Austin Butler and like you said, Del, Austin Butler, Michael B. Jordan are going to be in the new Miami Vice 85. Production is set for this summer or something like that, with a release next year. So we have that to look forward to. And then Lanterns, there's not a new trailer or anything like that, but they did release that it is coming out in August, and they have like new posters and key art for it, and it looks like it looks cool. But that's
I was
all
in
we
on
know.
the trailer, despite some people pushing back on the lack of comic booky stuff, at least from what they saw. Although Kyle Chandler was flying in the trailer at one point.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
I think as I said before, I'm not looking for whimsy so much.
Mhm.
So this feels like something I would like, and considering it's going to be in that prestige TV reign for HBO this Sunday night, I'm all in on that, and we'll just see how it plays out. But yeah, I hopefully the reviews are an indicator of what we're actually going to see.
Yeah, for
week
sure.
to week.
For sure. And then with the Clayface trailer, I think what it did was a good job of, you don't think of it as, it has DC logos and stuff like that, but if you took that off, that could feel like an A24 film or a Neon or something like that. It has a distinct style and flair, and I think James Gunn even came out and said this is not a superhero horror film, this is just a horror film. And I mean, when you have Mike Flanagan involved and the director of Speak No Evil, like I think you have the makings of and potential of something that's very good.
So Batman probably not coming in to beat him up at the end of this movie?
Well, it's funny you mentioned that, because James Gunn did say that this is set before Superman, so it is in the same universe.
Okay.
So I don't expect Batman to pop up, but it feels like that's
on the table.
On the table at the very least. So
I'd be surprised, just given the tone and how they're talking about it. I would be surprised, but maybe they're selling a movie one way.
Would they introduce whoever James Gunn's version of Batman's going to be in a Clayface movie?
Well, that was
that too.
I think it was Vanessa Shark who was on ComicCast. We talked about that, where this movie is similarly kind of based on the animated series, is two-parter about Clayface and him being a movie star, getting attacked by the mob, all that. And in that series, or in those episodes, it shows Clayface turning into Bruce Wayne. Could we at least get maybe Bruce Wayne at some point? Okay. And maybe that's how we could get our reveal.
Get the actor.
Get the actor.
But not in the suit. Yeah.
Not necessarily in the suit, but you get Bruce Wayne.
interesting.
It'd be interesting.
That's not a bad approach.
Yeah.
It would be interesting to see if they do that. Well, you mentioned that one of your issues of ComicCast this week is on Daredevil. Let's get to Tony here. He wants to talk some Daredevil. What's up, Tony?
Hey, good morning, guys. As we all saw, Karen Page looks like she got picked up by Powell at the end of episode 6. I was curious as to what your thoughts were on who's going to end up rescuing her, whether it's just going to be Daredevil or it's going to be Bullseye himself. And do you think they'll find a way to get Bullseye to be on the Thunderbolts team? And I'll hang up and listen. Thanks, guys.
So here's a question. Considering the spoilery nature of even what he just said, you are a man who understands that particular realm you have to be in, and you do have a spoiler-filled review on the podcast. Do you want to answer that question here, or do you think it's too much?
No, I think it's fine.
Okay.
I mean, it's not like a huge cliffhanger. It's not necessarily a death or anything like that. So it's just a interesting position that puts obviously Karen in some deep danger, because the character that has her is an insane person at this point, Officer Powell. I think it would be interesting, especially with what happens earlier on in the episode, if Bullseye came through. That being said, I feel like it would be a combination of the two somehow, some way, going after Fisk and the Anti-Vigilante Task Force. Now, in regards to Thunderbolts, it's interesting he brings that up, because also in that episode, Jessica Jones makes her big return to the series, and she has indications, or she leaves it up to interpretation about the character Matthew Lillard plays, Mr. Charles, and his dealings with them. Seems to insinuate that maybe Luke Cage is working with Mr. Charles, and I don't know if that also means Iron Fist and or her friend. I forget her character's name, her friend from the series, but maybe it's somebody along those lines. But we know Mr. Charles works with Valentina, who is behind the Thunderbolts. I mean, I don't know that I don't think he's necessarily going to work with them, because he's more straight up villain rather than them, where they're more anti-hero. But there's a potential crossover that could happen at some point.
You can hear the full breakdown of the latest episode right on ComicCast with Michael Carroll and John Lee. Let's go to break so we can get through all of Michael's recs and maybe some of the things he thinks you shouldn't see. Let's see what he thinks about Michael Jackson. The movie, not the person. Let's avoid those pitfalls, Michael. Don't want to put you in that spot. We got one more segment to go. We will be back.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, it's the Del Olalea Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Okay, let's get to what you could or couldn't watch this weekend. Michael Carroll did go see one of the at least big in name movies this weekend. He got to see Michael, the biopic for Michael Jackson. What were your thoughts?
I saw it Monday. I struggle to call it a biopic. It's more of a concert experience.
Got it.
With the amount of time you spend with him either making the music, doing the dance moves, coming up with the dance moves, you get basically a full performance of Human Nature and some of the other hits. It's very surface level in terms of a narrative illuminating look at the life of Michael Jackson. The actor Jafar Jackson, his nephew, incredibly well acted, incredibly well done. Really, he looks, sounds, moves, like all of the things. He really embodied Michael Jackson. And same goes for Coleman Domingo, who plays Michael's dad. Incredible performance. But if you're looking for something that, I don't know, in the realm of biopics, I don't know. I'm not the biggest music biopic fan.
Same here.
But like, I would probably say like Bohemian Rhapsody or even Elvis that came out are better looks. This one obviously does not go. We were talking about it during the break. Does not go into some of the more controversial aspects of his life. It also only covers from like the mid 60s, whatever it is, from the early days of the Jackson 5 to 88, and that's it. Like that's what it covers. And at points, it feels like a highlight reel where you get this moment that happens in 67, whatever. Then it jumps to 68. And it's like one moment, boom, one moment, boom. And it never gets into anything deeper. And it also just has things that don't really build on to each other narratively. There's a scene later on about how he gets his music videos played on MTV. And while like, okay, that's interesting, But if I took that out, it wouldn't affect the movie. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I think if they had picked a lane of Joe versus Michael or something like that, it would have helped this movie in terms of being a biopic. That being said, it's fine. Like, if you just want to listen to the music. So, and I think that's what audiences are saying. They just want to listen to the music. 96% with audiences. It's critics that just have not been big fans of this 40%. I'm like, it's fine. I gave it a 3 out of 5. Like, it's okay. It's one of those where the more I think about it, the more I'm like, I don't know. It didn't really do it for me. Is the big thing. And if you want something more interesting outside of the surface level stuff, this is not it.
Sean, you were prompted by something to approach the mic?
Well, I was going to ask, what do you think of Miles Teller's performance as Michael Jackson?
I know why you brought this
manager.
Up. Because, yes, Miles Teller is in this movie. When he first popped up, of course, Miles Teller being from like Top Gun Maverick, The Gorge, all these other
was
things.
it like the Avengers walking through the portals in Endgame?
No.
On your left?
No. Instantly, once he pops up, it's like a boardroom setting. He pops up, we all start laughing.
Yeah, I'm looking at
And
what they call the transformation.
The wig's tough.
Yeah.
Every time he popped up, we laughed. Because it's just...
Couldn't he have just grown the hair out?
I don't know. Like, the wig is very bad.
It's funny
not
because
good.
that's the exact thing that happened this past weekend when me and my friends were watching the basketball games, and the Michael trailer popped on. Every time we saw him.
Yeah. No, like, it's funny. Like, Coleman...
Why is he in this movie?
Yeah, Coleman Domingo looks like, perfect. Jafar Jackson, perfect. Miles Teller, what are we doing? What is happening? Mike Myers is in this movie very briefly, in a blink and you miss it kind of thing.
Wow.
But he, like, it doesn't...
Does he play like a
no,
dignitary of years past?
no, he does not play a dignitary. He
Like
plays a very high up...
or something?
No, very high up executive.
Oh,
so.
okay.
But he's, like, there's costume prosthetics that makes him look a little different. Miles Teller's just bad wig.
It's like his scene, was it Inglourious Bastards that he was in? He was in like a very like serious movie.
Yeah.
In like a lot of makeup.
Yeah.
He was playing like a British officer. Or
Yeah,
something.
like
Yeah, I know what you're talking. I don't think it was that one, but yeah, I know what you mean talking about. But yeah, no, it's not like that.
No,
in
he's in Inglourious Bastards.
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
Oh, maybe that is the one then.
Yeah, I think that's what I'm thinking of.
Yeah. Okay, so Michael, take the biopic which may not be a biopic. Take it or leave it. If you want to hear great music, you can possibly do that from your phone, or you can go see it in the movie form.
Thriller's still good.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's Michael's big takeaway. The Thriller album still a great one.
Yeah. Billie Jean, respect it. Just saying.
Look at you respecting Billie Jean.
Feed it.
Yeah.
So, anything else you can see in theaters, or is it strictly home viewing this weekend?
There's actually quite a lot of movies coming out this weekend that I would maybe point towards. Michael's going to be the big one. That's going to generate the most buzz, most money, all that. But if folks can see Fuse, it's a limited release starring Aaron Taylor Johnson and Theo James. Sean, this should perk up your interest. It's a heist movie.
There we go.
It's a heist movie. Now,
Kick-ass? Let's go.
It's I can't talk. Fuse unfolds after an unexploded World War II bomb is unearthed at a busy construction site, forcing a massive citywide evacuation. Amid the escalating tension, a daring criminal operation is set in motion, one that uses the evacuation as cover. So
that's awesome.
See, that spoke to him completely.
Just, as I said, know your audience. It also has 2009 Terminator Salvation, John Connor, Sam Worthington.
Yes. He's also
Jake
in it.
Sully himself.
Better known as Jake Sully. He's in it as well.
I actually am not sure if he's better known as Jake Sully.
Yeah, how many people know? Well, if they have to remember,
he's been the star of like $3 billion movie.
You'd have to go back to the first movie because that's the last time we saw him in human form, right?
Yeah,
the first one.
I believe
Since
so.
then, he's been a Na'vi.
Yeah.
Also, one of the stars of Clash of the Titans. Actually, the star of Clash of the Titans.
Star,
yeah.
There you go. Well, you can catch that star in Fuse if you. Now it's limited, so be aware of that when you go to try and find theaters. Movie times and whatnot. But my friend Shalise Williams, a real movie junkie, she saw it at TIFF last year, and she's been raving about this movie ever since.
Fuse with a Z?
Yeah, with a Z.
Like the drink?
Yeah, it's perfect for him.
What?
See, there you go. But yeah, I would definitely recommend that this weekend. I would also recommend Over Your Dead Body. This is the new film starring Jason Segel and Samara Weaving. 70% right now with critics.
I feel like this is a redux of a Netflix like Norwegian Swedish movie that I've seen previewed before. Where the two combatants, the wife and husband, plan to try to kill each other.
It is a remake of, I think the movie's called Trip It.
I think that's what I remember.
Yeah,
I've seen that preview before.
Mm-hmm. Well, now you got Samara Weaving and Jason Segel as a miserable couple that retreat to a remote cabin for a romantic reset. Each arrives with a secret plan to kill the other.
The Trip, I guess, is what it's called.
Yeah, the Trip. So you have that this weekend in theaters. Solid reviews, but what perked my interest was 87 North Productions as part of it, and they're always great about action movies, and the action in this movie seems absurd, especially when you have Jason Segel and Samara Weaving. That seems like an interesting pairing. Before we run out, streaming-wise, Apex, the new Netflix film starring Taron Egerton and Charlize Theron. She's a woman grieving, and she wants to test her limits in the Australian wilderness, but is suddenly ensnared in a deadly game with a ruthless predator. Sign me up anytime Taron Egerton is a absolute menace, because he is going. The two leads are what's going to propel you through this movie. It's
on Netflix.
Yeah, it's on Netflix. It's available now. 72% with critics right now. I highly recommend that one too.
What about Tales from 1985?
Oh yeah, Stranger Things Tales from 85 season 1 debuted yesterday. I saw the first episode. It's
Stranger Things
it's
in animated form. Yeah,
it's animated form, a little bit more kid friendly, I would say.
Certainly, and while the characters remain the same, the voice work is done by new
completely
actors.
Different. Yeah,
you're not going to hear the actors from the show. It's
set between seasons 2 and 3 of the main show, so it has some new characters. So it's solid.
Yeah.
Like after this first episode, it's only 30 minutes, so it's a quick watch. It's fine. Animation's good too. I like the animation.
I was a fan of the animation in the first episode as well. All right, that music certainly means we're done, not just for the day, but for the week. Thank you, Michael.
Thank you.
You can hear ComicCast wherever you listen to podcasts, and also right here on ESPN 97.5. Sean, since we're done, what does that mean?
I know where you live, white boy.
Not flip me over, Mike, huh? Interesting.
No, gotta shout out our newest Houston Texan.
Kalen Rutledge.
I know where he lives now.
Big Red is in town.
Big Red.
He's in town.
I'm gonna find a way to take that sound. I know where he lives now. You know,
you gotta turn it into something.
Yeah, I gotta turn it into something.
All right, Rich Eisen's up next, followed by Jeremy and Joe. We'll talk to you on Monday.
ESPN 97.5.
This is Ron Ansana with your market scoreboard report on ESPN 97.5. In today's Trend Watching, how much more serious can the oil shot get for the remainder of the world? About 1 billion barrels of oil has been taken out of supply since the start of the U.S. and Israel war against Iran. That's about 10 days worth of supply. The Strait of Hormuz remains closed and not a lot of oil is getting out, if any at all. And where countries like Japan, China, and the global south are heavily dependent on oil from the Middle East, this could be a crisis in the making of pandemic proportions. Consider also that it's not just oil and natural gas not getting out of the strait, but also fertilizer, plastic items, and also even things like helium in the use of computer chips. All of that is stuck in, effectively shut in, if you will, and may get worse before it gets better. The key question is, will it cause a crisis, not necessarily in the United States, which is dealing with some shortages and higher prices, but the rest of the world is far more vulnerable. That could have a huge impact on the global economy and come back to bite the U.S. at the end.
No purchase required. Term supply available at ownwell.com/terms. Estimate based on your neighborhood average and individual results may vary.
When I saw how high my property tax bill was, I was shocked. We couldn't afford this. But I discovered Ownwell. Ownwell reduced my property taxes and saved me over $1,000.
Your property taxes aren't set in stone. They can be protested, and they can be reduced. But instead of filing protests yourself and very possibly losing your appeal, Ownwell does it all for you. And we give you the best chance to win and save big. Ownwell has reduced property taxes for hundreds of thousands of Texans and put money back in their pocket, and you can be one of them. And unlike other companies that take half of whatever you save, Ownwell charges just 25%, and that's only if you save.
Now I don't worry about my property taxes. Ownwell reduces it every year.
Don't wait. The deadline to protest is May 15th for most counties. Save money on your property taxes with Ownwell. Sign up in less than 3 minutes at ownwell.com. That's ownwell.com. Ownwell.com.
Looking for a career that offers real opportunity? IBEW Local 66 is opening the door. With more than 4,800 members, their apprenticeship programs combine classroom instruction with paid, hands-on training so you can earn while you learn and build a nationally recognized career in electrical, construction, or line work. Whether you're just starting out or ready for a new direction, they're ready to help. Visit IBEW66.com. Powering careers, powering the future, IBEW66.com.
Hey, you got better things to do than think about your electricity bill, but how do you avoid the surprise of a high bill at the end of the month? Here's what I do. I rely on the guys over at Champion Energy. With their low-price, fixed-rate plans, there's never any surprises. Plus, the team at Champion sends me weekly usage reports with my projected bill amount. Again, no surprises. They also remind me when my contract is about to expire so I can lock in on low prices. Visit champion.energy to view a variety of fixed-rate offers. That's champion.energy. Promo code 1560. Promo code 1560.
ESPN 97.5, presented by Zadok Jewelers.
KFNC 97.9 HD2 Mont Bellevue, Houston, a Gal media station.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of the Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show. Live from the NFL Draft in Pittsburgh, it's the Rich Eisen Show. Today's guests, NFL Network insider Ian Rapoport, Fox Sports lead college football analyst Joel Klatt, Pro Football Hall of Famer Calvin Johnson, Pittsburgh Steelers head coach Mike McCarthy, ESPN NFL draft hosts Reese Davis and Mike Greenberg. And now, it's Rich Eisen.
Hey, everybody. It's the Friday of draft week in Pittsburgh, PA. It's the final day of our 3-day residency here in downtown Pittsburgh. Mere steps from the confluence across the street from the draft hall where 320,000 fans packed it to watch an interesting, exciting, frequently unpredictable, but breakneck first night of an NFL draft. And I'm thrilled if you watched us on NFL Network last night, got some rest. Now I'm back here for a 3-hour program with you. Ian Rapoport's going to be joining us in the first hour of this program. Hour 2 is going to be chock full of guests. Joel Klatt, my colleague sitting next to me on NFL Network, and of course Fox Sports will be here in studio. Hall of Famer Calvin Johnson follows him. Then we got a Zoom with the head coach of the Pittsburgh Steelers, Mike McCarthy, Reese Davis, and Mike Greenberg, who host the draft coverage on ABC and ESPN, respectively. We're going to continue a tradition unlike any other.
I like it.
Sit down and
we do this.
as hosts of the draft and sit down and chat. Good to see you over there, Chris Brock.
Hey, Rich. How are you, man?
I am doing great. TJ Jefferson liked that candle electronically, man. He was doing it during the
boom. This guy is so happy.
Well,
today.
You should be happy.
So happy.
The Caleb Downs pick was an absolute home run. The Cowboys had a great night. I've got a top 5 list of the top 5 teams that nailed the first night. That's coming up the end of this hour.
Love it.
It's a What's More Likely Friday, so
Sure
we got a
is.
What's More Likely that's chock full of draft stuff.
All draft all the time.
The NBA playoffs went down last night. The NHL playoffs continued last night. The Yankees swept the Red Sox. I don't know what else happened in Major League Baseball.
The Mets won.
You tell me. Oh, that's right. There you go. They're on a winning streak.
Look at you.
2 in a row now.
Life is good, especially last
Got to win 10 more in a row to erase the losing streak.
I'm on to football. Baby steps.
All right, very good. 844-204-RICH is the number to dial if you want to have a conversation with us. We got a busy show. Listen, every single year the NFL draft creates experts all over the place, and why not? That's the way we view the draft. That's the beauty of the draft, is you look at a pick and say, could that be the game changer for us? Could this be the culture changer? Could this be the football gods dropping a generationally great player in our lap and it changes all the fortunes? Or it's just the last piece to a puzzle that helps you win a Super Bowl? And the most important thing everyone needs to remind themselves of is We have no idea. We truly have no idea. It usually takes 3 to 5 years to figure out if a draft choice was good or a draft class was perfect or fill in the blank with all of that. However, we don't wait around 3 minutes, let alone 3 years, to figure this sort of thing out. And every single year there's one choice that makes you sit there out of all of them and say, what was that about? I had that reaction a couple of years ago when the Atlanta Falcons chose Michael Penix in the top 10 of a draft after signing Kirk Cousins for a poop ton of money, and they're like, you know what, instead of us taking a player now that's going to help the veteran quarterback in his final years as a quarterback in the NFL, and we're going to take a player now that's going to help that player. No, we're actually going to use this pick on a quarterback of the future looking over the steering wheel instead. And I was like, what is up with that? There was another pick, and Joel Klatt's going to be joining us, top of hour number 2. You guys remember when we were just doing the radio show only from a draft in Tennessee? He came on after the Giants drafted Daniel Jones. Hammered it. As a pick 6, unfortunately for him, and he hammered it and said it's going to potentially destroy the Giants.
Set him back
franchise.
like a decade?
That's what he said. Yeah. Okay, so then we watch and see how things move. So we have another such pick, and it was the Los Angeles Rams last night with the 13th overall selection, a choice that they got in last year's draft from the Atlanta Falcons to go up back into the first round and choose James Pierce, who might not be available to the Atlanta Falcons, but that's for another day. This was the Atlanta Falcons pick that over and over and over again last year we're watching the Falcons lose and saying the Rams are getting a better choice as they kept on matriculating their way through the playoffs with their MVP quarterback, who's decided to come back, made that announcement as he was winning the MVP award last year. And now the Rams having an opportunity to choose somebody 13th overall to supplement Matthew Stafford's final year or years as the quarterback of the Los Angeles Rams, and instead they go ahead and take Ty Simpson 13th overall, and everybody is like, what's up with that? Because of various reasons. The way that Ty Simpson was evaluated by the evaluator class coming into the combine and after the combine and coming into the draft, wondering if he would even be picked in the first round, if he was worthy of being a first-round quarterback. And we saw the evaluator class from Dan Orlovsky on one side saying he's the best in the class, to others saying he's not even maybe the number 2 quarterback in the class. He's too inexperienced. All you have to do, you don't have to Google how many starts he had as a collegiate quarterback. You just had to look at his uniform number 15 to know that. Too inexperienced, too unready, yada, yada, yada. And in between, there's Les Snead saying, I don't care, I'm taking him. And that's all you need is one. And it's not just one. This time around, it's a general manager with a head coach that is seemingly in lockstep, that is 1,000% set to win a Super Bowl again if they can only get the right pieces, including the indication that you could see that they are looking for this year and getting set to get ready and fill whatever holes they need to fill. They used their own draft choice, 29th overall, to flip to the Kansas City Chiefs for Trent McDuffie and gave him a big-time contract. And yet, here they use the 13th overall pick to look over the steering wheel and bring in Ty Simpson, with whom Les Snead has ties personally. His dad, Ty Simpson's dad, is someone that Les goes back with like a car seat. There was a story that coming into the draft, Les Snead talked to Ty Simpson and told him, you are a first-round quarterback, when the family was wondering if he should place his name into the NFL draft this year or wait and collect a poop ton of NIL money to stay put. And all I'm going to say about this is twofold. I'm shocked. 2, we don't know what's going to happen. It doesn't make sense to use a 13th overall pick right now to look over the steering wheel unless you feel like your team is ready to rock and win it all right now. And your job as the general manager of the Los Angeles Rams is to think about the now. Check that box with the 29th overall pick, leading to one of the best at the position to fill your need at cornerback in Trent McDuffie, and also win down the road. And you have a head coach who can 1,000% one thinks, make any sort of lemonade out of whatever you give him at the quarterback position, no matter how much experience he has at quarterback. And we do not know what Ty Simpson's going to do, and we do not know the ripple effect in this pond. All we know is the 13th overall pick in this draft, most likely, on a What's More Likely Friday, will not help the Rams win a Super Bowl in this year with Matthew Stafford at quarterback.
Or next year.
We think that's more likely than not. But we have seen crazier things happen in the National Football League, have we not?
Sure.
And anything that you could say 1,000% with certainty in the NFL draft came home to roost last night, which is it only takes one team to make a player a first-round choice, and the Rams did that. And any thought about whether this was the right move or not, these folks who think it's not the right move, boy, did they get a ton of ammunition when Les Snead and Sean McVay showed up in their post-draft presser. I watched all, 12, 15 minutes. If you watch that press conference through the lens of these two guys were not on the same page, that the coach didn't want the quarterback 13th overall, the general manager did. If you watch that press conference through that lens, it is an uncomfortable, long 15-minute watch. If it is not what it seems, doesn't matter. That said, here's Les Snead sitting next to Sean McVay saying what he liked about and Ty Simpson to use the 13th overall pick in this draft on him.
At the end of the day, probably processing football, someone who can execute a passing offense, has mobility. So that's probably the macro. There's a lot more variables that go into it, but that's the macro, I would say.
I mean, McVay, who normally is jumping out of his skin,
just kind of nod. Yep. Okay. Yeah, body language.
And then this exchange went viral. Okay, a quick back and forth with McVay being asked, and I'll repeat the questions here because it's tough to hear the question. Did you speak to Stafford? What did you say? And is Ty Simpson going to be a backup quarterback this year? Because, as you know, Jimmy G is saying he's thinking of retiring. Here's that exchange.
Did you have a conversation with Matthew about this pick?
Yeah, I did.
What did you tell him?
I'll keep that between us.
Do you expect Ty to back up Matthew?
We'll see. He's going to compete with Stetson.
Okay. So now, him saying he doesn't want to share the conversation with Stafford and him being so clipped in his answers makes you think the conversation with Stafford didn't go all well.
Well, WTF, bro?
Okay. And there's a perception right now that the Rams 100% have to deal with. This, however, was Sean McVay's much more expansive answer on what Simpson brings to the table and what he can do as a bona fide quarterback whisperer with that reputation as coach.
Yeah, there was a lot of players that we liked, but when you do look at it, I think the thing you liked about the body of work is, let's make one thing clear. This is Matthew's team. And you get a chance to be able to address, the backup quarterback. We've got Stetson. We've talked about the importance of Jimmy. So to be able to add somebody that you can evaluate a body of work where he was asked to play the position and a lot of things that do translate in terms of concepts, reading with his feet, some of the different things in the drop back in the play action game, the movement game. So there's a lot of things that Coach Grubb did that's very similar to kind of how we operate. So it made it an easier evaluation to be able to kind of say, all right, what would that look like if he did translate it to our level? But there was a lot of players that we liked.
So Coach Grubb is the OC in Alabama he's referring to. And listen, end of the story is, will the kid help them win a Super Bowl right now if Matthew Stafford's sitting at home saying, I'm coming back? How are we not using every piece of capital to make this work for us right now, Sean? And so Les Snead was asked that very question about using a choice on somebody that appears seemingly, most likely, not helpful in terms of winning it all this year.
I don't want to sit here, and I don't even know, it's April. and say, okay, we draft one player and now we go to the Super Bowl. There is a lot of hard work that happens between this night and whoever's playing in that game in February.
See, and here's Les's issue. Here's the issue for Les, is his reputation of nailing draft choices wherever he uses them, when he chooses to use them, is so sterling. When you're like, okay, that's Cup. Let's take Puka. Let's take Jared Verse. I could go on and on and on. So when he's just like, you never know when you choose somebody if they're helpful or not. When all he does is choose players who immediately become helpful and really good and coachable and of an organization that has sterling people to put out there in the community. That's the issue here, right? And so there's two ways of looking at it. Not helpful this year. Stafford's not happy. McVay's job is to win now and win right now with these players. And this is what we're doing 13th overall. And that leads you to eventually say and sit here, of the people that need to be sold on the program and everything else, from maybe Stafford to whomever that is internally needing to be sold on it.
The head coach, probably?
At the end of the day, it's McVay, who at some point might just go, I don't want to coach anymore. That's the idea that you hear all the time, that he's awesome and he's great, and why would you never want to leave the Rams? It's such an incredible situation. But will we look back on this moment, right, as a watershed moment for McVay and Les and the organization? Or, wait for it, they did get McDuffie 29th overall. Mm-hmm. They did add a crucial piece to win the Super Bowl this year. It's Les's job to look over the steering wheel and win for the future. Certainly, if there is a born-on date on Stafford that's coming up real fast, or a born-on date with McVay, it's his job to keep down the road. And at the end of the day, everything that we just said to start this, and this is what the draft is all about. What if Simpson does have to get in there? Because he might back up, which is another question. Like, why did you take Simpson where you did? You could have traded down. You could have gotten more assets. You could have still gotten him. But just take a look at what happened with Mekhi Lemon last night. You never know who's going to try to break through on call waiting to come draft you. You know, there's another thing, too. You have to go get the guy that you believe in when you can get him. Certainly when you have everything else all set, the table set, let's go get somebody for the future. And if he does get in there, what if he's really friggin' good? What if he's? I know I just went higher register.
What if it's not a strategy, though?
Don't know.
That's not a strategy.
No,
went so high at Glassbrook.
No, I understand that. That's not a strategy, but crazier things have happened.
But they have other immediate needs that could have immediately been addressed.
I understand it.
We mentioned Lemon. They need offensive line help. Some great players went on the line after them. They could have easily taken one of them, and that would have been satisfactory. They just created drama and discussion that they could have easily avoided. It's unnecessary.
Unless Ty Simpson is the real deal and does, in fact.
But the real deal when?
Does it matter?
Kind of. I think it does, kind of.
I mean, it doesn't matter if he turns into somebody really good to great and can actually continue on this tradition down the road.
How do you sell that to Matthew Stafford?
You don't. Clearly, it doesn't appear like the sell job went well. Otherwise, McVay might have been sharing a bit more.
It doesn't seem like McVay was buying the sell job either.
Again, if you watch that press conference through that
CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Hungry for the best lunch in town? Then look no further than Brown Bag Deli. With 5 convenient locations, Brown Bag Deli is open for lunch and ready to serve you Houston's best sandwiches. Planning an event? Email cater@brownbagdeli.com to cater your next gathering with delicious options that have won Houston's Best of the Best award. Houston owned and operated with only the freshest ingredients. Swing by a location today or order online at brownbagdeli.com.
John Granado here. Brinkman Quality Roofing is a local family-owned business and are the roof experts in shingle roofs, tile roofs, solar shingle roofs, metal roofing, and commercial roofing products. Brinkman has 100% financing available and free, no-obligation estimates. If your roof is starting to look bad, Brinkman's proprietary solution can make it look new again until you're ready to replace. Brinkman Quality Roofing is the one to call at 281-480-ROOF. That's 281-480-ROOF. Or go to brinkmanquality.com.
Hi, I'm Kirsten Stokes, third-generation neighborhood hardware store owner. For 72 years, Stokes Hardware has proudly served our community with everything from plumbing to paint and power tools and more. We're family-owned, 3 generations strong, a small business with competitive pricing. Come see our knowledgeable team today. Hablamos Español. Shop local, save more. Follow Stokes Hardware on Instagram, Facebook, and TikTok. Stokes Hardware, your neighborhood store since 1954.
Jeremy Branham here. You've heard me talk about Pro Dunk Hoops and their drill-powered lightning adjust system that lets you raise and lower your goal in seconds. It's 10 times faster with 0 effort. Right now, with your new Pro Dunk basketball goal, you can get the lightning adjust system for free. That's a $249 savings, but you have to call. You won't find this offer on the website, so call Pro Dunk at 281-351-9822 and mention ESPN. That's 281-351-9822.
Hello, friends. The greats are back in town. Join Jack Nicklaus, Gary Player, Lee Trevino, Annika Sorenstam, and more. Returning to the Woodlands, the Folds of Honor, Greats of Golf at the Insperity Invitational presented by United Healthcare. One day only, Saturday, May 9th. The Woodlands Country Club Tournament Course. Get your tickets at InsperityInvitational.com. Be there.
The best thing about memories is they never fade and never go away. Stories from your past sit up in your head perfectly, and you can just draw from them for the rest of your life. The details don't get fuzzy, and you can share them with the people you love easily. Oh wait, that's bull. That's a heritage film. The thing that we create for families and founders to share their stories with a personal documentary film that does last forever. YourHeritageFilm.com.
This is Danny Braden with Fleet Feet Houston. For all of you runners out there, Fleet Feet is the best place for all of your running needs. Whether you're a marathoner or just starting out, the experts at Fleet Feet can help. Stop by one of our 7 Houston area locations. We've been running Houston since 1987. Because of our growth, we turned to HR&P to manage our human resource and payroll needs. Fleet Feet wins every race with HR&P.
Let HR&P customize a plan for your business. Get started at hrp.net.
Most car buyers don't know this. The longer you loan, the more likely you are to owe more on your car than it's worth. Millions of drivers are stuck in 6- and 7-year loans facing negative equity. Leasing with D&M avoids that trap, letting you drive the car you want without years of depreciation. For 50 years, Texans have trusted D&M to keep payments under control and drive smarter. Call 713-290-1000 or visit dmautoleasing.com today. D&M Leasing, the smarter way Texans drive.
We make leasing easy at D&M.
Ian Rapoport here on the Rich Eisen Show. We are live here on the set here in Pittsburgh, PA. I give you the floor because you heard the way that we opened the program saying, are the Rams all on the same page based on the press conference? They could completely be on the same page. We don't know what's going on behind the scenes. And plus, Ty Simpson could turn into become the next, Kurt Warner times Stafford, and we have no idea at the end of the day. What can you tell us about the choice of Ty Simpson 13th overall based on the Rams collectively? What do you got for me on that front?
There's so much here, but I want to start with the are they on the same page part.
Yes.
the Rams are a very well-run organization.
No doubt.
They're Super Bowl contenders every year. They have a great roster. They have a great coaching staff. Their salary cap is in a good space. They sell tickets in a place that I think a lot of people thought they are a great organization. There's no way that they go out there and make a first-round pick or any pick without the head coach and the general manager being on the same page.
Outstanding.
I do not believe it. They are excellent at their jobs. There's no way.
By the way, I'm not insinuating that they're not excellent at their jobs.
No, I know.
At some point, there's disagreements that always happen in our business.
Of course.
And again, normally Sean McVay is jumping out of his skin. And last night, just looking at it, and I'm just taking the fans' point of view of what a lot of people are thinking. That's why, I had to talk about it to start the program.
And I agree. It is, it's the fallout from today. I mean, and like the Friday after the draft is always some of the most fun for me because it's like, oh my God, what just happened? Why did this happen? What does this mean?
Right.
It's like digging in is very fun, especially when we do so much work that goes into Thursday and it's gone. It's like it's not gone. And what does it all mean, right? So to me, the Rams were definitely considering Ty Simpson at 13, which I only really learned probably earlier this week. I've known for a while that Les Snead believed he was a first rounder, but I didn't really connect the dots of like, the reason I know is I'm going to take him there.
Yes.
Like, I didn't realize that probably till Monday or Tuesday this week.
Mm-hmm.
You also have Matthew Stafford, who hasn't fully agreed to his extension yet, but knows he's getting more money. He is 37 or whatever he is. 38.
Mm-hmm.
He's great. His arm is still great, and he wants to play more years. So my read on this was Sean McVay being like, I have to understand all parts of this, and if he's up there giddy being like, woohoo, we got the franchise quarterback, their actual franchise quarterback is like, you know what? Maybe I won't sign. You know what I mean? Like, there's complications, and I think Sean McVay, who cares deeply about Matthew Stafford, his psyche, his emotions, his well-being, Sean McVay loves Matthew Stafford, and I believe that part of him being out there like that was like, Stafford is watching, which I'm sure he is, and I need to make sure to walk the fine line of being happy for the pick, but not dancing on the grave of a quarterback who's not dead yet.
Fascinating. Wow. That makes complete sense because, McVay's response when asked about other players that they were considering at 13, his first words were, you have to remember, this is Matthew Stafford's team.
That's right.
Is what he said.
And
the entirety, a lot of his comments when you, again, I watched the press conference 3 times because, I have nothing better to do staring at a ceiling after a draft night. But I watched it 3 times because when I was sitting on the set and I heard Ty Simpson's name, I didn't think in a million years there would be a narrative that Les and Sean McVay weren't on the same page about the pick. And then that's all my timeline was filled with in texts from other people all that sort of stuff, right? So then I watched it back through that prism. I'm like, wow, that was an uncomfortable watch. Then I watched it back through the prism of these guys are all on the same page. And I was wondering then why is McVay saying what he's saying? Now you're giving me a better sense of that because you do have to have Matthew Stafford, your MVP, as your guy, because this whole concept of you did not choose a player to help you win this year because you can win this year goes out the window if Matthew Stafford's like, then I'm not going to come. Right. You know what I mean? Like, peace out.
Here's what's interesting to me. I basically go through my phone and I call everyone I know in the 3 weeks before the draft.
Yes.
It is a long, grueling process, okay? Yes. And I love it so much. And I feel like I had a really good sense for at least like the couple position groups people were looking for, who were probably the first 15 players and all that. I really was stuck on the Rams until probably early this week, and I talked to Rams people, and they said the same thing. We don't need a starter. I'd be like, what are your needs? We don't have any needs. They don't. The roster's good. They do not have needs. I thought they may take a tackle if like Maui Noah falls, like, okay, but like, they don't need anything, so they're not and Sean McVay doesn't really play rookies anyway, so they're not drafting a starter. And I couldn't figure out if they don't have any needs, what would they do? And so to me, the only thing that makes sense, like think about it. They had 2 first-rounders this year, and they traded one of them. They're not getting up to take a quarterback, and they're going to be good. So next year in this quarterback-rich draft, who are they going to get? They have. It's the same thing I said for the Falcons last year, which we'll see how the Penix pick works out, but the philosophy is the same. You're never going to be up there again. When else are the Rams going to trade a first-rounder, get a first-rounder from a bad team and be picking in the top 15? You have to take your shot at securing your future if you ever get it.
Which is what
that's my argument.
I know, and it's an argument that the Falcons used a couple years ago, even after they had just gotten somebody in free agency in Kirk Cousins. So does this team that has Matthew Stafford and the rest of it ready to roll to win a Super Bowl, does this team go into the season with two completely unproven quarterbacks from the SEC as the backup?
Yeah, I think so.
They do.
Yeah, I think so.
Don't you think that's so? There's Jimmy G is definitely out like that.
Not definitely, but that is my sense that he, I always find when you're considering retirement,
yes,
you're retired. Now, he hasn't said that, but I'm just saying my standpoint, when you're considering retirement, you're retired. And I know he had an opportunity with the Arizona Cardinals. I don't know the money. I know he had an opportunity with the Rams and has told them, I need more time. So
if Stafford can't answer the bell for a couple of weeks or a month this year, that it'll be...
that's going to be interesting. I don't know.
We'll find out just how ready Ty Simpson could be or what Stetson Bennett's going to be.
Ty Simpson's such an interesting... it's all interesting. And the Lemon one is fascinating, too, because of what it meant for A.J. Brown, and we'll get to that. But, if Ty Simpson is good, and it was a small sample size, but some people think he's really good, then... we're going to be talking about the Rams for 20 years.
Yeah, I know. That was my point at the end of the Open, is that everything we just talked about, are they on the same page or not? What's going on? It's just like the kid turns out to be great, and McVay starts winning, a decade with this guy. Then we're, this whole 15-minute conversation, or it's not just it's 15 minutes. We had to start today's program. So everyone's talking about right
everyone.
Now.
I agree.
This is number one on top of the list of anything else that happened last night.
Yep.
All right. So your sense or your information is McVay is into it, doesn't want to offend, Stafford, who is offended. Is he offended?
I don't know about that. I don't know enough to know.
He can play as long as he wants to play, right? The Rams
no one's beating out. I hate to speak for people when I don't have a source. And so, when I get asked about Aaron Rodgers. Same thing where I'm like, I don't want to speak for Rodgers because, I do not talk to him. Right. And I would, but I don't.
Understood.
And so, I don't know what's going on in Matthew Stafford's head. I would be surprised if a 38-year-old quarterback saw them drafting a rookie and was suddenly offended. He's got to know that at some point they got to prepare for the future, I think.
Okay, Ian Rapoport here on the Rich Eisen Show. Now, explain to me what happened with Mekhi Lemon last night, sir. Because this report that you popped on our air last night, that went just as viral as anything else last night.
That was crazy. I was so nobody calls me during the draft. I'm wired in. I have my double earbuds, and it's so freaking loud that nobody calls me.
Yeah, I heard.
And when they do call me, I'm like, "Why are you calling me?" I can't hear anything. It's very annoying. So I got this call last night. I'm like, you just never know. Should you answer it? I'm like, hey, I can barely hear you. You got to hear this story. And I'm like, and then this person told to me, and I double checked, and it's like, no, this is what happened. I'm like, holy cow. So yeah, he was on the phone with the Steelers. Eagles were calling, wasn't getting through, and they wanted to talk to the human. And then his agent had to come over and be like, "No, you're going to the Eagles."
I saw the video of that where he's looked at his phone, and as he's on the phone with the Steelers, he goes "Why are the Eagles calling? Why is Philly calling?"
And I think he hung up on Omar, just hung up. So if you're the Steelers,
what just happened?
But I will. This is a cool story too, because one, I think we know what it means for A.J. Brown, which is not expected to be a member of the Eagles very much longer.
Right.
I think we know that, but I enjoy when two players are paired next to each other. Who won that? Eagles traded up and got a receiver a lot of people and didn't think he was going to be there. Mm-hmm. The Steelers took a tackle
who they need, maybe.
Yeah. And a lot of people like the talent, although some inconsistency. So, who wins that? I have no idea. But, we're going to find out.
Yeah, everything. The fact that the Giants chose Mauinoa
That's another
10, and then Caleb Downs drops, and the Cowboys take him. So that's a sliding door. You want to – how many times when Caleb Downs' dad played for the Giants had an opportunity to bring in a legacy, but they went offensive line, which is a great choice with a terrific player, right? But maybe they went offense because Arvell Reese dropped them at 5. How many times did they game out the draft and Arvell Reese drops to them? Probably a handful of times.
Why would you think that?
You shouldn't.
I've done this. I've gone over the top 10 of the draft with probably every team.
Right.
and at least 30 of them. And that has never occurred to me.
That Arvell Reese could drop to the Giants.
Never occurred to me.
Right.
And like, that's my failing, because was my thought. If Arvell Reese gets to 4, someone's trading up for him if the Titans don't take him.
Right.
Except their phone, nobody was trading up. And so, like, that was surprising to me. I thought the Chiefs or Saints would trade up for Reese. And the Chiefs did trade up, but not for Reese, for Delane.
Right.
And
because the price is right. They only went from 9 to 6 there. I guess going from 9 to 5 or 9 to 4 would have been particularly expensive.
Yes.
And if you're the Giants, you're sitting there going, Arvell Reese is sold. Done. Right. But I guess the big wild card was, Jeremiah Love going 3rd overall was something that you could game out, I think.
Sure.
Carnell Tate going 4. I don't think anybody was gaming that one out either, right?
I didn't have it. And it's
that Carnell Tate was the first Ohio State player taken. It wasn't Styles. It wasn't Reese.
Right.
And it wasn't Downs.
Well, how about this?
It was
Rich?
Tate.
So
which I don't think anybody saw coming.
No. Now, people loved him as a player, but I thought, based on how hot Jordan Tyson was, he'd be the first receiver off the board.
Right.
I'll tell you this. So this will be weird, but in this age of synergy, right? Adam Schefter, our new colleague, had a report about Carnell Tate's 40 time, where, like, the report was basically his 40 time at the combine was this, but I talked to several teams and it was actually faster. And he got dragged for that report. It is true. It is definitely true. And I had a lot of teams tell me the same exact thing. I didn't report it because he'd already reported it, but it's like, it's true. Many, many teams had his 40 time faster than it was at the combine. And so if, let's say it's 0.5 faster, which is probably around what it was, well, then it's like, this is a fast receiver, and now we can take him early.
As if the tape didn't say it anyway. Man, this league, man.
It's very interesting.
I know everything gets parsed down to the umpteenth degree or the 1,000th of a second or what have you, but
I love it.
Yeah, I mean, that was an interesting sliding door as well. The Downs winds up at 11, and so Mekhi Lemon being drafted, that is the end of it for A.J. Brown.
I mean, I think it was going to end anyway.
You got to parse it in a way, being an information individual.
Well, and also, like, I think they're going to be able to agree, but there's no agreement now. I think the Eagles would like a 2027 first. The Patriots would like it to be not that.
Right.
And so I assume there's a middle ground, but I don't know where it comes in yet. I've thought that A.J. Brown is gone.
Right.
And now I really, really think that A.J. Brown is gone.
All right. And what else happened last night that we should know about that you're sitting on or you can throw out there? What else surprised you? What else came down the pike?
It's not as exciting as some of the other things, but the run on tackles I thought was interesting.
None in the first 8 picks, and then
all of
a record
tackles.
number after that, pretty much.
Yep. I would say the Jets taking Sadiq. Sadiq was an interesting one because I knew that just like Colson Loveland last year, teams wanted to trade up for him because those guys, the tight ends who can really, really run, are hard to find. And so a bunch of teams were planning to trade up for him if he got to I'd say 18, 19, 20, around there. And then the Jets took him and I was like, that was a fun trade and I knew it was happening. And then Jets were like, this is our top pass catcher. And I thought that was really interesting. Even though they took a tight end last year early, too. They were like, people have been focused on receiver. A lot of people thought they were going to take Omar Cooper at 16, which I think was in consideration, but they ended up getting him later.
They sure did.
But Sadiq is going to be really, really interesting. That was one I kind of got a kick out of for the Jets.
All right. Before I let you go, what happens tonight? What do you think happens this evening?
The 49ers are going to have a chance to trade out at 33. I would expect a bunch of defensive tackles, a couple corners, and a couple edge guys early.
The first quarterback is going to be?
My sense is Beck. But it's weird because all of those three guys, Aller, Beck, Nussmeier, you could sort of do eye of the beholder. Like, I could convince myself that with a year or two, these guys are franchise guys. So I don't know. Beck is probably the cleanest, I guess, maybe. But there's some stuff that other people like about the other guys. So if I had to guess, I'd say there's a good chance we get all three tonight.
Okay. Thanks, buddy. Thanks for being here. So basically, if McVay would like to convey, that rhymes, to Stafford, that you're my guy, and I don't know about this pick, if that's what he wants to, if that's the message that he would like to convey to Stafford, our conversation to lead this program helped. It carried that water.
I hope they're all watching. I assume Stafford's watching. What else would he be doing?
Well, we're on ESPN 710 in Los Angeles, so that's the home of the Los Angeles Rams.
He's a huge fan. That's his radio.
Well, I'm a huge fan of. Listen, everybody knows how I feel about the Rams and the organization.
I thought you were going to say about radio.
No, and radio too.
Everyone knows that.
Everyone does. Everyone does, and it's just Les is so damn good at choosing picks that you could have nailed this 13th overall, but you're saying the league they didn't have space for him.
The league is done questioning Les.
I
would hope so.
Unless you trust. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, that's Ian Rapoport. Joel Klatt's going to join us top of hour number 2. When we come back, my top 5 teams that nailed the first night. This is the Rich Eisen Show on a Pittsburgh Friday at the Draft.
Progressive knows sports brings people together, but you gotta feel bad for people who don't even get it. Some people will never know what it's like to see their favorite team's hopes decided by a ping pong ball to draft the next superstar. Or not. I mean, sure, it's silly for your happiness to hinge on the success of a 20-year-old entry-level employee, but you just can't help yourself. The stress is exhilarating. Progressive can't bring people together like the draft, but we can bring your home and auto insurance together with a bundle. So switch and see if you could save hundreds. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers not available in all states or situations.
Rich Eisen here. Running a small business means every hire matters. A bad hire costs time and money, but the right one helps your business grow. The challenge? Finding that person without sorting through resumes. That's where LinkedIn Hiring Pro comes in. It screens candidates so you can focus on conversations with qualified talent. With Hiring Pro, you can hire with confidence and build the team you need. Join the 2.7 million small businesses using LinkedIn to hire. Get started by posting your job for free at linkedin.com/Eisen. Terms and conditions apply.
Hey, sports fans, the ESPN app has all of ESPN all in one place. The ESPN app is your home to thousands of live events, ESPN shows, and originals across every ESPN network in service. And now you can check if you already have ESPN Unlimited as part of your TV package for no additional cost. Visit activate.espn.com to learn how to access your account or sign up, then start streaming in the ESPN app. It's all of ESPN all in one place. Sign up or activate now.
My name is Christine, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, was a healthy 34-year-old, and 3 months later, he was gone. Thankfully, he had life insurance. Ethos made it so easy. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. 100% online, no medical exam. Life insurance didn't take away the loss, but it did give us the space to just grieve.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. Ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Life has a way of shifting priorities, changing needs, and pivoting plans. Home Bank is there for all of them. Their bankers partner with you every step along the way, from understanding your needs, meeting your goals, and celebrating your successes. Home Bank is invested in the vibrant spirit of our community and in you. So partner with them. Stop by any banking center across Greater Houston or visit home24bank.com to get started today. Good for business, good for life. Home Bank, member FDIC.
The John Clay Wolf Show. Here's what's going on in the Wolf Pack.
Bobo, we appreciate you.
Thanks, man.
Gigi doesn't. She said,
You left me hanging, but whatever. I still love you. And I was there first.
You're talking about the show meeting you had yesterday. She's the only one that showed up.
Yeah, and I'm sitting there like, yeah, guys, I'm 3 minutes early.
Right.
What the heck?
That was 50 to 1 odds in Vegas. The John Clay Wolf Show. Every Saturday morning.
ESPN 97.5.
Hey, you got better things to do than think about your electricity bill, but how do you avoid the surprise of a high bill at the end of the month? Here's what I do. I rely on the guys over at Champion Energy. With their low-price, fixed-rate plans, there's never any surprises. Plus, the team at Champion sends me weekly usage reports with my projected bill amount. Again, no surprises. They also remind me when my contract is about to expire so I can lock in on low prices. Visit champion.energy to view a variety of fixed-rate offers. That's champion.energy. Promo code 1560. Promo code 1560.
Meet Morgan Jones. Morgan is about to step into a world unknown to most, thanks to Progressive's Renters Insurance, a place of fresh linens and turn-down service. You see, Morgan temporarily vacated her apartment and has gone to a hotel because a pipe burst in her apartment, a pipe that made her sense of reality and apartment ceiling all come crashing down. Luckily, Morgan checked into Progressive's Protection Zone. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers.
Hi, I'm Zoe, a personal stylist at Macy's Herald Square, and I live for our friends and family sale because I can say yes to the brands my customers have been eyeing, like BCBG, 30% off, Kendra Scott, 30% off, Steve Madden, Levi's, yep, 30 off. And yes, there's 15 off Macy's Beauty and Fragrance, too. Yes, you can also sign up for Star Rewards and earn faster at Macy's Friends and Family today. Savings off regular and already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
Attention, fellow conservative investors. What does the name Reagan mean to you? It stands for being the ultimate conservative. It also stands for the Reagan Gold Group. Do you see storm clouds approaching? The stock market hates uncertainty, and there are plenty of reasons to be concerned. High inflation, unstable debt, and economic uncertainty are just a few. You have car insurance, homeowners insurance, and life insurance. But do you have insurance for your retirement savings and your 401k? We urge all fellow conservative investors to learn about the one asset that could help ensure your nest egg doesn't crack under economic pressure. G-O-L-D, gold. Call the one name any conservative investor needs to know about. Reagan Gold Group.
800-414-1657. 800-414-1657. 800-414-1657. That's 800-414-1657.
Jeremy Branham here. You've heard me talk about Pro Dunk Hoops and their drill-powered lightning adjust system that lets you raise and lower your goal in seconds. It's 10 times faster with zero effort. Right now, with your new Pro Dunk basketball goal, you can get the lightning adjust system for free. That's a $249 savings. But you have to call. You won't find this offer on the website, so call Pro Dunk at 281-351-9822 and mention ESPN. That's 281-351-9822.
Hey, back here on the Rich Eisen Show on our radio side. PayPal is now the official peer-to-peer payment sponsor of the NFL, which means all the money moments that fandom creates, whether splitting tailgate costs or chipping in on tickets and game day food between friends, they're covered. Wherever the game is played or watched, PayPal moves with fans. You can send money through text, email, or directly to your friends with eligible accounts on Venmo. Just download the PayPal app and share all the moments that matter. Account with PayPal is required. Not available in all regions where PayPal operates. All right, Joel Klatt has made it here. He's top of the next hour. Right now, the top 5 teams that nailed the first round, presented by Hyundai. Hit it, please.
High five. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Rich's Top 5.
All right, the top 5 teams that nailed the first round, presented by Hyundai. Number 5 on the list.
What do we got?
Only team on the list that chose once, and that is the Philadelphia Eagles. Mekhi Lemon being chosen 20th overall, nailed it, and not just because he is as good as he is. Ladies and gentlemen, Mekhi Lemon is the 3rd USC wide receiver drafted in the first round in the last 5 drafts. The other ones, not too shabby. Jordan Addison, Drake London, Amon-Ra St. Brown, who he's comped with.
Sun God.
And Michael Pittman Jr. And then Mekhi Lemon is also there because it sure sounds like A.J. Brown is gone. And if you don't think so, listen to how Nick Sirianni described Mekhi Lemon and his game and what he's bringing to the Eagles last night. Hit it, please.
The competitiveness, when you have that, really shows up on tape. I think sometimes with wide receivers, you see clips like the one where he chases the guy down, after an interception, or the way that he blocks, right, for his teammates and to help his teammates. A guy that's competitive is not only competitive when the ball's coming to him, he's competitive in all situations.
Oh, my goodness gracious.
Whoa, wow.
Was that an audience of 11? Number 11? Is that audience? And then one last piece of information for you. Based on Daniel Jeremiah's top 150 rankings, and normally his top 150 mirrors the top 150 chosen in the draft, the ranking of Mekhi Lemon, he was ranked 12th on Daniel Jeremiah's list. He was chosen 20th. That's a +8 value. That's the 3rd best such first-round selection using that metric. Number 4 on the list of the top 5 teams that nailed the first round, the Cleveland Browns. They wanted in their 2 picks. They wanted an offensive lineman first, and they wanted a wide receiver last. And guess what they did? Exactly that. And they also moved down from 6 to 9 and got the best, and according to their board, their number 1 tackle out there in Spencer Fano, and they got a 74th overall pick, a third-round selection, which is 10th in the third round. They already have the 6th overall pick in the third round coming into the draft, and they got a 5th on top of it, and then they got KC Concepcion later on. So check that box. Well done by the Cleveland Browns. Number 3 on the top 5 teams that nailed the first round. Guess what? I'm going the Tennessee Titans. I'm going to double down here, man. If I was sitting there yesterday saying, why does it piss me off that Carnell Tate isn't being talked about as the number 1 receiver on the draft board, and it's going to be Jordan Tyson? They chose Carnell Tate 4th overall.
Pretty shocking.
Yeah, man. As a matter of fact, guess what they did? They went ahead and they chose a kid out of Ohio State, 4th overall since 2022. He joins Abuka, Harrison Jr., JSN, Garrett Wilson, Chris Olave. And as a matter of fact, the last time they chose an Ohio State player in the first round, this franchise was Eddie George. So they went back to that spot and they got themselves a guy for their quarterback. Cam Ward now has Carnell Tate. Well done. And then they traded back in to get Keldrick Falk for their defense. As a matter of fact, Keldrick Falk is their first defensive player selected in the first round since cornerback Caleb Farley 5 drafts ago. They have not hit this side of the ball in the first round in a long time. Well done by the Tennessee Titans. Number 2 on the top 5 teams that nailed the first round. Your Dallas Cowboys. 2? Oh, yeah. 2? Well, I mean, they chose Caleb Downs. They didn't want to wait for him one more pick, right? They used 2 5s to go trade up 1 spot to go get Caleb Downs. And then later on, they traded down 3 spots and got 2 4th-rounders from the Eagles to go ahead and get their kid Malachi Lawrence anyway. So they were going to take, they wanted 2 defenders. They got Caleb Downs. They got Malachi Lawrence. They actually turned 2 5s into 2 4s while doing it. And they used the Micah Parsons pick to get another new edge rusher for a defense that was ranked dead to last or second to last or third to last in pretty much every single metric. Well done by the Dallas Cowboys. I agree. But number 1, man, I'm going with the New York Jets.
Wow. This seems like a homer pick.
And it is not a homer pick. It is not a homer pick. David Bailey is pretty damn special, man. He's the 6th player since 2000 to be selected top 10 after leading the FBS in sacks in any season, in any career season. The others are named Will Anderson, Chase Young, Von Miller, Terrell Suggs, and Julius Peppers. And the kid graduated Stanford in 3 years. And so he is going to be brought to bear right there. Kenyon Sadiq, at the combine, faster than Odell Beckham, quicker than Deshaun Jackson, jumped higher than Julio Jones, and further than Andre Johnson. And he's a tight end right there in the middle to add to their offense. And then later on, they trade back in and get Omar Cooper Jr., 30th overall. I mentioned the metric of the biggest difference between where you're ranked on Daniel Jeremiah's draft board and where you get picked. Omar Cooper Jr. led that metric. The Jets were plus 13 on that value by getting Omar Cooper Jr. for their offense. Well done. And those are my top 5 teams that nailed the first round, presented by the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. Learn how it makes every day epic at HyundaiUSA.com. And by the way, if the Jets use all 3 of their first-round picks next year in the draft, they will be the first team to use 3 first-round picks in consecutive drafts ever. Joel Klatt's going to join us in hour number 2.
Evan Cohen here. In life, as in sports, the pros make it look easy. That's why pro golfers like Jason Day, Ben Griffin, and Patton Kazire trust the pros in lawn care. True Green. They have the experience and expertise to give you a lawn worthy of the PGA Tour. And since True Green does the work for you, you get more free time, or more tee times. So stop stressing over your lawn and start loving it. Sign up now at TrueGreen.com, because nobody makes it easier to get a golf course quality lawn than True Green, the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour.
In a world in need of a hero, one man rises to the challenge in style. He is Just driving the kids to soccer practice. Make every day feel epic in an all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid with up to an EPA-estimated 619 miles of range on select trims, advanced tech, and class-leading interior space. Because when you're hauling kids, gear, snacks, and backpacks, space matters. And so does comfort. Just make sure they keep their cleats off the seats. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for details.
Bring the whole family out and enjoy 5 days of fun on the river when Nature's Federal Credit Union presents the Port Neches Riverfest, April 29th through May 3rd. Enjoy live thunder on the Neches powerboat racing at its best from the banks of the Neches River at Port Neches Riverfront Park. Check out 5 days of carnival rides with daily ride wristbands available. Big-time entertainment headlined by Big Daddy Weave, Tyler Halverson, and Casey Donahue. Brought to you by Giglio in Classic Southeast Texas. It's the Port Neches Riverfest, Wednesday, April 29th through Sunday, May 3rd. For more info, visit bnriverfest.com.
Chances are, if you've been to a few weddings, corporate events, rodeo committee gatherings, or charity dinners over the years, you've enjoyed Damaris Catering.
Yanni Damaris here. Most people know Damaris Barbecue. Our family's been at it since 1964. Well, Damaris Catering has been around since the early 70s. We do events from 20 people to 5,000, serving a variety of cuisines to cater at any event.
From no tie to bow tie, it's taken care of. Damaris Catering. Find them at damaris.com.
Hey guys, Lance here. Aqueduct Plumbing Company, they've been helping our 97.5 listeners for years, but why Aqueduct Plumbing Company, you ask? Well, many of the other well-known companies charge exorbitant prices, even for routine leaks and stoppages. Not Aqueduct Plumbing Company, and they give free estimates for repipes, tankless water heaters. They're the ones to call if you need a gas line installed or moved. They can do it all so that your gas never runs out. That's aqueductplumbingcompany.com, aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
Hey guys, Nick of Nick's Place here to talk about sports.
Enough about sports. This is Cindy, and what my husband fails to mention is that not only do we have all of the sports packages for the sports enthusiast, but we also have Sip and Paint every Wednesday night from 6 to 8, karaoke Friday nights from 9 to 1, and amazing brunch every Saturday and Sunday until 3. So come on out and express your artistic side while watching sports.
Supplies provided, no talent needed. It's Nick's Place since 1993, Rocky Ridge and Westheimer.
Streaming TV is where it's at. It's not about cutting the cord anymore. That's old news. It's all about your customized TV options. With the best and cheapest high-speed internet and your own TV subscriptions, we've got your dream TV lineup. Between wired and satellite internet and TV, you now have tons of options. Save money and get more internet speed and better TV today by calling the Whole Home Connect. We scan your location and offer you the best TV and internet options. And we always have specials and promotions. So when you call, ask about that. Take 5 minutes of your time, make this free call now, and learn how to save money and get better internet and TV for your home anywhere in the U.S. Make this simple and free call now.
800-214-6191. 800-214-6191. 800-214-6191. That's 800-214-6191.
Help DEA keep our communities safe and healthy by participating in National Prescription Drug Take-Back Day, Saturday, April 25th. Take action right in your own home by cleaning out your medicine cabinet of unneeded medications. Keep them safe, clean them out, take them back. Find a collection site near you at DEATakeback.com. Do your part to lower overdose deaths and prevent prescription drug misuse before it starts. That's DEATakeback.com.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
What's your name? ESPN 97.5, KFNC 97.9, HD2, Mont Bellevue, Houston.
Presented by Zadok Jewelers.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of the Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, On with the show. Live from the NFL Draft in Pittsburgh, it's the Rich Eisen Show. Earlier on the show, NFL Network insider Ian Rapoport. Coming up, Fox Sports lead college football analyst Joel Klatt. Pro Football Hall of Famer Calvin Johnson. Pittsburgh Steelers head coach Mike McCarthy. ESPN NFL draft hosts Reese Davis and Mike Greenberg. And now, it's Rich Eisen.
What a great hour number 2 we're about to have right here on the program. Hall of Famer Calvin Johnson making his way to our set here in downtown Pittsburgh, mere steps from the confluence across the rivers, plural, from the draft hall right in the shadows of Acrisure Stadium. And then Mike McCarthy, the native son of the Pittsburgh Steelers, the head coach, will be joining us on the program. But look who kicks off hour number 3, my buddy from Fox Sports. And
all right, let's go.
Hanging out with him again tonight on NFL Network's draft coverage.
It's fun to be with you again last night.
It was a great,
that was a great night.
It is great. It is great. And I just, first question I got to ask, though, the Omar Cooper touchdown against Penn State.
Yes.
How many lozenges did Gus need after that?
Man.
Walk me through that final drive, the post moment, because we keep showing that touchdown for good reason. It was the catch of the year. Yeah. It was the culmination of Fernando Mendoza on the road doing a Brady-like thing, to be very honest with you, right? Yeah. And it was a great catch, and that call is too.
They had not played well that day.
Right.
It was one of their worst performances. They didn't run the football very well. Penn State had an interim head coach. They had fired James Franklin at the time, and this was kind of their Super Bowl. It's like, we're going to go out. They had Drew Aller was injured by that point, and so this was their moment at home to kind of prove that they were better than what they had played during the course of the year. And Curt Cignetti, before the game, was adamant. He was like, Joel, this will be our toughest game. It's going to be a dogfight till the very end. He was adamant. He was like, I don't care that their backup quarterback is in. They're going to play well. They're going to run the ball well. Elijah Surratt is banged up. Our offensive line is banged up. We're missing a starter up there. He's like, this is going to come down to the last possession. And I was kind of like, Kurt, you've played so well. What do you mean? And he was dead accurate. And then what people don't remember, and this happened at Oregon and Iowa, but Mendoza made mistakes before those late series. He threw a bad interception, allowed Penn State to score and take the lead. And then they took a sack on the first down of the drive. The first play of that last drive, they took a sack. It's like 2nd and 16. They're backed up inside their own 20. And I've done a lot of games in Penn State. That was the loudest I've ever heard the crowd at Penn State. They were going. And deny Dennis Sutton, who will probably hear his name called maybe tonight, certainly tomorrow. He was on the edge and rushing hard. And I thought to myself in the booth, I was like, this is it. Like, they're not.
It's a wrap.
This is not going to happen.
Season's over.
And I'll remember, yes, the Cooper catch was amazing. But the second down throw to get the drive started was like, it was one of those moments that you're like, okay, this guy's got something to him, because the rush is bearing down in his face, and he hits Riley Nowakowski, their little H-back, right down the seam, on the right seam, and just Mendoza gets blasted in the face and delivers a dime, and now all of a sudden the drive has started. He hits Cooper down the seam, Nowakowski down the seam, he hits Charlie Becker on the sideline. Now he's rolling. It's the first time all day that they've gotten rolling. And then they get inside the 10, and it stalls out a little bit. And I'll always remember, he got a ball tipped at the line of scrimmage. Mm-hmm. And this is right before the Cooper play. And the safety, and forgive me, I can't remember exactly which safety it was for Penn State.
All good.
He slips. So he's going for this tipped ball, and his foot slips, and he misses it by a fingertip. And that's when I thought to myself, Mendoza's going to kill him right here. Like that, you can't. That was their opportunity to win the game. And sure enough, he finds Cooper in the back of the end zone. So then, I know it's a long story to get to the specific play that you're talking about. I've worked with Gus now 11 seasons. This will be our 12th year together in the booth.
Yeah.
I've never looked over and been like, is he okay? Right? But that was it. That was the one moment. And that weekend, he was struggling a little bit with a cold.
Yeah.
And you heard that when it came out. But man, and then like a nerd, because from my angle, guys, there was no chance his foot was in inbounds. Because I'm up in the booth, I'm looking over to my left, and the way that the play happens and the way his body is contorted and leaning towards the out of bounds, when the official put his arms up, I was like, no way, in my mind.
Then both feet got in.
And so that's why my first comment was just like, did he get his foot down? You know, like bringing it back. Legit. Oh my gosh! But that was a great moment, and I'll always remember it. And in particular, with the way that their season finished, he ends up winning the Heisman Trophy on the back of Gus's call. Give him the Heisman Trophy now. You know, I mean, it was great.
It was just a magical ride, obviously, for Indiana and you and Gus on Big Noon, as well as the Big Ten championship game. It had a front row seat to it. And then last night, you were referring to a graphic frequently when Mendoza came up, and it's a great graphic where you had all of the collegiate starts and yards and average yards and things of that nature compiled for Super Bowl quarterbacks.
That's right.
And Mendoza's numbers
identical
matched them,
identical,
right? From a collegiate record. And then when you think about this, okay, if I asked you guys to name me 4 young quarterbacks in the NFL drafted high who hit it, right? You'd say Jaden Daniels, Bo Nix, Caleb Williams, C.J. Stroud would be 4 of them, right? I just named you 4 players in the last 5 seasons who have had 40 or more passing touchdowns or fewer than 7 interceptions, okay, in a season over the last 5 seasons. The 5th is Fernando Mendoza. So he matches
all that. By the way, all those
in the pros,
all those guys had a lot of experience in college as well.
Right.
A lot of starts under their belt. And that leads and so what Rich is referring to is this graphic. On average, in this century, so 25 Super Bowl winners at quarterback, the average number of starts in college for all of those guys is 34, 1,100 passing attempts, 70 touchdown passes. Mendoza is 35, 1,000, and 71. It is identical. And so that's why I think that he's going to come in and have some success in this league. But that's also what leads directly to the question about Ty Simpson, who doesn't have that. And he has 1 year as a starter at Alabama, and yet, you know, I think the most surprising pick of the first round going to the Rams.
Let's talk about that. Joel Klatt here on the Rich Eisen Show. What did you make of Ty Simpson being chosen 13th overall?
So his talent suggests he's a first-round player. Like I'm fully on board with the evaluation of Ty Simpson. When you watch him throw, he doesn't look like a one-year starter. And what I love about him is that he's an anticipatory thrower. And in that regard, not many college guys do that. They're what I would call see throws. They've got to see the opening, and then they're going to pull the trigger. And this guy pulls the trigger just based on defensive schematics and anticipating where the windows are going to be, and he throws with great accuracy down the field. So the film suggests that he should be taken in this moment. There's questions about his stature because he's not a huge guy, and then the number of starts. And the concern that I have, before we get to the Rams, I would just say the concern that I have is, yes, you would want him to sit and develop. But that's what he did at Alabama. So think about this. Guys, his last year in high school was, 2021? Then he sits for 3 years, has one bit of play when Nick Saban threw him out there against South Florida in a game that Bama struggled in Nick's last year. Then he goes back to the bench, and then he gets his 15 starts. Let's say he sits for 2 years, and that might even be optimistic because Matt Stafford just played as well as anybody has ever played in a season. Let's say he sits for 2 years, and we're going to see him start in 2028. You're telling me in 7 years, 21 to 28, he's got 15 starts. That's concerning. That's a lot of sitting and developing. And you're banking on the fact that he's the son of a coach, grew up in the locker room, and can get better by not playing on the field.
So what about the Rams choosing him and using the pick 13th overall rather than quadrupling down for their MVP quarterback in his 38th year on planet Earth?
I think Sean and Les look at those matchups with the Seahawks, and they say to themselves, our problem was not on offense. Our problem was on defense. And they addressed that in free agency and accumulating talent in the back end, Trent McDuffie being one of those, which I know you've been talking about.
Yeah, I mean, they drafted Trent McDuffie 29th overall.
Essentially, and he's a proven commodity, and he can come in and help them. And I think they view that as that will get us over the hump, not only in our own division, but in the NFC and potentially for a Super Bowl. And at that point, if you feel like your house is in order, you might as well get the vacation house. So it's rich people problems. I know someone already said that, so I'm echoing that sentiment. And only time will tell. We're not going to be able to grade this pick next year, although if they don't get over the hump and they don't beat Seattle, and let's just say it comes down to an offensive series, and let's say Devontae doesn't play healthy and they've got injuries in the wide receiver room, a lot of people will say to themselves, hey, you had a chance at Mekhi Lemon, who fits your scheme. He's right in your backyard. He's got great spatial awareness over the middle of the field. That's something that Stafford has had great success with over his career. I think of Cooper Kupp in that regard. And they'll say to themselves, you had a chance to put the chips in the middle of the table for a Super Bowl and didn't. And I'm sure that there's a lot of frustration for Matt at this point because he probably wanted that weapon.
I bet. The Joel Klatt here on the Rich Eisen Show. We have, put the graphic up on the screen, Mike Hoskins. There it is. The first-round quarterbacks in the last 10 years with the fewest college starts. Only Trubisky, Anthony Richardson, and the late Dwayne Haskins have had fewer than Ty Simpson's 15. I guess, again, we forget he also won a college football playoff game this year, too.
He did, which is
one and done. And
one of the evaluation points.
He apparently did it, not fully healthy, not at full weight.
Correct. And on the road, which had not happened in the college football playoff in the previous season. I know Miami went on the road and beat Texas A&M, but against that defense that Oklahoma had, Oklahoma was one of the best defenses in college football, one of the three best defenses in college football. And on the road, he leads them back after a rough start. And by the way, and I know it's tough to say this, and Bama fans don't want to hear this, but he did not have a lot of help. That was not a very good Bama team. They weren't great up front, even though Caden Proctor got selected in the first round.
Yeah.
They could not run the football, which was a huge problem. They had problems on the outside. Ryan Williams was supposed to be the second best wide receiver in college football, did not have a great year. And so they had to rely on Jeremy Bernard, which, by the way, I brought this up. I think the Rams will address wide receiver and potentially slot wide receiver tonight. Maybe a Jeremy Bernard. He was Ty Simpson's teammate at Alabama. Really good player. Has been with Kalen DeBoer at a couple of different locations. Maybe even Zachariah Branch from Georgia, who is an electric player on the inside as well.
Yeah, so I'm only laughing when you're hearing you say that. It's like, oh, that's right. The Rams do have more draft choices.
That's right. Their draft isn't over.
And they do have and they do again have a general manager who has turned fifth round picks into big-time receivers.
That's
just
right.
to name one in particular, obviously, with Puka Nacua.
Exactly.
I've got the first-round list right here if you want to refresh your memory as I ask you your other picks that that you think stood out from last night.
Well, I can't come on this show and not talk about the Giants. Because
yes, Joel.
I have been... Okay. This has been like an annual deal. I come on and I'm like, what are the Giants doing? I don't like this pick. Yeah. Hey, New York Football Giants, I thought you nailed it on night one. So there you go. I thought that they did a really nice job in the first round. Getting Arvell Reese at 5 for John Harbaugh, like that's a ceiling pick. John's going to be creative with him.
Yeah.
They're going to invent a position where he can be impactful. He's very much in the Micah Parsons mold, at least in my estimation. I really liked that selection. And to me, there was value there because most people thought he wouldn't be there at 5.
Correct.
Then Maui Noah, same thing. You get him as the second tackle off the board. Many thought, including me, that he would be the first tackle off the board. So the opportunity to get Reese and Maui Noah in the top 10, Maui Noah is widely considered the best offensive lineman in this draft. I think he can move down to guard and be like an exceptional player, but he can play tackle as well. So I really liked what the Giants were able to do, and then I loved what the Jets were able to do because they need talent everywhere. They need speed. They need explosiveness. Their entire roster needed a revamp, and they were able to do that. So getting David Bailey, that's immediate juice on your defense, which they need, and maybe a pass rusher is going to help them defend the pass and maybe even lead to a few interceptions.
Yeah, we all had more
an actual interception. Yeah,
collectively, all four of us. Here
well done by us.
Yeah.
I've been a huge fan of Kenyon Sadiq. I think he is the prototypical perfect modern tight end because he gives you a ton of versatility. You don't just flex him out. You don't just put him in line. And so he's got the ability to be a great blocker and help your run game. And you can flex him out, and he's got, outrageous athleticism. I know in the last hour you were listing all the guys that he performed better than in certain exercises at the combine, and that list is astounding. And then to jump back in and get Omar Cooper Jr., I'm a huge fan of Omar Cooper. He's been resilient. He began his career at Indiana. A lot of people think that Curt Cignetti did this with just transfer players, but he inherited Omar Cooper, who worked himself into a first-round player, and I really like. So I like what the Jets did. I like what the Giants did. It's just a New York state of mind here.
Look at you, man. And by the way, Cignetti's this is not a flash in the pan, right?
I don't think so.
I don't think so either, because, whatever cash that they did get to get the players in was well spent.
Yes.
And if Cuban and others get return on investment like we just saw, the coffers will still be open. And he's just a fantastic coach.
Oh, he's a great coach.
He's
a great coach.
When he said that the kid from TCU that's come in,
Josh Hoover.
Right, Josh Hoover, that he's met his, who had a lot of interception problems. Mm-hmm. And he pointed out how Sonny Dykes kind of had a little bit of a jab.
Yeah.
But Hoover's now, they're going to work on that, and he's done a good job working on that. But he's met his, did you see the soundbite? He's met his two new best friends, a defense and a running game. And then he winked at the reporter. I'm like, look out, man.
This guy is so good. He's quickly become one of the, 2 or 3 best coaches in college football. I'm glad that he stayed at Indiana. I'm glad they're committed to him. I firmly believe so. There's a lot of problems in college football. We all know that, right? And is it sustainable, this current model? Probably not. However, I am adamant. College football's never been better. Never been better. The parity is incredible. Mm-hmm. We've got Alabama, struggling. We've got Indiana going 16-0 and winning a national championship. I think that the dispersion of talent across the country has impacted the game in a really positive way. And the same 2 or 3 programs can't just stockpile talent anymore. Mm-hmm. And now it's going all over the country. And how about, last night for a conference that I cover, what a night for the Big Ten. This is the first time in 10 or 15 years that a conference other than the SEC had the most first-round draft picks. So Big Ten with 10 first-round draft picks. It's a big night for that conference.
No doubt. And then just before I let you go, the line that you used last night about NIL money and second and third round picks that we're seeing get drafted tonight, go ahead and say it.
Well, we're entering that portion of the draft where every player that gets their name selected is taking a pay cut. And that's just wild, Wild.
It is. Great to see you, man.
You as well.
I look forward to another night with you, bud.
Yeah, it'll be a good night.
Anytime. That's Joel Klatt of Fox Sports right here on the Rich Eisen Show. In high-interest credit card debt, if that's grinding you down, it might be time to call an audible with a SoFi personal loan. A SoFi personal loan consolidates your debt into one low monthly payment with no fees required. And with as soon as the same-day funding, you can make the right play fast. Call an audible on your debt today at SoFi.com/debtplay. Loans originated by SoFi Bank N.A., member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. NMLS 696891. Fast funds terms apply at SoFi.com/debtplay. When we come back, Pro Football Hall of Famer Calvin Johnson is here with Mike McCarthy of the Steelers right behind him.
Evan Cohen here. You know the feeling when a candidate just stands out. Not just a resume, but their energy. They're eager, engaged, and you know they want the role. That makes a difference. If you're hiring, you want a candidate who's passionate, but you can't get that insight from a resume unless you post your job on ZipRecruiter. Their matching technology finds qualified candidates fast, and ZipRecruiter has a new feature that shows you the most interested qualified candidates first. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/sports. That's ZipRecruiter.com/sports.
Okay, team, huddle up.
Why are you dressed like a hockey player?
Because America's energy security is on thin ice. We're facing an overburdened electric grid, rising fuel costs, and severe weather. But here's your power play. Propane. It's affordable, abundant, safe. Propane is reliable energy, even when the grid isn't. Advantage Propane.
Learn more at propane.com/powerplay.
Truck Month has been extended through April at Monument Chevrolet. That's right. Monument Chevrolet is offering the supplier discount on its full inventory of 2026 Silverado 1500s. The big discount reserved for top Chevy sellers. You pay that price through April. Monument Chevrolet has every trim of Silverado 1500s in every color, and they're all discounted. Visit Monument Chevrolet at Bellway 8 and 225 and drive away in a new Silverado today, or shop online at MonumentChevrolet.com. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
Hey, you got better things to do than think about your electricity bill, but how do you avoid the surprise of a high bill at the end of the month? Here's what I do. I rely on the guys over at Champion Energy. With their low-price, fixed-rate plans, there's never any surprises. Plus, the team at Champion sends me weekly usage reports with my projected bill amount. Again, no surprises. They also remind me when my contract is about to expire so I can lock in on low prices. Visit champion.energy to view a variety of fixed-rate offers. That's champion.energy. Promo code 1560. Promo code 1560.
This is Chance McClain reminding you that you can always put off getting a Heritage film. Your dad, you know, the guy you love more than anything, the guy that taught you right from wrong and had it hard as a kid so you wouldn't have to, he's going to live forever. So there's absolutely no rush. You know what they say, there's always tomorrow. No need to go to yourheritagefilm.com and contact us about making a feature-length documentary film of this extraordinary man. yourheritagefilm.com. No rush. People are immortal.
Chances are, if you've been to a few weddings, corporate events, rodeo committee gatherings, or charity dinners over the years, you've enjoyed Damaris Catering.
Yanni Damaris here. Most people know Damaris Barbecue. Our family's been at it since 1964. Well, Damaris Catering has been around since the early 70s. We do events from 20 people to 5,000, serving a variety of cuisines to cater at any event.
From no tie to bow tie, it's taken care of. Damaris Catering. Find them at damaris.com.
Hi, this is Kirsten Stokes with Stokes Hardware, where your old school service isn't gone. It's our specialty. Our knowledgeable team knows plumbing, painting, and power tools inside and out. Whether you're fixing a leak, starting a project, or need the right tool for the job, we'll walk you through it. Skip the big box runaround. Shop local, shop smart, shop Stokes Hardware. Find us on Instagram, Facebook, and online at stokeshardware.com. Stokes Hardware, real help, real expertise.
Hey guys, Lance here. You know, it's important to know a good plumber. You never know when that emergency is going to strike. Well, I've got a plumber for you. AqueductPlumbingCompany.com. They have been helping 97.5 listeners for years and years, and I can personally recommend them because they've done a repiping job, they've done small jobs, they've done mid-sized jobs. They do it all. They can clean tankless water heaters, install them for you. You name it, they can do it without charging exorbitant prices. That's AqueductPlumbingCompany.com. That's AqueductPlumbingCompany.com.
Do you own a timeshare? Well, face the facts. You made a mistake. You made a bad purchase. A timeshare is not an investment. It's a money pit that continues forever. If you use your timeshare, that's great. But if you don't and you want to legally get out of your contract, call my friends right now at the Timeshare Exit Hotline. They're an experienced team of lawyers who help good people like you get out of a timeshare contract that they just don't want. Don't throw away your money on maintenance fees. Use it for things you really want. We can help you end your timeshare contract and stop the money drain immediately. If you're ready to move on with your timeshare, call our team right now.
Call today for your complimentary free consultation. 800-403-8539. 800-403-8539. 800-403-8539. That's 800-403-8539.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
They weren't excited about it. They were on my ass, too. Yeah.
Calvin Johnson here on the Rich Eisen Show. The ESPN radio audience has just rejoined us here on Disney Plus and the ESPN app. Calvin Johnson Jr. Foundation Celebrity Golf Classic is back for its 4th annual year. It's taking place right in the middle of June 15th at the Cardinal at St. John's Resort in Plymouth, Michigan. Calvin Johnson Jr. Foundation.com. The purchase of foursome or sponsor. How much you play? How much you playing?
Man, last year I got back to playing a lot because my 4-year-old went to school, so that opened up some time during the day for me to get out without, ticking off the wife. Now, I didn't help myself this year. I got a dog now. So now I got a new baby, so that's gonna cut into my time a little bit. But I'm feeling good about everything. I'm feeling good about my swing right now. Yeah. And I got to get out. So wife, she's gonna be mad at me. I love you though.
See, it's amazing. I finally found how I'm like Calvin Johnson. Yeah, of course. Blaming my poor golf game on my wife, children, and dog. I mean, that's exactly.
Yep. That's really what I do, huh?
Yeah. Calvin's just like us. I had no idea. What's the best you've ever shot? What's ever
80.
Done?
Yeah, I never broke
80. Ooh. Yep. Okay.
I'm close.
Why can't how you're are you 6'5", 6'6"?
Yep, 6'5".
Sorry, that's not easy. 6'5" golf swing's not easy.
You got to get some lessons. I remember 5 years ago, I really got some lessons, and it really, I had to throw away all the bad stuff I taught myself, and I still had to fight that stuff off at times. Just swing with my arms and not let my body do the work. But man, if I can, when I get into a groove, I can play well.
Okay. Who's the most famous person you played golf with? Calvin Johnson.
Most famous person I've played golf with.
Yes.
Mark Wahlberg.
Okay. Ooh. He's he's really, really good.
Yeah.
Yeah,
he's solid. He plays speed golf. Yeah.
Oh, right. That's right. Yeah, he plays golf like it's polo. Because he never really even gets out of the cart. Right. He's just hitting it.
100%. He'll run to the next ball. Yeah, crazy.
Oh, okay. All right, very good. So, what advice would you have for, say, Carnell Tate, 4th overall pick? Mm-hmm. He's going to a town that is hungry for wins. You did the same thing back in the day. What would your message to the first receiver drafted last night be?
Yeah, obviously find a pro that you think is doing it, that you see that's doing it the right way, putting the work in, and just find a way to endear yourself to the fans. And the way to do that is by working your tail off. Really focusing on what you're good at, what you're bad at. Making that list. And going through that list and putting work into each of those different attributes each and every day. More so the things that you really need to improve upon. Not that you're not working on, our good attributes. Just for example, my footwork needs to get better. So every day, I would go out before practice and I would put an emphasis in the footwork drills in practice or in just drill work that we did. I would do the top of my routes in my drill work. I would find a way to incorporate those things so that I'm constantly working on it, constantly getting better. Not just footwork, my hands. I work on seeing the ball into my hands a little bit longer when I catch the ball just to make sure I see it into the tuck. And just working on those little things over time, all those attributes will start to level up. And it's all about making the goal. Doing the diagnosis, an analysis of yourself, creating a goal for where you want to be at. And then, once you create that goal, your mind instantly starts to go from, okay, how do I connect A to B?
And, of course, get yourself an all-world quarterback. And Cam Ward, hopefully, is that for him.
Get yourself a great quarterback. Cam Ward seems like he can be that guy potentially in the future. And, a great quarterback. Obviously, I had Matt Stafford.
That was going to be my question, is when Matthew Stafford showed up, how fast did you realize that he was special?
Instantly, Instantly. He was, blowing my hands up instantly. So I'm just like,
what do you
just
mean?
with a flick of the wrist, when the ball's coming in, just pop your hands. You got to be a little stronger in that thing, Mm-hmm. So, but what I learned that was like, okay, well, yeah, he throws the ball hard. I play baseball. I could see it. I could diagnose that. I can catch that. But, what I was like, oh, shoot, that dude can get me the ball anywhere on the field. And he could. He still can.
He can't, what he just did, too, right?
Mm-hmm. So easy. It looks so easy.
It did. and he just has a way of fitting a football in that few human beings can do.
Yeah, he's great.
What do you think he's thinking right now? Age 38, he's the MVP. Again, Ty Simpson's not beating him out. That's not going to happen. And the Rams have no intention of playing him until Stafford, I guess, gives the high sign that he's done. But what do you think he is thinking out there on the left coast? Alvin.
I mean, I don't think Matthew is stressing about that. I think Matthew understands how these things work. Obviously there is life. There's football after Matthew Stafford. So he understands that the organization has to put themselves in situation, and I think he can be a great mentor for whoever they bring in there. I think y'all were talking about Ty Simpson earlier on the screen, however many starts he had. I think that if there's anybody that can help out with that, kind of curb and give him a dump experience into him and help him. Matthew could be that guy. So hopefully, they set themselves up, for a situation like the Green Bay Packers did. All those years
with Love and waiting for. Well, Rodgers wasn't terribly happy about it, but that's a different story. Rodgers was there for, 18 some odd years, 16 years when something like that happened. What's your favorite Stafford moment that you were on the field with him?
When we were playing the Dallas Cowboys, not so many, but we were playing the Dallas Cowboys, and I had 329 that game or something.
You started shaking your head right away. I walked to you. I honestly, TJ, I was not going in that direction.
Last drive of the game, going down the field, my boy KD Durham caught one on the left side of the field, long one, like 40-yard pass. I caught like a 20, 30-yard pass down to the 1-yard line, got popped, and I'm still trying to get myself together. He's just trying to get up to the line of scrimmage. I had no idea. I don't know if this came in through the mic. I don't know if Coach told him to do it, but I say it was all Matthew. But he snapped the ball. Everybody just thought he was just going to spike the ball because the clock was running down.
Right.
He snapped the ball and threw that thing over the top, and I was just like. I didn't know what was happening. That was the greatest moment, one of the greater moments. Because that was a tough fought game, and we needed to win that one with the stats we put up.
Did you know how many yards you had in the middle of that game?
No, I didn't. I knew we were going. Once I hit the first one for like 80-plus yards, I'm like, okay, this is a 200-yard game. I knew that.
Right,
but 300 never would have thought that.
When did you know you had that many yards?
I don't know. Probably when they made it announce something or show the graphic, probably on the screen.
So it wasn't like you go back in the locker room and you found out, oh, wow, I had 320 and change.
And they probably told me, that's when I probably found out, oh, yeah, you had 329. You were the second most in history of the league. And I was like, dang, that's who's first?
You need to get back out there. Do you miss it?
I don't miss the grind. I miss the camaraderie. You miss hanging out with you guys. That's why, I do that's not why I do my golf outing, my scholarship thing, but a big reason, a big part of it is to bring the guys back together. That is to bring the guys back together, get that camaraderie back going that we had. None of us miss it. I don't miss running, 3 to 6 miles a day. We don't miss pushing all that weight. Some of us like still pushing weight and whatnot, but nobody misses that kind of grind, what it does to the body, but we do miss, being in each other's presence.
And catching touchdowns?
There's something to that, being in Ford Field, catching a touchdown, even just being there when, Jahmyr Gibbs goes off and, pops a big one, it still just gives you chills because, you've been there, done that, you know what that feels like.
Did the Lions ever call you to come back?
Come back for what?
For No. That never happened?
No.
Try one more time? Come back?
Man, I got too many grades. I'm raising these kids. I'm trying to keep up with these kids, man. I got a business to run. I got so many things that, I accomplished the goals that I set forth for myself on the field. And I think that's a key thing for guys is, God willing, you don't get injured, but you got to set some goals for yourself. Give you something, to drive for. I never really shared my goals with the media, even though they asked me every year, but I knew exactly what I was trying to accomplish when I came into the league. Did I play as long as I wanted to play? No, not really, but my body was telling me something different. Did I accomplish all the other goals I wanted to accomplish? Yeah. So.
Calvin Johnson Jr. Foundation.com. Purchase a foursome, become a sponsor, or just learn more about the mission. Do you want to? I give you the floor on the mission.
Yeah, man. We really just striving to bring literacy to children. Really just to protect our youth. Just bring them up to be productive members of society. What we're doing, we're just trying to give scholarships to those that start deserving youth that are really putting back in their community, that are deserving by showing their grades, and that really can use the financial impact. So we put everybody do that gauntlet. We really try to measure what we're doing, so that we can change, the impact or change the trajectory, of the youth. I think the conference that we do every year, really by bringing people that have had success in different areas and people that look like these guys, like these gentlemen that are getting these scholarships, can really, breathe success into them. I just think back to the time that really, one of the moments that really, breathed success into me, or just confidence really, was with my high school coach. He told me, hey, you really know, he sat me down, one day in his office. He was just like, you really could be one of the best that's ever done this. And I'm like goofy, ain't even really got it to my body. I'm in 11th grade, starting to get letters from all the schools and stuff like that. I'm just like, I ain't even thinking about college so much. I'm having fun. I'm trying to be prom king and all that stuff. I ain't thinking about that. And he tells me that, and it kind of changes my mindset, from, high school to like, okay, what's next? My mom always talked about, what's next, what's your goals? You hear it from somebody else who's like, okay, dang it, she knew what she was talking about. So then I was always goal-oriented, and, that confidence built, it was the start. The snowball effect, I guess I could say.
Well, I'm just glad that your confidence wasn't burst by the fact that Sean McVay, who was the player of the year over you.
He wasn't even, that's BS. That's BS because he wasn't even the same year as me.
That's not a true story.
It's not a true story. Just like somebody gave me cleats at the combine.
Calvin, if I could ask you about another guy, right? We've spoke about this years ago on the show, but now with our new home here on Disney Plus and ESPN, they might not know. You played at Georgia Tech with a man named Joe Anawayi, who now most of the world knows as Roman Reigns. Just became world heavyweight champion. What do you remember about Joe from your
man to be reckoned with? If Joe is healthy, man, he will wreck a defense. He'll come off the edge, he'll come off the middle. You couldn't stop him. Like Samoa Blood, that dude was a beast in there. As you see, he made it to the NFL. He had his cancer battle. God willing, he was able to overcome that. And, that just wasn't his path. But he's found his path. He's had success. He's doing well for his family. So it's awesome just to think back. I was just talking to Reggie Ball, our quarterback, in the days, when we were in college. And, we'll go see Joe when he's in town or if he has a show and stuff like that. But, we had a captain's picture, it'd be like Reggie, myself, and then Joe in the back. And we all had these mirror visors. And it was so cold. We had a great crew. A lot of us made it to the league, and Joe's story it's an awesome story.
The Georgia Institute of Technology, as it's officially known.
Yes,
and then he goes and he hooks up with a Georgia Bulldog in the professional ranks.
How about that?
And now the Georgia Bulldog is coached by Sean McVay, who did not beat this man out for Player of the Year in high school.
Because that's a story going around.
What I heard. I just don't know. Good to see you.
All right. Thanks for having me.
That is Hall of Famer Calvin Johnson. Again, Calvin Johnson Jr. Foundation.com to learn more about the great golf tournament in Plymouth, Michigan on June 15th, and of course the foundation itself. We're going to take a break, and when we come back, we have got Mike McCarthy of the Pittsburgh Steelers joining us here on a draft day in Pittsburgh.
I can't do it today. I already have plans. Something came up. There are a million reasons to put off a cancer screening, but one reason to keep it. Early detection can save lives. Every screening, every result, every early detection matters. At Pfizer, we're fighting against cancer, aiming for 8 cancer breakthroughs by 2030. Join the fight against cancer and get screened at PfizerForAll.com/screenings.
Smalls here. What if you could enjoy the flavor of a cocktail without the alcohol? Meet RK Zero Proof, a pioneer in the alcohol-free spirits category that delivers bold taste and a warming sensation, but with zero alcohol, zero sugar, zero carbs, and 0 calories. So you can celebrate with friends, unwind after a long day, and wake up tomorrow feeling great. It's all the ritual of a drink without the regret. Discover RK at rkbeverages.com. That's ARKAY beverages.com. RK, the spirit without the alcohol.
The R&B Tour, starring Usher Raymond and Chris Brown. Live in Houston, uniting two of R&B's defining hitmakers, Chris Brown and Usher Raymond. Two legendary artists, one stage. NRG Stadium, Friday, October 9th. Get tickets this Monday at 12 p.m. at Ticketmaster.com.
Be sure to listen to Rocket Power with me, Joe George, and Sean Mapes as we break down and discuss all things Rockets. You can find Rocket Power on ESPN Houston's YouTube channel and right here, Fridays at 6 p.m. Rocket Power is presented by D&M Leasing.
Every family has challenges. Every family has secrets. Every family has a gay uncle that gets too drunk and starts asking you about your buddies. But not every family has a feature-length documentary film made about it. But yours could. Go to yourheritagefilm.com and reach out. We sit down with your loved ones, visit about their upbringing, career, history, kids, school, everything, and we make a movie. They have a blast, and you have something truly special for generations. yourheritagefilm.com.
Chances are, if you've been to a few weddings, corporate events, rodeo committee gatherings, or charity dinners over the years, you've enjoyed Damaris Catering.
Yanni Damaris here. Most people know Damaris Barbecue. Our family's been at it since 1964. Well, Damaris Catering has been around since the early 70s. We do events from 20 people to 5,000, serving a variety of cuisines to cater at any event.
From no tie to bow tie, it's taken care of. Damaris Catering. Find them at damaris.com.
Hello, friends. Nicholas, Player, Trevino, Sorenstam. The greats are back at the Woodlands Country Club. The Folds of Honor Greats of Golf at the Insperity, Saturday, May 9th. Get tickets at InsperityInvitational.com. Be there.
Are you looking for the cheapest prices on car insurance? Then call the Cheap Car Insurance Hotline right now. Hey, you're guaranteed to save money on your car insurance. Most car insurances can be canceled at any time. That means if you find a better deal, you can switch right away. We're not just one company. We offer most of the major brands of car insurance. We're like a discount supermarket for car insurance. And it doesn't matter if you have a good record or a bad driving record. Our agents are experts at finding you the right car insurance for your needs. Our average customer saves hundreds of dollars a year when they call us to switch. So why don't you make this 100% free call right now and see how much you can save on your car insurance?
800-871-9417. 800-871-9417. 800-871-9417. That's 800-871-9417. Keep listening for details on how to get up to $300 airline credit. Sky Holidays introduces a one-of-a-kind air credit program. Our buying team got a little too aggressive in getting hotel and air deals, so now we have to liquidate our prices. Here's how. Whether you want to go to Paris, Las Vegas, London, Atlanta, Hawaii, or anywhere else in the world, we have amazing deals. Book a selected hotel and we'll give you up to $300 airline credit. Now you can book your vacation and get a free credit to use towards airline travel. We'll book both, airline and hotel, with one simple phone call. We have access to most airlines and deals on thousands and thousands of places to stay. Call right now, book your hotel rooms, claim your airline credit. You can change or modify it at any time. 800-245-1697. 800-245-1697. That's 800-245-1697.
No doubt about it.
It was outstanding.
No doubt about it. The radio audience has returned. Mike McCarthy is here on the Rich Eisen Show, the Pittsburgh Steelers head coach. And just thinking personally for you, are you pinching yourself every now and then? Obviously, you've got tunnel vision. You're a coach. You got to figure this out. You got to figure that out. You got practice schedules. You got culture to establish. But, like looking down, looking down on your chest right there, there's this Steelers logo. Do you have a pinch yourself moment every now and then, Mike?
Oh, definitely, all the time. I mean, it's been surreal, since the interview, then the press conference, and to look out your office window and see your neighborhood across the river. So the drive into work is on the streets that I grew up on. So personally, it's just been incredible. But it's year one, loving the grind of it. Putting together a staff and putting together the playbooks and all the stuff that football coaches we love to do. It's been incredible having the players here the last 2.5 weeks. So it's football. We're back into it now. We get the draft here in Pittsburgh. So the energy and the vibe of the Pittsburgh Steelers has always been so unique, and I'm enjoying every minute of it.
So your 21st overall selection last night, the tackle out of Arizona State, Maxie Honachor. What do you like about him? What does he bring to the equation for you?
Well, number one, we just love his play style. I mean, obviously his physical gifts are, that of such with a high ceiling. Just his feet. One thing I've always look for particularly an offensive lineman, the ability to strike and sustain, and he does that. I mean, you see when he strikes, he sticks on blocks, he finishes, does a great job against second and third reaction. So there's just a lot there, and I think he's an incredible fit for our offensive line group, which I'm very high on already. Just having a chance to work with those guys the last couple of weeks. They've been here, and we've been able to look at different things that all first year staffs and normal process of going through. So Max is a great fit for us.
Yeah, and then obviously Broderick Jones and what's going on with him. What can you tell me on that front? And did it influence who you chose last night?
Well, I mean, Broderick's, he's going through a medical situation. It's a normal process that he's coming back. So I think I'm personally of the opinion that you can't have enough big men in your building. So but Broderick's he's doing well. He's going through the rehab process, and but it's going to be a minute for him.
And then last night the story of the drafting of the kid that you did draft, and how you were keeping your options open just to pick before trying to reach Mekhi Lemon on the phone. Is there any from your perspective, have you ever had a situation where you're trying to talk to a kid you're thinking of drafting and somebody else is breaking in on call waiting? Is that the first time that happened with you, Mike?
For me personally, but I think the norm, but that I've been experienced, and my experience that has served me is, when you get down to these picks, particularly when you're down in the 20s, you usually have a pot of players, and which was our case, and Lemon was definitely part of that. He's a fine player, and obviously ended up in Philadelphia. So I think the good Lord is always works, and works his magic. So, and Max is with us. So I feel great about the way it ended up. He's, like I said, Lemon he'll do great over there in Philadelphia, but we're right where we need to be for good reason.
Well, and again, I'll ask you, since fans ask me all the time, this is clearly not your first draft rodeo, it's your umpteenth. Why do coaches and general managers and teams want to call the player? Like, what is the purpose of actually contacting the player that you're thinking of drafting, you're about to draft? From your perspective?
Rich, that's a great question. I think so much of what we do, whether it's training camp and and every organization is a little different, and there are traditions and mechanics of how you operate that carry over. But that's a great question, and I think really the excitement of bringing an individual into your building. I mean, I did as part of the draft day process. So so I don't think it's out of the norm, but it's definitely not out of the norm to go the direction that it went.
I hear you. Mike McCarthy, a few minutes left with the Steelers head coach here on the Rich Eisen Show. I think I have shown remarkable restraint, if you don't mind, but I haven't brought Aaron Rodgers up to you yet.
I thought it was almost a clean getaway.
Not to pat myself on the back here, but there is an I in Rich and Eisen, you know. So where do things stand with Aaron right now, Mike?
Well, we're in constant, consistent communication, and so I mean he's going through his process, but you know we're just continuing to keep working. You know, our focus is on the draft, and hopefully we'll have a decision in the near future.
All right, and in terms of so in the meantime, you're getting reps in for the guys who are there. You know, I had Cam Hayward on the show the other day, and he complained to me that I got him into trouble because I only talked about Will Howard with him and not Mason Rudolph with him the other day, and apparently Mason was pissed. So where do this talk about the quarterbacks that you do have, the guys that are there? And you're
yes, definitely. I mean, Mason and Will have been there, you know, the whole time, and frankly, and I've even discussed this with Aaron because it was no different when he was younger. I prefer for the veteran not to be here at this particular time because it gives us the opportunity to be fully focused on our two younger quarterbacks. So, Will and Mason have done a great job, and we had a chance to get on the field, Monday and Tuesday in our veteran mini camp, and it was great work. This time of year, frankly, is a chance for your younger players to get those reps, and our young guys are doing a great job taking advantage of that.
Okay, and so with Will, what have you seen? What's your assessment of the kid, Mike?
Very athletic. It's something that I think like a lot of past experiences, you never really know until you get in there and work directly with your athletes. And but the quarterback school drills, I mean, I thought he did a hell of a job the first time out. So the ability to throw the ball around and put some concepts in. So he's off to an excellent start.
So if I had told you, since you just pointed out there that you've told Aaron, like, hey, back in the day, I guess it helped when Favre was kind of wondering what's up, and you're getting reps for Rodgers. Just the fact that, does it marvel you at all that this situation, you're in a way waiting on an answer from Aaron Rodgers in the same way you were on Favre back in the day, and the kid that you're bringing along is a guy named Rodgers, who's now the guy you're waiting for the Steelers, which is the team you beat in the Super Bowl in Dallas, where you wound up coaching anyway? Like, you can't make this up. Did I miss anything, Mike, with you?
No, that's plenty, Rich. I mean, yeah, it's hard to believe everything you just said is actually true. But it's been an incredible ride, and I can't tell you how grateful I am to be here and enjoying every minute of it. So, but the experience with Aaron and Brett it serves me well. I think it gives me peace in these type of moments.
Yeah, I mean, by the way, this is nothing compared to back then. Like, this is a walk in the park on a day like today compared to back then. Mike,
Well, I'm working with pro. I'm working with the pro. I mean, you make it so easy. I feel like I can hit that.
I'm not talking about the media. I'm talking about.
Just keep feeding it.
Well, listen, thanks for the time. I'm not even going to ask you about tonight, right? I mean, what would you allow? What are you willing to at least say about your plan for this evening without tipping anything, Mike?
Well, second round, third round is always exciting. I think, you look at the history with, what happens in the second round, and particularly watching what happened at the end of the first round. So, people jumping up in there and, getting what they feel like they need. And I think that's always helpful to these second and third round picks. So, obviously, we have 4 picks coming up, and I'm just excited to add a huge draft class to this football team. So, yeah, we're just looking at all the options right now. But, the city's buzzing. It's a great atmosphere. But, I really love the job that our personnel department's done, and we just got to trust the board.
Mike, I appreciate the time, man. Congrats again. I haven't spoken to you since you got the gig in your hometown for the hometown team. You're a good man, Mike, and I'm psyched for you, and I appreciate everything that you've done so far. Here.
All right, Rich. All the best. Always appreciate you. Thank you.
You got it. That's Mike McCarthy, head coach of the Pittsburgh Steelers, right here on the Rich Eisen Show, everybody. If you're running a small business, that means every hire matters. A bad hire costs time and money, but the right one, well, that helps your business grow. The challenge is finding that person without sorting through resumes, and that's where LinkedIn Hiring Pro comes in. It screens candidates so you can focus on conversations with qualified talent. With Hiring Pro, you can hire with confidence and build the team you need. Join the 2.7 million small businesses using LinkedIn Hire. Get started by posting your job for free at linkedin.com/Eisen. Terms and conditions apply. All right.
Okay.
Let's take a break. Because the radio hard out, as they say, is about to come. What's with the two people that stood behind me and just turned around and showed their Kirk Cousins 8 jerseys?
I totally.
I hope they felt better.
I think they went to take a picture.
I hope they felt better.
I think they're taking a
That was great.
maybe.
They see it's the Rich Eisen Show.
Yeah, you know what? This is what happens when you've got this beautiful vista behind you.
Draft week, baby.
Reese and Greeny next on the Rich Eisen Show to kick off Hour 3 on a What's More Likely Friday. So, Rich Eisen here with some advice. If high-interest credit card debt is grinding you down, it might be time to call an audible with a SoFi personal loan. It consolidates your debt into one low monthly payment with no fees required. And with as soon as the same day funding, you can make the right play fast. Call an audible on your debt today at SoFi.com/debtplay. Loans originated by SoFi Bank N.A., member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. NMLS 696891. Fast funds terms apply at SoFi.com/debtplay.
We all know winning means showing up stronger, faster, better than before. And when you're chasing that edge, the Drop by GNC cuts through the noise, bringing you the best new innovations in sports nutrition and performance. From muscle building and strength support to improved recovery and focus, we curate the newest drops from GNC Amp, Pro Performance, and Mega Men. Plus, Ghost, Raw Nutrition, Bucked Up, and the top new brands changing the game. No guesswork, just leveling up. Check out the Drop by GNC for what's new, what works, and what's next.
Brinkman Quality Roofing, a local family-owned business, has 50 years experience in roof repairs, roof maintenance, and roof replacements on both homes and businesses. Brinkman's workmanship is backed by the largest roofing manufacturers against leaks for up to 30 years. Brinkman has 100% financing available and free, no-obligation estimates. Brinkman Quality Roofing is the one to call at 281-480-ROOF. That's 281-480-ROOF, or go to brinkmanquality.com.
Cast your line and relax at twocreekscrossingresort.com. Your fishing getaway awaits.
As America's #1 motorcycle insurer, Progressive has your back.
Oh, like if I need a replacement part?
Sure, we can help with that.
Ah, nice. Hey, I just entered this online contest for coolest bike in the world. You think maybe you could vote for me?
Actually, we just do insurance, not popularity contests.
Yeah, I know. But what's your email? I'll just send you the link real quick. You can vote like 100 times a day. They'll never know.
To be clear, Progressive has your back for insurance only. So get a quote and see if you can save.
So what I'm hearing is there's a little bit of wiggle room.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, covered subject to policy terms, limits, and conditions.
Spring is in the air, which means now is the time to save during spring outdoor power deals at the Home Depot. Make cleanup easier when you go cordless with the Milwaukee M18 string trimmer, designed to deliver more runtime, more speed, and maximum performance. Then grab a select Milwaukee fuel attachment, like the pole saw, edger, or brush cutter, included at no extra cost when you buy the Milwaukee M18 string trimmer. Shop 7 days of spring outdoor power deals at the Home Depot, now through April 29th.
Hey, listen, are you a 50-year-old person looking for term life insurance? Then you need to talk to Bob. Bob specializes in helping people find $1 million or more of term life insurance for a couple of $100 a month. Look, you need to know there's a price war in the term life insurance business, and you may be paying too much. Call Bob, and he'll shop and see how much money he can save you. Look, this could be the last term life insurance policy you ever have. Your rates are guaranteed for the next 20 years. That's right, guaranteed level rates for the next 20 years. And if you're a smoker or your health is not perfect, Bob has great rates for you too. So for $1 million of term life insurance coverage for a couple of $100 a month, call Bob right now. 800-430-0932. 800-430-0932. 800-430-0932. That's 800-430-0932. Paid for by Term Direct. Can your IRA stand up to the next financial crisis that our top economists are saying is at our doorsteps? By allocating a percentage of your IRA into physical gold and silver with a tax-free rollover, you can diversify and safeguard your holdings from turbulent markets and economic downturns by putting your IRA back on the gold standard. Find out how to safeguard your assets with a tax-free rollover with a Genesis Gold IRA, the only IRA that can hold physical precious metals. Call now for your free gold and silver report. Protect your IRA today. Don't let your retirement accounts get caught off guard by trade and tariff wars. Learn why a Genesis Gold IRA is the #1 choice for thousands of Americans across the nation. 800-644-8611. 800-644-8611. 800-644-8611. That's 800-644-8611.
Small business owners, does your bank get your life? Does it let you switch from your personal to your business account with a tap? Or let you give your CPA direct access? We do. Let's get more from money. Switch to Huntington Bank. Welcome. Eligibility requirements apply. Some features may require enrollment.
Subscribe to ESPN Houston today on YouTube and make sure to slap that bell to get notifications on new videos as soon as they release.
Listen up. ESPN 97.5, presented by Zadok Jewelers.
KFNC 97.9 HD2 Mont Bellevue, Houston, a Gal media station.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of the Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show. Live from the NFL Draft in Pittsburgh, it's the Rich Eisen Show. Earlier on the show, NFL Network insider Ian Rapoport, Fox Sports lead college football analyst Joel Klatt, Pro Football Hall of Famer Calvin Johnson, Pittsburgh Steelers head coach Mike McCarthy. Coming up, ESPN NFL draft hosts Reese Davis and Mike Greenberg. And now, it's Rich Eisen.
Hour number 3. It's our final hour of our 3-day residency here in the draft town of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, just mere steps from the confluence across the rivers from Acrisure Stadium in the makeshift draft hall, from which the ESPN, NFL Network, and ABC draft coverages all emanate, and that is the way I welcome in our third-hour guests. This is just always a pleasure for me to be able to do this with you guys, not just separately when we're doing our own broadcast, but to have us all together here. Two guys that I've known for 30 years now and counting, the ABC host, Reese Davis, the ESPN host of the draft, Mike Greenberg. Sir, you guys, how are you?
Great, man.
First time that we're doing this with actually us being on ESPN Radio and Disney Plus. We're all one part of the same family, man.
It's an annual rite of spring. I said to you the other day, is this get together? It wouldn't feel like the draft without it.
It's a lot of fun. I appreciate it. You guys are awesome to do this. Last night felt like it was cardio hosting last night. The 8 minutes really, early on, I'm wondering, did it affect you guys or in any way, shape, or form? Because I was like, this is going fast, man.
It did in a way. I wasn't as opposed to it as some of the people in our truck.
Yes.
But what we had to adjust, because our philosophy on ABC is a little bit more player journey driven.
Yes.
So when we would show the vignettes or do the family interviews, we had to get to them faster than we had in the past. In the past, we'd let the walk happen, or at least most of it, maybe even the hug.
Yes.
Then vignette, then highlight, then family interview.
Yeah.
Couldn't do all of that last night. So we just started doing the vignettes a little earlier, two-boxing them sometimes, showing them walk. It worked out fine for us.
Right.
But if you're discussing, hey, this trade happened, they're moving draft capital, which is not necessarily our focus.
Yes.
I can understand where it might have been squeezed. There still would have been times we would like to have talked a little bit more about picks. Ty Simpson, for instance.
Yeah, here's what I'm proposing.
Yeah. I love that you're going solutions-based.
We're tag teaming this. I lay it out, and now Greeny's got an answer.
I think generally it's good, because I try to think of it, if I'm home watching, which I was for the entirety of my life until 5 years ago.
Yes.
Then I think I like the it being pacier. Like a lot of the things that happen in between are very exciting for us because we've done months and months of research on these players.
Yes.
But the audience is probably happy with it moving forward. I do think there were a few moments in the draft that maybe demand is too strong a word, but certainly suggests that we should pause and reflect on it for a moment. So when Jeremiah Love goes 3, when you have running back going 3 that high to a team like the Arizona Cardinals, it would be nice for a week if we could just say, all right, hold on, we get like 2 timeouts.
Oh, as a broadcast, we can stop the clock.
Okay, hold it a second. Okay. Just put who was 4? Tennessee. Put Tennessee on pause for just a minute. We need 3 minutes to talk about this. And then the same thing at 13.
I like it.
Ty Simpson just went 13 to the Rams. This is reminiscent of Tommy Maddox getting drafted by Denver and John Elway being all upset about it and Dan Reeves ultimately leaving there. And those of us who remember that and all that, and the Rams making what was clearly the signature decision of night 1. And we had 45 seconds to talk about the impact of it before I hear in my ear, 30
Move on,
seconds. So I'd like to have been able to call a timeout right there and say, no, we need 2 minutes to discuss this. Most of it, I think we could just roll along. There were a few moments that I thought it would have been nice to have a little extra time.
So how does it, by the way, great idea. How does this work, though? Like, what if Reese and I don't agree with your decision to stop the clock on ESPN? We've got our own broadcaster. What if, Reese, I do it, and suddenly you guys are like, wait a minute, I don't think that merits it. Do we have a preemptory on somebody else's challenge?
Okay, I've got another suggestion.
Sure,
So this is going to be a really, really ridiculous comparison for me to make.
Great setup.
If you ever watch, like, America's Got Talent, each of them gets one golden buzzer. Each of them gets to put, like, Simon gets one person out of the whole. So each of us gets one. So there'll be 3. So, Rich, you get 1. You got to use it judiciously. Reese gets 1 and I get 1. So over the course of the night, there will be 3 pauses. And we each get to choose where they go.
Or it could be like The Voice where I turn my chair, right?
Then if you did that from where we are, you would see the stage. Then you turn.
That's true. Right. And then you'd see Rich turned his chair because I'm kind of in your periphery. You're in mine. You're all the way up front. The thing that got me last night that was particularly difficult was when we were by the way, this is all TV problems, I understand. Because how was it to you guys watching it?
I likened it to Major League Baseball's pitch clock. When you're watching at home, it's great because it's going fast and it keeps things moving. When you're physically at the game, it goes way too fast.
Because we were, physically there, it felt like it was moving really fast to the point where a couple of picks were not yet announced. And there's the third team's on the clock. We were at one point 3 picks behind. And I get antsy when that happens. Certainly when we're 2 picks behind and we're about to be 3 picks behind, Roger comes out and the band kept playing. Did you guys notice that one where the house band kept playing music? So the Rogers
He didn't want to interrupt Sweet Caroline. He just sort of stood there and let them keep going.
I actually said on the NFL Network broadcast, like, what are we doing here? Like, up the music. Like, when the commissioner comes out, you were cutting the music. Like, let's go. We got 2 picks to go. And at one point, I'm like, are they waiting for the commission to put $5 in the tip jar?
So Reese and I were having this conversation.
I couldn't help myself.
Yeah, we talked about
it. And I'll let you explain our mutual position. But the bottom line of it is there are 2 experiences you can have watching the draft. If you're home watching.
Yes, sir.
One of them is online and the other one is not.
Correct.
So if you're just watching television, then I don't think it makes any difference, Reese, whether we're 2 picks behind or whatever the case may be. It's not us who are 2 picks behind. It's the announcements that are 2 picks behind. If you're not on Twitter or anywhere else, you don't know that it's 2 picks behind, and I think that's the problem.
Yeah, I didn't pay attention to social media during the broadcast. I just don't do that.
I can't. I mean, you can't.
You can't. So in the aftermath, though, I look back and I see a lot of this. Everybody's a few picks behind. And my reaction was, how do you know that? Unless there's intel being leaked from someplace else, because we didn't miss an announcement.
Right.
Like every time Commissioner Goodell went to the podium, we took it live. So it's not like we missed one.
Right.
So I didn't have a big problem with that, and I think you have to decide how you want to experience the draft, and it's okay to do it both ways. I'm not criticizing anybody that wants the information right then.
Right.
But if you're watching and you want to see the analysis of the pick, whether it was a good value choice, whether if you're watching our show and you want to see their backstory, I don't understand why that bothers you so much, as a viewer. I mean, I guess so.
Reese Davis and Mike Greenberg here on the Rich Eisen Show, the Friday after a big night on Thursday. There was another big moment where could have taken your time out, if you will. Carnell Tate going 4. That was kind of a surprise. But the Ty Simpson moment, again, I'm still catching up on stuff, but still sitting here. What did Saban have to say about that?
He thought for Ty, it was the perfect spot for him simply because he only has 15 starts in his career.
Right.
He's a really smart guy. He can learn from Matthew Stafford and from Sean McVay. I think he was also very happy for Ty that he didn't plummet in the green room and have to wait until tonight to be drafted. But, I think it was a bit of a surprise to everybody. I mean, Matthew Stafford's still the reigning MVP of the league, and you feel like they're a Super Bowl contender, and maybe you want something to help right now. So, look, I'm very happy for Ty. It's one of the things that I feel like sometimes that people get a little offended personally, and then they end up projecting on the player if they don't agree with it a little bit. Ty's a terrific player. I mean, Orlovsky loves him. Chase Daniel loves him. Gruden loves him. So people that don't, that's okay too, but there are plenty of people who do. So I think big picture, long term, I understand why you would make the pick, but for their particular situation, I questioned it a lot. I would have much rather, I'm a forget them picks kind of thing in the future. Everybody's reconfiguring their roster every year, just like we are in college football now. You got to try to win now. I would have gotten them some more help right now. Another receiver, offensive lineman, edge rusher, whatever, anything.
Right.
I would have waited. And if you are willing to spend, and you guys are more in tune with the draft capital aspect of it, but if you are willing to spend the 13th pick on your future quarterback, then I would think you can probably find somebody to make a deal with to trade back up later on and get him in the 20s and still make your 13th pick in order to help Matthew Stafford. That's part of it that I do.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that. It's just, though, you never know, man. That's the whole thing.
Right.
You never know which part.
You never know if you can get back in to go.
Maybe you can.
Yeah.
That's
again,
fair.
and the perfect example is that the Steelers think the Cowboys are taking a defender here. So let's call Mekhi Lemon. They're on the phone with him, and you saw that video, right? Mekhi Lemon's like, what are the Eagles doing calling me right now? Which is the way, you always look when you're on TV or whatever, and you look down at your phone like, this person knows I'm on TV right now. What the hell's they calling right now? He's like, what are the Eagles calling me right now? And the agent comes up to, because the Eagles have just traded for you. And the Steelers are sitting there probably going, what was that all about? That's why if you got the 13th overall pick and you're going to you think about the kid, you're going to trade down and then run and then now spend the next 2 hours grinding it out, right? I don't know. That's why you do it. It's no, and it doesn't matter if a trophy winds up in the case.
Let's be as direct as we can be.
Yes, sir.
It's a terrible pick. It's an absolutely terrible pick by the Rams.
Why do you feel?
It makes no sense
mean you're
whatsoever.
not saying that he's a terrible player.
Absolutely not. He may wind up being the greatest player of all time, but he will. They have Matthew Stafford at an age where he is the very definition of year to year. They had the best team in the NFL last year and didn't win the whole thing.
Yes.
They could have used they literally got, for the most valuable asset they had in this entire exercise of the NFL draft, they got someone who will contribute zero to their effort to win the Super Bowl next year. So this is, to me, it's reminiscent of, look, if he winds up being Aaron Rodgers and maybe Jordan Love, then maybe you could argue that those picks worked out well for Green Bay because they got them in the long run. But at the end of the day, from the time that they drafted those players, Brett Favre didn't win any more Super Bowls, and neither did Aaron Rodgers. So I think one could look at the Green Bay Packers and say, you should have won more than you did with Favre. You should have won more than you did with Rodgers. And I think we could look at the Rams and say, you should have gotten someone who will help you win the championship this year and figure out who your next quarterback is going to be another time.
That's what I think that too. I mean, and look, I love
round of applause from Brockman right away.
I love Ty Simpson, but I agree with you. Try to win now. You don't know what's going to happen in the future.
Right. But they got Trent McDuffie with the other pick. Yeah. I understand that could have been one more. And the issue that Les Snead has in pushing back on something that you just said is his track record. Basically, his own track record is his biggest issue to deal with in pushing back on you because he's so great at turning picks like the 13th overall. into somebody that can go and crush it for them right now and generationally, potentially, over the next 10 years. So that's the issue. And I totally understand that. It is a head-scratcher at the least, and the way that you placed it out there. At the worst.
If you're going to use the 13th pick in the draft, and I know this is not, like every draft is not created equal.
Right.
So I know the 13th best player in this draft might not have been the 13th best last year or next year.
Yes.
But it's still a very valuable asset.
Sure.
If you're going to use that on your future quarterback, on someone who's not going to play in a perfect world for at least another year, if not two,
right,
then I think the projection on him, again, Ty Simpson might wind up being terrific, but he doesn't check any of the boxes, literally any of the boxes. He doesn't have the size. He doesn't have the huge arm. He doesn't have the number of starts in college. He doesn't fulfill any of the Bill Parcells rules of quarterbacks. To use a pick it's one thing if you use the 29th pick in the draft. This is the 13th pick in the draft. That seemed like that is a very, very aggressive move that I have a real hard time understanding.
The one thing I would push back on is true, though. He is the one guy in this quarterback class, and maybe one of the few in the next quarterback class, that kind of comes out of the pro system. I remember we did a tape on game day that I worked with a scout on about him identifying, changing protections, and making a third down throw in traffic to complete a 3rd and 7 against Georgia on a big drive. And the guy I was working with on the tape said, you don't see this in college. You just don't see it. And I think because of that it might change the dynamics. I agree with you. He's not the biggest guy in the world. Once he lost all that weight after he got sick and injured and all of that happened to him, he was not the same physically. But he does have some things that he has experience in that other quarterbacks coming out don't have, I think.
I got Reese Davis and Mike Greenberg here on the Rich Eisen Show. We both kind of touched on it in the times that I've run into you in our hotel. But I went back to Bristol a couple of Sundays ago. And I was just I was out of body. I didn't recognize the place, but it was just going back in a time machine. When I first met you guys 30 years ago, it was unbelievable, But you guys, when was the last time you guys were in Bristol? I mean, you're down in New York.
Are you there regularly? I mean,
I'm there like probably 12, 15 days a year, something like that. But
so in the last calendar
selection day, I was there selection day and for a couple of days in the NCAA tournament. So
because I watch it when you're on. I watch you there. I haven't been there in a little while, but I'm very much aware of what you're talking about. It is. See, what was funny is he said to me, "I can't believe the old Sports Center set," and I said, "Well, you're actually two sports. You're a couple of picks behind. Yeah. It's sort of like the NFL last night. Like there have been 2 other Sports Center sets since the one you remember."
Yeah. But I had no bearings where there are buildings where parking lots used to be. There's a cafeteria where a parking lot used to be. There, Building 5, which is the old garage, right, where I used to do some deuce raps, for college basketball. That was there. And then I finally did get my bearings. I walked past my cubicle, which wasn't too far from yours, if I'm not mistaken, on that 3rd floor area. Yeah. Just walked past there and saw the doors of the offices that I would never be able to get because I was too untenured. Walked down the steps, went into the old Sports Center, finally found the old Sports Center studio, and it blew me away. The old Baseball Tonight set. I don't know. I just wanted to share that with you guys. I have no questions for you.
No, I understand the way you feel. It is hard to believe sometimes. Like I assume Reese feels this way. This past year, I turned 58, and I reached my 29th anniversary at ESPN. So I literally have worked at ESPN now more than half of my life, and that was a stunning realization for me to make, and it sort of all goes along the same lines.
The ESPN news studio doesn't exist anymore.
No.
Did you do your first broadcast from the ESPN2 studio? Or?
Yeah, from the ESPN2 studio doing the Sports Smash with Stuart and Susie Colbert. Stuart Scott and Susie Colbert were hosting the show.
That was your first?
That was my first broadcast.
Where did you come from? When you came from Michigan?
Beautiful downtown Flint, Michigan. Yeah.
You got a call from Flint, Michigan. Come on, and you start doing deuce reps.
I did. Yeah, that was pretty much
with
it.
Stu.
Yeah.
I miss that guy, dude.
Yeah, he was the best.
I mean, he I don't know. I could go down that road with him for sure, but it just wigged me out. And I'll be straight up honest with you. I don't know if I said this on the air here, so pardon me yet. But I wore, Rich Eisen show gear to go back there on purpose because I was going to walk through the door that I walked out of the last time, where I had a cardboard box and I had my belongings. I was like, I'm going to go walk out that door with my belongings, but I'm going to walk in this time with my show gear. It's a different broadcaster, okay? He was walking around there taking pictures and stuff like that. And I'm like, I'm going to do that. Just for my own self, It's been 30-something, 23 years, with all that stuff. And I went to look for that door, and it's now a brick wall.
There's a message in that somewhere.
And I'm like, wait a minute, it's a brick wall now. But the Sports Center crew was as great as it was back then. The camaraderie around the pods, watching the Masters and then the NBA regular season finale, and all of us talking about the rundown and the scripts, as great as ever, and it's pretty cool. So, when are we doing a Sports Center again?
We should do it.
We should do it.
Let's do it. Let's. I'm
serious.
We'd better mean it. Because we put it on your show right now. Somebody's like,
three of you. I'm just calling you out. I mean, I did that to Dan. I did that to Dan the other day too.
Let's go.
Because you and I sat down for the show that's coming out this summer called This Was Sports Center, where you and where I'm interviewing. I want you as a guest as well, talking about the old days, what it was like to be on Sports Center. Exactly. I want more stories like the one you just said. Hey, I came from Michigan and I went on the Deuce set and all that stuff. So I'm doing all that. And it's going to be coming out. I've interviewed you and Berman and Fowler. Chris Fowler came into the L.A. studio on his way back from the Australian Open. And we're going to put this together, and we're going to throw it together. And the nostalgia aspect of it is just as great as ever. You know what I mean? So we're going to do it. I think we should start doing this.
That'd be fun. I'd love to.
Hey. All right, very good. But let's get through tonight first.
Some of us are going to get through tomorrow also.
What are you doing tomorrow?
I'm flying home at 8:36.
Come on!
We could practice co-hosting Sports Center
tomorrow.
You could come.
I'll come.
You and I.
Look, I don't know how you do that many. So I do the first 3 rounds.
Yes.
So that is with the compensatory. I'm not sure how many compensatory picks we're going to have tonight.
Doesn't matter. There's way fewer compensatory picks than day 3 picks that Reese and I.
Oh, for sure. But what I'm saying is, so I'm going to do roughly 100 players. Roughly 100 players will get drafted on my watch.
Yes, sir.
So this year I prepared 169 players. Because my goal is always to try and get all of them. I never have succeeded before. And as I always say, if you're watching on ESPN and you hear the commissioner say a name and all you hear me say is Mel, then you'll know it's someone I didn't do. But you must do, 300 and something, 400 players?
I feel like in a lot of ways that because I do college football, there's a little bit of a head.
Yeah, you know these guys way better than I do.
And I'm hosting the Combine, and so 98% of drafted players come from the Combine.
That's right.
I've already seen the draft just out of order, is what I like to say.
That's great.
You know what I mean? Yeah. So that kind of helps.
I just sit in my room and practice saying Olaj Vavenga Ioane.
There you go.
Just keep practicing his name. Olaj Vavenga.
That was very good.
He's
well done. Yeah, you just call him Venga for short.
Right, but I thought he was the best. Honestly, I thought he was the surest thing in this draft. If you were going to say there's one player who you would bet your life savings is going to be a great pro, it's that guy. You watch the way he mauls people. There's that one video where he's coming from the left to the right and he just destroys a safety. That's the guy everyone should have drafted.
Very rarely will I remember a combine workout for a guard, but he did this past year. It was like, whoa. Like he was the one who stood out too, and I honestly thought like he would be a Charger if he lasted that long, and instead the Ravens took him, which is a very Ravens draft choice for sure. Hey, good luck tonight. May you tell the band to turn the music down. May that work out for you.
Yeah, my spot's a little louder than you guys.
Well, you're closer to the band and the canopy's over you. We're just sitting in the back. you know, the only people we have to talk over are the people yelling at Pat for 3.5. Is he back there tonight? Or, or is he one and done? Is he one and done?
I'm not sure if he is or not. But that you could hear people. You could hear the reaction last night, especially when Dan Orlovsky came up on his set after Simpson was picked. It was,
that would be
this is
coronation.
Too.
A coronation.
Yeah.
No one is. There's not a happier. I'm telling you right now. We should have had a video of Dan with his family, like all the picks. Like all the players when their families are gathered around them. When Dan got the call, Ty Simpson is going 13, and they're all gathered around and cheering and screaming. That's the video that we need.
What should have happened last night? Ty Simpson goes up to that mirror to put on his hat, and there's Dan right behind him, like looking at him in the mirror. Like Step Brothers. You know what I mean? That'd have been great. Reese Davis, best of luck on the ABC broadcast.
And you,
sir, on the ESPN
you
broadcast.
Too. Thanks,
There are my friends right here. Reese Davis, as well as Mike Greenberg here on the Rich Eisen Show. In a world of, I need to do some business, but you understand this. You remember these days, back in the day.
Only too well.
In a world in need of a hero, one man rises to the challenge in style. He is just driving the kids to soccer practice. Make every day feel epic in the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid with up to an EPA estimated 619 miles of range on select trims, advanced tech, and class-leading interior space. Because when you're hauling kids, gear, snacks, and backpacks, space matters, and so does comfort. Just make sure they keep their cleats off the seats. The all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for details. No pressure reading a read in front of two lead pipe wielding 3-decade professionals just checking me out doing that. Thank you for coming on, Reese and Mike Greenberg. We come back a What's More Likely Friday here at the Draft in Pittsburgh.
Adam Schefter here. Did you know the average employer sorts through about 250 resumes for one job opening? Well, if you're hiring, here's good news. You can now review resumes and applications faster thanks to ZipRecruiter. With ZipRecruiter's new feature, qualified candidates who are very interested in your job show up at the top of your list. No wonder ZipRecruiter is the #1 rated hiring site based on G2. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/sports. That's ZipRecruiter.com/sports.
It's Rich Eisen for Pella Windows and Doors. Sometimes teams take a timeout to regroup and call the right play. When it comes to your home, Pella Windows and Doors always has the winning game plan. They do it every day, and that's why your neighbors trust them. Visit Pella.com/Eisen today. Right now, Pella Windows and Doors of Houston is offering 15% off Pella projects or no interest for 24 months equal payments. Some restrictions may apply. See store for details. Offer ends April 30th, 2026.
Truck Month has been extended at Monument Chevrolet through April. Get the supplier discount, the biggest discount they've ever offered to the public on all Silverado 1500s. Visit Monument Chevrolet at Bellway 8 and 225 or monumentchevrolet.com. Chevrolet, together let's drive.
Hungry for the best lunch in town? Then look no further than Brown Bag Deli. With 5 convenient locations, Brown Bag Deli is open for lunch and ready to serve you Houston's best sandwiches. Planning an event? Email cater@brownbagdeli.com to cater your next gathering with delicious options that have won Houston's Best of the Best award. Houston owned and operated with only the freshest ingredients. Swing by a location today or order online at brownbagdeli.com.
Jeremy Branham here. You've heard me talk about Pro Dunk Hoops and their drill-powered lightning adjust system that lets you raise and lower your goal in seconds. It's 10 times faster with zero effort. Right now, with your new Pro Dunk basketball goal, you can get the lightning adjust system for free. That's a $249 savings, but you have to call. You won't find this offer on the website, so call Pro Dunk at 281-351-9822 and mention ESPN. That's 281-351-9822.
Hey, this is Chance from Heritage Films. You know what I miss about working in sports radio? Raiding the supply closet. I loved all that stuff. Paper clips, sticky notes, those little black clamp things that you put on the end of your finger. I love stealing stuff from the supply closet. But you know what I love more? My company, yourheritagefilm.com. I love filming families and founders' stories. I love being invited into their homes, getting to know them, and creating magic for generations. Magic markers, love those. YourHeritageFilm.com.
Do you own a timeshare? Well, face the facts. You made a mistake. You made a bad purchase. A timeshare is not an investment. It's a money pit that continues forever. If you use your timeshare, that's great. But if you don't and you want to legally get out of your contract, call my friends right now at the Timeshare Exit Hotline. They're an experienced team of lawyers who help good people like you get out of a timeshare contract that they just don't want. Don't throw away your money on maintenance fees. Use it for things you really want. We can help you end your timeshare contract and stop the money drain immediately. If you're ready to move on with your timeshare, call our team right now.
Call today for your complimentary free consultation. 800-403-8539. 800-403-8539. 800-403-8539. That's 800-403-8539.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-979-3535. That's 800-979-3535. 800-979-3535.
Are you looking for the cheapest prices on car insurance? Then call the Cheap Car Insurance Hotline right now. Hey, you're guaranteed to save money on your car insurance. Most car insurances can be canceled at any time. That means if you find a better deal, you can switch right away. We're not just one company. We offer most of the major brands of car insurance. We're like a discount supermarket for car insurance. And it doesn't matter if you have a good record or a bad driving record. Our agents are experts at finding you the right car insurance for your needs. Our average customer saves hundreds of dollars a year when they call us to switch. So why don't you make this 100% free call right now and see how much you can save on your car insurance?
800-871-9417. 800-871-9417. 800-871-9417. That's 800-871-9417.
Looking for a great way to listen to ESPN 97.5 whenever and wherever you are? Then download the ESPN Houston app. Just search ESPN Houston in your app store and download today. The ESPN Houston app is brought to you by Dream Rate Mortgage, U.S. Coins, and Texas Card House. You fancy and have an HD radio? Well, good for you, number one. Number two, listen to ESPN Houston's HD channel, 97.9 HD2.
Back here on the Rich Eisen Show as one big happy simulcast. That was fun with Disney Plus and ESPN, being the ones that sent out a conversation between Greeny and Reese and yours truly here.
Love that.
Knowing them for 30 years. Okay, let's do a very important edition of What's More Likely.
Hey, now.
This is a Friday after.
This is one of the most fun ones of the year. Yeah, buddy.
What's More Likely, presented by Pella Windows and Doors.
What's more likely?
Never say never, but never.
On the Tomlin Drop here in Pittsburgh, PA. What's more likely, presented by Pella Windows and Doors. Christopher, you've got the floor.
Guys, happy Friday. Happy NFL draft. Great job last night, Rich.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
I hate that you were happy last night.
Me?
Let's get this started. Guys, more likely to be the lower number. Week we see Fernando Mendoza this season or the Raiders' 2027 draft slot?
Lower number, the week we see Fernando Mendoza or their draft slot. I will go Fernando Mendoza week we see him.
So you think he does play this year?
I think he plays early because maybe Cousins might not be able to answer the bell.
Oh, interesting.
How about that, Mattels?
I like you calling your shot. You know I like that.
I'm just going to be direct. I mean, but what's more likely? The Raiders choose top 10 again next year? And then he starts later.
Right.
Because they're just going to finally get him in there. Listen, they've got Genty and they've got Bowers for the kid and Linderbaum for the kid.
They could get Denzel Boston tonight.
They've changed out their coach, quarterback, and center, which is kind of rare in the National Football League.
Got to expect them to get a wide receiver at some point as well.
So, yeah, and that's right. That's going down tonight. So,
yeah.
I'll just stick with what my original plan was. I might have just talked myself out. Keep going.
How about this, guys? More likely top 10 non-quarterback to be Offensive Player of the Year: Jeremiah Love, Carnell Tate, Jordan Tyson.
The top 10 non-quarterback to be offensive player.
Basically, the offensive player is not Mendoza.
Jeremiah Love.
Yeah. Really?
Yeah.
They have 38 running backs in that room.
I understand.
And a guy who's really good, Tyler Algier.
Arthur Smith is the offensive coordinator at Ohio State right now. He's not in Arizona.
Okay.
So, Tyler Algier might not, get all the...
I mean, the vulturing.
As much
vulturing works at Arizona, too.
No, and again, we need to see Cam Ward and Tyler Shuck in year 2 deliver the football in a way that, say, Bryce Young in year 3 was able to deliver it to Tetaroa McMillan. A running back is less ball dependent than a wide receiver. I'll go with the running back and say that's the most likely, certainly since he's that talented. He's that good. Chris.
TJ, do I take him early in my fantasy draft? What do I do?
You might want to.
Guys, more likely to be the more head-scratching first-round quarterback pick.
Oh, that's easy.
Ty Simpson this year or Michael Penix in 2024.
Well, I'll go Penix.
Really?
Yeah, I'll go Penix. Let's see what Ty Simpson. I'm not going to.
You're not going to see anything of the Ty Simpson this year.
Exactly. Maybe 2 years.
Yeah, I'm not going to damn the kid now. I'm just not going to do it.
It's not about damning him, though. It's about.
It is.
Again, like Greeny said, it's not about the player. It is about. It is not.
I didn't want to get too deep in it. Of course, it's about the player.
No,
it's about the player.
No. I disagree. You host the draft.
It's about the position and the location of their pick.
If Ty Simpson had the entire world saying about him what Dan Orlovsky said about him, if he had a resume of significance, we wouldn't be batting an eyelash.
So why didn't the Jets take him?
Because why didn't they take him at second overall?
Yeah, if he's that good and he has as good a tape as Mendoza and Orlovsky and all these other people are pumping, why didn't he go second?
Because he's not. That's why I'm saying it's about the player. It's not about, the fact that you... All right, let's move on.
Okay, great.
We're just not going to agree on this one.
Correct.
We're not going to agree.
Right.
All right, TJ, this is for you.
Oh, me?
Penix is already hurt. He had a lot of questions about why we would draft him is because he's been injury prone. It's in his knees too, and it happened. It happened. He didn't even play a full season.
I was pretty stunned when Penix and Simpson lost.
Yeah, and Tua's there right now. Look out.
I think Tua's going to play well.
Right, do too.
Yeah.
Guys, is it more likely that...
So I just gave you my reasoning, and you have a problem.
I still don't like it.
Okay, what else? Let's move on.
I hate
Moving on.
Me and Greeny.
Moving on.
Is it more likely Jerry Jones now looks like an absolute genius for trading Micah Parsons, or that was still a questionable trade?
Oh, well.
Yeah. I don't think it's as questionable anymore.
I don't either. I think Jerry looks like a genius.
I don't know about a genius.
Look at all the guys he's got.
Excuse me. They've done a very good job of turning this lemon into lemonade so far, okay? Rashawn Gary and Kenny Clark and Quinnen Williams. And now they just use the actual first-round draft choice, the first one they got from Micah Parsons, okay, into, their new edge rusher.
Yeah, Malachi Lauren.
Right? So now they've done that. And they used another first-rounder from the trade to get Quinnen Williams. All right? I like what they're doing.
Sprinkle Caleb Downs on top of that.
But the problem is part of the reason the draft was brought about was this whole weird, you shook my hand in my office. That's not genius, but it is.
That's ego, is what
it is. It's more Rumpelstiltskin. You know,
it worked out.
It turned straw into gold.
True that.
But I don't think it's a questionable deal as much anymore.
No, I don't think so either.
Was Rumpelstiltskin where the girl had long hair and he climbed?
No, that's
Rapunzel.
Oh, my bad.
Rumpelstiltskin turned straw into gold. That's why I said turn straw into gold.
That's my name.
I can help you with the fables.
Thank you, Aesop. Thank you, Aesop.
You can watch Shrek too.
Yeah, the rich Aesop show.
Aesop Richie.
Okay.
Guys, more likely
with
team...
a dollar sign as the yes.
Obviously.
Okay, very good.
All right, let's reel it in. Okay. Guys, more likely team that got the best value with their pick last night. The Bucks, Eagles, or Bears?
What about the Cowboys?
Bucks, Eagles, or Bears?
Bucks took Bears.
Oh, I like the Bears getting Thieneman. I like that a lot.
That's he thought, what was it, 25?
And as a matter of fact, you want to talk about value. Remember, I used this in the beginning with my top 5.
Bain going to 15.
Based on Daniel Jeremiah's top 150 rankings. And again, when we're pick 150 tonight, we're going to match up the draft to Daniel's.
See how many he gets.
And he's really great at this, okay? The top value, 13 spots better from where Daniel ranked him, the Jets got Omar Cooper, plus 13 value. Okay, they got him 30th overall. Daniel had him ranked 17th. Mekhi Lemon, he had him ranked 12th. He got picked 20th. That's 8. Reuben Bain was 7th on his list. He got picked 15th. That's plus 8. Dylan Thieneman is 2nd on this list. He had him ranked 16th. He was picked 25th. That's a plus 9. So I'll go with the Thieneman right there.
And the Bears need safety too.
What else you got?
Guys, more likely New York fan base feeling the best today. Giants, Jets, Bills.
Well, I'm telling you, it's not the Bills. I mean, unless you want to include their fans that are psyched the Sabres won a playoff game.
I think that counts.
Okay.
Hello, Mike.
The Bills fans are like, wait a minute. We're sitting here ready for 26, and then you trade down. And then we're ready for 28, and then you trade down, and then we're ready for, I think, 31, and then you trade down. Like, what's up?
They got a lot of draft picks now.
What's up with that?
Now they can make moves.
As Mike Hoskins said when I first got here, the Bills drafted Trey last night. I'm like, what? And he goes, trade down. Like,
oh, hey, Hoskins.
Well, now they have.
I don't know. Hoskins had the dad joke.
And now they have 9 picks, including 35.
Okay. No, so throw that out.
Right off the bat.
No, Jets fans are.
Yeah,
Jets fans are feeling. Listen, I think the Jets fans are feeling particularly great. They got 3 players. Last time that happened, they hit on all 3. They wound up, getting rid of 2 of the 3. And next year, if the Jets hold on to all 3 of their first-round draft choices, they will be the first team in NFL draft history to have 3 first-round picks and use them in 2 straight years. So they got to feel good about this and feel good about the future. And the general manager who's in charge of turning those picks into people, turning them into David Bailey, Kenyon Sadiq, and Omar Cooper Jr. is a really great, well-done job.
Yeah, I hate that you guys got Sadiq.
Okay. You got any more?
I got a few more. You mentioned these 2 quarterbacks already. I'm sure they were sitting at home having a good night. Second-year quarterback more likely to have the better 2026. Cam Ward, Tyler Shuck.
Good question.
I mean, look at Tyler's receiving core right now.
Yeah, I kind of think it is better than what Tennessee's putting out there.
I think
despite having Carnell Tate, so I'll go with Shuck.
Okay.
Although Cam Ward, let's just see if he has that year 2 leap with Brian Daboll as well, that's possible. But you're right. I'm taking a look. I mean, there's no. I guess is Ridley the Olave of the equation?
If you're going to pair them up and go against each other, yeah.
Yeah.
Saints might be sneaky.
You just went higher register. What else you got?
Guys, more likely surprising positional move from last night. 2 quarterbacks taken or 2 running backs taken.
Well, that's the first time that we've ever seen 2 first-round running backs taken from the same school. That's the first time we've ever seen. Well, actually, that's not true. We've seen Arkansas. 2 first-round running backs. Yeah, Felix Jones and Darren McFadden went in the first round of the same draft. It's the first time, this is the stat, that the first 2 running backs taken in a draft come from the same school. That's never happened. Notre Dame and then Notre Dame there. I'm gonna say. The 2 quarterbacks drafted, Jadarian Price going to the Seahawks at 32 is no surprise at all. And Jeremiah Love being drafted 3rd overall, obviously it's high, but I'm not going to sit there and say that is a surprise. Ty Simpson going 13 overall was the shock of Thursday night.
I agree.
It was.
All right, last one. Rich, sorry, I'm sorry to bring this up, but I have to do it. More likely Ohio State star to win Rookie of the Year. Carnell Tate, Arvell Reese, Sonny Styles, Caleb Downs.
That's an obvious answer. If you
Well, I mean, there's a split vote of all 3 on defense. I'll go Carnell Tate.
It's not the answer.
Although I will say listen, a safety to win defensive Rookie of the Year it would be but Sonny Styles is going to ball out. I mean,
I think so.
So I if I had to rank them, I'd go Styles, Tate, Downs, and Reese.
Okay.
Because I don't know. Again, Reese is on the defensive line with.
Well, he might play inside linebacker for all.
I know. I don't know.
Yeah, we don't know.
Great questions.
Yeah.
But I'll go Tate. It's just one guy, and as opposed to 3 others that might split the vote.
I hope Cowboy Caleb sees this.
By the way, I'm absolutely fine with that. I'm all good with exactly what you just said. Not a problem.
That's growth.
That's What's More Likely is brought to you by Pella Windows and Doors. When it comes to your home, Pella Windows and Doors always have the winning game plan. That's why your neighbors trust them. Visit Pella.com/Eisen. I've got some great nuggets from last night that I don't believe I've gotten a chance to mention on this program. Some great stats about your first night that you might not have heard anywhere else, including just breaking down how unique that Eagles-Cowboys trade was last night. And then we'll send you out the door for the rest of your NFL draft here on a beautiful day in Pittsburgh. Don't you dare move.
Okay, team. Huddle up.
Why are you dressed like a hockey player?
Because America's energy security is on thin ice. We're facing an overburdened electric grid, rising fuel costs, and severe weather. But here's your power play. Propane. It's affordable, abundant, safe. Propane is reliable energy, even when the grid isn't. Advantage Propane.
Learn more at propane.com/powerplay.
Less than 4 in 10 kids aged 6 through 12 are playing sports regularly. 4 in 10 kids? Let it sink in. Just 4 in 10 kids. ESPN is building a nationwide coalition powered by Disney called Take Back Sports, with the purpose of training more coaches, expanding access, and creating community-driven sports programming that puts kids and fun first. We're working on that story. We hope you'll join us.
Visit takebacksports.org to learn more.
For 72 years, Stokes Hardware has been your go-to family-owned and operated hardware store, serving 3 generations strong. Whether it's plumbing supplies, paint, power tools, or everyday hardware, we've got what you need at competitive prices. Shop local, support small business, and get old-school personal service. Our knowledgeable staff is always ready to help. Hablamos Español. Find us online and follow Stokes Hardware on Instagram, Facebook, and TikTok. Stokes Hardware, family trusted since 1954.
Truck Month has been extended through April at Monument Chevrolet. That's right, Monument Chevrolet is offering a supplier discount on its full inventory of 2026 Silverado 1500s, the big discount reserved for top Chevy sellers. You pay that price through April. Monument Chevrolet has every trim of Silverado 1500 in every color, and they're all discounted. Visit Monument Chevrolet at Bellway 8 and 225 and drive away in a new Silverado today, or shop online at monumentchevrolet.com. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Danny, what's on your mind?
Clara, I'm thinking about Canada.
It's a beautiful place. When do you want to go?
I wasn't planning on actually going there.
Uh-oh. I can see the wheels turning in your mind.
Canada is buying back 2,500 different models of firearms from their citizens.
Well, what does that have to do? You're planning to buy all those, aren't you?
I'm going to do my best.
You're just going to pick up the phone and call the Canadian government?
No, I've hired a couple of ex-U.S. attorneys. They've got experience talking to governments of other countries.
You're serious about this, aren't you?
It would be a shame to destroy all of those when we've got collectors here in Texas who would love to have them.
The best gun shops in America are in Texas, of course. Collector Firearms. Right on the corner at Whiff Timer in Voss and Houston on Alpha Road in Dallas. One block east of the tollway. Collector Firearms.
Are you looking for the cheapest prices on car insurance? Then call the Cheap Car Insurance Hotline right now. Hey, you're guaranteed to save money on your car insurance. Most car insurances can be canceled at any time. That means if you find a better deal, you can switch right away. We're not just one company. We offer most of the major brands of car insurance. We're like a discount supermarket for car insurance. And it doesn't matter if you have a good record or a bad driving record. Our agents are experts at finding you the right car insurance for your needs. Our average customer saves hundreds of dollars a year when they call us to switch. So why don't you make this 100% free call right now and see how much you can save on your car insurance?
800-871-9417. 800-871-9417. 800-871-9417. That's 800-871-9417. Can your IRA stand up to the next financial crisis that our top economists are saying is at our doorsteps? By allocating a percentage of your IRA into physical gold and silver with a tax-free rollover, you can diversify and safeguard your holdings from turbulent markets and economic downturns by putting your IRA back on the gold standard. Find out how to safeguard your assets with a tax-free rollover with a Genesis Gold IRA, the only IRA that can hold physical precious metals. Call now for your free gold and silver report. Protect your IRA today. Don't let your retirement accounts get caught off guard by trade and tariff wars. Learn why a Genesis Gold IRA is the #1 choice for thousands of Americans across the nation. 800-644-8611. 800-644-8611. 800-644-8611. That's 800-644-8611.
For sure. Back here on the Rich Eisen Show, draft season, as we all know, we're in the middle of it. Everybody's talking about franchise players, blockbuster trades, and the moves that can reshape a team. When it comes to your home, Pella Windows and Doors is the kind of pick you can trust, especially after another long winter with your old windows. Discover why Pella Windows and Doors is a trusted choice for homeowners everywhere. Visit Pella.com/Eisen today. That's Pella.com/Eisen. Make life brighter with Pella Windows and Doors. So coming into this draft, the conversation was the number of positions that aren't supposed to be drafted very high. You know, off the ball, linebacker, running back, safety. Yeah. Like, you're just not going to draft them that high. Right. And those are the best players, and the tug of war between when you're going to draft them and not. At the end of the day, last night's first round was only the second draft in the common draft era, meaning when the AFL and the NFL got together. Only the second time to feature a running back, a safety, an inside linebacker, and a tight end selected in the top half of the first round. The other was 2006. Now, last night, here are the players we're talking about. Jeremiah Love, Sonny Styles, Caleb Downs, Kenyon Sadiq. In 2006, Reggie Bush was drafted second overall. Mm-hmm. The inside linebacker was A.J. Hawk, fifth overall. Interesting enough, it's from the same school. Ernie Sims was also drafted as an inside linebacker, ninth overall. Caleb Downs, 11th overall. Two safeties in 2006 were drafted in the top half. Michael Huff and Dante Whitner.
I remember.
The tight end, Kenyon Sadiq, last night in 2006 was Vernon Davis, another combine warrior.
Interesting.
So some good players. Some have won a Super Bowl, obviously, with Reggie Bush, right? And then, we're always talking about what you turn picks that you acquire into, right? So there were 6 teams that had multiple picks last night. Mm-hmm. So the Giants traded Dexter Lawrence and turned him into Francis Mauigoa. The Rams took James Pierce's selection by Atlanta, turned that pick into Ty Simpson. The Jets turned Sauce Gardner into Kenyon Sadiq, the first-round pick that they got for Sauce. The first-round pick that the Cowboys got for Micah turned into Malachi Lawrence. And the Browns turned the Travis Hunter pick. Instead of choosing Travis Hunter, they went and traded down and got Mason Graham, turned him into Casey Concepcion. The pick that the Dolphins got for Jalen Waddle turned into the cornerback, Chris Johnson. And the Chiefs turned Trent McDuffie into Peter Woods. Just food for thought, turning the picks into people right there. And the Cowboys pick in particular. This is wild. So once that trade goes down, I get into the ear of NFL Network researcher Jack Andrade, who you guys know, and he's awesome. I'm like, when was the last time the Eagles and Cowboys made a draft trade? And he's just like immediately comes back. He goes, it was in 2021 when the Cowboys went from 10 down to 12. And the Eagles went from 12 up to 10. And the Eagles took Devontae Smith, and the Cowboys took none other than Micah Parsons. And so when that trade went down last night, and they moved down, and the Eagles move up, the pick that the Cowboys used to move down, the pick that the Eagles traded up to get from the Cowboys, that pick existed, was from the Micah Parsons trade.
Oh, wow.
And the Eagles moved up to take a wide receiver. And the Cowboys traded down and replaced, technically, Micah Parsons with the pick. And I just geek out on stuff like that. It's wild.
That is wild.
Think about it.
History repeats itself.
That the Eagles and the Cowboys last traded, the Cowboys moved down, took Micah. The Eagles moved up, took Devontae Smith. The Cowboys wind up trading away Micah Parsons, getting a first-round selection that the Eagles say we want, again, to take a wide receiver. The Cowboys move down and take an edge rusher who they hope in any way, shape, or form can turn into Micah Parsons. Right. Can't get enough of stuff like that. And that wraps up our stay here in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, here on ESPN Radio and Sirius XM Channel 80. I'll be on NFL Network for an absurd amount of time between now and the next time we chat with one another on Monday. I'll be there on Saturday. stjude.org/run, Rich Run, to please donate. On Saturday, we reveal my run.
Yes.
And my run just ended, actually. That's how slow it was.
Come on.
See you on Monday.
Peace. In a world in need of a hero, one man rises to the challenge in style. He is just driving the kids to soccer practice. Make every day feel epic in an all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid with up to an EPA-estimated 619 miles of range on select trims, advanced tech, and class-leading interior space. Because when you're hauling kids, gear, snacks, and backpacks, space matters. And so does comfort. Just make sure they keep their cleats off the seats. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for details. Rich Eisen here with some advice. If high-interest credit card debt is grinding you down, it might be time to call an audible with a SoFi personal loan. It consolidates your debt into one low monthly payment with no fees required. And with as soon as the same day funding, you can make the right play fast. Call an audible on your debt today at SoFi.com/debtplay. Loans originated by SoFi Bank N.A., member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. NMLS 696891. Fast funds terms apply at SoFi.com/debtplay.
Chances are, if you've been to a few weddings, corporate events, rodeo committee gatherings, or charity dinners over the years, you've enjoyed Damaris Catering.
Yanni Damaris here. Most people know Damaris Barbecue. Our family's been at it since 1964. Well, Damaris Catering has been around since the early 70s. We do events from 20 people to 5,000, serving a variety of cuisines to cater at any event.
From no tie to bow tie, it's taken care of. Damaris Catering. Find them
Hello, Houston. He's Joe. I'm Jeremy. We're Jeremy and Joe. Brian's around. Brian is around. Lots to get to today. Really not a whole lot to get to today. We're just going to do it a lot. The Houston Texans have a new football player, Keelan Rutledge. The pick at not 28. Nick Cacerio. Willin Dillon. Son of a gun. He's always Willin and Dillon, even if he's not on the right end of the trade. We'll talk about Keelan Rutledge almost immediately. But we'll also get to the Rockets-Lakers. They're back in action tonight. Game 3, critical series. Bordeaux or Brado? Bordeaux?
I think it's Bordeaux.
Best Rocket content creator that exists. We're going to talk to him at 4 o'clock. Todd Callis, TV voice of the Houston Astros. We'll talk to him at 4:30. Maybe we'll sneak in a Mailbag Monday on a Friday. We'll see how it goes. But first and foremost, the Houston Texans have an offensive lineman. They have selected an offensive lineman, Keelan Rutledge, the newest Houston Texan. They move up a couple of spots, swap some third-rounders, move down 22 spots in the third, throw in a late fifth for good measure. What do you think of the Houston Texans' activity on day one of the NFL draft?
I mean, it feels like it was necessary to do it, to make that trade up.
Really?
I assume there had to be some reason behind it. And maybe Nick Cacerio was just hearing what was going to happen after that, because I think every pick besides 2 was traded after 25.
Yeah.
I think there were so many trades happening at once. So I don't know if Rutledge was the guy that people were targeting. Maybe they thought San Francisco at 27.
See, I saw a tweet that San Francisco was looking to trade out of the first round before the Texans made their pick.
Yeah.
But the draft was so compressed and so fast that Jordan Schultz was 5 picks ahead of the draft that I really don't know the timeline. So, did San Francisco trade out of their pick because the Texans drafted who they wanted, potentially? But if the tweet timelines work out, San Francisco was already looking to move the 27th pick before the Texans even traded up. Mm-hmm. So it's hard to know. It's hard to know exactly the real timeline, because the speed of the draft behind the scenes is obviously a lot quicker than what they broadcast.
Yes, and now even then, we saw a team get burned because they were on the phone telling someone he was getting picked, and well, that didn't happen because the Steelers didn't get Mekhi Lemon.
Yeah, it's weird.
But I like the idea of the pick. Going out, getting an offensive lineman who, when you hear anything talked about this guy, it's mean, tough.
Mm-hmm.
Todd McShay called him a prick.
I like pricks.
I like that with my offensive line. So the reviews are good. I mean, you read anything, it's good run blocker. I was watching some of the highlights from yesterday from this last season, and there's guys on the ground all the time with whoever he's blocking. He's just putting people in the dirt. So I didn't think they were going to go guard, but maybe it's a center. So I like this pick.
Yeah.
It's hard to know.
We probably said the same thing we're going to say about Keelan Rutledge today about Kenyon Green. He's a great run blocker. He's a son of a gun. He puts guys in the dirt.
Let's get out there, dude. Let's put some people in the dirt, man.
He puts guys in the dirt, that College Station dirt. We have our best guesses on the outcome of the player. They're educated guesses. They're hypotheses on how we think a player is going to perform. I watched a little bit of Georgia Tech football this year because they were pretty good. Mm-hmm. Haynes King was running all over people. Their running game was really good, which bodes well to Keelan Rutledge. He was part of that running attack. And some people even say they kind of changed their offensive philosophy because of Rutledge. Okay, that's kind of cool. That's kind of nice. I like what I read about him. I like the little bit that I've seen of him. I like what he has to say. All of those things are words, though. We have to actually see it. We hope that it's a good pick. I had somebody in my comments today saying, I think they just drafted Mike Munchak. Okay.
Based on what?
Come on. What do you mean? Are you watching every snap the guy has ever taken, or are you just such a Houston Texan fan that you really want him to be Mike Munchak? Because you're not going to sit here and bash the player today. Unless you're a Ty Simpson in LA or you're Caleb Banks in Minnesota, is anybody bashing their player today?
Not really.
No, it's this guy's great. This guy's our next future Hall of Famer, because you want it so badly. You want him to be good so badly that you're going to be talking positivity about the player, which is great. Hey, that's part of being a fan. And people are excited because they have a new player and all of that. And I'm not trying to besmirk Keelan Rutledge here, because I like what I've seen. I like what I've heard. I like what I've read. But we're all making educated guesses here. Now, if he's only a guard, that's not ideal, right? Like you want a guy that you draft in the first round to be able, in my opinion, to start day one. Now, if he plays center, it totally changes that viewpoint, at least from a value standpoint, right? Like, who cares if he plays guard center in his rookie year if he's a really good player, 2027 and on? Let's say Wyatt Teller's a bridge. He's a rental, and then you move on from him, and then Rutledge is your future left guard for the next 10 years, and he's great. Okay, long-term, great pick, even if he is a guard. Now, him as a rookie, I really hope that he plays center. I hope that he is part of the starting five because I don't want a guy that you not only draft late first round, but you trade up a couple of spots and overpay slightly on any metric that you look at, and he doesn't play in year one. So I would like to pick more if he plays center in his rookie year than I would if he's just not a center, which they're saying they're going to give it a shot, right? Like he hasn't played center in college. He played right guard at Georgia Tech, but it thinks he's capable of doing it. He tried to do it at the Senior Bowl, and they're doing one-on-ones, right? Maybe he got into the Senior Bowl and played a little bit of snaps at the center position. I like the pick. I like it more if he's going to be your starting center.
Yeah, I like the idea of it, right? Because I think to your point too of everyone's saying they like the picks that their teams make. None of us are really overly qualified to be breaking down an offensive lineman and what makes a guy good and not.
I outsource my offensive line takes, but then I'll watch the guy. Like I haven't watched a whole lot of him one-on-one. I watched some of the highlights I saw on the internet, but the highlights are the highlights. Like didn't see anybody post lowlights.
They don't post
like
those.
Stressins and Blessings love the guy to death. Like, this is my issue with aggregators and content creators. They're always super positive. Like I didn't see any lowlights from them. So you're not getting the real pro and con of the player.
Because then they would have to actually go and find the lowlights and post them themselves. But I like the idea of the pick. I like guard / center. I'm with you though. I do think center is important here because if it's a guard, what's his path to playing this year? It's injury.
Yeah, sorry.
Or someone's hurt, and someone's bad. If Teller's bad, then that's a questionable offseason signing for Nick Cacerio. Yeah. I'm surprised that there's so much positivity around this draft pick just because of Nick Cacerio's hit rate with offensive linemen. I thought that when I saw the pick come across the board that the general consensus was going to be a little bit more negative of oh, great, it's another guy that Nick Cacerio drafted that he can't evaluate. This is going to be another bust for Nick Cacerio. So it's generally more positive today than honestly I thought it was going to be.
I have seen some of that.
And I think that's fair.
Yeah, for sure. The pushback that I would have, just to have the sake of the conversation, just to have the pushback, is Nick Cacerio trending up on his offensive line eval, though? He found his, franchise left tackle. Some are saying that he could be the Houston Texans version of Trent Williams in the second round last year. So, did they have a changing of philosophy on how they view offensive linemen to where it's okay, yeah, your Blake Fisher's no good, your Drew Scruggs no good, your Kenyon Green's no good, but then maybe they figured something out. Oh, Ariante Ursery in the second round looking like a pretty good draft pick. Depending on what Rutledge is going to look like, it's going to determine that. But if he hits on a 26 pick and then a second round pick in back-to-back seasons, wouldn't it be hey, things are trending upwards for Nick Cacerio and his ability to evaluate offensive linemen?
It definitely would be. It would check off a major concern that people have about Nick Cacerio if he goes out here and he hits this pick. And it's not like Kenyon Green has gone elsewhere and stayed on a roster, which I guess that's more of a detriment to Nick Cacerio. But it's not like they're going elsewhere and developing better. You also have to just trust Cole Popovich here. That this is why he was just made the full-time offensive line coach, because if you do read some of the scouting reports about these two guys between Rutledge and Kenyon Green, they're not totally dissimilar in terms of the highlights of what they do of being great in the run game and not being great in the passing game. So it feels similar in that way, but you would hope now you have a better coaching staff in place, a better offensive line overall that can help Rutledge develop into a good pass blocker and really take that step in his game.
Yeah. Getting the coaching there is obviously would be good. His nickname's Big Red.
Great.
I do like the nickname.
I love it.
Yeah, Big Red. Do you like the soda pop, Big Red? You ever had it? You've never had Big Red?
I don't.
Wow. Some people put it in their barbecue. There's a pretty popular place in Houston. I can't remember the barbecue place now. I want to say Blood Bros Barbecue, but I might be confusing it for somebody else. They cook their burnt ends with Big Red.
Is this is it like Code Red from Mountain Dew?
No, this is Big Red. You've never heard of Big Red?
No.
That's unbelievable to me.
What kind of
How
soda?
long have you been in Texas?
11 years.
11 years and you've never seen Big Red soda?
I'm sure I've seen it, but I'm a Coke guy.
It's like a novelty drink. It's not. Look, it's that. You've never seen that in the stores? Big
I'm
Red?
sure I have.
You've never had Big Red?
No.
Oh, somebody's gonna have to deliver us some Big Red. That way you can get your. I might go buy one at the C-store on the way home.
I was like, should we send Mike?
You've never had a Big Red?
Can I ask Michael to go to the gas station?
Sure. He's not an intern.
I'll pay for it. I'll buy him something.
Yeah, you've never had a Big Red?
No.
That's shocking to me. It's kind of like a bubblegum flavored drink.
See, I don't know if I'm gonna like that.
I think you would love it. Who doesn't like a Big Red?
I don't know. I've never had
Everybody
one.
likes Big Red.
Does the text line agree with the Big Red take?
Who does it? You're in Texas. Big Red's synonymous with Texas.
I didn't know that.
People cook their barbecue with Big Red sometimes.
No one told me that.
I can't believe you've never heard of Big Red.
I think it's more of an indictment about the people I've worked with that no one's educated me on this before.
Big Red's so popular they've even branched out and they have a Big Blue.
Do they really?
Yes. No, I'm lying. Yes, they have a Big Blue.
What's Big Blue taste like?
The same thing. It's just different food dye.
Okay.
RFK Jr. is probably not a huge fan of Big Red and Big Blue because of the artificial dyes.
Probably not.
Probably not a huge fan. Here's what Nick Cacerio he had to say. They met with the media after the first round of the draft last night. Here was Nick Cacerio on what he likes about Big Red.
I mean, the things that stand out about him, I mean, toughness, violence, physicality, his playing style, his intelligence. I mean, basically, the guy wants to step on your throat in every play. So, which I would say sort of embodies what our football team is about, the way we play. Intense, violent, physical. Like, we're going to run the football this year. It was an area that we felt like we wanted to and needed to improve here in the offseason. Hopefully, we've done that. And I would say Big Red is hopefully, a part of that. Like, where is he going to play? Like, who the hell knows? I mean, we'll figure out, like, who the best 5 guys are. And, put the group out there that we think is going to help us the most.
There you go.
Who the hell knows?
He's gonna step on people's throats. I love violence when it comes to football. You know that about me,
especially offensive linemen.
This is a physical game, Joe.
It
Professional football is a tackle football game.
Can confirm.
You're bringing guys to the ground. That's the epitome of ending a play from the defensive side of things. If you're on the offensive side of things, you're trying to avoid being taken to the ground by other people who are trying to bring you to the ground. It is a violent, physical sport. So you know what I like from my football players? Violent, physical players.
Okay.
There's 100 collisions every single game that a player has to sustain on the gridiron. I don't want a little baby who shies away from contact. I want a dude that just wants to put guys in the dirt, step on their throat, be a prick, be nasty, be mean. So these are some of the things that we've heard about Big Red that I'm a fan of Big Red about. He also had buffalo wings at his little draft party yesterday. I'm a huge buffalo wing guy. I have buffalo wings at I tried. I didn't have it last night. But I've had buffalo wings so many times on draft night. So he's kind of like, he speaks my love language.
Sure.
Big Red. So, yeah, that's what Nick Cacerio. Here's another one from Cacerio. He doesn't say they fell in love, but you can pretty much hear him say they fell in love with the guy.
The makeup on this guy is like elite. Like a couple of the metrics that we have when we grade players, I mean, in like 4 or 5 categories, like there's one player in a draft that our scouts graded the way that they did, and it was him.
There you go. Elite. He's the only one that graded out the way they wanted players to be graded out.
All right. That's big praise.
Big praise for Big Red.
I'm guessing, I'm wondering if that means all offensive linemen or just guard/centers?
I took it the entire draft.
It does kind of come off that way too.
Yeah.
Like, I'm sure there are certain positions certain guys they were not looking at going at the very top. Why waste your time? Honestly, like, obviously you're not looking at quarterbacks. You're probably not looking at Jeremiah Love or Carnell Tate and some of these guys at the top, but you're kind of putting your stamp on it there, not just taking him, but saying that your entire scouting department thought so highly of him as one of the best guys in the draft that if this doesn't go well, people are going to go back to that quote a lot.
They love the guy.
They do love him.
You can tell that they fell in love with Big Red. Keelan Rutledge. What's not to love? What's not to love about Keelan Rutledge?
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either. We'll listen to some Nick Cacerio. They made a call to Keelan Rutledge last night. Cal McNair, of course,
Let's do it.
also
Okay.
was on the phone with Keelan Rutledge last night. That's my favorite thing about the draft. Some of you might be like, "Oh, starting center. Oh, they're helping their team win." No, I'm here for Cal McNair calling the draft prospects.
Yeah.
That's what I'm here for. Yeah, that's what I'm here for. So we're gonna hear Cal have his very first words for Keelan Rutledge a little bit later. We'll hear what the people are saying about Keelan Rutledge, some, prominent football people with football opinions on a football player. I'll get to that a little bit later. And then we'll take a look at the NFL draft in totality. Who won the first round, who lost the first round, who jumped out, how dominant the Big 12 was in the players selected between the first 10 picks. Big 12, by the way, Joe, had the second most players picked in the top 10 last night.
Nice.
Big 10 1, Big 12 second, SEC third. I actually might have been tied for third because they didn't have a lot of dudes picked in the top 10.
And really, you can go Ohio State.
I know.
And then the Big 12, and then the Big 10, I'm guessing, or then the SEC. I don't know.
You could. Ohio State had a lot of players.
How many were taken in the top 10 from not Ohio State in the Big 10?
Would have been 6, right? Because they had 4 guys taken in the top 10.
I think so. Is that what it was?
I think so. Yeah.
Like, there's so many. Ohio State had so many players.
Which was actually, I had a draft take during that, or college football take during it. Like, did Ryan Day, did he underachieve last year?
Sure.
Right? You have 4 top 10 dudes?
Totally fair. And
underachieved?
Julian Sain was at one point, people were talking Heisman for him.
Right.
At one point this season.
Is that a disappointing season?
Oh, they beat Michigan, so they don't really care.
No, they care. They care. Lots to get to today. We'll talk to Bordeaux at 4. We'll talk to Todd Callis at 4:30. A lot of draft stuff, too. Day 2 of the draft you can listen to right here at ESPN 97.5 once Joe George and Sean Mapes get out of the way with rocket power coming up at the top. All right. Stereo, Cal McNair, phone call to Rutledge. Also, what we think of the trade, too. Let's break down the trade. We've talked about the player. Let's talk about the trade. 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5, 97.9 HD2.
1976, D&M Leasing opened their doors with one mission, making a vehicle easier, smarter, and more affordable than buying it the old-fashioned way. 50 years later, that mission has not changed, but the reason that people come to D&M has only grown. If you're tired of negative equity, tired of wasting weekends at dealerships, and tired of paying too much for too little, give D&M a call at 713-290-1000 or visit dmautoleasing.com. You'll work with a salesperson who's been there for 10 plus years on average and knows how to save you money, design that lease around your life, and just teach you everything you need to know about leasing a vehicle. If it's the first time you've ever done it, the mileage and all the questions you may have, they'll be able to answer. You'll get that new lease vehicle within 24 to 72 hours when you start the process and get approved. And they'll even bring it right to you, take your trade-in vehicle as well. Call them right now, 713-290-1000 or visit dmautoleasing.com.
You're listening to Jeremy and Joe
on ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
live from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
This is Keelan Rutledge's theme song.
It sounds great. Can you run out to this?
Yeah. This is it.
That's how they introduce him.
Keelan Rutledge, you got this in the background. Old Red.
I'm down.
Yeah. This is the best part coming up. And don't you want that from an offensive lineman?
That's
You don't
true.
want to get past red.
That's true. That's true.
This is so symbolic. This is his song. It's Keelan Rutledge's song. Sorry. That's what it's going to be.
Is this why they call him Big Red?
Well, I think it's because he's a ginger. That's why they call him Big Red. But they should call him Big Red for this. You're getting roasted on the text line. How have you not heard of Big Red? Like, I can understand not drinking it because it's literally just corn syrup and red food coloring, but never heard of it? I still drink it, though, Eric DeBuyer. Do yourselves a favor and try Big Peach. It'll change your life. I think that's what Rabel was doing. Big Red is more of a cream soda taste. My bad. It is more cream soda-y than bubblegum-y. My bad. They even have a Big Red Zero now, so now I can still drink it as a diabetic. Look at you flexing. I can still drink Big Red. Hope that diabetes works out for you. If you're feeling froggy, get Joe a Big Blue. I'm not feeling froggy. I'm feeling norm.
We're just getting Big Reds.
Somebody says it's terrible. No Big Red. My goodness. It's liquid candy.
I got uncultured.
Big Red is trash. Don't sleep on Dr. Red, mixed Dr. Pepper, and Big Red, 75% Big Red. Are you making that yourself? I've never seen that. Have you seen that, Brian?
No, I've never seen that. Honestly, I've never been a fan of Big Red, but
what?
I'll do it for the bit. I'll
You've
drink
never
one
been a
today for the
fan
bit.
of
No,
Big
I
Red?
tried it, but I don't like cream soda. That's the problem.
Oh, I like cream soda.
Yeah, I don't like cream soda.
Uncultured, ha ha ha. Big Blue's better than Big Red. Big Red plus barbecue is elite. True ball knower. Thank you. It's just a nice contrast of flavors. 713-780-ESPN, 713-780-3776. What do you think of the trade?
It's fine. They didn't give up that much. I'm not overly concerned about what they gave up.
I think it's a premium price. But if he's a premium player, I don't mind paying the premium price. The Will Anderson trade kind of changed my opinion on things. I'll openly admit. People are, you're not open-minded. You're not willing to change. Yeah, I am. There is a such thing as a premium price. Mm-hmm. But if the player becomes premium, who cares that you paid a premium price? And Nick Cacerio is willing to pay premium prices, quite frankly, on everything. Mm-hmm. Like, he pays players top of position contracts every single time he extends players. Like, could he nickel and dime to shave off a couple of million on Will Anderson, on Jalen Petrie, on Derek Stingley? Could he maybe not trade that extra fifth in this trade with the Bills? Maybe. But Nick Cacerio's belief is, if we really like the player, why are we going to sit here and nickel and dime over $1 million or $2 million, over a fifth rounder late in the fifth round? Like, what's the point of doing that whenever it could cost us the trade? I'm willing to pay the premium price for the premium player. And if the player becomes premium, so be it. So I'm cool with paying premium pricing as long as the player becomes premium. And I think premium pricing is probably a little bit too big of a word for this specific trade. Texans traded pick 28, pick 69, pick 167. They got back 26 and 91. So you move up 2 spots in the first. You trade down 22 spots in the third. And I don't really care about a late fifth rounder. So that pick 167, you can turn it sideways and stick it straight up your Rudy Poo candy behind. I don't love trading 22 spots in the third round, though, especially when I thought that the honey hole of this draft was somewhere between 40 and 60.
Sure.
Now you flip 69 for 91. I do think it is a premium. I don't know if Rutledge would have been there at 28, though. Nick Cacerio obviously felt that it was risky to do that. I think if it were me, and again, I'm not as smart as Nick Cacerio, I think I would have rolled the dice to see if you'd have been there at 28. I don't love the trade, but if Rutledge hits, I don't care about the trade.
I think it kind of depends on whatever their evaluation of like what Lomu was, maybe, because he's still on the board there at 28. If they were thinking,
I don't know if they were going to go tackle though. I think they were going to go interior. So maybe it's more like Pregnon or the Bianotis from A&M.
And those were probably guys who are more, now second round picks for sure.
Yeah.
So if you weren't that high on them, you thought it was too early, then you definitely move up and take it. Like is it a premium? Yes. If the player hits, I don't care. Like it just does not matter. And you still have a third round pick, so you're still able to go out there and execute that well, which Nick Cacerio's done a good job in the third round before. So even though they move back, like I don't think it's the end of the world. So, yes, it feels like a lot to move up 2 spots, but you go out, you get your guy, and now, in theory, you have a center or guard of the future on the roster. I will take that all day over, crossing your fingers and hoping the Niners or someone doesn't take him in front of you.
Yeah, I think I would have rolled the dice and gotten risky there. Like I would have gambled.
It's hard to know how much intel. I've always wanted to know, like, how much the intel they actually have.
They might have more information than we do. That's a good call.
But just like how do you know? Like, I sent you guys the clip last night from the Titans fan that accuses Mike Vrabel and Diana Rossini of the reason that the Texans have CJ Stroud. So I don't know, how do they even determine what's a smoke screen? Like, what are they hearing out of San Francisco that's, they really like Rutledge, but do you believe it? Like, how many sources does D'Amico still have in that building, to find out? So you're taking a calculated risk.
Yeah.
Assuming that someone's trying to trade up in front of you to get them. So it's hard to know for me to say it's a bad trade without having more knowledge about it. I think
that's a fair point. Like, we don't know the intel that they have, the intel that we have, which is none. Right. Mm-hmm. I would have rolled the dice. I would have rolled the dice to see him there at 28. Plus, I also could have lived with a couple of these other offensive linemen. I could have lived with what was there at 28. Maybe Cacerio felt there wasn't, Maybe there was the top tier of his board. Rutledge was the last player in the top tier of his board. And Cacerio talks about this, how they break it down into tiers. Like, they're willing to go up in a draft to get a player from a certain tier, even if it costs them a little bit in the back end. So maybe that was what was going on here. Here was Cacerio on the trade yesterday. Why he did it.
I think moving 2 spots, it was just more of semantics and more than positioning more than anything else. It felt like there potentially could be, some interest in the player. So we felt like, all right, we'll just move a couple spots, essentially give up a 5th-round pick. This is essentially what the difference is when you actually do the math.
Yeah, when you actually do the math, guys. I know you guys aren't doing the math, but I did the math.
I'm not doing the math.
The charts, these grade charts that are out there.
Sure.
I saw Texans Cap tweet these, but the Jerry Johnson one that's always popular. This one I don't even know what it is, but he has the it shows the trade calculator. This breaks it down into dollars gained, basically based on the APY. The Bills gained 508 points in this trade. The Texans surrendered. This can't be right. Oh, the Bills gained 508 points. The Texans surrendered over 2,500 points. The Bills surrendered 2,000 points. The Texans surrendered $20.5 million in estimated APY. The Bills surrendered $16.5 million in estimated APY. So this has the Bills gaining 508 points and $4 million in cash. The pick value gain that they receive is 136. So what does that put it down? Is like a mid-4th-ish?
Yep.
So the Texans basically gave up a mid-4th by trading up 2 spots, which, okay. Like,
that's not, when you put it that way, that's not fine.
Yeah, not nuts. Again, is it worth the roll of the dice? I'm a little bit of a gambler. I would have rolled the dice for keeping the surplus of a 4.5-round draft pick.
Yeah, we just know that's not how Nick Cacerio operates.
No. I'm not. It's not. It's not a negative either. It's just like it's a different flavor. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he is. I'm making moves.
Yeah, he's not going to roll the dice on that sort of thing.
I wonder what the total number.
He's going to go get his guy
of draft trades he's made now is.
So the Jimmy Johnson trade chart. The Bills received 930 points. The Texans 836 points, which is a difference of 94. Which their excess they had as an early 4th, late 3rd. The Hill trade chart had it as a mid-4th. The Stewart had it as an early 5th. Over the Cat, Pro Football Focus, and the Baldwin model had them as 4th-rounders. OTC, late 4th, mid-4th, and the last 2. So somewhere in that window. As high as a late 3rd, the old-fashioned Jimmy Johnson trade charts. And then if you go to the Stewart trade charts, early 5th. So there's your window of pick. The Texans squandered, if you want to use that word. That's a little negative word, though, in this trade.
I
would have rolled the dice. I would have gambled, Joe.
Yeah. So if he doesn't play right away, does that make you when you look into the future of your takes, does that make you feel differently if he's not out there pretty early in the season? Like if he's not a day one starter?
It's not more of the value of it. I don't think it would change my mind of the opinion of the player yet.
Yeah.
Like I'm a believer in allowing the rookie to have their rookie contract. So if he doesn't play in year 1, but then becomes your bona fide future left guard years 2 and into the future, like you hit on the player. So I think I would, give him grace there. Like I'm not banging on the trade up. I don't want to make it sound that way, and I do like the player. Personally, I would have just rolled the dice. Let's just roll the dice. Let's see if he's there at 28. And then if somebody snipes you, okay, there's other players that I personally liked that would have been there at 28.
And there was plenty of room to trade back, as we saw. Because the 49ers traded back and traded back.
The Bills did it three times.
Three times.
So cool.
They kept moving last night.
They were.
I bet you Nick Cacerio was jealous.
Probably. He'll do a lot today, though. I hope that he'll do a lot of Willing and Dillon today. All right, 713-780-ESP. It's going to be tough for him to keep his on-clouds down with how much Willing and Dillon he's going to be doing. All right, let's hear from Nick Cacerio, Cal McNair, their phone call to Rutledge, D'Amico as well. He was involved in this.
A little party.
And then let's hear from Rutledge. Rutledge had some words as well, and also a cool story about Rutledge that I didn't realize. 713-780-ESPN, Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
It's Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
Joe had Egypt. Go get us some Big Reds. She was fast.
Yeah.
She's very quick. That's a good
one
intern.
segment.
Yeah. Did not expect her back that quickly. But we were bashing Joe because he's never had a Big Red before.
We're solving the problem.
Texans drafted Big Red last night. Keelan Rutledge, Houston Texans pick at number 26. Traded up and selected him. And
great, man.
What was that? You say a cuss word there?
I'm great, man.
Oh yeah, that's Rutledge.
Is it really?
Yeah, we'll play it in totality here in a second. But
Let's get after it, dude. Let's put some dudes in the dirt, man.
We were bashing Joe for never having a big red. So Israel texting in saying Reed Shepherd's a bum. Come on, Israel. So now let's give it a shot, Joe.
All right.
Let's give it a shot. Let's see what you think of Big Red. This is Joe George's first ever sip of Keelan Rutledge. Tell us how Keelan Rutledge tastes.
Stop.
Joe.
I don't want this to like.
Some parents never see their child try things for the first time. We get to be here for this moment in Joe George's life.
Yeah, it's just artificial, dyes and corn syrup and
how does he taste?
Greatness. You don't like it?
No.
What is wrong with you? That's excellent. Give us your review. It'll probably look different in a year.
For a cream soda drink, it's not bad. I don't really like it.
It tastes so good. I haven't had one of these in probably 3 years. This is it. I might just go buy a 12-pack. Go buy a 12-pack of Keelan Rutledge's.
It's okay. I might drink the whole thing.
Isn't that refreshing?
Brian,
Great
do you like
summer
it?
drink.
It's better than I remembered it being, but I still don't like it.
You guys are casual.
It's okay.
No, I tried it, and I knew of it.
Let's listen to Cacerio. Cacerio calls Rutledge. Rutledge gets a little potty mouth, and then Cal McNair comes in at the very end and offers his elegance and his 2 cents.
Big Red. What's up, man?
Nick Cacerio with the Texans. How we doing?
I'm great, man.
That's what we wanted to hear. Congratulations. So we're going to trade up from 28 to 26 here with Buffalo. We're going to pick you and make you a Texan. So congratulations.
Hell yeah. Let's do it, man.
So
let's do it,
look,
dude. Let's do it, man.
Your mental toughness, your physical toughness, your playing style is everything that this program is about.
Let's do it, man. Let's do it. Let's do it.
Enough, we traded up to come get you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I appreciate y'all.
Come down here and go to work.
We traded up to come get you.
Lucky enough, we traded up to come get you. Lucky enough.
Is Cal acting like he's breaking news to Keelan at this point? Hey, we traded up to come get you.
We're so lucky to have you. Lucky, we were lucky.
You having a little party over there?
I love Cal so much.
It's so funny because he didn't do a top 30 visit, right?
No,
he didn't.
So Cacerio talks about that. It might be on one thing that we play.
But, so now I'm just like, this guy's never met Cal before.
Oh yeah.
So this is the guy I work for now.
You think Cal's around for the top 30 visits though?
No, there's a small chance.
I think they actually might be tight. Keelan and Cal, I think they get along.
No, I just
grilling.
It sounds like they will.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but
that's
just like that. But that first time you talk to him, that's the voice you hear. It's got to be a little startling.
This is the guy that is the owner of our organization.
yeah.
Probably think that's my dude.
Like, what did he say?
I can relate to this billionaire.
Lucky enough, we were able to come up and get you. Here was D'Amico Ryans, his call with Keelan Rutledge.
Hey, Keelan. Coach Ryan's here, man.
What's up?
Hey, fired up to get you here, man.
Heck yeah, Coach. Let's do it, man. Let's get after it, dude. Let's put some dudes in the dirt, man. Let's go.
I love to hear, man. Let's put some dudes in the
Let's go.
dirt. You're talking my language, baby. Come here, bring that attitude. You're going to fit right in what we do, man.
There you go.
Fit right when
Put dudes in the dirt.
Put dudes in the dirt.
The phone conversations with the prospects always crack me up. They're always like, because Ty Simpson did one where he was like, "Let's make history, coach."
Sean McVay was so
What?
depressed.
What do you mean make history? Like, what do you mean? Like, everything you do is going to make history. First off, like, hey, it's his history that we went and got some big reds.
We're history makers.
It's history. We played Old Red in the second segment rejoin.
Never happened before.
It's all in the history books.
Yeah.
It's like, one, what does that actually mean? Two, we think it means like success and like go do good things. The Rams recently won a Super Bowl. Like, these phone conversations always crack me up. Like, let's go make history. Okay, yeah, we'll do that. We'll make history together. We'll see what kind of history.
But see, I like Keelan's. Like,
Keelan's dropping F-bombs to his general manager.
Yeah.
I'm great, man.
He's a prick.
I like that.
He's a prick.
We're gonna put dudes in the dirt, dropping F-bombs. Like, that's.
Let's get after it, dude. Let's put some dudes in the dirt, man.
Love it.
He just his first conversation with the head coach. Conversation with the GM. They didn't have meetings with him.
Yeah.
I think they didn't because they were trying to hide their interest.
Which is interesting. Like, I don't know if this is a new draft strategy.
Yeah.
Between that and then what we saw with the Jets with not doing the top 30 with David Bailey and like publicly canceling it, but then taking him anyways. But like, if that's the first time D'Amico's talking to him, then he's gonna be very happy with his pick.
Yep,
like that's exactly what he wants to hear.
The Jets thing, though, compared to the Texans, kind of feels apples and oranges because like,
a little bit
with the Jets, like they were the second pick. Like there was no one to fool.
There was no jockey.
There was no one to fool.
And Mendoza was an obvious number one.
There's no one to trick.
That was almost like a try hard thing. I agree with you on that. Like, it's pointless for the Jets. It makes sense for a team drafting 28 to do it.
Yeah, no, you gotta mislead people there.
Yeah, I don't really know. That was very weird. I'm with Brian on that one because I found that funny too. Like, unless they just changed their mind.
Maybe they did. Which I guess with all what we've seen from Aaron Glenn over the last year and a half, maybe shouldn't be that surprising.
Yeah, it's the Jets. It might be like the owner's kid might be like, hey, David Bailey's really good in the college football video game. We got to take him.
Yeah.
They've done stuff like that before.
Wouldn't be the first.
Yeah.
I like that D'Amico in that clip getting back to Rutledge dropped a baby on him. Like, he seems excited.
Baby.
Yeah, he dropped a baby on him.
Well, it's like you said, you're speaking my language. You're
Yeah,
talking about dropping dudes in the dirt first time we meet. Yeah, that's my language. That's my love language. That's D'Amico's love language.
D'Amico's in on this guy.
D'Amico's love language is swarm.
Yeah, and running the ball.
And running the football.
Yeah.
Here was D'Amico Ryans in the draft room. This was posted by the Houston Texans social media team. This was him talking to like the GMs, assistant GMs, and all of that.
These are the type of dudes we want. Everything we talk about, getting tough on the offense, this is exactly what it is. So, man, appreciate you guys. That's a lot goes into it, man. That's awesome pick for us right here.
Sounded emotional.
Awesome pick.
Sounded emotional,
Yeah.
even. Like, it sounds like he was tearing up a little bit. Kenny, you had Keelan Rutledge saying we're gonna drop bodies into the dirt. And D'Amico teared up a little.
Let's get after it, dude. Let's put some dudes in the dirt, man.
He did.
Yeah.
He fell in love.
He's just like, this is my
Awesome
kind of guy.
pick. Yeah.
You guys did a great job. We're
was-
gonna do what we want now.
This was love at first pancake, is what this was with D'Amico and Keelan Rutledge.
Well done.
Here was Keelan Rutledge. He was talking. I guess he had media availability last night too. Keelan Rutledge on what he brings to the table.
I think that's just a blessing. I mean, it's just who I want to be as a football player, right? You want to be tough. You want to be relentless. You want to punch somebody in the face up front. You want to set the tone. And I think that's what I do. That's what I'm going to bring every day, day in and day out. I'm going to control what I can control. And that's how hard I play, how I finish, how I strain, how detailed I am. So I think, that comes with toughness, how you push through things when stuff don't feel right, how you push the teammates beside you. So I think that's what I bring to Houston, and I'm just so excited to get down here and get to work.
There you go. Saying all the right things.
He's checking the box.
Saying the right things. Now, I'm an action over words guy.
Yeah.
You talk is cheap, but I will say this. All of the film on him at Georgia Tech
Yeah, it matches what he's saying.
matches what he is saying.
Yeah.
So I will say that. Another one from Rutledge on where he's most confident on the offensive line, because there is some questions on where he will play.
You're most comfortable at right guard because that's what I've played. Kind of as a freshman, started there and just stuck there through all the years. But right side to left side, obviously, is adjustment when you do that, but it's just reps. And then center, man, I'm so comfortable with it because Coach Key always told me, like, hey, you're going to have to play all three at the next level. You never know where they're going to put you at. So I was kind of the emergency guy senior year, and then obviously going to Senior Bowl, taking snaps there, taking reps there, 100% confident that I can do that, point the mic, have everybody on the same page. It's just reps. Just reps. The more you put into it, the more you're going to get out of it. So that's all I'm trying to do. I can play all.
Nick Cacerio said, who knows where he'll play. He did get some he had his hand on the ball at the Senior Bowl. I like the pick a lot more if he's your starting center, needless to say.
Yeah, I totally agree. Because I don't see how he's going to play if he's a guard.
He won't.
Like, unless Teller's
Assuming health.
washed.
Yeah, or he's washed.
But that's also bad.
Have you seen Teller's wife on TikTok?
Nope.
She's all over the place on TikTok.
What's
like
she posting?
She's like, hey, we're in Houston.
Okay.
Hey, we're going to eat. Hey, we're going to shop. She's like an influencer. I didn't realize that.
I didn't realize that either. I'm not big into the TikTok space for that.
Yeah, you'll come around.
That's not what I'm looking at TikTok for.
You're not hit. What are you looking at TikTok for?
Like bad television
Joe's
shows.
not creeping on player wives on TikTok.
It
That's
just
not what
popped
he's
up.
about.
My algorithm's not players' wives. My algorithm's Houston Texans.
You've been outed.
That's not my algo. My algo's Houston Texans.
I mean, it shows you what you want to see.
I mean, I know all about what's her name, Alex Earl.
That's true.
There we
That
go.
might be why it's.
But it's Texans related.
Yeah.
I really wasn't familiar with Alex Earl's game until the Texans brought in Braxton Berrios, and I never heard of this lady until the Texans signed Wyatt Teller.
Your algorithm is just heavy Texans, and it just
And
it
wax.
expands.
It's probably
yeah.
Texans in drama, quite frankly.
Sure.
Because I'll get some Bravo stuff on there.
That makes sense.
I'll get some Watch What's Happening live on there.
Yeah.
What is Jesse Solomon saying about his best friend Wes Miller's, love fling?
I do not know this man.
I talk about him all the time, Brian.
No, it was the first name.
Pay
I
attention.
heard the Will West name.
What will
before.
Jesse Solomon do?
Yeah, I never heard of that guy.
Kalen Rutledge, one more. His message to the H.
What's up, H-Town? It's Keelan Rutledge. I'm excited to get up there and get to work for the 25th season. Let's go.
There you go.
Can't wait.
Throw up the H. Him and Cal are gonna be
Let's do it. Okay.
best friends, man.
Oh man, they're gonna be flipping some burgers.
They're gonna love it.
Yeah, maybe making some steaks this year out there for
Maybe
little
Cal
ribby.
made some of these picks. Wyatt Teller also seems like a good old boy. You see, like the photo, he's got like a huge catfish over his shoulder.
He had the cowboy boots as soon as he signed with the
Maybe
Texans.
Cal's getting more involved in
It's
the
just
front
like
office.
we
moves.
need to represent the
some
state.
guys I could grill with.
Yeah.
What did he do with it?
The catfish? I
Yeah.
assume
Like,
he
how
ate
did he,
it.
I meant, like, how did he catch it?
Oh, I don't know. I just saw the picture of him holding it over his shoulder.
Interesting. It sounds pretty cool. All right, 713-780-ESP. Let's talk about the rest of the draft. The other ones in the NFL, what we liked about it, what we didn't like about it. 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2. You looking to escape the rat race for the weekend? Hustle and bustle, the job, traffic, whatever's causing you stress. I have the best idea for you. Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. Escape the city. Enjoy the relaxing, great outdoors. Book your stay right now. twocreekscrossingresort.com. You're going to love your time out there. They got open green spaces. They got wildlife, beautiful, majestic trees. Enjoy the arboreal beauty that is Two Creeks Crossing Resort. Also, some of the best fishing in Texas. Maybe Teller's going to go out there, catch some fish. Drop your line in the Two Creeks. They got the catch and release pond in the middle of the property. You're going to love your time there. It's only an hour and a half from Houston, too. You can escape the city without going too far at Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. Hike their 92 acres of property. Do some kayaking. Play some pickleball. Go over to Swampers and have a drink. Go to the pool and have a drink. Or Blue Bayou Bend opening May 1st. The official grand opening on May 9th. The water park coming out to Two Creeks Crossing Resort. It's going to be awesome. Awesome. Second week of May, grand opening for Blue Bayou Bend. You're going to love your time out there. It is phenomenal. Also, the annual chili cook-off going on the first weekend. Live music at all times. Memorial Day weekend coming up in May as well. You're gonna enjoy yourself. They got every stay you want, too. You have an RV? Well, build up the RV. They have RV hookup spots. They have glamping for you. Waterfront cabins right on the creek. The tree house out there, too. You walk up the steps. You stay in the house that's perched right in the tree. Book your stay now. twocreekscrossingresort.com. That's twocreekscrossingresort.com.
Now back to the Huntington Bank Studios with Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
We'll get into the NFL draft a little bit later. A lot of texts coming in for the junkies, and we like to talk to the junkies. They're our friends. A couple of junkies saying that Tennessee tried to trade up for Rutledge, according to reports.
Aaron Wilson reported that.
So it's 90% of the time it's right half the time.
Yeah. Yeah.
Branham, I wonder what would have been your backup plan if you roll the dice on Big Red and he's gone at 28. Well, see, my big board probably a lot differently than their big board, obviously, but I like defensive tackle, so I wouldn't have hated a defensive tackle pick. Had nothing to do with my plus 205 that I had on the Texans drafting a defensive lineman first, which, by the way, your boy won 11 units last night betting on the NFL draft. Don't say we don't do anything for you. If you were betting $1 million a unit and you told me yesterday, you'd be an 11 millionaire.
Wow.
Think about that.
An 11 millionaire.
Think about how much money we can make you if you're an 11 millionaire.
Boom, there we go. Jeremy Branham's right.
Thank you. I Lomu, not really, because I don't think they were looking for tackle. But like I wouldn't have been disappointed with Peter Woods. I wouldn't have been disappointed with Omar Cooper. Wouldn't have been disappointed with Keldrick Falk. There's players that are still on the board that I'm in love with. Jacob Rodriguez. I really am. Like, it seems early to take him at 28, especially since he didn't go in the first round yesterday, but he would have been in the mix for me there. Caden McDonald's a guy I love. He could be in the mix for me there. I don't know how they feel about Pregnon or Miscellaneous, so like that's kind of guessing, but you know, if you're desperate for an interior offensive lineman, maybe they're in the mix there. So there's several names. Christian Miller is a guy that I kind of like.
I think they're going to be able to get one of them.
They still could. So my guess on what happens tonight, though, is I think they're going to trade down immediately to try to recoup some of the draft picks they gave up. That's my guess.
Yeah,
I think they trade down.
Yeah, I'm curious as where the draft what the run is right away. Like, is it defensive tackle?
Because they have the 6th pick tonight.
Yeah, is it corner?
Let's see.
Like, I just don't know. Like,
right away, no, I don't think they'll be corner. If they stick at 38, I don't think they're picking corner.
No, I meant for like in front of them.
Oh, gotcha.
What's the run in front of the Texans that causes people to trade up? Because it doesn't feel like it's offensive line. I mean, this was everyone that got projected to go in the first round last night went plus Rutledge.
Would you? Let's talk about 38. Would you hate safety at 38?
Emmanuel McNeil-Warren?
Yeah.
I think it's a little strange. I think I'd rather go corner of the two.
I'd rather go
back spots.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know if I really disagree. I don't know if I like the corners, though.
I mean, there's a guy who's been like in the top 15, hasn't he? Like mocked? McCoy?
Yeah, I don't know, but mock drafts.
Well, he's got foot problems, right? Or ACL?
Would you hate receiver?
No.
Like, if they love Denzel Boston, you hate him at 38?
I have no problem with wide receiver at 38.
Boston doesn't really make a whole lot of sense for them, though, because I don't know if he's a slot guy. I think they would need to be drafting a slot guy. How about defensive end? Like Zion Young. Would you hate Zion Young?
No.
I heard John Harris comp Zion Young to Matthew Judon, who has New England ties. Like, so that would be kind of interesting. Defensive tackle. I would love defensive tackle. Like, if Caden McDonald's there at 38. Okay,
I think
cool.
defensive tackle makes more sense for me than defensive end. So I think defensive tackle, wide receiver, and linebacker, if Jacob Rodriguez is there.
We eliminate interior offensive linemen?
I think so.
Like, can you eliminate Miscellaneous and Pregnon?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
That would shock me.
I mean, if Rutledge is a center.
Yeah, but he hasn't done it yet, so for me it's hard to.
I think it's more likely, too, that they would draft center 3rd, 4th than they would draft guard 2nd round.
Yeah, or with that pick that's in the 50s. Like Sam Hecht is going to be there.
If they drafted Jacob Rodriguez at 38, I wouldn't hate that.
No, I like Jacob Rodriguez.
I wouldn't hate that. So there's a few players that I like there at 38 to where I don't want them to trade down. I'd be happy with Caden McDonald. Let's just eliminate safety and corner. I'd be happy with Caden McDonald. I'd be happy with Zion Young. I would be happy with Jacob Rodriguez. So there's 3 dudes there.
Trade on Stukes is one that I know we said
Miller too.
We said eliminate that, but because he's safety and corner, it feels like depending on where you've looked at him, they've said he's a corner. Some people say he's a safety. So if you brought in someone in the defensive backfield that had some more flexibility for you, I do like that. But I would add Denzel Boston still to me
See,
for that list.
I don't think he fits their personnel.
What about Jeremy Bernard?
It feels a little early.
I'm looking at Matt Miller's mock draft. It's got him at 43.
They picked 38. Also, I think that he has Bernard maybe higher than anybody else.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I feel like that's a little early. And also, I'm not sure that I love him as much as some guys you could get. Like, I like him, but what if Chris Bell, you can get him with your last pick of the second round?
No, you're right. There's gonna be guys
injury
on
concerns there, but
Sure.
you're not really pressing him to play and return to action that quickly. So there was guys there that I would have been happy with at 28 had I rolled the dice.
What about Stowers?
Because
I think I feel like he's going to go in between you.
Probably.
So it's like if you want him, you either got to just take him when you can or trade back if you're going to go tight end.
So the 4 guys that I mentioned, though, there, like if McDonald is there, okay, he's an option. If Young is there, okay, he's an option. If Jacob Rodriguez is there, okay, he's an option. If Christian Miller's there, okay, he's an option. And maybe I glossed over like another 1 or 2. But to me, if all those guys are off the board, that's when you trade down. If any of them are on the board, I want them to stick and pick.
Yeah, that makes sense. I would add, like, if they're looking at edge of guys I'd be okay with. TJ Parker.
Yeah.
At Clemson. We're like,
I thought he was going to go in the first.
I thought so too. Like, do I think it makes a ton of sense to take an edge in the second round? No, but they'll figure out a way to use them. If they take an edge, I'm just going to trust them. They're going to find a way to get him on the field.
Well, they use a lot of defensive line.
Yeah, they do a lot of rotation. I know Anderson and Hunter are out there a lot, but they'll rotate him in. So he's another one for me that I would add in tonight. That I'd be okay with that first.
Yeah, so like those guys are on the board. Okay. Stick and pick. If they're not, then that's when I want them to entertain the trade down thing. Yeah. Space City Kev, we all leave poor Cal alone. The man just wants to be loved. Clearly, we love him more than anybody else.
Over there.
We love. I mean, we highlight Cal. We magnify Cal. We put him on a pedestal. We call him the man of the marriage. We call him the cash. He's worth $4.5 billion. Like, we think higher of Cal McNair than anybody else in the city. So miss me with that. Junkie says Rutledge is my new favorite player.
Junkie?
It's history that Branham is the first show host in the history of radio to host through mommy's wrist. Meanwhile, MLB athletes got a boo-boo and they are out for weeks. That's true. I'm a dog.
Great point.
I've had mommy's wrist for 9 months, and I have not labored. I haven't griped about it once. Haven't even brought it up, really. I haven't even talked about it. Let's talk about the awkward handshakes and hugs with Goodell. Can't stand it. Refuse to watch draft because of it. That's interesting. They are weird and awkward. To not watch the draft because of it feels a little bit weird.
It feels extreme.
It feels a little extreme. Did you notice the one yesterday where he came out and he was like dancing to the song? It felt a little Trumpy. It felt a little bit like he was like dancing to the song that they were playing.
What's the song Trump dance to? Is it Village People?
I think it was, yeah.
Yeah, I think it's a Village People song.
Goodell came out and was like doing the whole dance.
Yeah,
okay.
The little Trump
He's doing
shuffle.
like the Trump dance. Like I was like, come on, Goodell. Junkie, you think Ryans likes the way Big Red tastes? Jasper, who doesn't like the way Big Red tastes? Big Red's
great, man.
Phenomenal. We're drinking it right now. Joe's downed it.
It's already gone.
Junkie calls me a creeper. Another junkie calls me a creeper. Not reading that text. Nice try. It's called noodling. I didn't know that he was noodling, though. That's why I was asking Brian, how did he catch the fish?
Yeah, I mean, he could have caught the catfish noodling, but he could have just caught it
so we don't
way.
know. That's why I asked. I thought you knew. They just leveled the match? You got to be joking me.
That's tough.
Our sweats of the day. We're on Real Madrid. We were on Real Madrid money line.
Real Madrid?
Real Madrid. I'm shook right now, Brian. We were on Real Madrid over Real Jerome Bettis, and Real Jerome Bettis just leveled 3.5 minutes into stoppage time.
Oof.
That's so stupid.
That's so brutal.
We were also on Sunderland to win outright. Also Sunderland and Nottingham Forest to draw because there was value on both sides of it. Nottingham Forest won 4-0. We did get the over, though. We're about to be 1-3 on soccer bets.
Let's not tell Glenn about this.
Nottingham Forest won 5-0 over Sunderland. 5-0. Our bet today was Nottingham Forest not to win.
They won 5-0.
Not only did they win,
it smoked them.
They rubbed your face in it.
That's the equivalent of a 56-0 football score.
Yep.
Unbelievable.
They put your bet in the dirt.
They scored on the
Let's get after it, dude. Let's put some dudes in the dirt, man.
Look at this goal. Dude, clear the ball. You know what he screwed up there? He cleared it into the top of the box. He just cleared it through the byline. Give him another corner, defend the corner. That was stupid, dude. Real Madrid's back line is tragically bad. Tragically bad. Cannot believe they allowed
You're a
it.
disaster.
713-780-ESPN. Bordeaux, I've never talked to Bordeaux in my life, and now he gets to hear fired up Branham because Real Jerome Bettis equalized in the final minute of stoppage. But we'll get Bordeaux's thought. Best Rockets aggregator that there is. Best content creator for the Rockets that there is. We're going to talk to him next with the series coming back to Houston with the Rockets trailing 2-0. It's Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5, 97.9 HD2.
You're back with Jeremy and Joe, broadcasting live from inside the Huntington Bank Studios.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Welcome back in, Jeremy and Joe. Let's go straight out to the HRP guest line as we welcome in the best Houston Rockets content creator on the internet, Brado, joining us now. Brado, what's going on? How you doing? Thanks for spending a few minutes with us. Curious your big picture view of this series, returning to Houston with the Rockets trailing 2-0.
Thank you guys for having me on. For one, I feel a lot better with a win today, of course. But how I'm feeling about the game, I mean, we'll see. Austin Reeves is questionable, but, the offense has not looked good, and they have to figure it out because as of now, they're the worst offensive team in the playoffs, which, of course, is not going to cut it.
Who do you think's to blame for that? Is it Ime? Is it players? Is it all the above?
I have to start with Ime Udoka. I mean, Zach Lowe, NBA analyst, said it. The only time they have a semblance of an NBA offense is when you have Şengün, KD, and Reed Shepherd on the court. They only played 4 minutes together in Game 2, and they outscored the Lakers in that stretch 14-4. And in that stretch, Reed was initiating the offense, getting guys easy looks. And, you cannot play those guys just 4 minutes together. Player-wise, I mean, they have to shoot better. I just talked about Reed. He does need to shoot better. He's only shooting, 6 of 24? Yes, that's not good, but he's out there to really space the offense because defenses respect him and to initiate the offense. So that's what I'm looking for him. But Şengün, he's been pitiful. I mean, he's 4 of 19 on his hook shots, and he has to be better as well.
Yeah, he's been terrible. He's been the biggest disappointment of the series, in my opinion, unless you wanted to go Udoka, and I hear you on that. I think we probably have a different opinion on Reed Shepherd a bit. Like, I get the big picture stuff. I get the big picture, like these three, when they're on the floor at the same time, they have, really good plus-minus, or their offensive efficiency ratings higher than the rest. My thing is more of the single game, watching it. Like watching Game 2, seeing the 10.5 minutes that Reed Shepherd played. I just don't get how people watch the 10.5 minutes of Reed Shepherd and say, I want more of that. Because I thought he was pretty bad in Game 2.
Yeah, again, the shot was off. And, of course, we know the defense is not good from Reed Shepherd. He is a liability, and he is getting targeted. I'm more so speaking on just not forcing KD to run actions at the top of the key, because if you're not going to play Reed, you're going to have KD at the top of the key trying to run pick and rolls, and he's getting blitzed. What I liked when Reed was on the court, at least, he's kind of setting up the offense, kicking it to Şengün in the post, and then they can run a DHL action or any action therefore, or even KD off a flare screen so he can get to his spot. That's more so what I'm looking for, making the life easier for the other players on the team, because they have not cracked 100 points yet. They're playing good defense, but at this point, they just need to score. So that's what I'm talking about there.
Yeah, I'm curious just your thoughts on Kevin Durant and what we've seen, because obviously he doesn't play in Game 1, has 9 turnovers in Game 2. Probably half of them are really his fault. I think half of them you can attribute to the other guys on the roster. But the turnover thing has been an issue with KD all season. And now this handling double teams against the Lakers has been a problem. How surprised are you by how much he struggled to handle this role without a pure point guard on the roster?
Over the course of the season, it surprised me, but, I mean, the more and more I kind of watch him back, he's always really struggled with double teams. And so I'm really looking at the coaching staff in that situation, because you're throwing Kevin Durant in these situations. And I want to say this, it's not excusable. Some of these turnovers are just, like, elementary. And from a superstar-level player, maybe a top 10 player all time, it's not what you expect. But at the same time, we've watched this full 82-game season. We played the Lakers twice recently in March, and they blitzed Kevin Durant the exact same way. And there was no adjustment made, and it's the exact same result. So I'm looking at the coaching staff like, hey, are we not going to switch anything up to prevent this from happening? But, again, I don't want to put all the blame on the coaching staff there. Kevin Durant needs to be better with taking care of the ball, but I'd like to see them put him in different situations so the Lakers aren't able to blitz him.
Brado joining us on the HRP guest line. You can follow Brado on Twitter, best Rocket content creator, at least for my money, which I don't pay him anything. But at Brado NBA, check out all his work, does a great job. How do you think that they fix it? Because it's a lot of for everybody, not just you specifically, but everybody, including us. Hey, this guy sucks. This guy sucks. That guy's awful. And I think defensively they've been good enough. Haven't been great, but good enough. How do you think they fix it on the offensive end? Like, what do they have to change in order to score enough to win and make this game a series?
When they played the Lakers in the second half of the back-to-back, the second half, they played really well, and they focused on getting the ball to Şengün at the elbow, and, again, running actions like DHOs and people cutting off of those actions. And the offense looked really good. The 5 on the floor was the same 5 that went on a 9-0 run against the Lakers in Game 2. You had Amin, Reed Shepherd, Jabari, KD, and Şengün, with Reed and Jabari kind of spacing. You can't blitz as much when you have those guys spacing. That's primarily what I would focus on. But, yes, they do have to make shots. Şengün, if he gets the ball in deep post, he can't be missing those hook shots. But I would also prevent the ISO ball. The offense has looked so ugly, so much ISO play. Towards the end of the year, they almost had a franchise record with the most consecutive 30-assist games in a row. They had like 6 games in a row with 30 assists, and they've kind of gone away from that. The ball is not moving. It's very stagnant. So they have to improve on those things.
Are you hopeful the Rockets are still going to win this series? Confident they are? Just where are you at right now as they sit 0-2?
I can't say confident. I said I couldn't say confident after Game 2. I was very confident after Game 1. I was almost confident when KD came back Game 2. But at this point, I mean, LeBron has never lost a series. 32-0, I believe, when he goes up 2-0 in a series. And I know he's 41. Austin Reeves may come back, so I can't say I'm confident, but they just need to win one game at a time and take it to L.A. with a 2-2 tie.
What do you think Reeves adds to the series if he does play? Because they're saying, they're going to give him a run tonight, see if he can, see if he's good to go. If not Game 3, then Game 4. We'll see if it's a long series. I think the Rockets can make it a long series. But how do you think Reeves changes things from an offense and defensive point of view?
So Reeves is not the best defender, so that could help the Rockets. But Reeves is a bucket, and if you look at his stats when he's not playing with Luka, he's averaging 28.6 points, 8 assists, 4 boards on really good efficiency. So he's really good, and he steps into that Luka role almost when he's out there without him. So it's going to be tough. He's a really good player, much improved player. But, again, the Rockets' issue this series has been on the offensive end of the court. So if they can fix that, I still think they'll be fine. I wanted this matchup regardless if Luka and AR were there, because I didn't think they could match up with Houston. But as I've been showing in the first 2 games, that really wasn't the case. But I'm not really too concerned with Reeves coming back, but he is a great player.
What are the long-term implications, you think, of this series, no matter what happens at the end, win or lose? Just like the questions with the roster, the coaching staff, what are the long-term concerns and the offseason questions that this series has already risen to you?
I do think it depends on what happens. If they lose in the first round, they've been saying, Ime, he's safe. You don't have to worry about him. But, hey, if they lose this series, questions are going to be had, and he will definitely be on the hot seat, in my opinion. I'm just saying that in my opinion. I don't know if he will be, but to me, he'd be on the hot seat. And if Şengün does not pick it up, he may have the same fate as Jalen Green in that last postseason. He had 1 game in 7 where he scored over like 10 points, which wasn't going to cut it, and he got traded for KD. So if Şengün does not pick it up in the series against DeAndre Ayton and Jackson Hayes, and he can't do anything, I would not be surprised if he gets moved. But let's say they win and, they play OKC. I imagine they lose, of course. I feel like they probably just run it back and kind of revamp the bench, I would hope. But, yeah, if they lose, again, some serious shakeup might happen.
Gun to your head, do you want Alpi traded?
Say that last one again for me, please. I'm sorry.
Gun to your head, do you want Alpi traded? If you can get, equal value.
I am on record being a Şengün guy, and he's been awful. Again, I've been saying he's been terrible. If he does not pick it up, then, yeah, go ahead and trade him. He'd be a huge disappointment in my mind if he does not pick it up. But, yeah, gun to my head, I would not trade him, but that answer definitely changes quickly if he does not pick it up in this series and they lose in this series.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. Interesting to see how the rest of the series plays out. Interesting to see with it returning to Houston. Hopefully they can make it a long series. I think they're going to make the adjustments necessary, and if Durant plays, if Kevin Durant plays, different story altogether. But, Bordeaux, thanks for taking a few minutes. Enjoy Game 3 tonight.
For sure. Thank you guys for having me on again. Thank you.
Of course. Bordeaux, best Rockets content creator that exists on the internet. You can follow him on Twitter at BradoNBA.
He's good.
Yeah, he's very good.
He unblocked me before the interview and followed me.
Oh, did he really?
Yeah.
Awkward.
I was going to bring it up, but then he unblocked me and followed me, so I followed him back.
Yeah, look at you. You're like, oh, I don't do gossip. You guys are like, oh, we're blocking people on Twitter. And
we're
stuff
friends
like that.
again now.
Yeah. I didn't realize that he – oh, yeah, you told me yesterday.
Yeah.
He blocked you. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Good conversation, though. Whenever we come back, Todd Cowell's going to join us at 4:30. Let's talk about this Rocket series. Rockets, they spoke to the media yesterday, Joe. They seem confident going into Game 3. How confident are they? How confident should they be? 713-780-3776. It's Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2. You know what I'm confident in? I'm confident in you having a great bite to eat every single time you go to Federal American Grill. How can I be so confident in that? Because every time I go to Federal American Grill, I always get something, and it's delicious. It's very good. I've never not had a good bite at Federal American Grill. It's fantastic. Everything on the menu is terrific. Their social hour is second to none. The vibe at social hour, immaculate vibes at social hour. You're going to love your time there. And the social hour at Federal American Grill, 4 hour social hour every day, 3 until 7. Great way to get your weekend started. A great way to forget work, right? You had a tough day at work. Well, why don't you go to social hour, get there at 4. You're there for the next 3 hours, and you're enjoying $10 apps, great variety of drink specials. It's a great way to avoid traffic. You might be stuck in traffic right now. You have your eyes on a Federal American Grill. Just go ahead, hit that exit, pull into Federal American Grill, and enjoy those $10 apps and great variety of drink specials at all of their 6 Houston area locations. Shepherd, they have one in Hedwig Village, Katy, the Woodlands, downtown, and now the one in River Oaks is open, 2400 Mid-Lane, and enjoy social hour daily. Enjoy dinner tonight. Enjoy lunch tonight. It's also good. Order straight from the website, too, thefederalgrill.com. You don't have to worry about the middleman, all that stuff. Just head straight to the site. Order there as well. Also, you can reserve your spot for Derby Day. This is at the River Oaks location, the Woodlands location, the Katy location, the Hedwig Village location. Derby Day, Saturday, May 2nd from 3 until 10. Make your reservation. Dress to impress, because they're going to have prizes for the best dressed man, best dressed woman, best dressed couple, and a hat contest. Derby hats, of course. Live music, Woodford Reserve mint julep specials, too. Take advantage of that. Celebrate the running of the Kentucky Derby at Federal American Grill. The other date, the weekend after that, Sunday, May 10th, Mother's Day's coming up. Tell mom you love her by celebrating Mother's Day at Federal American Grill. 3-course meal special for brunch and dinner. Brunch 10A to 3P, dinner 4P to 9P. The best place to be on Mother's Day. And, of course, Federal American Grill, also your spot for all of your private event spaces. Great for prom, graduations, birthdays, anniversaries. Book your events at Federal American Grill, thefederalgrill.com for more info. Federal American Grill, where great food meets every occasion.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, it's Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
We'll talk to Todd Callis in 10 minutes. TK, voice of the Astros, will be joining us here in a bit. Rockets-Lakers, Game 3 tonight. Rockets are big favorites in this game. I think they're going to blow out the Lakers tonight, actually.
Really?
If Durant plays, yes. The number is down to 8.5, though. You said it was in double digits yesterday?
It was 9.5 yesterday.
9.5. I think if Durant plays, I think they cruise tonight. I know this is a bad Rockets team, and I shouldn't put faith in them or trust them, but I think they're going to figure things out after the way that the Lakers played defense against Kevin Durant in Game 2. I think they'll make the proper adjustments. I think they'll win easily today. I think Game 4 will be tight. I think they win a tight one. I still kind of think the Rockets win the series.
I hope so.
Even though I have Lakers plus 550.
Yeah, I hope they do. More Rockets is better. I just don't have that faith right now.
I'm not sure that I hope they do.
Okay, so you think it might be better for the Rockets if they...
I think they're more likely to blow it up in the offseason if they lose the series in 5 than if they won and, get gentlemanly swept by Oklahoma City.
Yeah, because I think running it back with just adding Fred and Steven Adams is a mistake.
Same.
I don't think that team is capable of winning anything of value. So I think that's a huge mistake. So if getting knocked out in the first round is what it guarantees that to not just run it back, then yeah, I'd rather them lose in the first round.
Two things lead to change more than anything in life, Joe. Desperation and embarrassment. And losing a series in which you're a heavy favorite is embarrassing. Could lead to change.
And this will be Tillman's first real test as an owner of a team.
You don't think Tillman's been tested in his life from his upbringing to where he is now?
Owner of a team.
Billionaire?
Owner of a team.
How dare you disrespect Tillman like that?
I don't think his restaurants have failed like this team is failing.
His restaurants are great. Every single one of them.
That's my point. The basketball team is not.
They won 51 games.
Yeah, but they're not going to accomplish anything.
They have injuries with 2 of their top 8 players.
Yeah, but you sound like you're trying to sell them to run it back.
No, I don't want them to run it back. I want them to be opportunistic, but it's not like they haven't had a failure of a season. I think that's ridiculous.
I think they've failed to live up to expectations.
I don't think so.
I think the way they've played, because I can be fine with I was okay with saying they lost without the injury. If they lost with the injuries, but the way they've played is still below the standard of which they're capable of.
I think you're minimizing the injuries they've had.
I don't think Alpi should need Fred that much to be competent.
That's different than they didn't accomplish anything. They won 52 games. They have the 5th best record in the Western Conference.
And we think there's a chance they're going to get knocked out in the first round.
Which is the same they did last year, without injuries.
So that to me, that's not a step forward then, at least. At minimum.
That's different.
I think this season's kind of a failure, the way they're playing.
It's hard for me to say it's a failure of a season whenever you match last year's win total and you don't have your starting point guard and you don't have your starting center.
It's to me, it's the core guys, their development. It's just they're not growing.
What do you mean they're not growing? Reed Shepard's way better than he was a year ago. Ben Thompson is better than he was a year ago.
I agree with that, but they're not growing to where when it matters. Amen's been good in this playoff series. He's the only one to me. But Alpi's been a huge disappointment.
Alpi's been a tragic.
Reed played 11 minutes.
I'll give you that. Yeah, I mean that's more than he played last year. It's a step forward.
That's right. You're right. You got me there.
He's better. I mean, plus it's his first real taste of the playoffs.
Well, and I think we all kind of had these expectations for Reed. We talked about this before the playoffs started. Of how many games? I think we set the number at 2.5 games. That if it goes 7 of Reed playing less than 15 minutes.
Yeah.
So that's expected. But no, I to me this team is it's wildly disappointing the way they've played, even with the injuries. I think it's still below the standard of which they should have.
I give them a pass because of the injuries, but whatever. Here's Ime's message yesterday to the team now that they're down 2-0.
We're guarding well enough. Offense is struggling at times. We want to play with more pace in transition, early offense and half court. But be confident, aggressive, take advantage of those numbers. And 2-0 is nothing. We've all kind of been there before. I know I have. And, things flip quickly in the series, but stay aggressive and confident. We've seen some things that worked well when we've gotten back in the game, or even not being at our best. We've been at a small deficit, so if we can clean up some of those things offensively, we're guarding well enough.
There you go.
I do agree with that. They've played plenty good defense to win the first 2 games.
I think their defense has been average. A lot of people point to the point total, 101, 109. Yeah, but the pace has been slow in this game. I'm more of a points per possession kind of guy. I think they've allowed the shooting percentages of the Lakers to be too high. I think they played average defensively. I don't look at point total. I think point total is a bad way to evaluate a defense.
Yeah, to me, they have. I feel like the game plan was to let certain guys go off and try to limit everything else. But unfortunately, the Lakers have multiple guys going off at one time. Like, I think in theory, you can live with Marcus Smart having a good basketball game.
Yeah.
Can you live with him and Luke Kennard both having a good game? No.
No, I thought they defended Kennard better in game 2. I think Kennard was just really good in game 2. Yeah, you got to limit Hill. Plus, on the road, I think he won't be as effective. Another one from Ime on what needs to improve on the offensive end.
It's a little bit of both. I think not only making, but taking the right ones and being aggressive and making them pay when they sell out on Kevin. So we got enough guys that can make those plays. I think second guessing at times has taken us out of some, but we have missed quite a few easy shots in the paint as well. And obviously a game changes because of that, but you don't want to just rely on that. If they're gonna sell out on Kevin, we have to make a pay.
There you go. I think they have to take advantage of the 4-on-3 whenever Kevin Durant gets double teamed. Simple as that. He's saying the same thing. And they got to be quicker. They got to make decisions better. I think they were a little better in game 2. They didn't have to worry about it in game 1 because Kevin Durant didn't play. But I think they were better in game 2 than what we saw in the regular season. I thought at times they did move the ball okay. I thought their spacing was okay at times. Wasn't consistent enough. Need more of it. But the times that they did have success, like operating an offense 4-on-3 after the double team up top, they were missing wide open shots. So half the time they were struggling getting into offense. Half the time they were getting good looks, but they were missing those open looks. Ime says he expects Reed's minutes to be up. He says that Dorian Finney-Smith is available in small ball lineups, which I think he was available in game 1 and game 2 also.
Yeah, I was like,
I
don't think he's going to play.
Probably not. Jabari, he had a quote that kind of went viral, like that Brick Center got a hold of it. People are like, oh, look at Jabari throwing Kevin Durant under the bus. Here is that sound from Jabari, which I think is being taken completely out of context.
They're trying to stop him, and the other guys got to be aggressive. We got to be aggressive out of it. We got to make the right reads out of it, make the right decisions, and it's on him to find ways to get himself involved and get to his spots without excluding double team. Just because he getting double team, we still need him to be KD. So there's still ways around it, and we got some fixes to it, and we're gonna be better next 2 games.
Yeah. So
people are crushing him for.
They're saying he's throwing Kevin Durant under the bus and like, oh, he's telling Kevin Durant that he needs to be better and he's blasting him under the media. Like that to me is Jabari parroting what they were talking about in the film session. Like, Kevin, this is how we need to be good offensively. Kevin Durant, like you are going to get double teamed, but there's times whenever you need a rise and fire from the elbow because it's beneficial for our offense because your shot over a double team from there is a higher percentage shot than giving it to Amin Thompson at the 3-point line or giving it to Josh Okogie at the 3-point line. And I thought he passed up some looks in the second half. Not that he had like great looks. And this is, Kevin Durant's a pretty selfless player, I think, where he's not going to take what he thinks are bad shots and he's going to make a good read, try to make a good read. But I think the coaching staff told the team collectively, Kevin Durant, sometimes you're going to have to take what you would consider a bad shot because it's our best shot because we're not a great offensive team. And I think this was Jabari telling the media what the coaching staff told the team, and people think Jabari's throwing him under the bus when no, it's just sound offensive philosophy with the personnel this team has.
I can see how if you're listening to this on Twitter that it would come off that way. But I do agree with you because I also think Kevin Durant would have responded by now. If he was driving the bus over KD,
oh yeah,
I think KD would have said something.
But it also, like, to me, it makes sense. Like,
he's right.
We were talking about this after game 2. Like, Kevin Durant's gonna have to force up some shots.
Yeah,
because Kevin Durant forcing up shots are better than Josh Okogie having a wide open look.
And the first part of that is Jabari talking about their responsibility to getting open looks and handling the play correctly when he is being double teamed and things like that. So yeah, I think it's very clear what he's saying as well. I think you're right. He's parroting what is being talked about in the team meeting, but I can see why the internet would run with that.
It was ridiculous. Ridiculous. And then last one, I just found this funny, quite frankly. They are asking Alper and Şengün his key to success.
What do you think is the biggest thing you guys will have to do tomorrow to get the win?
Make some shots, probably. Yeah. That's it.
There you go. Make some shots.
Great analysis.
There, make some. That's it.
That's Charles Barkley's replacement on TNT.
That's a great point.
It's a great point. Thank you, Cal.
Make some shots.
Look at that. Just make shots. All right. Todd Callis, when we come back, TV voice of the Houston Astros, joins us next. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2. We head straight out to the HRNP guest line, being joined by the voice of the Astros. Todd Callis joins us each and every Friday ahead of a 3-game series. The Astros opening tonight at home against the Yankees. TK, Astros coming off a big series victory. Look, they beat Cleveland, first road series win of the year. Cleveland, a team that more than likely will be a playoff team. Yeah, I know that game 2 didn't really sit well with a lot of people, blowing the lead in the 8th inning, but taking 2 or 3 against the Guardians at their place ain't bad.
No, that was a good sign. One of their better series of the year. They had that sweep of the Red Sox at home that was really good, but that was solid going in and beating a team that was on top of the AL Central 2 out of 3 and really could have been a sweep. The bullpen was a little gassed for that middle game and kind of got away from them. But, yeah, that's a good little motivator going into the Yankees, especially coming off an off day, which is nice.
You also got a couple good starts there from your rotation. Peter Lambert in that last game. What do you think of his performance? 8 strikeouts in the game.
I think he's stepping up and being a guy that looks like he wants to be part of this rotation, even when the Emi's and the Hunter Browns of the world come back to the starting rotation. He's looked great in his first 2 starts. I know he gave up 4 in his first start, but he had 23 swings and misses, which is right up there with the most in the American League in any start this year. Still had, I think, 17 or so swings and misses with the Guardians, a team that sees a lot of pitches normally. And the fact that he was able to go 6 innings of shutout baseball just really set things up nicely for the bullpen that day. I really like what I've seen out of Lambert. I heard a lot about him in the spring. He pitched really well in the beginning of the spring, and then his last 2 outings weren't his best, and maybe that's why he didn't make the opening day roster. But he looks like a guy that at age 29 has figured some things out and might be a guy who you can count on in this rotation for a little while.
That rotation has been in flux, as we all know, with the injuries. You mentioned a few. Dana told the Flagship on Wednesday, I believe it was, that they've kind of toyed around with the idea. They've had conversations about using Tang as a starter. Where do you think those conversations are? At what point do you think it would be necessary? Because you're seeing some guys pitch pretty good. Guys are coming back, as you mentioned. What do you think they are with how close they could be in order to do that, and what it would take in order for them to finally pull the trigger on that?
Well, it's a process, right? So he's 2 2/3 length stretched out the other day, which was his longest outing as an Astro. So it's not like you go from 2 2/3 to 5 or 6. If they are thinking about going that route, it's probably 3 and change next time at the most, and maybe 4 and change the next time after that. So it won't be something he can automatically jump in and be a starter that's going to throw 80 to 100 pitches. Having said that, they have an off day after this series, as they had one preceding the series. So they have a little bit of flexibility within the rotation right now. So I don't see a reason for Ty Wade to be forced into that rotation right away. It's something, if Weiss continues to struggle, that's something you would look at. But I think they're happy with the 3 guys they have going in this series. They want to see Lance get back to that guy we saw against the Red Sox. Spencer Arrighetti's been really solid in his 2 starts. Burrows has not been as good as they had hoped for, but he's the guy that they invested in a lot with that trade from the Pirates, so he's not going anywhere, and he's going to be fine eventually. He just hasn't had a lot of luck, and he hasn't been great, to be honest with you, in the starts to this point. So I don't think you're going to see Ty Wade right away make that transition, but it's definitely something in their back pocket they can look at as the season goes along.
A little more on Burrows there, because the numbers aren't great. I mean, he did have a perfect game through 4, and then obviously falls apart in the 5th in his last appearance. What do you see as the reason why for the struggles with Mike Burrows as we're kind of learning who he is as a pitcher?
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened to him last game. He was looking like it was going to be his best start by far as an Astro. 14 up, 14 down. Then a little ground ball that was like a 3.5 hopper that got through the infield between 3rd and short. And then he walked the next batter, and then a little dribbler up the 3rd line, and then he walked another batter. The little dribbler and the ground ball through the hole, there's nothing you can do about it. And those are some of the things I talk about with the bad luck. But you can control the strike zone, and walking those 2 guys in the middle of that inning is just something that I think frustrated him and frustrated a lot of Astros fans, because he was locked in before that inning. For Mike, I don't think he's as far away. Like, I look at his numbers, and they don't look great, but I don't think he's as far away as his numbers would suggest. I think he's a guy that is going to eventually be a really solid piece in this rotation. Some things haven't gone his way. Some of it has been self-inflicted. We'll see what he does tomorrow against a very good Yankees team.
A lot of conversation about Brian Abreu. He has not been very good, as we know. We know whenever he's at his best, he is very good at a minor league option, so that conversation is really a non-starter. But how do you think Joe's going to deploy him as he tries to pitch out of these struggles?
Yeah, that's a really good question, man. I don't think anybody knows right now. Brian was not used at all in that series against the Guardians, whether they had a close lead like they had in games 2 or 3, or whether they had the big lead like they had Monday. They were up 7-2 after 4.5. They were up 8-2 going to the bottom of the 7th, and then they were up 9-2 going into the bottom of the 9th. Those are all kind of soft landing spots if you wanted to bring in Abreu any of those innings. And they ended up going with Oker and a blue ball, and I think Jaden Murray got 2 innings that day. So I don't know the answer to your question. I do know this. I do know he's been as good as anybody and reliable as anybody for the last 3 years, and it's not going to be automatic that he jumps back to being that guy from 24 to 20, or from 23 to 25. He's not going to be that guy in his next start, but it's going to be a process to get him back. And I hope he pitches in a at least one game, if not 2, in the series, and I hope we start to see strides, because he's a guy they desperately need. I think Brian Abreu is still one of the best relievers in baseball, even though he hasn't shown it in 26, and it's just a matter of finding where he was those last few years.
5 hits, 2 home runs from Isaac Paredes in this last series. Obviously, 2 of those came in that first game versus the Guardians. But slow start to the year. You feel like he's finally picking it up and turning that corner?
Seems like it. I thought, he had better swings in Cleveland. The fact that he played third base every day, he didn't have to worry about DHing second base, third base, bouncing around. He's done that before in his time with Tampa Bay, but it just seemed like he wasn't able to get in any rhythm earlier this season with that structure with the lineup. But he's been in there at third, and he's in there again at third tonight. I'm hoping that is the series that they look back on and say this is where it turned around for Isaac. To me, I'm still very, very happy they did not move him in the offseason. I think he's a key component to this lineup. The fact that Joe Espada has him today batting third behind Jose Altuve is just another sign how much confidence Joe has in this guy, because he certainly wants the protection behind Jordan. And Altuve struggled a little bit in that role in Cleveland. So Altuve drops to 4 today, and Isaac moves up to third. And I think Isaac hopefully can carry forward what he did in Cleveland, and he'll be a good guy to protect Jordan. Although knowing the Yankees, I'm guessing there's going to be at least, I'm guessing like 4 or 5 walks of Jordan during this 3-game weekend series, if not more. I'm surprised he hasn't walked more in the last week, as hot as he is. But knowing how Aaron Boone manages and knowing how the Yankees project, he's circled in multiple pens on the Astros lineup, and they're not going to let him beat the New York Yankees if they can help it.
Hey, how could you? I wouldn't pitch to the guy. Somebody else going to have to beat me. Jordan's not going to beat me. Any critical situation, he's not being pitched to. I would agree with Boone there. Touching on the hitting a little bit, though, Jordan's been brilliant. Isak just talked about maybe he's heating up a little bit. The offense has been really good, really, really good. There's been some conversation recently, the article in The Athletic, Chandler Rome, talking about the new hitting coaches, kind of a tweak to philosophy, things like that. What have you seen from the new hitting coaches, and then the just kind of, I don't know if it's some radical change to philosophy, maybe just a tweak or two, but what has been your perspective on it?
Yeah, I see guys that are really prepared, and not that they weren't prepared last year with Troy Snicker and with AC, with Alex Cintron, but it's different this year because you have a hierarchy within your hitting coaches. So you have Victor Rodriguez as your main hitting coach. You have Anthony Iapoce as your secondary guy. And then you have Dan Hennigan, who kind of game plans for guys and says, hey, this is how this guy is going to attack you. It's opposed to in the past where you go over a pitcher's game plan. Here's how he goes after righties. Here's how he goes after lefties. Hennigan breaks it down. So this is how he approaches this right-hand hitter, Carlos Correa. It's different than how he approaches this right-hand hitter, Isaac Paredes, or that right-hand hitter, Jose Altuve. So it's not a broad brush. It's very specific and finite. And I think guys are buying in. I mean, it's hard to argue with the fact that they've scored, 137 runs right now, which is the most in the American League, and 10 more than anybody else. It is not a knock on AC or Smith, who are here and did work in the past and worked their butts off to get this team as good as possible. I think things just needed to change. It got a little stagnant in the last couple of years. And this 3-headed monster, if you will, with the hierarchy system, with one guy game planning, one guy as the lead, and one guy as your secondary, seems to really be paying off. The guys are buying in this, and the results are speaking for themselves.
TK, there's so many injuries right now in the outfield as well. I mean, Jake Myers, Joey Loperfido, you got Dustin Harris up here. There's all these guys that weren't on the Astros 2 weeks ago. And how do you want to see them handle center field going forward? Like, is Bryce Matthews the guy for you that you want to see get the most reps, or do you think it's kind of just a by committee thing until guys start to get healthy?
I'd like to see Bryce get the most reps. I think he deserves it. I think he's finally finding a little bit of a rhythm based on playing every day in Cleveland, and now he's going to get a start today against the righty Will Warren. It's not going to be an easy series at all for him against this Yankee staff, which is best in all of baseball in ERA. So this will be a good test. If he gets 3 starts or even 2 starts this weekend and he continues to make strides, then I want to see him in center field every day. If he gets overmatched in this series where he's striking out more than half of his bats, he's not getting on base, then all of a sudden I think you have to look at options, whether it's Daniel Johnson Jr. Or Dustin Harris in center field. It's not, right now you're down to your fourth center fielder between Jake Myers going down, Joey Loperfido going down, Taylor Trammell going down. Bryce is a guy who's always liked center field, I think even more than the corner outfield positions that he's learned this year. So I want the local kid to get a shot there, but I also know that this is not the time of year and not the place where he can have an unlimited leash. At some point, he's got to produce. And I saw better at bats in Cleveland. Hopefully, he can carry that over this weekend.
Yankees in town. They're hot. Winners of 6 in a row. Top team in the AL East. What are the Astros getting from the Yankees?
You're getting, like I said, the best pitching staff in baseball ERA-wise. They're missing Max Fried. They're missing Schlittler, which is big. Obviously, Carlos Rodon and Garrett Cole are still on the IL. They're rehabbing in the minor leagues. So you're missing 4 of their studs, if you will, in that rotation. But make no bones about it, Will Warren's been really good this year for the Yankees. That's who they're going to get tonight. He has allowed 200 runs or less in every start. They're going to get a lefty, Ryan Weathers, coming off paternity list, is scheduled to pitch tomorrow. Luis Gil has not been great. He's kind of been up and down this year, but that's who they get on Sunday. But they're a team that can pitch. They're a team that can hit. Their one little Achilles heel so far this year has been the bulk guy or the middle guys in that bullpen, the guys that will take you from the starter to your 7th inning guy. Those guys have been a little shaky. But other than that, they don't have many weaknesses. They are the best team in the American League record-wise and probably the best team when you analyze everything right now in the AL. So this is a good test to see where the Astros are. The Astros always seem they seem to get up for these games, whether it's the Yankees or whoever is deemed the best in the AL at that time. If it's not them, they seem to really rise to the occasion. So I'm hoping for a really competitive series and hopefully a series win.
Great stuff as always, TK. Hope you call some winners.
Let's go. I hope so. We'll talk to you guys next Friday.
It's Todd Callis, voice of the Astros, joining us on the HR&P guest line. Let's talk a little bit more about the Stros. I want to talk to you about Gateway Tang. What you think of him as a starter. The Brian Abreu conversation, too, I think is worth having. 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5, 97.9 HD2.
This is Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
He's Joe, I'm Jeremy. 713-780-ESPN. So where are you at with the Brian Abreu thing, Joe?
I mean, he sucks.
That's not very nice.
I don't know what they do with them, because if they're not up by 4,
Well, he didn't pitch in a 9-2 game the other day.
Yeah, I feel like that just was a recalibration a little bit.
They were in a 4-game losing streak.
Yeah.
So it's like, we better win this game.
Yeah. And if at this point, if he goes in there and gives up 3 or 4 runs, it feels like it's going to unravel the way that the season has gone.
Yeah.
So far. So I really, at this point, don't want to see him come in unless the Astros have a sizable lead.
See, I think
just
he's
don't
more of a
trust him.
down guy. I think he's a guy that you only pitch when you're losing at this point.
Really?
Yeah.
That sounds like the Rafael Montero treatment.
Yeah. People don't know that he doesn't have options, and they're like, "Oh, send him down. He needs to go down." And then whenever you hit him with he doesn't have options, people want to like fake an injury for Brian Abreu.
That'd be fine.
No, he's way too good to fake an injury. He's way too good to fake it. I know he's not currently pitching like that, but Brian Abreu, when right, is one of the best pitchers in all of relief pitchers in all of baseball. You can't do unless he's actually hurt. You can't do the mysterious Lance McCullers IL thing. You got to get him right. Like, he's important to your success. Like, you're throwing out a bunch of jabronis back there anyways. Like, you need to get him right. And if it means for a month that he's pitching whenever you only trail in games, then you let him pitch whenever you're trailing in games. He's currently their lowest leverage reliever, which is fine. You're always going to have a lowest leverage reliever, right? 5-man rotation, you have 8 guys in the pen. 6-man rotation, you got 7 guys in the pen. And there's a pecking order based on their higher to lowest leverage. So you're always, by default, going to have your lowest leverage reliever. And your lowest leverage reliever is rarely going to pitch in games where you're winning unless the bullpen's upside down. He's only going to pitch whenever your team's trailing and he's pitching the 8th inning. That way you don't have to use one of your leverage arms. That's what he is right now. And that's fine. That's fine. He can be that until he figures it out, and you can trust him in leverage. But you can absolutely carry him on this team.
Yeah, I wonder, like, if you put him on the 15-day IL, could you get him back in to where he's supposed to be in 15 days versus in 30 or however long? You're just throwing him in bad situations.
What are you putting him on the IL with?
Fatigued arm.
He's going to be like, yeah, cool.
Tired arm.
What if he's like, no, I'm not doing that? You can't do. You can get in serious trouble for that. The Mets lost draft picks for
I know.
IL manipulation a few years ago.
Yeah, they have to be on board. Like, Imai was clearly on board.
You can't just be like, oh no, like if your pitcher's like no, which Brian Abreu's in a free agent year, like he's not going to be like, yeah, I want an IL stint on my resume. Now, it could defend his poor pitching a bit.
Yeah, because especially like the velo has been up and down. I think on average it's about 2 miles an hour lower than it's been compared to last year. Now, there's still been games and outings where he's still touching back to his normal, 96. But for the most part this year, it's been down.
Yeah.
So, like, if it's a mechanical thing or whatever's going on, like, to me, I think everything's on the table. If that's a phantom injury, if that's, as you said, only use him in situations which you're down big, you got to get him right. Because, yes, you can have him right now be your, mop-up guy. If you got hope this season of doing anything, you need him to be good.
You do. That's why I think it's more critical, in my opinion, to do whatever is right to get him right. And I don't believe an IL stint is really the best way to go. Here was Chandler Rome on his podcast rambling about Abreu and again proving he doesn't know ball.
There's only a select way or two that this is going to work to either get him off the roster, or it's either play him or it's either he needs to go, because there's no. It makes the roster not function. This is a dysfunctional roster at the moment. Like, you are running a 7-man bullpen. You just finished a stretch of 13 games in a row. You're running a 7-man bullpen behind a rotation that has 1.5 guys that you can at least count on getting into the 5th inning. Like, that is not sustainable at all. And, part of me just wonders, when is that inflection point? Like, I think, if they did not have Thursday off, I think this week in Cleveland would have been the inflection point, because he went unused for 3 days, and you watched multiple other relievers get pushed to, I don't want to be hyperbolic, but got pushed to uncomfortable lengths.
Well, why did they get pushed to those uncomfortable lengths? Because they were games where you were in leverage situations. Like, that's why. Like, Brian Abreu's not going to pitch when you have a lead, and he's not going to pitch in close games. Like, that's why. Like, I don't understand what's so hard to comprehend about this. Like, he didn't pitch in game 1 of the series. Yes, you had a big lead in that series, but you're coming off an off day. No, you didn't come off an off day that day. Did you? Were you off Thursday? I don't think so. I don't think you were. No. It was the beginning of that series. You didn't have an off day. You went straight there. You played a game. So they had lost 4 games in a row, and you have a lead, and you're going to pitch Brian Abreu?
No.
Of course you're not. Game 2 of that series, they were leading 4-2 going into the 8th. When are you pitching Brian Abreu? Game 3 of the series was tight and close late in the game. When are you pitching Brian Abreu? Like, I don't understand how they don't understand the leverage situations, the pecking order of a bullpen. It is very obvious, in my opinion, that they view Brian Abreu right now as their lowest leverage reliever. And Brian Abreu's only going to pitch in games when they're trailing, assuming everybody else in the bullpen's in, like, relatively good shape. Why is that so hard to understand?
Yeah, I don't understand the point about him not being here.
Like, you're going to have a
What are you gonna
lowest
do with
level.
him?
Like, okay, so Christian Roa got DFA'd.
Yeah.
So you're also, there's nobody on your 40-man you're really calling up. Jason Alexander's on your 40-man, but he's, like, stretched out as a starter. There's another starter that's down there that's on your 40-man that you wouldn't really call up because he's a starter. So, like, even if you place him on the IL, you're creating a reliever on the 40-man, which is difficult to do because you have so many guys on the 15-day IL. But let's just say you can pull it off, and you have a Christian Roa caliber of pitcher. I know he was claimed by Minnesota. But let's just say that you have a Christian Roa type of caliber of reliever that you can put on your 40-man. He can take Brian Abreu's spot. What are they going to do with Christian Roa? They're only going to use him when they're trailing in games. So why wouldn't you just do that with Abreu?
You can. It just I don't think he can not be on this roster, as Chandler was saying.
This isn't a functional roster. He loves to go there. He went there all off season with the Astros infield. The offense is functioning just fine. Now there's injuries, but that's the point. There are always injuries.
Yeah, there's always guys that are gonna get hurt.
So what I just don't get it. I don't understand how he doesn't understand that he is completely clueless on what a low leverage reliever is. They very clearly view Brian Abreu as a low-leverage reliever.
Yeah, which
and
he
he's
is.
only going to pitch in games when they're trailing unless the bullpen's in bad shape. So what's not functional about that? Every team in baseball has their lowest leverage reliever.
How much does he have to do to get out of that doghouse?
Who?
Brian Abreu. To not be the low-leverage guy.
I mean, he needs a good weeks of
productive
pitching.
It's weeks of pitching well?
Weeks, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I wasn't sure. Because some people might feel like if he does like 2 good outings, might want him back in a high leverage role. I'm with you. I think I want to see like 6 appearances.
Well, your bullpen's also not great, so you can't just be like, Well,
there's gonna be times where you might just be forced into it.
You might be forced into
where guys are gonna be, burnt. They're not gonna be available, and you might just have to throw them out there because you have no other options.
Yeah, like the whole get him off this roster. What, you're DFAing him?
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Like what are you do? You're going to DFA one of the best arms in the bullpen in all of Major League Baseball for the last several years? Yes, he's off to a bad start. Bad starts happen. It's been 9 games. It's 9 games. They're ready to DFA the dude.
Yeah, now you can trade him at the deadline.
Well, he's got to pitch well to get any sort of value.
Yeah, we could just trade him for anything.
Well, I would like him to pitch well so you get some value.
Agreed. But I'd also like the Astros to just be in position to not trade him at the deadline.
Because he's pitching so good?
Yeah, and the team's good.
Yeah.
They won the 2 of their last 3 series. Going to be positive.
Do you want K-Way as a starter?
Not really.
Yeah, I think only out of desperation.
I mean, Arrigetti's been plenty good. Hunter Brown is probably a couple weeks away. I mean, I like Lambert. I don't think you have to put Tang in there right now. Who's coming out for him? Other rotation.
Yeah, I'm with you.
I mean, McCullers is on this team no matter what.
Maybe he has a blister on his finger.
You could go there. But Tang's also been good enough, as we're talking about with the bullpen here, where you might need him to be a guy that can get you 2 or 3 innings. Where Arrighetti, who's walked 8 guys in 2 appearances, might not be able to get you super deep into games. Kind of having that guy who can go 2 1/3 or whatever in an outing, I think it's too valuable. Right now, it's a question you have in your bullpen.
Yeah.
So I keep him in the pen.
I'm with you. I don't need to see K-Way in the rotation right now. It looks like you're getting some stabilizers in the rotation a bit. Like you mentioned, Spencer's been fine. Lambert's looked all right. Burrows looks like he's on the verge. Looks like he's on the cusp.
There's something there.
Looks like there's something there.
I think he might just be to what the actual expectations should have been here soon, but not the spring training expectations.
Probably, yeah.
That were way too high.
All right, Texans have a new offensive lineman, Keelan Rutledge, as we know,
that
drafted
accurate?
by the Texans yesterday. Big Red, drafted by the Texans. What they're saying about Rutledge? Other people saying about Rutledge, some scouting reports on Rutledge, what they're getting in Keelan Rutledge. 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2. Monument Chevrolet, the dealer you can trust, baby. They're transparent with you. They're not going to hassle you over your pricing. You're going to get your car shopping done fast. They've been serving the Houston area for 5 decades. They've helped generations of families get into new vehicles, and these families keep coming back because they trust the people in Monument Chevrolet. They have a family feel, friendly atmosphere, higher grade people, which leads to an outstanding culture. They also extended truck month for you. Extended truck month through April, where this is the time to buy a truck. Every Silverado 1500 2026 edition in every color and every trim has been discounted to the supplier discount on the full inventory. This is the big discount reserved for the top Chevy sellers. You're paying their price this month. Biggest discount they've ever offered, the bulk discount that only the big buyers normally receive. You're paying their price this month. What are you waiting for? Get a fair deal, transparent deal, no hassle deal, no tricks, no time wasting, no hidden charges, no stressful negotiations. Now's the time to upgrade your ride. Whether it's the Equinox, whether it's the Silverado. This is truck month after all. Now is the time to do it. Visit them online. Check out their full inventory at monumentchevrolet.com, monumentchevrolet.com, or stop by. Visit them in person, 225 Beltway 8. And when you stop by, make sure you say hello to GM Jeff. He's top-notch customer service game. He's going to get you in that car, that truck that you want at the price you want it at. So get on over there, see GM Jeff. Get out there to Monument Chevrolet. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
You're listening to Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
We're going to talk to Garrett Chapman here in a little bit. Who's Garrett Chapman? He covers Georgia Tech football. covers Georgia Tech football. So we're going to talk to Garrett, see what the Texans are getting with Keelan Rutledge here in a little bit.
Great, man.
He's having a great time. They had the draft party yesterday.
Yeah.
I don't remember where it's at. But they had the draft party. Hannah and Cal, they go to the stage. Hey, let's go.
Go Texans.
Cal was talking about, like, we're working in the draft, and we're trying in the draft, and we're working to play good football, and we're trying to get better. And,
never
the inspiration that Cal's become known for.
Yeah.
And Hannah interrupted Cal.
Really?
Hannah interrupted her boo, which isn't, rare. Happens quite a bit. Usually she's trying to clean up his mess. But Hannah interrupting Cal at the draft party. I don't think Cal liked this one, though.
Win a bunch of games, be competitive, try to go further than we went last year.
Hey, we're trying to win a Super Bowl, not further. We're trying to win a Super Bowl.
That wasn't Cal.
Let's be clear, I say it every year. So,
So she jumped in. We're trying to win a Super Bowl. Yeah. And then Cal's like, I said every year, to be fair.
I guess that was the DJ.
I think it was the MC.
Like,
probably the MC. He wasn't
like John
he wasn't
Harris?
in the frame. He wasn't in the frame. But they probably had some like hip, young, MC trying to guide the party. Yeah, but she interrupted, like, "Where's rocking Super Bowl?" And Cal's like, "Well, I said every year." Like, kind of snapped back at her a little bit.
He also
clear, I say it every year.
See, trouble in paradise.
Oh.
Trouble in paradise.
Cal's
Hopefully
like,
not.
We're not talking Super Bowl yet.
Yeah,
We're just a little farther than last year.
Yeah. Hannah was trying to pump up the crowd. Going from Hannah and Cal, did you know that Keelan Rutledge nearly lost a digit?
His foot, right?
It's more specifically his toe.
Oh, okay. No, I didn't know.
Yeah, he almost lost a digit. Here was ESPN when he played in a football game. Stresson's pulled this. I don't know where he found it, but this is the broadcast talking about his nearly lost limb.
He was in a car accident in December of 23, and they nearly amputated his right foot. And a couple of years later, Keelan Rutledge is out here blocking in a Power 4 conference.
Boom shakalaka. Joe George was right.
W.
So there you go. I'm a dummy. But that was
boom shakalaka.
I hit it first, Brian. You didn't need to do it.
Brian says it for me, not the drop.
But this is why I thought it was different, because ABC 13 posted an accident story from when Rutledge nearly lost a digit or a foot. We'll see. Here was the video, the little package on Rutledge.
I was on my way back from a visit at Georgia Tech, December 9th, 2023. It was pouring down rain. I was in a construction zone. Car beside me swerved in my lane. I swerved to not get hit. Hydroplane flipped, ended up in a ditch. My big toe and my left foot popped out, dislocated. I had an open fracture, and then through that I ended up getting an infection. The infection was real bad. They were talking about amputating it at one point. Pumped IVs in my body 8 weeks and just slowly got better, and the infection got better. And when I first got back there on the grass, it was just a blessing. It's a sport I love to play. Just having that opportunity to go out there and play, and definitely won't take it for granted again.
Pretty crazy.
That's crazy. I like the Friday Night Lights music they put with it.
Clear eyes, full heart, can't lose.
Yeah, it felt very inspirational. Yeah, that's crazy, though.
Yeah.
It's like nearly lose a foot or
Scary.
toe.
See, did it sound kind of like the toe in that one?
Well, he said foot and toe.
I thought he said toe in my foot.
I think he said
no.
right.
I think I heard what Joe said. A foot or toe
and toe?
and my
I think he
foot.
said left foot, right toe.
Okay, all right.
Yeah,
that's fine. I'll
Although
take your word for
to
it.
actually kind of back Jeremy, if it's your whole foot, you wouldn't have to also say toe.
Right?
Yeah,
So
like
that's
if
why I
your
was
whole
confused.
foot's out, the toe's with it.
So foot or toe,
Anyway.
nearly had a digit or a limb
Yeah.
taken off. Yeah, it was, it's tough. He got back, played football, All-American.
First round pick.
It's a dog.
Dog.
He nearly lost his foot or toe and or toe.
I'm a dog.
I guess it would be and or toe because toe would go with the foot. But yeah,
Big
comes back,
red
plays
dog.
football. He's a dog. He's a big red dog, is what he is. Daniel Jeremiah, really good, draft analyst, all of that stuff. Here is Daniel Jeremiah last night on NFL Network on what he thought of Keelan Rutledge.
Because of how this dude finishes. Just watch the strain to finish. That's a scouting term we like to throw out there. I just want to show that aspect of this guy's game. You see the size, you see his ability to anchor, all those things. Let's just watch this dude finish. Look at him just keep going, driving. We're 20 yards down the field. We're not stopping until you're on your back, and that's what he does. And it's every single time you get to watch him. These are all finishes. You want to set a tone with your offensive line, this guy is going to be very popular with his running backs because of what he does in the run game.
Brent Key, very tough coach, right? Down at Georgia Tech, said this guy is the toughest player he's ever coached.
I'd hope so. I mean, any other players
sometimes
nearly
you're the
lose their
windshield,
foot.
Sometimes you're the bug.
He's a
That's
dog.
the windshield that they just drafted.
This is a windshield thing. They drafted a windshield.
I like that. I did hear that. I like that.
Sometimes you're a windshield, sometimes you're the bug. Rutledge was the windshield. Although I'm not sure that's an appropriate joke you should use for a player who nearly lost a foot.
I think
in a
it's
car
fine.
accident.
Oh, come
That's
on.
fine.
I don't know.
Debbie Downer over here.
Do you think it's appropriate?
I think it's totally fine.
It's
It's fine.
He's complimenting his toughness.
Yeah, I just don't know if that's the analogy you should have used.
I mean, I get where you're coming from, but
I think it's a little
Pearl
insensitive.
clutching Branham over
I think
here.
it's insensitive.
I mean, I think it's okay.
BS flag. You don't actually think it's
I
insensitive.
think it could be a little.
Oh,
insensitive.
you don't think
I don't
it's
think. I don't
insensitive.
think he was intentionally being insensitive, but it could absolutely be portrayed that way.
Yeah, but I ask what you believe.
I don't think that Jaden Jeremiah was being insensitive with the.
Okay,
comment.
there we go.
Yeah, but I think that using that term whenever he's been in a nearly, car accident that nearly lost his foot can be insensitive.
Or toe.
Foot or toe. Yeah. I'm giving you all the benefit of the doubt on that one. Lance Zierlein, his NFL draft profile. A lot of people looked at Rutledge's score, his prospect grade, 6.29, and were like, did Cacerio reach? 6.29 will eventually be a starter, 70 production score, 93 athleticism score, 79 total score. He had him projected, his draft grade rather, as a second rounder. So people saw that, didn't love that. Zierlein on Keelan. Rutledge is a burly, experienced right guard with excellent contact pop and a rugged field demeanor. I love that. That will appeal to offensive line coaches. He excels as a drive combo blocker where he displaces defenders, but he's the athleticism to operate in all run blocking concepts. Understands technique, suffers from occasional rough patches due to inconsistent balance and body control. His pass protection range is average, and edge leakage could be a concern against NFL athletes. How's your edge leakage these days?
Not sure.
Is it okay? Rutledge has the toughness to earn a role as a good backup with starting potentially.
Yeah, I mean, that's not a...
It doesn't read great.
Doesn't read great. But everyone seemed to like the pick.
Lance loves the pick, though.
Yeah.
So, Lance, he's poo-pooed his own draft profile after they drafted him. Dane Brugler. No, it's not the Brugler. This is the Ringers. This is McShay. McShay calls him a fiery competitor, good size, fires off the ball, top 5 guard, top 100 pick. The projection, Rutledge has the skill set to develop into a starter early in his career. Compares well to Steelers right guard Mason McCormick.
Okay.
Lance compared him. Lance also has player comps on his profile. He compared him to a guy by the name of Sean Ryan.
Who the is that guy?
He also spells his name Rhyan.
Yeah, that's not the right way to spell it.
I've never seen that.
That's wrong.
Maybe it's not pronounced Ryan, but
what would it be?
Ryan.
I do not know.
Maybe it'd be Ryan. It's Ryan, not Ryan.
No, that's R-Y-N-E.
They just tell you dry.
John Harris had a scouting report on which he was losing his mind. John always loses. John.
He does. He loses it.
They could. The Texans could drive Dixon Elm from LSU, and John Harris would lose his collective mind. He would lose his mind if the Texans drafted Dixon Elm from LSU. But John Harris, his scouting report on this Keelan Rutledge, tough guy, OC prospect, plays exactly like I thought he would. He's a little all over the place with his hand placement, aiming points, etc. But he's going to fight in all capital letters in every rep. He did some cross training throughout the day. This is senior scouting report, senior day. Center and guard, a lot of future at one of the positions in the NFL. Toughness might be his best asset. Quite simply, he's a mauler with real men's strength and captain spirit. Rutledge will be the next Wyatt Teller in this league, a refined, intelligent man smasher at guard, total stud, player comp, Wyatt Teller. It's a big comp.
It's like he knew the Texans liked him.
So
he comped him to a guy the Texans signed.
I saw videos of when they selected him, and he celebrated. He was going nuts when they picked. He's like, I knew it. I knew they were going with him. I was like, okay, yeah, he probably could. Here was, Pat McAfee had his own little show there at the draft too. I don't know the name of his scout.
It's A.Q. Shipley.
I don't know that.
He's the former center in the NFL.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
I do not know this man.
A.Q.?
A.Q. Yeah.
A.Q. Shipley, former center in the NFL. He was the little draft scout for McAfee. Here was Shipley talking about the Texans' new center.
Yeah, I love this pick. He might be my favorite lineman in the entire draft. Wow. I knew he was going to go a little bit later. People said, okay, we just put perception on him. We're going to put him in the second round. This guy's Ryan Jensen. You guys remember Ryan Jensen? Yeah, he is nasty. He's a prick. He also has red hair. But this guy is an absolute dog. They went and got Wyatt Teller from the Browns, one of my favorite linemen in the league. Again, nasty, prick, dog, you got two badass guards taking over in Houston. This is going to be a good offensive line now.
Okay. Former center saying that about offensive linemen.
That's
a lot of people like it.
That's good feedback.
I'm a dog.
He's a redheaded prick.
Yeah.
Our old Big Red.
Yeah, Big Red.
Old Red. Yeah. There was an NFL scout from Brugler's Beast, and he said that if the ACC had a Royal Rumble, I'd bet on this guy to be the last man standing.
Acknowledge
I thought I had to say that for you nerds.
Yeah, we appreciate that.
Yeah, I thought y'all might like that.
Yeah.
That he would win the Royal Rumble in the
Yeah,
ACC.
he would.
Even if he comes in first? Does he have the endurance, the stamina?
Great question.
To go from first man entering to
or
the last man
he
standing.
might just squash all the other 29 competitors.
To be a squash.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I thought y'all might get a kick out of that one. Brugler says Rutledge will have trouble at times protecting his edges. Second time we've heard that. But his aggressive mindset and competitive toughness are the roots of his success. If his medicals are clean, he will compete for immediate playing time at either guard or center. He's been snapping for teams during the pre-draft process. And I think the medicals were clean for the Texans to draft him at number. Although they did draft Stingley.
Yeah, but his
Texans ignore medicals sometimes. Not.
I mean, that turned out okay.
Or were
though,
they
the
right about
medicals on that?
We had medicals.
No, but they must have thought that they were
short term, not long term.
Yeah.
Yeah. We're all saying the same thing, two different ways. I understand that I came across a little bit more negative. I didn't mean it that way. I apologize. I am sorry.
Good job saying
I'm
sorry.
sorry.
Thank you for saying sorry.
Garrett Chapman covers Georgia Tech for 24/7 Sports. Let's talk to Garrett to see what the Texans are getting in old Big Red. It's Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
It's Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
Let's go straight out to the HR&P guest line, being joined by Garrett Chapman. Covers Georgia Tech football for 24/7 Sports. Texans took Georgia Tech Yellow Jacket Keelan Rutledge last night at 26, trading up 2 spots to acquire the offensive lineman. Some questions about what position he could play in his rookie year in Houston. We'll ask Garrett that here shortly. But first and foremost, Garrett, thanks for joining us on this Friday afternoon. I'm sure there's a lot of other places you'd rather be. But what are the Texans getting in Old Big Red?
Hey, happy Friday, guys. Yeah, look, this guy's a killer, man, an absolute mauler. I mean, the dude is shaped like a bowling ball, except he'll kick your ass in the process, man. I mean, this guy loves football, and he's going to be a fantastic addition to what you guys are doing out there in Houston.
Do you think he was going to go in the first round, or were you surprised last night?
I was a little surprised he went in the first round. I'd heard some smoke. I know that some teams had been talking to him. But, I mean, for the most part, I mean, I thought he was going to be a potential first-round draft pick. I didn't think it was actually going to come to fruition, but I'm thrilled that it did. And I mean, I assumed he was going to be going there at some point in the second round, but very early. But no, I mean, well, I love the selection for you guys.
Garrett Chapman joining us on the HR&P guest line. You can follow him on Twitter. GChapATL covers the Yellow Jackets for 24/7 Sports. I've seen it. Some of the cons for Rutledge is, the injury. I heard he almost had the foot amputated, got into that tragic car wreck where he was in a lot of pain. Obviously, the compound fracture, bone poking out of the foot, had the infection in the foot. But it seems with the play that he was able to put on film, it doesn't seem like there should be any sort of injury concerns, as he's played a lot since then.
Yeah, no, I don't think there's much reason to be concerned about that. I mean, he comes to Georgia Tech, and I think it was December of 2023, and then he plays 2024. I mean, he was an All-American for consecutive years. And, I mean, he was probably the best offensive lineman. I think you can make the argument he was the best offensive lineman in the ACC, at least last year, on the interior side. So I don't think so. And if he went in the first round, I would assume that he's passed through a bunch of medicals and everything that's necessary, especially if it's to the point where you guys are trading up to go get this guy.
Do you see him as a center for the Texans? Because that's a discussion we've been having today about where he fits. Do you see that flexibility with him, or is he more of just a guard, in your view?
He played exclusively at the right guard position at Georgia Tech, but he was cross-training during this whole process. And, I mean, he did it at the Senior Bowl. He did it at his pro day. And coaches seem to be kind of impressed with what they saw from him in that regard. But, I mean, he runs that gap scheme. And, I mean, I think as long as he's hitting somebody, I don't think he really cares. I mean, I talked to Brent Key about it, the head coach over at Georgia Tech, and he says that he could see him doing both. He actually, at the NFL level, he said he might actually be a better center than a guard. But, I mean, look, if you guys draft him and pull him in as a guard, I think you'll be very happy with that. But he could come in and play center if he needs to. He just hasn't put anything on tape that I've seen.
It'd probably be his path to the quicker playing time, playing center. More of a need there for the Texans than guard, unless a couple of the guards that they have are washed or over the hill. Just signed Wyatt Teller, re-signed Ed Ingram too. Path to playing time at center, I think, is there. Guard might take at least a year. But being joined on the HR&P guest line, talking some Keelan Rutledge with Garrett Chapman, covering Georgia Tech for 24/7 Sports. You mentioned how much of a mauler he is. He wants to kick your booty, wants to step on your throat. We've heard him talked about as a prick, a son of a gun. What are some examples you have of that?
I mean, look no further for that game that they played against Clemson earlier this year. I mean, the guy busts his nose open, and he's walking up and down the sideline, literally blood gushing out of this man's face. And the only thing he wants to do is get back into the ballgame. That's the only thing he cares about. I don't even know if he missed a play. He comes out and they stuff like rags or something up his nose. They plug it all up, and he's back in on at least the next play, if not he just comes out for a moment. I mean, that's just who he is as a person. I mean, you talk to this guy, he has that mean streak in him, and I mean, that's the perfect play that always encapsulates who Keelan Rutledge is, Big Red, as we call him.
Are there any negatives, or what are the negatives with him as a player?
I mean, I know he's a mauling run blocker. I think the pass blocking is going to be something that he's going to have to adjust to in the NFL. But I think he's going to compete for playing time with you guys. I've heard some scouts say that he has issues with getting guys off the edge and having to move side to side. But fortunately, if he's going to be an interior pass blocker or offensive lineman, then I don't think he's going to have much of that as an issue.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing, too. If he plays guard, you're not going to see a ton at the edge. If he plays center, you're going to see even less, coming off the edge. Great insight. Really appreciate you hopping on for a few minutes and telling us a little bit more about the newest Houston Texan.
Yeah, absolutely, guys. Happy to help.
It's Garrett Chapman. Covers Georgia Tech football at 24/7 Sports. Also writes for the Falcons. You can catch him on Twitter at GChapATL. Yeah, I saw the nose thing. That was on the video where they're talking about how he nearly lost a foot. It had shades to me of when Brian Cushing, got headbutted whenever he wasn't wearing a helmet. That's what it reminded me of a bit. Although it wasn't like stupid, like Brian Cushing.
Yeah,
he just busted his nose, whereas Cushing takes off his helmet and headbutts.
Cushing was a psychopath.
He was a bona fide psychopath. But that's what it reminded me of a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah.
I like that. Didn't want to leave the game.
Didn't want to leave the game.
He's got a bunch of towels stuffed up his nose and went back in there. That's great.
You know what else I equate it to? I equate it to Cushing, broken nose, that sort of thing. I also equate it to any radio host who's done radio in Houston with 9 months of mommy's wrist.
Too far.
It's
Is that
pretty
accurate?
much
Too far.
That's what they say.
Too far.
What do you mean?
Wrap it up, Chandler.
What do you mean?
That's too far.
They say the same thing about me that they do Keelan Rutledge. Like, he's
Yeah.
a tough son of a gun.
Yeah.
He's a prick. He's a
yeah,
mauler.
that part,
He's
yeah.
going to put guys in the ground. They say the same thing about me that they say about Keelan Rutledge.
One of those things, yes.
Just one of them.
What's different? All right, 713-780.
6'4".
I mean, I think I got him in weight. He might have me in height. But I think I'm catching up. All right, let's talk about the rest of the NFL draft yesterday. We're 30 minutes away from the resumption of tonight's NFL draft. Texans have a pick right away. Do they keep it? We will see. Yes, Nick. Yes.
Well, for
it's
now,
accurate.
it's accurate for now.
Yes, you're a Will and Dillon son of a gun. You're probably going to trade out of it. We get it. But as of now, yes. Yes, you'll have an early pick. 713-780-3776. Who do you think won the draft yesterday? Who do you think had some good drafts? We'll take a look at some of the picks when we come back. 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5, 97.9 HD2.
All right, right now you can get a new leased vehicle in the next 24 to 72 hours without even leaving your house. You don't have to go to the dealership anymore. You can call D&M Leasing at 713-290-1000 or go to dmautoleasing.com today and speak with one of their veteran sales agents. Don't laugh at me, Jeremy Branham. That's rude. That's why we just said that about you. And you can get a quick, easy process going for you. They will walk you through the process from start to finish, how many miles you can drive, all of that. So if you've never leased a vehicle before, don't worry. They will take care of you at D&M Leasing. Again, it takes 24 to 72 hours to get you into that brand new vehicle, and they'll bring it right to you, your office, whether you're at lunch, wherever you're at. They will find a way to get you that new vehicle, and they'll take your trade-in for you as well. Start your leasing journey right now by calling 713-290-1000 or visit dmautoleasing.com.
It's Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
What about Watt's bloody nose? Good call. Similar. Good call. The big question I have for his toughness is if he could play through mommy's wrist. Not many can. Facts. Why do I really want to smoke some weed and do some mushrooms with this Georgia Tech Garrett guy? Garrett sounds like a good time.
Yeah.
Sounds like he would have a good time.
Can't imagine there's a lot to do out there. Georgia Tech. Where's it at?
Atlanta.
Oh, is it in Atlanta?
It's in Atlanta.
I forgot it was in Atlanta. Junkie of the day.
What's there to do?
I can't imagine what there's what there's
I forgot it's
the
not.
biggest cities in
I
America.
forgot it's in a big city.
Clearly, Joe.
I go home.
Chat GPT. How big is Atlanta?
I hate you.
Atlanta is
top 10 probably, right?
500,000 people in Atlanta. It's one of the largest. Their metropolitan area is one of the largest in the U.S. Where does it rank in population? I can't imagine. There's a whole lot to do in the. It depends which Atlanta. But the Atlanta that we're thinking of, Metro Atlanta is there's actually an Atlanta, Texas.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, there's an Atlanta, Texas.
Where is that?
Atlanta, Texas. I think it's out. I think it's like I want to say it's like northeast.
Okay,
I want to say it's northeast.
That's what I was asking.
But I don't know for sure.
Okay,
I could be terribly wrong about that, but I think it's like northeast Texas.
Yeah, I have no idea.
Like north of the Piney Woods.
Okay,
I think Metro Atlanta 6th to 10th. In the country. Recent estimates often put it around 6. Metro Atlanta has 6 million people. City of Atlanta proper is the one with 500K, which puts it 30 to 40th largest city in the U.S. by population.
All right.
What could there
what's there to do?
What is there to do?
The 6th biggest country or city in the nation.
Want to watch a baseball game?
I don't know how to respond. It's my fault.
Football game, basketball
Joe
game.
Dog.
Where did you think it was?
Yes, thank you.
I was thinking like how like Athens, Georgia, like how there's nothing there besides the college.
I think they do play on campus. They do play on campus. Like I was registering in my mind. Like, do they play in the Georgia Dome?
No,
I don't. They don't. No, they don't. I knew that.
You want to hit the Viking horn for me?
Okay.
Oh, I don't like the Viking horn.
Shams Charania.
It's been ruled out.
Kevin Durant's been ruled out for Game 3.
This guy's breaking down. Could you? If he had mommy's wrist, he might miss the whole year.
Should just play the whole song at this point. I mean, it's a wrap, right?
I mean, they're going down 3-0.
I think they can win tonight without him.
I don't.
I wouldn't bet on it.
Yikes.
Nah, it's not good.
You might want to go check the line and see if you can get in there real quick.
Oh, that's a good idea.
See if you can get Lakers plus.
I bet you they took it. I bet you they took it off the board. I wonder if we should have been playing that just in case, though.
How high did it get? You say 9.5 yesterday?
Yeah, it looks like the one I'm looking at has it back at 9.5 right now.
I still think they're going to win the game.
I don't.
I think they're going to win tonight. I think they're going to win comfortably tonight. So I really don't want to bet it. But if I can get the value, it might be bet down.
I think
I could maybe middle it.
Inside baseball, we probably shouldn't run Rocket Power tonight.
It got taken off the board.
Oh, did it?
I mean, we could just go to the draft if you want.
Yeah,
that's your call.
I think we should probably just go to the draft.
What happened?
Right.
What did y'all talk about?
Not Kevin Durant being out for Game 3.
Oh. Yeah. Rough, man.
Yeah.
No Kevin
It
Durant.
gone.
Yeah, I think they're.
You don't think they win tonight?
No, I'm talking about Rocket Power.
I
but
think they
also,
win.
I also don't think they win.
Really?
Yeah, I think they win tonight.
I don't think they do.
I think they win tonight. Coming home, Lakers are like, yeah, whatever. Reeves sucks.
I don't know. I think they would see Durant being out and smell blood in the water.
They could. They could. I still think they win.
I hope you're
I
right,
still think they win.
but I just don't feel that way.
Again, I'm not really sure I want them to win this series, though. So,
yeah, but see, even if they lose this series with Kevin Durant missing 2 of the first 3 games, it kind of, like what you're hoping it does with like kind of causing a reset maybe, it throws that out the window.
I don't think so.
Because now you're down Durant, Fred, and Steven Adams.
They're just going to say, well, we're missing
Everyone's
Durant.
hurt.
Yeah.
No, I don't think so.
I hope you're right.
I don't think so.
But this makes me like it's hard to.
I think they'd want Giannis.
Well, I hope they want Giannis anyways.
I think they want Giannis.
I just don't think they're going to reflect on their shortcomings as much if they can blame injury, which Durant missing 2 of the first 3 games allows them to blame injury.
Yeah, maybe. Did y'all like the 8-minute clock?
It was fast.
I thought it was too fast, Brian.
Well, you know my opinion on it.
Did you watch it?
Well, some of it because I was
too long. Brian thinks.
Well, but I had to drive home. It was also my wife's birthday, so I kind of had to watch some of it later and fast forward through.
Your wife and Mabes have the same birthday?
They do, yeah.
What did you do for your wife's birthday? Make her watch you play video games?
No, we just had dinner.
Oh, that's good. Anything good?
We went to I think I've mentioned it on air before, but that 3B's place.
Oh yeah.
In Kingwood. Yep. Yeah, we both
Did you get
loved
the
that
Matt
place.
Thomas burger?
No, the big. I think they call the. I'm not gonna give out the name for it, but no, I didn't get that.
We used to go there.
Yeah, it's not bad.
Yeah, it's not bad.
That's a pretty good spot. It's just so far.
So that's where I used to live.
For you in spring,
No, if you live in that area.
Oh, yeah.
But if you have to go there, it is so far from the freeway.
Yeah, of course.
It's like in the corner of Kingwood.
It's when
towards the back, yeah.
Yeah.
Half my wife's commute to work is driving through Kingwood.
Yeah, it sucks.
It's like it takes 30 minutes to get to Kingwood and then 25 to get the rest of the way. It's really fast. So there's not a lot of analysis.
No, I hate it.
And
Jordan Schultz is tweeting 5 picks ahead.
Yeah.
It's going too fast.
Yeah, I mean, and there's always people that are ahead, and it slowed down a couple times where like the people leaking were kind of on pace with the draft, and that made me feel like trades were trying to be completed that didn't, and that's why it slowed down. But he was so far ahead.
Yeah,
I think I was doing my Bear show last night. I think we said the pick 3 picks before it actually happened.
Sheesh.
I think 22 was on the clock when we found out who was going at 25.
Yeah,
so it was it was going so fast.
Pretty standard draft at the top. My biggest takeaway is I won 11 units betting the NFL draft yesterday. But Mendoza, no surprise, in one. There was some question on who would go two between David Bailey and Reese. The Jets went Bailey. JETS went Bailey. Jeremiah Love did go 3.
He does go 3. I thought it was a smoke screen.
Yeah, plus 170, I think it was Jeremiah Love, which I don't mind the pick. Carnell Tate actually still went 4th. That one was the first big surprise to me. Was Carnell Tate going that high.
I mean, I get why they went offense. It makes sense. Yeah. You only have Ridley, really. Who else is there?
They had that Shimarani Dyke.
Oh, yeah.
Out of, I don't remember who he's out of. And then they had that IU Maynor guy from Stanford.
Yeah, they need weapons.
Yeah, those guys are bums. They have the tight end, Gunnar Helm.
Yep, I like him.
And then, of course, I'm a huge Isaiah Spears is going to be great this year.
No, Tate makes sense. For them. Yeah, that was the first surprise.
I was surprised that he went that high, though. I didn't expect him to go that high. Avril Lavigne Reese, 5 to the Giants. The Chiefs traded up for the corner.
Yeah.
You didn't like it?
No, I was just surprised.
I liked what the Chiefs did last night. I liked that they traded up for their top corner, and then they drafted a defensive tackle that can play next to Chris Jones. They got a lot better.
Yeah, well, they lost both their corners to the Rams. So they had to draft corner. So I think that's why they were aggressive there. Just go get them and replace them. And so it was a surprise. I didn't know who they were trading up for. I just didn't.
I figured it was him.
You did? Okay.
Yeah, because they're desperate for corner.
I know that.
A lot of people try to make offense happen for the Chiefs because they have Andy Reid and they have Pat Mahomes. Everybody's like offense, Chiefs, but I had a thought they were going defense.
Yeah, especially because if you have Mahomes, you would think he can lift everyone else.
Yeah. Around
you, and they can address the offense today and tomorrow. But that pick makes sense. I like what they did too. Peter Woods is a good fit for them.
Yeah, I like that. Sonny Styles 7 to the Commanders. Tyson, Vegas was right on Tyson.
Yep.
He went high at 8. Fanu, first offensive lineman. Thank you. 9 to the Browns, who traded down with KC. The offensive line from Miami went 10, which they need to get better there. A lot of Cowboy fans were happy that Caleb Downs fell to them at 11. Now they traded up a spot to draft Downs, but Cowboy fans that I know were thrilled about that.
Yeah, I mean I think it's a really good pick for them.
Is it too high for a safety? He's a good player, though. I really like him as a player.
I think in most years I would say yes, but you can argue Reuben Payne could have been the pick there.
I thought that's what it was going to be.
Yeah,
but they drafted a defensive end later with Malachi Lawrence, who a lot of people thought was a reach, and they ended up trading down for him. I think Lawrence is pretty good, though. I like Malachi Lawrence.
Now you can argue they could have gone the other direction. They could have taken Payne at 11 and maybe Thieneman at 23, and they'd be better off.
See, I don't know that they are, though. I don't know they are. I don't want David Bain's little bitty hands in the Lone Star State.
Yeah.
Things are bigger in Texas. Let's draft the defensive lineman
I don't
little
know
itty bitty hands.
I don't know much about Malachi Lawrence.
Yeah, he played in the Big 12, so he's really good.
Yeah.
He's really good in the Big 12. 6 first-rounders drafted out of the Big 12 yesterday. Yep. And it's the most they've ever had. Proctor, 12 to Miami. They need offensive line. The Rams with the shocker of the first round, selecting Ty Simpson.
Told you.
You are right. Keith from LA said you were right, actually. He said Joe was right on the 13th pick. It was a dumb pick, but you got it right.
I don't think it's a dumb pick.
I think it's a terrible pick.
I like it.
I think it is such a bad pick.
I like
this is Super Bowl contender, and the best case scenario is he plays in year 3.
To me, they had 2 first-round picks.
They didn't.
They traded one of them for a corner from the Chiefs. So they have this extra pick that.
What do you mean extra pick? They didn't help their team at all with that pick.
No pick is extra. You could use it on something.
They used it for the future.
I think it's a terrible pick.
I heard a bunch of people making this argument, and it drove me crazy. They kept talking about, well, when are the Rams ever going to be up this high again to draft a quarterback? Well, they could have traded the 13th pick back and picked up a first-round pick for next year.
Yep.
There were like Jets. There were other teams that would have been interested.
Yeah, I didn't like this pick at all.
Yeah, I think if they had an offer for a first for next year, sure. But we don't know that they had that.
Yeah,
so,
also
it's guessing.
I also heard that people are kind of reluctant to trade picks next year because next year's supposed to be a better class.
Yeah.
So I
have a better quarterback class. Jeremiah Smith at the top, the wide receiver. So I like what the Rams did.
Yeah, I hate it.
You set yourself up for success in the future.
We talk so much about having a quarterback on their rookie contract, and they're punting half of his rookie contract.
I know, but there are certain teams. It's like I look at the Packers, I guess, mostly as a team that's worked out really well for.
It didn't work out for the Falcons.
No, it did not. But the Falcons is different.
Why?
Because they did both in the same offseason?
The Rams just gave Stafford an extension.
Yeah, but for the last 2 years, we've been talking about him retiring. See, I think they know how much longer he's playing.
I saw reports today he could play 2 more years.
But Ty Simpson might need 2 more years.
Then you don't draft him at 13.
But you're developing him now. I think you see a guy you like and you're in position to strike, so you do it.
I also just don't like the 1-year starter in college at quarterback.
The
track record of that is
and then he's not going to play his rookie year minimum.
Yeah.
Ione from Penn State. Bain goes 15 to Tampa. Sadiq, the Jets go Sadiq at 16. They drafted Mason Taylor in the second last year.
R.I.P. Sadiq.
Blake Miller. Caleb Banks, another surprise pick at 18.
Yeah, this was a big surprise.
That was a surprise. Monroe Freeling, 19 to Carolina. Mekhi Lemon, who the Steelers thought were going to select him at 21. They got sniped.
The video's so funny.
Eagles trade up and
Amazing
steal
video.
Lemon right from the Steelers.
He's just on the phone with the Steelers, and some handler runs up. He's like, Eagles are taking you. The Eagles are taking you.
Well, he literally starts asking, why are the Eagles calling me?
Yeah.
While he's on the phone with the Steelers.
Yeah.
I think it makes it better, too, that they're both in Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
For
sure.
It would still be good if it was like Cleveland doing it.
Yeah.
Well, Cleveland was in division. It'd still be good if it was like Tampa Bay doing it. But the fact that they're in the same state makes it a little bit better for me.
A.J. Brown's being traded on June 1st.
Yeah, for sure.
For sure. 100% now.
The Arizona State offensive lineman goes 21 to the Steelers. Akeem the Dream, 22. Chargers. Malachi Lawrence, Cowboys mentioned that. KC Concepcion, he was begging people to draft him, goes 24 to Cleveland. That's pretty high for him, I think.
Yeah, sorry Shador's your quarterback, but
Deshaun.
Or Deshaun.
Thinneman, 25. Rutledge, 26. Chris Johnson, the San Diego State corner, 27. Lomu, Peter Woods, we mentioned him. Omar Cooper. So the Jets had 3 first-rounders yesterday. 2 of them on the offensive side. So they give Geno a little bit of help. Keldrick Falk. Thank goodness he's not a Texan. He goes to the Titans, and then Jadarian Price, which I like that
Were
pick.
you sweating that?
What do you mean?
Falk?
Well, I don't want to say his name.
Because of the name.
Yeah,
That's right. I forgot about the name. Yeah.
And then Jadarian Price, which, first-round running back. People thought he'd go in the second. I kind of like that for Seattle.
I think it makes sense.
I kind of like that for Seattle.
Kenneth Walker's gone.
Yeah.
Charbonnet's coming off an injury.
Yeah.
You need a running back. I think that's a great pick.
You're not a believer in George Halani?
He's going to have a better year than Jeremiah Love.
George Halani?
No, Jadarian Price.
I don't know about that. That's a hot take today.
Wait, why would you say that?
Because
they got better offensive line.
Better team.
Oh.
Yeah, but Seattle also believes in a split backfield.
I guess I don't know how healthy Charbonnet is. Because that was...
I thought he was going to be out,
Super Bowl?
though. Yeah, I thought he was going to be out.
Didn't he get hurt like November or December?
I think it was right before the playoffs, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's pretty late. I don't think he's ready for the season, right?
I wouldn't think he's ready for the year. No, I like the pick, but I think Love's just so good.
He's a monster.
I kind of wish Arizona kept Kyler Murray, though.
I saw you tweet that.
Just because it'd be fun. Not because it'd be good, just because it'd be fun. Like, you have Love, you have Marvin Harrison, you have McBride, you have Michael Wilson, who was a freak show last year. Like, wouldn't it be fun if Kyler Murray was their quarterback as opposed to boring old Jacoby Brissett? Jacoby Brissett's probably better for them, not denying that.
But Jacoby Brissett's throwing a tantrum about his contract.
Yeah, he wants starter money.
I don't know if we can rule out Arizona taking a quarterback today.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, Carson Beck.
If you take one in the second round, it doesn't prevent you from taking a quarterback next year.
Yeah.
So the Titans just do this. Like, they could take Nussmeier or Beck.
There's just no quarterbacks left that I'd be excited about.
Same. I'd rather trade for Anthony Richardson.
Yeah, I'd rather do almost
trade
anything
for Will
than
Levis.
throw away a pick on one of these remaining quarterbacks.
All right, what do you want to do, mailbag or junkie?
Mailbag.
All right, let's do mailbag Monday on a Friday. Coming up next, Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5, 97.9 HD2.
This is Ron Ansana with your market scoreboard report on ESPN 97.5.
I'm Frank Miller for Ron and Son. Well, stocks finished the day mixed, the Dow down a bit, while the NASDAQ and S&P both finished with gains, hitting all-time highs today. The NASDAQ up almost 400. Tech giants Intel and NVIDIA among the big gainers in the tech sector. Crude oil prices eased back a bit after a report from Reuters said that Iran's foreign minister would arrive in Pakistan for peace talks with the U.S. tonight. Meanwhile, President Trump's announcement of a 3-week extension of a ceasefire between Israel and Lebanon weighed on crude prices. Oil fell to around $93 a barrel today. In economic news, some revised data from the University of Michigan said consumer sentiment dropped a little less than expected in April, but still touched record lows. The Consumer Sentiment Index for April upwardly revised to 49.8 from 47.6. Economists were looking for the index to be unrevised. And Spirit Airlines may be getting some financial assistance from the Trump administration. The airline filed for bankruptcy twice in the past 2 years. It was set to merge with JetBlue 2 years ago, but that fell through after a judge ruled that the merger would hurt competition.
Seven 780-ESPN at Mailbag Monday on a Friday to close out the week. What are your questions for Jeremy and Joe? Ken from Galveston asked earlier, what's the best soda? He says Squirt. Squirt's so bad. He says sweet grapefruit soda, just killer.
Coke. It's just Coke.
My favorite's Coke.
Yeah.
Yeah. I do crave a Dr. Pepper from time to time.
I go Dr. Pepper if it's a Pepsi product place.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
You don't like the Pepsis?
No, I don't like Pepsi.
I don't mind Pepsi. I'm not anti-Pepsi, but my favorite's just a good old-fashioned Coke. Do you ever dabble with the different types of Coke?
Vanilla Coke?
I love vanilla Coke. Love vanilla Coke.
That's really it. Maybe if I'm...
How about cherry Coke?
I might mix it with something.
Oh, okay.
Might go that way.
I don't like those, but like, I don't know how many places have this, but Wendy's, you can get like all the different fruit flavors.
Freestyle. That's a Coke Freestyle.
Freestyle. That's what's called. But I like grape. Grape in the Coke. Yeah.
Huh.
It's pretty good.
I'm not going to try it.
Sounds like cough medicine.
Yeah.
I don't know. I like it.
If you know what? If you bring it
like
one day, I'll try it.
Sounds terrible. I do like grape soda, though.
Well, I was about to say, I'm forgetting the name of the brand now, but there's a soda maker in Texas that has a grape soda that's unbelievable. You can only get it a few places, though.
Really?
Yeah. Oh, Dublin. It's called Dublin.
Dublin Great Soda?
Well, Dublin Soda, whatever. But they were one of the original. I think they're the original manufacturer of Dr. Pepper before it got taken over by PepsiCo
Where do you
or
buy
whatever.
it? Well, they Dr. Pepper bottles in different places.
Yeah.
Where do you buy it?
I've bought it at HEB. Now, my
really?
HEB doesn't carry it anymore, but I think some of the nicer ones still do.
I'll have to check it out.
Okay.
Do you think Cal is a dead fish handshake guy, or is he a put in the old vice grip guy?
Dead fish.
I think he's an old vice grip guy.
Yeah, I'm with Jeremy. I think he's a vice grip.
He's a good old boy. Good old boys do the vice grip. You think Cal McNair is giving a dead fish handshake?
Yeah.
Get a little limp fish up there? No chance.
Yeah.
Cal?
Yeah.
No way, man.
Yeah, I think handshake is tough.
It's got to be our destiny. It's got to be our desire to shake the hand of Cal McNair. That way we can answer this question.
We might be able to figure that out.
Some people probably that listen to us have shaken the hand of Cal McNair.
That's true.
So if you've shaken the hand of Cal McNair, is he old vice grip or is he dead fish?
There's other people we can ask, I'm sure.
Yeah. If you were asked to prepare burgers and hot dogs for 200 people, how much time would you expect to have advance notice, and why is the 5 days advance notice I got feel like being slapped in the face? That's plenty of time. 5 days, I would need a night.
Yeah, what do you need? You just need to go out and buy the ingredients and cook it. Why do you need 3 extra days?
Yeah. 5 days is plenty.
For how many
notice.
people?
200.
I'm assuming this is like a restaurant?
It's probably a little cookout. Might be Cal.
Oh, Cal, you texted in?
I mean,
Cal's mad that Hannah told him to have a cookout.
It's definitely an inconvenience. I get that part of it, but you just buy it and cook it. You don't need 4 days of planning.
Yeah, you just gotta. The only inconvenience would be
maybe the day before, morning day before. That way you can go out and get the ingredients because there's gonna be a lot of meat.
So, can you find? I guess you gotta go to HEB. Can you get 200 burgers?
Yeah.
Can you?
Yeah.
I would assume so.
No doubt.
They got them in the back, I guess.
Well, even if they don't, they just have regular ground meat.
What are you making
patties.
Are you making your patties A or B or yes or no?
Well,
if you're not, they even have the pre-cooked packet. They have the pre-made patties.
You think there's 200 out there in that, section?
There's at least 10 in a spiral, maybe even a dozen.
Is there really?
Yeah. So if they have 20 of them, yes.
Yeah. So if I was making that money, I'd want to buy the pre-made ones, but I know that's lazy.
I would probably want the pre-made ones too.
Yeah.
If you have lesser notice, yeah. 713-780 ESPN. See if there's any other questions. Have you ever had market subwoofers in your car? No.
Nope.
Why would I need that to listen to sports radio?
But you don't listen to it.
I don't anymore, but back in my subwoofer day, I might have.
When was that?
If it did exist, it'd be my younger days.
Okay.
Bone, who do you like more, GM Jeff or APM Joe?
You asked that last week.
Yeah. All right. It's going to do it for us. Thanks to Egypt. Today's Egypt's last day, huh?
It is. Congratulations.
And
Thank you.
You sent her on an errand today. But thanks to Egypt. Great job, Egypt. All internship long. Thanks to Brian for the hard work. He's Joe. I'm Jeremy. NFL Draft coming up next. Keep it here, right here on ESPN 97.5.
H-Town. Your home for sports is ESPN 97.5.
Most